The world learned of a monster's capture, but few knew the horrors that defined his victim's silent world. For 12 agonizing years, a dilapidated warehouse became a boy's entire universe, a cage built of silence and shadows. News channels across the nation broadcasted the grim details: a minor kidnapped, imprisoned, abused, his very existence stolen. As cameras flashed and reporters clamored, the perpetrator was dragged into the light, his crimes finally exposed to the world. Yet, the true depth of the horror unfolded not in the headlines, but in the silent suffering of a child, premeditated and cruelly exploited, his freedom shattered like a padlock under heavy cutters. Then, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness. Rescuers pushed through, finding the warehouse filled not just with grime, but with an unexpected sea of forgotten books. There, amidst dusty stacks, sat the boy they sought, Shin Woo-jin, a prisoner discovered in a realm of silent words, his face etched with a silent shock. The rescue team's frantic calls echoed through the makeshift library, announcing a discovery that would soon ripple through Shin Woo-jin's shattered life. Rescuers confirmed his discovery, but the extensive injuries staining Shin Woo-jin's body spoke of long-term abuse before his transfer to the hospital. Outside, a frustrated nurse blocked an angry man and clamoring reporters, who insisted on entering the hospital. Inside, Shin Woo-jin, now 18, lay in a bright hospital room, watched over by a doctor and a nurse. The doctor quietly informed the nurse of Shin Woo-jin's nutritional imbalance and inflamed external wounds. Shin Woo-jin sat contemplatively in his hospital bed. The nurse expressed her shock and pity, horrified by his 12 years of imprisonment and forced labor. The doctor then revealed another devastating diagnosis: Shin Woo-jin also suffered from hearing loss. The nurse sighed with concern, then began writing a message. A yellow sticky note, held by her hand, posed two simple, yet profound questions. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, his wary eye indicating apprehension. The nurse, undeterred, offered an encouraging smile, hoping to prompt a response. Then, his voice raw with distress, Shin Woo-jin spoke for the first time, uttering a shocking, self-deprecating truth. The medical staff reacted with wide-eyed shock and dismay. A memory surfaced, bathed in the warmth of a clear, blue sky. Young Shin Woo-jin huddled under a tarp, watching an old man labor under the searing sun, cicadas buzzing relentlessly. A metal bowl clanged, revealing a meager portion of white rice and greens. Young Shin Woo-jin ate ravenously, his bare hands shoveling rice into his mouth with desperate hunger. An unseen old man verbally abused him, calling him a son of a bitch and pig, as Shin Woo-jin chewed noisily on the floor. Winter brought biting winds and deep snow, leaving young Shin Woo-jin huddled and shivering, his body trembling from the bitter cold in the dark warehouse. In the squalid conditions, a cockroach crawled on a book as young Shin Woo-jin cried, reaching out with a dirty, injured hand. An aerial view confirmed the warehouse's desolate isolation, gnawed by winter's harsh grip. The nurse and doctor exchanged a look of dawning, horrified realization. Covering her mouth, the nurse wondered how much brainwashing Shin Woo-jin had endured to internalize such a harsh self-identity. The countless scars covering Shin Woo-jin's body whispered of an unimaginable history of abuse. The doctor's jaw clenched, his grim thoughts betraying a furious conviction that such perpetrators deserved execution. Yet, holding a medical report, the nurse found a small glimmer of fortune in the grim situation. She smiled, reassuring Shin Woo-jin that his test results were better than feared, causing him to flinch in surprise. Gently, the nurse touched Shin Woo-jin's shoulder, assuring him he was safe and could finally rest. The nurse promised to return, and the doctor offered to assist her task, acknowledging with a nod. She playfully declined the doctor's offer, tapping her fingers, determined to handle it herself. The hospital room door clicked shut. Suddenly, a chaotic rush of reporters burst into the hallway, overwhelming the police and startling the nurse. Aggressively, they hounded the police, demanding sensitive details about Shin Woo-jin's condition, family, name, and any disabilities. The nurse turned to face them, her expression stern and resolute. Her eyes red with indignation, the nurse angrily berated the reporters, condemning their exploitative pursuit of others' misfortune. The enraged nurse pointed out the police's security lapse, startling the officers into realizing they had neglected to check ID badges. Chastened, a reporter suggested they retreat to the crime scene, as the nurse threatened them with charges of obstruction and trespassing. A brief silence settled over the hallway. An IV drip steadily released its fluid. Shin Woo-jin lay awake in his hospital bed, looking up. Slowly, Shin Woo-jin opened his eyes and stared blankly at the fluorescent light above. The harsh glow of the fluorescent light reflected in Shin Woo-jin's eye. He whimpered softly, looking around the room with a disoriented gaze. With a soft grunt of effort, Shin Woo-jin moved his hand, still connected to the IV drip. The word bathroom flashed in his mind, reflected in his eye. Shin Woo-jin quietly observed the old man in the next bed, who was absorbed in his phone. The old man looked up from his phone, his expression surprised. The old man commented on Shin Woo-jin's kidnapping and his apparent hearing impairment. A cynical smirk spread across the old man's face as he remarked that Shin Woo-jin's future would likely be difficult. Shin Woo-jin intently observed the old man, his gaze piercing as a medical ID badge revealed the man's name, Kim Nam-soon, 57, suffering from an open femur fracture. Kim Nam-soon chuckled at his phone, while narration provided his physical details, approximately 167 centimeters tall and 60 kilograms. A close-up on Kim Nam-soon's rough, dry left hand, holding his phone, suggested frequent dehydration and physical labor. Kim Nam-soon wondered why someone would send a message instead of visiting him, seeming confused and slightly annoyed. Shin Woo-jin's internal analysis continued. The absence of watch or ring marks on Kim Nam-soon's hand suggested disinterest in accessories, a life of physical labor, and no spouse. As Kim Nam-soon contemplated how to respond to a message, Shin Woo-jin had already processed every detail, confirming his observations. In a sudden flashback, a younger Kim Nam-soon screamed, plummeting from a construction site. Terrified, Kim Nam-soon looked up mid-fall as the narration explained he had fallen from a low rooftop during plastering work. Instinct took over, and his left-handed brain directed his left foot to hit the ground first, unable to withstand the kinetic energy. His left foot impacted the ground with a heavy thud, his body twisting in midair. Kim Nam-soon screamed in agonizing pain as his femur snapped and protruded, a gruesome injury caused by the fall's impact. Shin Woo-jin calmly observed the severely injured Kim Nam-soon, while his mind pondered the most appropriate first aid. His eyes sharpened, tinged with red, reflecting a sudden, intense analytical insight. The nurse returned, cheerfully asking about his sleep as she wheeled in a food tray. Shin Woo-jin looked at the nurse with a subtle sound of anticipation. The nurse invited him to eat, pushing the food tray towards his bed. With a warm smile, the nurse presented a fork and spoon, explaining she chose them for Shin Woo-jin's comfort. Shin Woo-jin regarded the nurse with an unreadable expression. His analytical mind registered the subtle details of her smile, the drooping eye corners, the crow's feet, the tightening cheek muscles rising upward. Both corners of her mouth rose symmetrically, completing the picture. The panel visually broke down the nurse's smile, labeling the crow's feet, upward-drawn cheek muscles, and symmetrical mouth corners. Shin Woo-jin recognized it as a genuine smile, interpreting it as a sign of support and non-threat. The nurse gently held Shin Woo-jin's hand, reassuring him that he could eat without judgment. Shin Woo-jin stared at the steaming food, a spoon in his hand, hesitating. He swallowed audibly, his anticipation clear. Despite admitting hospital food often lacked taste, the nurse encouraged him to eat plenty. Then, Shin Woo-jin began to eat with shocking, ravenous intensity, slurping and chomping, leaving both the nurse and Kim Nam-soon stunned. The nurse leaned forward, expressing concern that he would get indigestion, but Shin Woo-jin continued to devour his meal. The nurse stared, utterly shocked and speechless. In moments, the food was gone, and Shin Woo-jin contentedly wiped his mouth. The nurse, bewildered, wondered aloud how he had managed. Gazing at Shin Woo-jin, the nurse pondered the harsh conditions he must have endured to eat with such voracity. A buzzing sound erupted from the nurse's pocket. The tired nurse answered her vibrating phone, while Shin Woo-jin cleared his now empty food tray. Her eyes widening, the nurse reacted with shock and then elation to the news that Shin Woo-jin's family had arrived. The nurse, beaming, announced his parents' arrival, causing Shin Woo-jin to drop his food in startled surprise. The words "Mom Dad" reflected in Shin Woo-jin's eye, signifying a profound emotional impact and sudden realization. Wide-eyed and stunned, Shin Woo-jin uttered, "Mom, Dad, family," in disbelief. The nurse cheerfully confirmed their arrival and offered to bring them in immediately. The nurse walked out with the food tray, leaving Shin Woo-jin watching the door in eager anticipation. Shin Woo-jin sat on his bed, watching the hospital room door close behind her. A wall clock showed the time nearing 1 o'clock. Shin Woo-jin anxiously watched the door, the narration describing his agonizing wait for his parents to enter. Time stretched, each second a torturous eternity as the seconds counted down. The relentless passage of minutes continued, reflected intensely in Shin Woo-jin's eye. Then, with a dramatic crackle of static, the narration declared that something would now be heard, Shin Woo-jin's silhouette glowing ominously. Shin Woo-jin's eyes widened in terror as he was overwhelmed by a cascade of Korean characters, implying a sudden, violent restoration of hearing. The loud, insistent ticking of a clock filled the air, and Shin Woo-jin, his eyes wide, rose from his bed, his hearing suddenly restored. He silently observed 2 silhouetted figures walking past his hospital room door. 3 silhouetted figures, presumably his parents and the nurse, approached the door. A powerful footstep in a black dress shoe landed, creating a symbolic ripple, signaling an impending, significant arrival. Shin Woo-jin sat on his bed, looking expectantly towards the door, reacting to the unseen activity. Shin Woo-jin looked up, startled, as the distinct sounds of footsteps clicked and shuffled closer. Shin Woo-jin listened intently to the approaching footsteps and the doctor's muffled voice, emphasizing the patient's stability. A doctor instructed someone to ensure Shin Woo-jin wouldn't be startled, stressing his stability, and a police officer agreed. Shin Woo-jin watched the door with a neutral expression. With a slow creak, the hospital room door opened as the doctor announced his entry. Shin Woo-jin's eye reflected the slow, sliding entry of two silhouetted figures into the room. Shin Woo-jin's concerned mother and father stood nervously at the threshold with the nurse. His mother cried out his name in distress upon seeing him, while his father looked on in shock. Shin Woo-jin looked back at his parents with a stunned and disbelieving expression. His parents rushed emotionally towards his bed, calling his name, while the nurse attempted to intercede, warning that he might be startled. Shin Woo-jin's parents rushed towards him, arms outstretched. His mother emotionally embraced him, crying with relief, while his father watched, and Shin Woo-jin looked surprised by the sudden hug. Through her tears, Shin Woo-jin's mother confirmed it was her son, embracing him tightly as his father and the nurse observed. Shin Woo-jin's mother sobbed uncontrollably, apologizing profusely to her son, while his father looked on with shared distress. His mother cried and apologized, expressing overwhelming gratitude for his return, leaving Shin Woo-jin disoriented by the intense emotion. His mother's frantic, sobbing words shattered around him, overwhelming his senses and reflecting in his wide, red eye. Overwhelmed, Shin Woo-jin pushed his crying mother away, accompanied by a crackling sound of sensory overload. Shin Woo-jin screamed and clutched his head in extreme pain and distress, as his mother anxiously tried to understand his condition. Shin Woo-jin's mother's frantic, sobbing words shattered around him, overwhelming his senses and reflecting in his wide, red eye. He screamed, covering his ears against the excruciating sensory overload. His mother's anxious voice cut through the chaos, repeatedly asking what was wrong, what was happening to her son. Woo-jin could only groan, clutching his head in raw agony. The quiet city stretched out beneath a clear, bright sky. Some time later, he affirmed his mother's question over the phone, already in motion, resuming some semblance of a normal life. His sister confirmed her chores were done, ready for his return home. A quiet moment of reflection settled over his sister. She worried about the genius who reads the world, wondering if his homecoming would feel awkward. Her true brother was coming home, but his peculiar speech and behavior left her with few childhood memories to anchor him to. A news report on her phone detailed how was rescued from a warehouse after 12 years of imprisonment. Her empathy deepened as she imagined the profound impact of his 12-year ordeal, knowing she would be the same. The nurse offered a crucial diagnosis about his psychological state rather than hearing loss, bringing a measure of relief to his mother. Back home, his sister suddenly startled at a sound. His mother's cheerful announcement of their return caught his sister off guard, her welcome somewhat strained. His mother, radiating warmth, immediately focused on feeding him, urging him inside. He offered a simple, polite acknowledgement. He stood stiffly in the entryway, his father smiling broadly behind him, while his sister watched. His sister offered a greeting that felt a little forced, a nervous laugh escaping her. He met her attempt at connection with an unsettling silence. An uneasy silence stretched between him and his sister. His gaze quickly scanned his surroundings. Childhood photos offered glimpses into their past. His father, sensing the unease, tried to ease the tension, understanding Woo-jin's awkwardness after being away for so long. His father pointed out his old room, hoping for a flicker of recognition, and Woo-jin quietly confirmed he remembered. His father suggested he explore his room and reconnect with his sister Bomi, which startled her. His mother insisted Bomi show him the room and bond, but Bomi tried to escape the task by offering to help with dinner. His mother's determination pushed Bomi to reluctantly agree, her protests overridden by parental will. The kitchen filled with the sounds of chopping and boiling, signaling dinner preparations were underway. An uneasy silence settled as he and his sister stood awkwardly in his room. His sister found the situation unimaginably awkward, while he simply looked around with quiet curiosity. He quietly observed the room's simple features. He simply named the object he observed, a bed. He systematically identified other items in the room, a window, a PC, a chair. A dawning realization spread across him, this was his room. His sister hesitantly broke the silence, calling his name. He quickly turned, startled by her voice. She privately mused he seemed even more handsome than at the hospital, a faint glow around him. His sister decided to teach him about smartphones, starting with the basic off state. She patiently demonstrated how a long press would bring it to life. She pointed out their parents' numbers, then her own, tapping the screen. She proposed a practice exercise by having him save her number after she deleted it, to which he confidently replied he understood. His sister was utterly bewildered, had he really grasped it that quickly? She clarified that he didn't need to speak formally to her, his younger sister, and he acknowledged this understanding. He looked down in silent contemplation. He held the phone, preparing to turn it on as she instructed. He pressed the button, and the screen shimmered to life, captivating him. His sister enthusiastically offered her number for him to create a new contact, and he agreed. She dictated the first digits of her number as he typed. His rapid typing astonished his sister, making her question if he'd truly never used a phone before. His fingers moved with surprising speed, pressing save. He asked if he'd done well, offering to repeat it, but his sister, amazed, praised his intelligence and quick learning. Next, his sister announced she would teach him how to search the internet, sparking his curiosity. She patiently explained that he could type in anything he wanted to know or was curious about. Instructed to tap the magnifying glass icon, he reacted with a sharp, surprised expression. When asked if he wanted to try, he eagerly nodded his head. The concept of family echoed in his mind. The screen displayed a comprehensive dictionary definition of family, outlining its various forms and relationships. He scrolled through images, recognizing and naming mom and dad. His eyes, reflecting his sister, moved. He looked at her and stated simply, "Bomi, my sister." With wide, shimmering eyes, he finally uttered the word, family. His sister, teary-eyed and joyful, affirmed his newfound understanding, family. He sniffed the air, a new curiosity taking hold. A sudden scent made him wonder if it was perfume, perplexing his sister. A flood of information about perfume's ancient origins and modern purpose surprised him. He mused about the good smell of perfume, baffling his sister who hadn't heard him. As if in a daze, he wandered from the room, his sister's calls unheard. Her desperate calls couldn't reach him, he simply could not hear. He froze mid-step, suddenly alert. He turned his head, drawn by an amazing smell, his eyes wide with wonder. A feast of steaming dishes awaited him. His eyes widened in astonishment, it wasn't perfume after all, but an overwhelming amount of food. His mother called out, telling him he'd arrived just in time and urged him to sit down, to which he agreed. His father proudly declared he made the kimchi stew, joking it was so delicious one might die without noticing, as his mother called for bomi. Taking his father's words literally, he asked if he was allowed to eat, making his father laugh and clarify the expression. His mother eagerly offered him dishes, which he devoured with gusto. He ate ravenously, delighting his parents. As his father laughed heartily, Woo-jin internally declared this was the taste of death, a sign of profound satisfaction. A grim interrogation revealed that his family had died, one by one, over 5 years, starting with his wife. His mother followed as the second victim. His sister-in-law perished next, from poisonous herbs. Even neighbors close to him had fallen victim, as he was questioned in a tense interrogation room. The accused man adamantly insisted he was innocent. The interrogator pounded the table, screaming that the consecutive deaths pointed directly to him. He desperately denied the accusations, but the investigator threatened him for his lack of cooperation. Desperate, he whispered to the detective that bastard might be the true killer. The investigator, surprised, demanded clarification about that bastard. His hands shook with intense rage as he thought of the son of a bitch he had fed and housed. He screamed, accusing that bastard of all the killings, shocking the investigator. The room erupted into chaos as he yelled back at the investigator, insisting they couldn't possibly know the true nature of that bastard. Meanwhile, Shin Woo-jin sat alone amidst towering stacks of books, absorbed in reading. His hands gently turned the pages. The book displayed detailed information about the autopsy process. As he read, the furious accusations from the past resonated, everything. It was all that bastard's doing. A sudden bolt of lightning illuminated the stormy night. His single red eye glowed intensely from the shadows. The quiet night descended upon the narrow, dark alleyways. Brick and shadow loomed under the dim evening light. From his phone, Shin Woo-jin's sister brightly declared the video he watched was incredibly popular, urging him on. He scrolled rapidly through the videos, prompting an "oh" from his sister. On screen, BJ Lolo greeted his "oh" family with enthusiasm, announcing he was live in Dihangno to watch a play. Shin Woo-jin tried to mimic the greeting, "Lo, everyone," but his finger accidentally paused the video mid-sentence. The screen once more showed BJ Lolo's enthusiastic greeting to his "oh" family. With his eyes closed, Shin Woo-jin slowly, almost tenderly, repeated the words, "Lo, everyone, full, family." As he whispered, "Hello, family, everyone," a dreamlike vision of a loving family shimmered around him. His gaze lingered on the words, "family everyone," before drifting to the YouTube screen. Then, the words, "Tekbaki mukbang," snapped him from his reverie. On the screen, 2 cheerful women declared their intention to finally try the tekbaki they had been craving for a week. The hosts on screen raved, "Whoa, it's absolutely delicious, so chewy and tasty. Wow, seriously amazing, look at this stretchy cheese." Shin Woo-jin's mouth watered, echoing, "Seriously amazing. Amazeballs. A sudden knocking on his door startled Shin Woo-jin. His sister called out, asking what he was doing and if she could come in, leaving Shin Woo-jin speechless with surprise. The door slowly creaked open, and his sister peeked in with a cheeky smile. Shin Woo-jin, surprised, immediately asked if she had called him for a task, wondering what he needed to do. When he guessed cleaning, and asked what work awaited him, his sister shook her head vigorously, insisting, No, Appa. You don't have to do that. That's not it at all, his sister corrected, then cheerfully proposed, wanna go get some ice cream, a suggestion that left Shin Woo-jin utterly surprised. Yeah, ice cream, she exclaimed, describing it as cool and delicious, then added with a touch of sadness, as expected, you've never had it. Let's go, Appa. Bomi cheered, pulling Shin Woo-jin along, as their mother called out, Bomi, hold Appa's hand tight, and their father added, we can't go anywhere else. Bomi sprinted ahead, promising to be right back, and Shin Woo-jin echoed her words. The gate creaked open as Bomi cheerfully walked out, leaving Shin Woo-jin momentarily behind. The city hummed with the distant rumble of passing cars. They approached a store with a purple awning. The brightly lit convenience store glowed, drawing a silent, awestruck wow from Shin Woo-jin. A chime announced their arrival, followed by a cheerful welcome. Shin Woo-jin gasped, overwhelmed by the gleaming abundance of the store. His sister called, Come on, Appa, as she slid open a freezer door. Pick whatever you want, Appa, his sister offered, as the brightly lit ice cream freezer overwhelmed Shin Woo-jin with possibilities. Shin Woo-jin stared blankly into the freezer, utterly dazed by the choices, prompting his sister to ask, Appa. Should I help you? A thoughtful, escaped Shin Woo-jin as he and his sister pondered the weighty decision. His sister confidently chose one, declaring, This is delicious, and Shin Woo-jin nodded in agreement. As they stood at the counter, his sister considered, should I give Appa money and let him try paying? No, it's okay to take it slow, she decided, then told the cashier, I'd like to pay, please. Give me Appa's too, as the items beeped. The door chimed again as they left, followed by a polite, thank you, have a nice day. Hey, look over there, one of the students whispered, drawing the other's attention, what is it? Grab this protruding part, his sister patiently instructed, and when he asked, this, she confirmed, yeah, hold that and pull. Wow, he's so handsome, one student gasped, while another urged, ask for his number, and a third quickly responded, hey, stop it, that's embarrassing. Then one student questioned, isn't that his girlfriend next to him, her expression tightening with suspicion. Appa, let me open it for you, his sister offered, tearing the wrapper, and Shin Woo-jin gratefully replied, thank you. You don't have to say thank you, his sister playfully chided, I'm your sister, and Shin Woo-jin simply hummed in acknowledgement. Here, try it. It's super cool and sweet, his sister exclaimed, and Shin Woo-jin swallowed in eager anticipation. A small bite, then a quiet chewing. His eye widened, reflecting the profound sensory experience of each chew. The intense flavor hit him like a shock, his eye sparkling with overwhelming sensation. Shin Woo-jin's dramatic reaction caused his sister to ask, what's wrong, Appa? Worried, his sister rapidly questioned, is it strange? Too cold? Maybe I should have bought something else. His sister urged him not to force himself, but Shin Woo-jin unexpectedly mumbled, licious, leaving her utterly confused. It's delicious. Shin Woo-jin exclaimed, as an explosive burst of flavor left him ecstatic. As Shin Woo-jin slurped his ice cream with eyes closed in pleasure, his sister watched, amused and confused, delicious? Where did you learn to say that? Appa, his sister sighed, watching him slurp, eat slowly, it's good, right, Appa? With more slurps and a small choke, Shin Woo-jin continued to devour his ice cream, his sister smiling in fond exasperation. Appa, should we take a picture, his sister suggested, and Shin Woo-jin agreed with a soft between slurps. The camera clicked, capturing their happy, ice cream-filled moments. Let's go, Appa, his sister chirped, we can eat while walking. Hee, it turned out well. The night sky hung heavy and somber over the silent residential buildings. The neighborhood lights twinkled faintly beneath the vast, watchful night. They strolled down the dimly lit street, casually finishing their ice cream. Scrolling through her phone, Bomi read her friends' comments on their ice cream outing. Ice cream with Appa today, he looks like a puppy. I want to be that ice cream. Still looking at her phone, Bomi continued walking as Shin Woo-jin ate his ice cream. Bomi flashed a mischievous smile at her phone, but Shin Woo-jin suddenly froze, stunned. Shin Woo-jin stopped dead, an unspoken alarm screaming inside him as his sister walked further ahead. A figure stepped deliberately from a dark doorway, emerging into the ominous night. With an unsettling focus, the masked figure stalked closer, his gaze fixed on Shin Woo-jin's unsuspecting sister. Oblivious to the danger, she walked onward, her hood obscuring her from behind. Behind the masked figure, a large, fierce canine creature growled ominously. Shin Woo-jin's red eye widened, capturing every subtle detail in the dim light. Shin Woo-jin's mind raced, processing observations. The man was not constrained by normal work, his actions systematic yet erratic, late 40s, a left-handed delivery driver on an old motorcycle, who inexplicably crossed a mountain within the city, lived alone, and was unknown to the neighborhood, a stranger. As Shin Woo-jin stood, the masked figure watched him from the shadows. A sudden jolt of alarm ran through Shin Woo-jin as he realized the suspicious man was entering the pizza cafe, the masked figure flashing in his mind. The man's armpits were soaked with sweat, and deep creases lined the knees of his pants, betraying physical exertion. Shin Woo-jin's eyes fixated on the distinct pedal marks on the shoe sole. The pedal marks were too narrow for a bicycle, they belonged to a motorcycle. Yet, there was no place nearby where mud could stick to a shoe sole. He had come over from that distant direction. Even as he continued to slurp his ice cream, Shin Woo-jin's mind rapidly re-evaluated. The man was not constrained by work, his actions systematic yet erratic, late 40s, a left-handed deliverman on an old motorcycle, who traveled over a small city mountain, lived alone, and was unknown to the family and neighborhood. Shin Woo-jin's voice cut through the night, a serious, urgent call, Bomi. Yeah. Bomi questioned, turning back, what are you doing standing there? A sudden gasp escaped Bomi as she asked, her concern rising, why? Is something wrong? Shin Woo-jin simply replied, just, go inside first. A quiet, unseen command urged someone to go inside first. Shin Woo-jin's sister questioned him, unsure why he insisted on it. Bomi pressed him, her voice tinged with concern, while Shin Woo-jin only repeated his request for her to go inside. She refused, clinging to his arm and protesting it was too late to go in alone, fearing their mother's scolding. In her playful memory, she insisted it was dangerous to leave him alone, dragging him along. His sister kept pulling him forward, eager to return home where their mother was waiting. A lonely street lamp flickered erratically. It sputtered, struggling to stay lit. Dust motes danced in its failing glow. The relentless tick of a clock echoed. Within him, a fierce vow resonated, he would protect his family, even if it cost him everything. Harsh words from his past echoed in his mind, accusations of being a monster unable to adapt, challenging his methods of protection. He silently justified his actions, born from survival, convinced that any softer approach would have meant his end. His resolve hardened, he believed in his own solitary strength, declaring that those who couldn't adapt had no place in this world. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour as the street lamp sputtered even more. Looking out at the rain, he challenged his unseen accuser, questioning who they were to call him a monster. His own distorted reflection grinned back, challenging the unseen adversary, asking if they possessed any superior strength. He confronted the monstrous reflection, declaring himself master of his own body and mind, asserting dominance over the persona he had created. His inner beast fed on worry and anxiety, consuming him whenever those emotions arose. Yet, he could now control this fierce, sharp-toothed beast, summoning it from his subconscious to maximize his knowledge. With intense red eyes, Shin Woo-jin commanded his inner self to emerge that very day. He cracked his neck and shoulders, preparing for what was to come. The street lamp flashed brightly in the rainy alley. P stood motionless under an umbrella, enduring the pouring rain. A faint, unsettling grin spread across Shin Woo-jin's lips. He walked with purpose towards the closed door. His hand decisively turned the doorknob. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark apartment beyond. He proceeded further into the dimly lit hallway. Outside, the relentless rain continued to obscure the city. Shin Woo-jin descended the outdoor steps into the rain. His foot splashed into a cold puddle. He continued through the puddles, drawing closer to the figure under the umbrella. P stood silently, unmoving beneath his umbrella. Finally, Shin Woo-jin and P faced each other in the pouring rain, the air thick with unspoken tension. Shin Woo-jin turned fully to face the waiting figure. He looked down, his gaze sharp and intent. He extended an open hand into the falling rain. For him, rain was more than just weather, it was a gift, a natural veil capable of hiding even human presence. P observed his thorough preparation, sensing that Shin Woo-jin had been waiting for a day like this, as a menacing grin spread across the young man's face. P started to question him, but Shin Woo-jin cut him off, dismissively telling him not to be boring. Then, Shin Woo-jin directly challenged him, demanding to know his identity. P's mouth fell open, a surprised "who" echoing in his mind. The flickering street light continued to sputter. Shin Woo-jin declared he knew P well, listing details from his lunch of jjajangmyeon to his tireless work as a motorcycle delivery driver crossing hills. P recoiled in shock as Shin Woo-jin advanced, clearly stunned by the unexpected revelations. Shin Woo-jin continued, labeling him the lowlife lurking around their villa, even noting the cat hair on his sleeve. He then made a chilling accusation about P killing a stray cat, which finally provoked P to furiously demand Shin Woo-jin's true identity. Shin Woo-jin merely responded with a chilling, knowing me, his red eyes gleaming. Without warning, Shin Woo-jin struck, knocking P off his feet. P crashed to the ground, surprised and in pain, as Shin Woo-jin loomed over him. The street light flashed once more. Shin Woo-jin looked down at the defeated man, dismissing him with a terse remark. P's face contorted in pure terror. Shin Woo-jin ripped his shirt open, dramatically revealing a torso covered in numerous, grim scars. P's eye widened in profound shock at the sight. The street light continued its erratic flicker. Leaning in close, Shin Woo-jin delivered a chilling threat, warning P never to cross his path again. His red eyes burned with a promise to carve similar wounds into P's body if they ever met again. P shrieked in terror, scrambling desperately away from Shin Woo-jin, who simply watched him go. Shin Woo-jin coldly told him to get lost quickly, dehumanizing him further by calling him a worm. Shin Woo-jin stood calmly, watching P frantically flee down the alley. Alone now, Shin Woo-jin remained standing in the alley, his shirt still open to the rain. He walked away through the puddles, leaving the alley behind. Shin Woo-jin paused in the pouring rain, looking up at the stormy sky. With closed eyes, he let the cleansing rain fall upon his face. He found peace in the sound of the rain, a strange calm after the storm. The stormy night gave way to a bright, clear morning. Just one day later, Shin Woo-jin enjoyed a warm family dinner, marveling at the simple joy. 2 days into this new routine, his sister enthusiastically described the famous tteokbokki they enjoyed. On the third day, they shared popcorn at the movies, his sister praising the perfect combination of corn and caramel, then asking if he wanted to watch a movie. For days passed in peaceful domesticity. Shin Woo-jin sat at his desk, studying intently, while his sister watched him from her bed. His sister stared, wide-eyed, as Shin Woo-jin's hand moved at an impossible speed, his red eye gleaming as he filled out the test paper. His sister leaned over him, concerned he was just guessing, but Shin Woo-jin calmly assured her he had read every question. She playfully questioned his newfound way of speaking, jokingly blaming YouTube for his unusual phrasing. She still suspected he had guessed but decided it was important to teach him how to grade the test. She suggested they grade it together, and Shin Woo-jin readily agreed. She began grading, reading out the answers one by one. Her eyes widened in profound disbelief, every answer was correct. Still processing the shock, she asked if he truly read and solved all of them, to which Shin Woo-jin simply confirmed, eagerly asking if he had done well. Impressed, his sister immediately offered him 2 more textbooks. Shin Woo-jin calmly agreed, reaching for the new books. The young Shin Woo-jin, in his chibi form, wrote at a bewildering speed, pens flying across the page. His chibi sister playfully snatched a book from him in mock anger. Her amazement was palpable, a simple declaration of "Dayback." His sister hailed him a genius, but Shin Woo-jin countered that he only wished to be an ordinary person. He confessed that achieving an ordinary life might be difficult, but it was his deepest desire. Her eyes welled with tears as she silently reflected on the unspeakable hardships Shin Woo-jin had endured, even younger than she was now. A framed photograph showed his sister as an innocent, smiling child. In a harsh memory, a man violently struck young Shin Woo-jin, screaming an angry expletive. Young Shin Woo-jin, chained by the neck to a pipe, knelt helplessly in a dark, dreary room. The older Shin Woo-jin sat amidst towering books, still trembling, the trauma of his past weighing heavily. Back in the room, Shin Woo-jin quietly watched his sister, who was silently stifling her sobs. Teary-eyed, his sister expressed her profound empathy, understanding how much he had endured. Her sad, tear-streaked face, with its downward-turned eyes and drooping mouth, was meticulously analyzed in Shin Woo-jin's red eye. He gently patted his startled, tearful sister's head. "Don't be sad, Bomi," he said, gently patting her head. He turned to his desk, fumbling for something hidden within. As he quietly wrote at his desk, his sister watched him curiously, asking what he was doing. Shin Woo-jin looked up from his writing, his red eyes intense. He held out a notebook, and his sister, intrigued, asked what he had written. Her eye widened in sudden, profound surprise. She stood utterly shocked, clutching the notebook Shin Woo-jin had given her. His sister interrupted his focused writing, asking what he was doing. With a determined gaze, he suddenly looked up. His red eye widened in sudden surprise. She stood utterly shocked, clutching the notebook he had given her. The text warned his sister not to be sad, detailing how dropping body temperature could weaken her immune system. Sadness, the text continued, could affect her tongue, cause weight gain, and lead to cardiovascular disease. It also affected cortisol hormones, increasing stress and disrupting sleep quality. Beyond that, sadness activated the hippocampus, making the brain crave more energy, and decreased serotonin, potentially leading to depression and obsessive-compulsive disorder. He offered no words, but the notebook detailed the precise physiological impacts of sadness he had meticulously recorded. His sister, overwhelmed, questioned how he could possibly know all of it. He simply claimed to have read many books, before their mother's voice cut through the awkward silence, calling them for food. Okay, he declared, rushing out of the room with an eager burst of speed. Her excitement for meat dishes was swiftly followed by a pause, before she quickly responded to her mother's call. Outside, a quiet neighborhood settled into the evening. A voice promised a taste of what was to come, as a finger hovered over a food video. Captivated by the screen, Shin Woo-jin mused on how incredibly tasty the food must be. A finger swiped, revealing endless options. Then, his eyes snapped wide, startled by a sudden, unsettling detail. His focus landed on a particular video, high school students' mukbang. He questioned the word malatang as he tapped the screen. A young woman's cheerful greeting filled the dimly lit room. Today we're going to eat malatang, she announced. She claimed a modest amount of malatang, but her subtle finger-biting hinted at a strange unease. Alright, 10 servings, she declared, beginning to slurp down flat glass noodles. Shin Woo-jin watched, deep in thought, as the sounds of eating filled the quiet room. Her smile seemed forced, a brittle mask over her strained expression. Extremely spicy, she exclaimed, her reaction feeling just a bit too theatrical. His confusion deepened as she announced her next dish, corn noodles. Ah, hot, she cried out, her distress evident. She gave a thumbs up, praising the texture, but her face told a different story. With a strained smile, she announced her next method, wrapping the food in cabbage. The memories flared, a terrifying hand gripping his face, silencing him. The screen flashed frantically, a torrent of mukbang videos overwhelming his senses. A finger pressed, selecting another video. A new video began, another cheerful greeting, another meal, ramen this time. The boiling water belied her worried expression, a flicker of distress crossing her face. His wide, red eyes reflected her worried face, absorbing every detail. She suggested preparing to eat, with an unsettling comment about her zipper, as her hair fell. Alright, now I'll eat, she announced, a plastic smile plastered to her face. He watched, unwavering, searching for a hidden truth. Another tap, another video. Now, let's eat, she chimed, taking a bite of chicken. A chilling thought gripped Shin Woo-jin, this girl was someone similar to him, even as she gushed about melting meat. He questioned if his intense reaction could ever be considered ordinary, while on screen, the distressed host urgently declared she needed to mix her food with rice. His mother's gentle question about his future aspirations echoed from a warmer memory, while his father playfully chided her. She simply wished for him to be healthy and happy, reassuring him that it was okay not to have grand aspirations. I want to be an ordinary person, he declared, an ordinary office worker. His father wholeheartedly supported his simple dream. The police station stood, bright and imposing. He walked, carrying the quiet resolve to be an ordinary person. His footsteps echoed his desire for ordinary actions. To him, making a report was simply an ordinary thing to do. Inside, an interrogator pressed, so you did it, right, only to be met with a fervent denial. The investigator slammed down evidence, challenging the suspect's denial with CCTV footage. It wasn't me. I don't wear that kind of hat, the suspect protested, as the investigator let out a frustrated sigh. The investigator's exasperation grew as he mentioned an eyewitness, sending the suspect into a panicked demand for their identity. As the suspect raged, Shin Woo-jin calmly entered the room and greeted the detective. The detective looked up, startled by his sudden appearance. Shin Woo-jin addressed him by name, leaving Detective Kim Tae-hyun utterly shocked, his voice filled with disbelief as he recognized the young man. You've become so handsome, I hardly recognized you, the detective exclaimed, genuinely happy, asking if he'd been well. The memory flashed back, a disheveled, stumbling Shin Woo-jin, supported by two men. A police officer urged him to watch his head as he was guided into a police van. He recoiled in distress as a rescuer reached out, unable to accept comfort. It's okay, the rescuer soothed, urging him to relax, but the quiet distress lingered. A seatbelt clicked, a small assurance of safety. The rescuer solemnly promised to take him home safely, but Shin Woo-jin remained silent, processing it all. Shin Woo-jin confirmed he was doing well, expressing gratitude to the detective, who marveled at his health and clear speech. The detective instructed a man named Jikyal to take the suspect to the holding cell, and he readily agreed. The suspect continued to protest his innocence, even as he was calmly led away. The detective sighed, and Shin Woo-jin, ever the observer, asked if such denial was standard procedure for culprits. Culprits always deny it first, right? The detective asked, almost rhetorically. He laughed, agreeing that criminals always followed a manual of denial, then playfully asked how Shin Woo-jin had found him. I have something to show you, Shin Woo-jin stated seriously, prompting the detective to offer a drink and suggest they talk outside. It's okay, he insisted, tapping his phone, please take a look at this. A mukbang? The detective asked, surprised and confused, wondering if Shin Woo-jin had started a YouTube channel. No, Shin Woo-jin clarified gravely, it's someone who was in a similar situation to me before. His analysis began, her eyes looking up and to the right indicated a lie, while her fingers moving to her lips betrayed nervousness and a subconscious desire to retract her deception. Lip biting, another sign of nervousness, seemed out of place before delicious food, though he conceded she might simply be worried it wouldn't taste good. But again, her eyes darted right, a clear sign her words of deliciousness were a lie, her actions and words simply did not match. Her hunched shoulders during the meal were a primal self-defense, a limbic system response to a difficult or threatening situation. Her eyes then looked up and to the left, recalling a memory, yet her hand unconsciously covered her mouth, signifying something she couldn't speak about. This unconscious act of covering her mouth heavily implied she was trying to hide something, whether by choice or by force. What are you saying right now? The bewildered detective asked, as Shin Woo-jin flatly declared, they're asking for help. He zoomed in, highlighting a subtle gesture in the video. The first letter of her desperate message formed, S. Then, O, formed from a hair tie. Finally, another S, formed from a noodle. Considering all the micro-expressions and unconscious actions, it was too perfect to be a coincidence, she was being held captive, just like he had been. Her desperate signals echoed the distress of her forced performance. Her hunched shoulders and tear-streaked face painted a grim picture. Each gesture formed the undeniable call, SOS. The detective remained silent for a moment, still struggling with the notion of someone being held captive. Shin Woo-jin explained the escalating clues, first hair, then a hair tie, now cotton, each step a growing act of courage from the victim. Woo-jin, the detective said, his voice laced with confusion and concern, what are you saying? Shin Woo-jin further deduced the victim was in her early 20s, likely from a disadvantaged background or without family, and that multiple perpetrators were involved. The perpetrators themselves, he speculated, were likely also young, surrounding their victim in the menacing shadows. A message appeared, reminding readers to support the creators by reading the series on Thunderscan's official website. He had deduced the ringleader, likely in their 20s, hadn't even finished middle school, a grim truth that gnawed at the edges of his memory. The bewildered man, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation, asked Shin Woo-jin if the captive person was someone he knew. Shin Woo-jin, avoiding his gaze, flatly denied any connection to the distressed woman. The haunting familiarity of the scene resonated deeply, as Shin Woo-jin himself had once been locked away for a very long time. He understood the subtle, desperate behaviors of those held captive, a silent language he knew all too well. Shin Woo-jin challenged the investigator, asking if coincidences could truly become truth when they piled up. He then observed the investigator's clothes, confidently stating his mother must have bought them. The investigator's eyes widened in utter disbelief, demanding to know how Shin Woo-jin could possibly have known such a personal detail. Shin Woo-jin calmly categorized that as one coincidence, before delivering another chilling deduction, the culprit likely played the violin or viola, seriously, but not professionally. The investigator pondered this new claim, while Shin Woo-jin coolly reiterated that, if proven true, it would mark the second coincidence. The investigator laughed it off, asking if Shin Woo-jin wanted to be a profiler, but Shin Woo-jin shook his head, instantly denying it. He desired only to be an ordinary office worker and was simply trying to convince the detective of the truth. Shin Woo-jin then suggested asking the suspect, who had just been taken to the holding cell, about his hobby. He offered a bold proposition: if his prediction was wrong, he would accept punishment for obstructing official duties, leaving the investigator stunned. The investigator, flustered, quickly dismissed the idea of obstruction, insisting he could simply ask the suspect himself. With a reassuring gesture, the investigator told Shin Woo-jin to wait. He walked away, still processing the bizarre request. A door creaked open, then clicked shut. As he walked, the investigator questioned his own actions, pondering Shin Woo-jin's uncanny insights, especially his claim of understanding due to past captivity. He paused, deep in thought, wiping the sweat from his neck. Shin Woo-jin's earlier words echoed in the investigator's mind. How had he truly known about his mother buying his clothes? Approaching the holding cell, the investigator called out, and the suspect responded defensively. The investigator hesitantly asked if the suspect played violin or viola, and after a moment of confusion, the suspect confirmed it was his hobby. Pure shock registered in the investigator's eye, an undeniable realization of Shin Woo-jin's accuracy. The suspect, panicked by the unexpected question, demanded to know if his house had been searched, but the investigator remained speechless. The investigator began to wonder if Shin Woo-jin possessed some extraordinary ability, as the suspect desperately pleaded his innocence. Despite compelling evidence and an eyewitness, the suspect continued to insist he was innocent, a frustrating denial. He furiously demanded to know the identity of the eyewitness. Shin Woo-jin's intense, analytical gaze met the suspect's desperate, shouting face. Fragments of observation spun in Shin Woo-jin's mind: hypertrichosis, headgear, turtleneck, violin, hair, mask, shaving, motorcycle helmet. A hand, perhaps Shin Woo-jin's, reached out as more labels flashed: fisherman, string marks, electrician, jeweler, violin, guitarist, tailor. The stream of clues continued, detailing motorcycle helmet, shaving, headgear, electrician, mask, turtleneck, violin, fisherman, tailor, jeweler, and guitarist. A vivid image of the suspect, eyes closed, lost in the music of his violin, played out like a memory. The investigator, peeking cautiously through a slightly ajar door, looked utterly surprised. He frantically searched for the kid who had been there, only to find Shin Woo-jin had disappeared, leaving him utterly confused. His eyes widened in sudden realization as he looked at a yellow sticky note. The note read, "Two coincidences with what I said. Shall we try for a third? The high school mukbang girl is desperate now. My phone number is OTO-." The investigator silently processed the weight of Shin Woo-jin's two astonishingly accurate predictions. With sudden urgency, the investigator instructed his colleague, "Hey, Jikyol. Search YouTube for high school mukbang right now." The city hummed with the sound of traffic and distant movement. A bus approached a stop, its brakes groaning as people waited. Its doors hissed open, and people began to board. A younger Shin Woo-jin, in a nostalgic cartoon memory, prepared his transit card as his sister urged him on. Now, watching another girl board, Shin Woo-jin noted this was the second time he had been to this particular stop. He boarded the bus and swiped his transit card. As the bus pulled away, Shin Woo-jin walked towards an empty seat. A memory, perhaps a wish, flickered in his eye, two hands clinking glasses. Shin Woo-jin and two other men ate fried chicken and drank, enjoying a casual evening. Shin Woo-jin affirmed his desire to be an ordinary office worker, just like his uncle. The men laughed, teasing him that his idea of ordinary was extraordinary, given his intellect. Shin Woo-jin, seizing the opportunity, asked to visit his uncle's workplace, and both men enthusiastically agreed. As he rode the bus, Shin Woo-jin confirmed the date of his promise to his uncle was today, with only 4 stops remaining. His analytical mind immediately calculated the remaining journey, roughly 32 minutes total. A modern cityscape dominated the horizon, filled with towering structures. The bus rumbled on, carrying Shin Woo-jin toward the imposing Shinhwa General Trading Building. Shin Woo-jin, on the phone, relayed his arrival, confirming he would meet his uncle soon. He gazed up at the towering Shinhwa General Trading Building, impressed by the scale of the major corporation. Shin Woo-jin observed the constant flow of people in and out of the bustling entrance. His eyes, wide and observant, took in every detail. The scene before him unfolded as an ordinary day in the corporate world. Watching the office workers, Shin Woo-jin wistfully reiterated his dream, to live an ordinary life. A car horn blared, and an off-panel voice announced Shin Woo-jin's arrival with excitement. Shin Woo-jin's father, smiling warmly, approached him, asking why he had waited outside instead of in the lobby. Shin Woo-jin politely bowed, thanking his father for the tour, who enthusiastically dismissed his gratitude. Together, Shin Woo-jin and his father walked into the grand building. The vast, modern lobby buzzed with the sounds of conversation and echoing footsteps. His father, proud, asked if he was impressed, and Shin Woo-jin acknowledged that he was. Shin Woo-jin's father proudly detailed the company's various branches, including a cafeteria they would visit later. When asked if he had researched the company, Shin Woo-jin candidly admitted he had. Shin Woo-jin mused that living an ordinary life required knowing a lot, suggesting it was a difficult pursuit, which amused his father, who then suggested they go upstairs. Shin Woo-jin watched with keen interest as someone swiped a card at the turnstile. He observed the 5 elevators while his father pointed them out. An unexpected voice interrupted, asking if Shin Woo-jin was the manager's son, confusing both him and his father. His father clarified to a female student named Hiram that Shin Woo-jin was his nephew, not his son, as he had something to deliver. Hiram responded with a knowing smirk, her eyes subtly glancing at Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin remained pensive, processing the interaction. Hiram then directly asked Shin Woo-jin if he was in high school. Her eyes widened in surprise and confusion at his unstated answer. His father, flustered, pointed out Shin Woo-jin's uniform to Hiram, as the elevator suddenly arrived. Waving goodbye to Hiram, Shin Woo-jin's father playfully pushed him into the elevator. As the doors closed, his father waved to Hiram, wishing her well for lunch, leaving her outside to ponder. The elevator began its smooth ascent from the 1st floor. It quickly arrived at the 7th floor. His father, smiling broadly, led Shin Woo-jin out of the elevator and into the bustling office space. Shin Woo-jin gasped in amazement at the sight of a real office, while his father humbly suggested it wasn't that amazing, at least not for him. In a moment of inner thought, Shin Woo-jin offered a Japanese thank you as his uncle looked on. Shin Woo-jin, observing the office, asked about the weather, a veiled question about the work environment, as Chinese text about contracts flashed. He watched a tense interaction unfold. An employee, profusely apologizing, was being scolded for a missed cancellation. A female office worker, trembling with frustration, angrily confronted her colleague about a late email, catching Shin Woo-jin's surprised attention, as his father called out his name. Shin Woo-jin, sitting at a desk, thoughtfully confessed he didn't quite feel like an office worker yet, but he was determined to work hard to truly become one. Suddenly, an employee reported the cancellation of a Saudi contract to Shin Woo-jin's father, who reacted with furious disbelief. His father, now a frantic manager, urgently ordered everyone to gather in the conference room. Shin Woo-jin's father apologized for the cancelled lunch, but Shin Woo-jin, understanding, assured him it was fine and he would go downstairs by himself. The elevator descended to the first floor. Shin Woo-jin, Hiram, and other office workers exited the elevator into the busy hallway. Hiram watched Shin Woo-jin walk away, a surprised expression on her face. She smirked, commenting on their repeated encounters. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, his expression pensive. Hiram, with confident strides and an intimidating presence, had confronted him earlier, seemingly unfazed by adults, making him wonder why a high school student was there at 11 a.m. Her relaxed tone and expression, even when asking if he was in high school, hinted at a cunning nature. Two pairs of legs continued walking on the patterned floor. Hiram, hands on her hips, confidently confronted Shin Woo-jin, asking if he had received the manager's message. Her demeanor shifted to aggressive, blocking his path and demanding his attention, leading him to deduce she was likely related to a high-ranking company executive. He considered that knowing her connection to a high-ranking executive could be beneficial. Shin Woo-jin calmly acknowledged her message and bid her farewell. He walked past Hiram, leaving her visibly surprised and annoyed. Hiram, wide-eyed and angry, shouted after him. She confronted him, accusing him of skipping class during school hours. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated that he did not go to school, leaving Hiram utterly surprised and confused. He turned and walked away, ignoring Hiram's frustrated shouts for him to wait. He coldly explained that he hated spending time that brought him no benefit, and he didn't believe talking to her would yield any. Hiram's eyes widened in shock, tears welling as Shin Woo-jin's words struck her deep, an act of denying and undervaluing her existence. A menacing, masked figure with red eyes reflected in Shin Woo-jin's cold gaze. As the thought lingered, people try to prove their own worth by devaluing others. Hiram, her eyes filled with new determination, began to speak. She defiantly challenged him, revealing her potential identity as the CEO's daughter. Our protagonist, Shin Woo-jin, internally declared he hated wasting time on anything that didn't benefit him, like this very conversation, and preferred that no one spoke to him further. His gaze sharpened, a thought forming, what if? Then, with a sharp declaration, Shin Woo-jin's sister revealed her true identity. What if I told you I'm the CEO's daughter? A flicker of surprise crossed Shin Woo-jin's eye, but deep down, he knew this was exactly as he expected. He knew exactly what expression to show, carefully widening his eyes and slightly opening his mouth before feigning genuine surprise. Oh, really? Yerim, a smug smile playing on her lips, challenged him directly. Does that change how you see me now? Their footsteps receded across the patterned floor. Yerim paused, a sudden thought sparking as she watched him go. She stood watching him silently in the spacious lobby. Having revealed her identity, she shamelessly scrutinized him like a superior addressing an underling, completely unaware of her rudeness, before a light chuckle escaped as she regained control of her excited emotions. You're not in school? She asked. Nope, he replied. Finding this perfect, she asked if he wanted to hang out with her that day. He saw her dilated pupils shift, the corners of her eyes droop, and her mouth curl into a mocking, calculating smile. This was pure greed. She saw him as nothing more than a plaything. But he knew he could use that very greed to manipulate her, controlling her like a marionette. I haven't eaten yet, want to grab some food? Yerim asked, not truly giving him a choice. Sure, he replied. He grimly predicted that if she became an adult, she would likely be a sociopath or a narcissist. I know a good place. Let's go there, she led, refusing to tell him where, despite his question. She didn't even offer location details, clearly expecting the world to revolve around her every whim. They settled into a bustling, upscale restaurant. Yerim pressed, since you're not in school, are you trying to be an idol, or something else? Something else, he replied. He was studying for the high school equivalency exam, he explained, leaving Yerim to question why he wasn't in school at that very hour. Yerim claimed she left early because, it's that time of the month, but her dilated eye movement and unconscious hair flipping signaled the stress of a lie. That time, he asked, and she vaguely confirmed, yeah, that time. Ah, I see, he realized, internally concluding she was referring to the physiological phenomenon where the uterine lining responds to hormones and is shed. What are you talking about? Yerim exclaimed, her face flushing with shock. A waitress politely asked for their order, but Yerim's mood was clearly agitated by the interruption. Without consulting him, Yerim declared, we'll both have the S-course, asserting her dominance. As expected, she doesn't give me a choice, he thought, noting her strong desire to dominate as she continued to order dessert. By the way, what's your name? She asked. Woo-jin, Shin Woo-jin, he replied. Not a bad name, Yerim acknowledged, then introduced herself, I'm Lee Yerim. Yerim laughed as he began to stand. She watched him intently. Are you always this quiet? Yerim asked, as a waitress passed with soft footsteps, and he confirmed, yeah. A waitress served their soup, but Yerim, complaining of boredom, was startled into a loud exclamation as a waiter accidentally crashed, spilling food nearby. I'm so sorry, the waiter cried. The waitress bowed repeatedly, profusely apologizing, but Yerim remained unresponsive. It's fine, Yerim dismissed curtly, though the waitress continued her fervent apologies. You're sensitive, aren't you? The waitress then questioned, implying Yerim's reaction was an overblown one. I told you, it's that time of the month, Yerim reiterated, exasperated, as he again asked, that time. Shin Woo-jin's internal assessment was clear, she was highly likely lying. Hair ties rolled across the shiny floor. Yerim bent and reached, crouching under the table for something. A hand unexpectedly touched her head, startling Yerim with a gasp. What are you doing? She demanded, and he calmly replied, protecting your head from injury. A subtle flush crossed her cheek as she absorbed his unexpected action. With a serious, concerned expression, Shin Woo-jin suggested something bad must have happened to her. What? No, it didn't, she defensively countered, what makes you think you know? He merely calmed her by saying, just that you look a bit tired. Humph, worry about yourself, she retorted irritably, your face is so pale. Why don't you try the food before it gets cold? Okay, he conceded. A spoonful approached, and Shin Woo-jin gasped in surprised anticipation. He tasted the soup, wide-eyed with pure, unadulterated surprise. How is it? Delicious, right? Yerim boasted, chattering about how good the soup was, like the one at K restaurant in Busan, while Shin Woo-jin inwardly confirmed he had her hooked, like a fish taking the bait. It was time for backtracking, mimicking her words to build rapport, he asked, K restaurant? Who did you go there with? With a friend, do you know Kim Yena? She excitedly asked, then balked when he claimed he didn't know the actress. Do you live under a rock or something? She's famous, Yerim griped playfully, as Shin Woo-jin calmly slurped his food. Time for some regression, using questions to revive positive emotions, he gently prompted, you must have enjoyed seeing the ocean. Oh yes. The fireworks over Gwangan Bridge. Yerim exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It was like a painting, she described, just pure, exploding art. Her body and brain were now soaked in dopamine, norepinephrine, and other hormones as she recalled the past, feeling for a moment like she was in a movie. The human brain cannot distinguish between reality and imagination, just like thinking about a lemon makes your mouth water. She was in that very state, talking excitedly as if she were watching fireworks from a yacht, even though she was still sitting there. Just by guiding her past joy and listening, he had become a source of pleasure for her, and she excitedly recalled seeing heart-shaped fireworks. Really? I'm telling you, it was hilarious. Yerim animatedly explained, as Shin Woo-jin encouraged her to describe what the heart-shaped firework looked like. The waiter announced the main course was ready, gently placing the plates. Ooh, finally, the meat. Yerim exclaimed, then questioned why he wasn't cutting it as he ate with his hands. She asked if he had been on any trips, to which he replied he hadn't. As the waiter served their final course of mango sorbet, Yerim enthusiastically advised him to definitely go there, recalling her trip to Holbox Island last year. She described its location in Quintana Roo, Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, as he mumbled his agreement. The beach there was absolutely incredible, she recalled, with dazzling stars like an aurora at night and captivating, sparkling waves rolling in. Shin Woo-jin gasped, his eye widening in surprise. I need to go now. I have to study, Shin Woo-jin abruptly announced, catching a surprised Yerim off guard. Don't tell me, she said with a subtly suspicious smile, you're not one of those who cleans bathrooms and stuff. I told you, high school equivalency exam. By then, he said, walking away as Yerim frantically called out, hey. Wait a second. Hold on. Yerim cursed his abrupt departure, demanding, how can you just leave like that? At least give me your phone number. She tried to persuade him, offering her expertise for trips, since he hadn't been to Holbox Island, promising knowledge of hotels and more. She boasted about knowing all the best restaurants too, warning him not to waste his time at lousy places, while Shin Woo-jin remained silently contemplative. She was addicted to the hormones that brought her pleasure, and he was the one who could provide them, he realized, diagnosing her with potential attachment issues and weak family bonds. If he exploited these vulnerabilities, he could make everything she had seen and learned his own, he mused, then offered, here. You don't even have a passcode on it? Yerim asked, surprised. He thanked her for the meal and turned to leave. Sure. She replied, watching him walk away. Yerim pulled her long hair back into a ponytail. Oh come on. Yerim called out, rushing from the building to catch him on the sidewalk. Where do you live? She demanded as he walked away. He remained silent, walking steadfastly forward. Suddenly, screams pierced the daylight, and he noticed a struggle down the street. What's wrong with you? Yerim asked, noting his abrupt change in demeanor. Don't look. Shin Woo-jin warned, quickly pulling Yerim back, leaving her startled and confused. Someone's been stabbed, he exclaimed, as a man collapsed, bleeding heavily. What did you say? Stabbed? Yerim cried in shock, as the attacker fled, running footsteps echoing through the alley. The attacker's fleeing form was captured in the reflection of Shin Woo-jin's eye. The attacker vanished into a grimy alleyway. Living an ordinary life is. He reflected, running towards the severely injured man, who lay groaning on the ground, leaving a shocked Yerim behind. He pressed his bloody hand against the squelching wound, screaming at the man to just hang on a little longer as he made a phone call. Someone's been stabbed, he urgently reported, please send the police as well. The location is in front of OO restaurant. He continued to press the wound, even as the injured man groaned. He felt the pulse rapidly increasing, a clear sign of the cerebellum's action to increase heart rate due to severe blood loss. Sir, what's your blood type? He urgently asked, knowing the internal bleeding was severe, and the man weakly gasped, B type. It was an abdominal stab wound, and the hemoperitoneum was severe, so a blood transfusion was urgently needed. The blood type is B, he relayed, but the voice on the other end struggled, excuse me. Could you repeat that? He's been stabbed and is losing a lot of blood, he insisted, we need to do a blood transfusion during transport. The blood type is B. He confirmed the man was stabbed in the abdomen and was instructed to lay him flat on his back. I'm already doing all that, he stated, confirming he was already applying pressure to the wound. Please prepare B-type blood and dispatch immediately, the voice on the other end urgently commanded. Living an ordinary life is. He reflected, attending to the injured man as Yerim looked on in distress. Yerim trembled, her eyes wide and glassy with overwhelming horror and shock. Shin Woo-jin, his face grim and serious, internally concluded, living an ordinary life is really hard. Shin Woo-jin gasped, a pained cry torn from him as he lay gravely injured on the chaotic street. As he listened intently on the phone, Shin Woo-jin felt the profound truth of his own thought, living an ordinary life was truly difficult. The piercing wail of sirens cut through the night, signaling their arrival. Emergency vehicles swarmed the street, sirens blaring as curious onlookers gathered around the scene. Shin Woo-jin meticulously wiped the sticky blood from his hands, the grim task a stark reminder of the recent violence. The police officer began his questions, and Shin Woo-jin readily affirmed his eyewitness account, describing the suspect as having short hair and a gray hat. He continued, detailing a black collared t-shirt, blue jeans, and even the suspect's approximate weight and height, until the officer, taken aback by his precision, had to stop him. Impressed by the sheer volume of detail, the officer asked him to recount the suspect's description from the beginning, activating his recorder. The officer thanked him and asked for his contact information, while Yerim, silent and pensive, watched their exchange. The officer promised to be in touch soon, and Woo-jin observed the distressed Yerim, noting her clear inexperience with such traumatic events. A terrifying vision materialized, showing the attacker's menacing knife confronting a horrified Yerim, who shrieked in primal fear. As he walked away, Shin Woo-jin unsettlingly realized her distressed state created a perfect opportunity for him, a first-time experience. The spectral child pushed up, hands and feet on the floor, trying to find its balance. In the joyful memory, translucent parents cheered as their daughter finally stood, exhaling in triumphant success. As the baby cried after a fall, its parents praised its effort, a memory that triggered Woo-jin's realization that people in shock often freeze, not knowing what to do. He knew he could comfort Hiram exactly as a parent would, convinced that in this vulnerable moment, no one else could take his place. With a slight, knowing smile, he asked Hiram if she was surprised, reassuring her that it was okay now, inwardly certain this trauma would indelibly link her memory to him. As he gently touched her shoulder, reassuring her the victim was not badly hurt, a translucent image of a mother comforting a crying child seemed to momentarily scream in his mind, echoing his calculated actions. Still smiling, he continued to reassure her that the culprit would soon be caught thanks to surveillance, but Hiram only managed a choked, weak assent. As cricket chirps filled the quiet dusk, the scene shifted to a large, modern house glowing with warm lights. Inside, a spacious, luxurious bedroom offered soft ambient light and wide views of the city skyline. A warm, inviting light illuminated a corner of the bedroom, with an open bathroom door hinting at recent use. Water streamed vigorously from a golden shower head, a quiet exhale accompanying its flow. Shin Woo-jin's sister stood in a steamy shower, water cascading over her as she exhaled in soft relaxation. Her eyes closed in serene tranquility, Shin Woo-jin's sister let the water wash over her face. Suddenly, a brutal flashback erupted, showing the attacker savagely stabbing Shin Woo-jin as he screamed and bled on the dark ground. Shin Woo-jin spoke reassuringly, telling someone not to worry about the victim, but his unsettling smile and crimson eyes betrayed a deeper, hidden motive. Her face still serene and unburdened, Shin Woo-jin's sister continued to shower amidst the steam. Water splashed around her as she ran her hands through her wet hair, exhaling softly in continued relaxation. The shower door creaked softly as it began to open. With a quiet sigh, Shin Woo-jin's sister stepped from the bathroom, her towel-wrapped hair and soft footsteps echoing in the well-lit bedroom. Her footsteps padded softly across the carpeted floor as she walked through the luxurious dressing room. Sitting at her vanity, Shin Woo-jin's sister gently dried her hair with a towel, gazing at her reflection in the warm light. A thoughtful expression settled on Shin Woo-jin's sister's face as she paused, lost in her own thoughts. Her pink smartphone lay silently on the pristine vanity table as her thoughts suddenly turned to something she had forgotten to ask. Under a darkening sky, the scene shifted to an aerial view of an old, densely packed residential complex at dusk. A window of the brick building reflected only indistinct shapes in the deepening night. In his cozy bedroom, a cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin lay in bed, captivated by a video and pondering if MSG truly was the seasoning of the gods. He watched the food video with wide-eyed surprise, wondering if anything could truly be delicious like a dog, as the excited voice declared the food insane. He let out a soft poo as the voice on the food video proclaimed the dish was melting in their mouth. His eyes wide with sincere resolve, Shin Woo-jin stared at the screen, determined he would definitely try that dish someday. The phone chimed, a notification from Lee Hiram interrupting his food video, asking if he had gotten home safely. Shin Woo-jin's face lit up in surprise, his thoughts momentarily unreadable as he stared at the message. Hiram's messages displayed on his screen, directly asking if he was home safely and if he was okay. A finger tapped and pressed rapidly on the virtual keyboard. Shin Woo-jin quickly replied that he was totally fine, then abruptly declared he was going to bed and wished her good night. His finger pressed the play button, instantly bringing back the food video with a voice exclaiming over the incredible marbling. Another chime signaled Hiram's immediate disbelief, questioning his early bedtime as he stared silently at the screen. He tapped the screen, a mukbang host instantly greeting the exploration team members and announcing today's target, Seoul's latest culinary delight. A bright blue sky stretched overhead, filled with fluffy white clouds, and a single chirp broke the quiet. In a warm, bright dining room, his mother declared she would eat well as the family happily slurped and munched on their meal. His smiling mother encouraged young Shin Woo-jin to eat heartily, and he gave her a happy double thumbs up as he chewed contentedly. As he walked down the narrow outdoor staircase with his family, Shin Woo-jin called out a cheerful promise, "I'll be back." A page in the notebook lay visibly torn, beside a pen on the desk. In his bright bedroom, a cartoon-like young Shin Woo-jin furiously scribbled with multiple pens, diligently working at his desk. A hand reached out, gently thumping against a stack of notebooks on his desk. Shin Woo-jin sat at his desk in the bright room, a contemplative silence settling over him. He considered keeping his phone close by a golden rule, an essential practice for an ordinary daily life. His phone chimed again, displaying another notification from Lee Hiram with an insistent, "Hey hey." He diligently continued writing at his desk, even letting out a surprised gasp and scribbling faster, all part of his attempt to embody an ordinary life by ignoring messages. He gazed out his window at a small bird perched on a wire, its gentle chirp filling the air. The small bird continued its soft chirping from its perch on the wire. From outside, a bird observed Shin Woo-jin diligently working at his desk, a picture of his desired peaceful and ordinary daily life. His hands meticulously scribbled in a notebook, demonstrating that being ordinary was so difficult, it required immense, constant effort. His phone vibrated urgently, signaling an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Shin Woo-jin answered with a simple, "Hello," as the caller introduced herself as team leader Kim Mi-young from XX Capital. As the caller shamelessly began talking about business funds and emergency loans, Shin Woo-jin's eye narrowed, reflecting his serious and slightly menacing judgment. Standing by his desk, Shin Woo-jin held the phone, a contemplative thought crossing his mind, "Did I just win something?" Following an internal prompt, Shin Woo-jin, with a perfectly serious expression, asked the stunned caller if they could manage a loan of 10 billion won. He feigned wide-eyed surprise as the caller's voice tightened, shouting a shocked, 10 billion won. Shin Woo-jin stood by his desk, a satisfied look on his face, pleased that he knew exactly how to handle such calls. The phone chimed again, displaying yet another incoming call from a different number. Shin Woo-jin answered the phone to a new voice, identifying himself as Officer Lee Sang-chul from XX police station. His eye widened in surprise as the officer confirmed his identity as the student who reported the stabbing, making Woo-jin wonder if he had won again. Shin Woo-jin calmly assured Officer Lee Sang-chul he was fine, acknowledging the request for a witness statement, especially since the officer confirmed the suspect had been caught. With a decisive thump of his feet, Shin Woo-jin walked purposefully towards the front door of his warm, domestic home. He clicked the lock and peered through the peephole, a serious expression on his face. The door creaked open slightly, then he hesitated, his thoughts unreadable as he paused. With another soft creak, Shin Woo-jin pushed the door open wider. From his perspective, the hallway stretched narrow and empty before him. His eyes wide with determination, Shin Woo-jin declared, "I'll be back." A dark, unsettling memory flashed, showing a distressed Shin Woo-jin struggling, haunted by the crushing feeling of being late that one time. He imagined a comforting homecoming, his mother welcoming him, his sister complaining of hunger, and internally vowed he would come back on time every day, never late. Under a dark, brooding, stormy sky, thunder rumbled over the city buildings. Rain began to drip and fall over the police station and the surrounding city under the dark sky. Inside, a long, dimly lit hallway echoed with the soft splash of water, an almost stifling quiet pervading the space. The investigator, his tone serious and focused, explained that the suspects had obscured his face and instructed him to concentrate on the overall impression and feeling. From behind the glass, an investigator pressed Shin Woo-jin, asking if the suspect seemed like the attacker from that night and what he was saying. The investigator offered to play the suspect's voice, his finger clicking a button on the audio device. Shin Woo-jin merely questioned why he should listen to the voice, his thoughts silently assessing the suspect through the glass. The suspect vehemently denied the accusations, claiming harassment, as Shin Woo-jin watched him through an intensely focused eye, an unsettling reflection of the man swirling within it. The suspect sighed in frustration, pinching his nose, his face illuminated by a subtle red glow of anger. Enraged, the suspect ground his teeth and shouted his innocence, angrily questioning why he would harm someone he didn't even know. The suspect flinched almost imperceptibly as he defensively presented his injured hands, vehemently claiming the bloodstains were from a cooking mishap. Yelling, the suspect emphatically pointed out the cuts covering his hands, demanding if his poor cooking skills were now a crime. Shin Woo-jin and the investigator silently observed the suspect's impassioned denials, his thoughts unreadable. The investigator turned to Shin Woo-jin, asking what he thought after hearing the suspect's statement, and a silent moment passed. With absolute conviction, his expression firm and serious as if reflecting the storm outside, Shin Woo-jin declared, "That person is lying right now." Trapped in the tense interrogation room, the suspect lashed out, demanding to know why the police were grabbing innocent people, vehemently insisting it was never him. The investigator held his silence, his gaze sharp and analytical, observing the suspect's every move. The investigator finally broke the silence, pressing Shin Woo-jin on his thoughts after hearing the suspect's passionate denial, as Shin Woo-jin remained deep in processing. With intense and discerning certainty, Shin Woo-jin declared that person was lying right then. Even as the calm exterior of the building belied the tension within, the investigator pressed for confirmation, asking if Shin Woo-jin was certain, to which he unequivocally replied, yes. The suspect's denials grew more frantic, desperately claiming he was just walking around the neighborhood, yet the investigator remained silent, ever watchful. His hand fumbled, frequently touching his nose, an unconscious gesture Shin Woo-jin had learned to read. As catecholamine secreted during deception raised blood pressure, causing itchiness, the suspect creased and rubbed his face, chewing and touching his lips, all unconscious behaviors. These fidgets were unconscious behaviors, a desire to take back the lies, and then he gulped nervously as if sensing a deeper danger, signaling one of three primal responses to threat. He had chosen to freeze, his feet crossed and still, one of the primal responses to fear, alongside flight or fight. Still, the thought persisted, this freeze response could be merely psychological pressure, even if he wasn't the culprit. But when all his behaviors were calculated mathematically and probabilistically, his nonverbal cues screamed a definitive truth, he was frozen in place, fearing his identity was about to be exposed. Shin Woo-jin's inquiry into the suspect's educational background took the investigator by surprise, who then revealed he possessed a master's degree. The narration explained that higher education instilled a value for logical evidence, meaning a culprit with a master's would prioritize concrete proof like DNA or eyewitnesses. Shin Woo-jin then probed, asking if an eyewitness had been mentioned, and the investigator clarified that no, not yet, reminding him that he had only seen from a distance. With a tense and insightful conviction, Shin Woo-jin stated his belief that the suspect would confess if confronted with the idea of an eyewitness. Shin Woo-jin stated with resolute finality that the suspect was indeed the culprit, but his stomach rumbled loudly, humorously demanding his attention as he asked if he could leave. The investigator, accepting his conclusion, confirmed his belief in the culprit, and Shin Woo-jin, stomach rumbling once more, simply said, "Yes, take care," his mind fixed on his hunger. The investigator offered to walk him out, but Shin Woo-jin declined politely, his mind already elsewhere, ready to move on. Back in the tense interrogation room, the suspect vehemently shouted, convinced there was no evidence, no one who saw his face, no witnesses, as the investigator remained silent, observing intently. A hand pressed firmly down on the door handle, the moment of truth now upon them. The investigator delivered the critical blow, revealing they had an eyewitness who saw his face at the scene, and the suspect, Mr. Kim Young-bae, gasped in utter disbelief. With a defeated groan, the suspect admitted it was impulsive, that he didn't plan to kill from the start, as the investigator asked if he would finally confess. The police car's reflection shimmered, still and wet, in a puddle on the asphalt. The city outside seemed to breathe, fresh and slightly serene, as if a weight had lifted. Shin Woo-jin walked away from the modern building, a reflective quiet now settling over him. A soft sigh escaped him as Shin Woo-jin glanced back, a pensive thought sweeping through his mind. His mind instantly fixated on a different mystery. He wondered what jjangmyeon tasted like at the police station, imagining it incredibly, super delicious. Young Shin Woo-jin gulped, mouth watering, already planning to try it someday. As he walked, Shin Woo-jin's phone tapped with an incoming message from Lee Hiram, urgently asking what he was doing. The phone screen was a flurry of activity, with messages tapping in rapidly. A sudden chime startled Shin Woo-jin's sister, her face turning pensive as she looked at her phone. She was barraged by a lively flurry of questions, demanding to know where she got her hair done, how much her new bag cost, and even the color of her lip balm. The text exchange continued, with Hiram commenting on her harshness, to which Shin Woo-jin's sister replied, "Oh, really?" Annoyance tinged her reply, "Oh, really? But why are you contacting me only now?" A message appeared, unervingly simple, "Get home safely," leaving Shin Woo-jin's sister bewildered and questioning. With a sigh of exasperation, she found it unbelievable that people just read and ignored messages normally, then wondered, how did they know, as messages about taking on a challenge began to flood in. "What did you say?" a voice echoed, as the scene shifted to a welcoming, quaint restaurant. Amidst a steaming, appetizing bowl of noodles, a voice declared, "I can't believe this," as the thought lingered of how everyone else just read and ignored messages normally. The waiter formally explained the challenging rules: finish it all within 20 minutes, or failure, even by throwing up, would incur a 20,000 won penalty. Shin Woo-jin held his chopsticks poised, his entire being focused and ready for the challenge. The narration revealed the true horror: there was no set amount of food, it simply kept increasing. The real challenge lay in the leptin hormone, which fat cells secreted when eating, sending signals of fullness and satiety to the brain. To win, he had to finish everything before the leptin could signal fullness to his brain. "Let me know when you're ready," the waiter called out, buzzing with energetic anticipation. "I'm ready," Shin Woo-jin declared with solemn determination, and with a chime, the waiter cried, "Then we'll begin." Shin Woo-jin's hands moved with aggressive force, firmly grasping a massive clump of noodles with his chopsticks. He slurped, gulped, and inhaled the noodles with incredible speed, a whirlwind of consumption that shocked his sister. "Kaya!" Shin Woo-jin's sister screamed, as he aggressively pulled more food, splashing noodles with chaotic force, shocking the waiter. He ravenously crammed and stuffed his face, swallowing mouthful after mouthful, an utterly comical sight to his shocked sister. "Kaya!" his sister cried again, as he furiously slurped and chewed, relentless in his consumption. With a fierce grunt, he frantically grabbed and shoveled more food, his energy boundless. He ate with such exaggerated violence that food splattered onto the table, a loud thud following each forceful bite, leaving his sister utterly shocked. With a triumphant clang, he held up the bowl, now completely, resoundingly empty. With a decisive motion, he pointed to his victory, leaving the waiter and his sister in comical astonishment. "As success," the waiter stammered, staring at the timer showing 12:31, as a satisfied Shin Woo-jin leaned back, thinking he should ask Bomi to praise him. Shin Woo-jin's sister, staring at the suddenly empty table with disbelief, stammered, "What, are you trying to become a YouTuber or something? This is really crazy." "How did you eat all that?" his sister thought, then outright stated, "No, that's not normal. Are you human?" To which Shin Woo-jin, with a contented sigh, retorted, "And eating all that is normal." As they departed the ramen restaurant, Shin Woo-jin cheerfully declared it a great place and thanked them for the meal, while his sister silently hoped they would come again. His sister, still incredulous, asked if he truly had room for a latte, but Shin Woo-jin countered, citing his rule to always have dessert after a meal when with a woman. You know you're really weird, right? His sister commented, finding him strangely interesting, while Shin Woo-jin innocently wondered if his behavior wasn't normal. From somewhere, an urgent voice implored, "Come quickly." "It's so sweet," Shin Woo-jin exclaimed, happily drinking his latte, while his exasperated sister told him he needed to stop watching YouTube because his way of speaking was just something else. "Oh, it's so delicious," Shin Woo-jin exclaimed, eating his cake with unbridled joy, while his sister could only watch in comical, silent exasperation. A sharp click cut through the air as a car door opened, anticipating what was next. As a car door thumped open nearby, Shin Woo-jin's sister reiterated, "You really need to stop watching YouTube, your way of speaking is just." But he merely exclaimed, "Oh, it's really super delicious." An unseen voice offered, "Get in. I'll give you a ride," but Shin Woo-jin's sister, looking surprised and concerned, quickly replied, "It's okay. Go in safely," Shin Woo-jin's sister said, as the car door closed with a heavy thud around the mysterious man. As the car hummed to life, Shin Woo-jin's sister looked out the window, reflecting, "It's strange." She sighed softly, her thoughts deepening into unease, concluding, "And peculiar." Night descended over the quiet residential building, its windows glowing faintly. In his cozy room, Shin Woo-jin read cooking instructions from his phone, eagerly repeating, "Now cook it on medium heat for 5 minutes, and thinking, looks delicious." The insistent buzzing of his phone cut through the quiet, a new urgency demanding his attention. Shin Woo-jin stared at his vibrating phone, puzzled and surprised, wondering if he had won something at this late hour. He answered, "Hello," and the voice on the other end asked, "Is this Shin Woo-jin's phone?" He confirmed it was his phone, then, his curiosity piqued, asked, "Who is this?" Shin Woo-jin's mind immediately went to loan scams or voice phishing, but then a voice declared, "It's me, Tae-hyun." "Hello." With a gasp of realization, Shin Woo-jin said, "Hello, Detective Kim Tae-hyun." The detective asked if it was okay to talk now, and Shin Woo-jin silently agreed, as the caller then brought up the High School Mukbang YouTube channel he had told him about. The High School 10 Servings of Malatang video concealed a dark truth. There hadn't been just one perpetrator, but several. The grim truth unfolded, the victim and perpetrators had met in a runaway family, and the victim's frequent disappearances meant their family rarely looked for them. Shin Woo-jin listened intently, understanding that the runaway family had likely committed the crime with a chilling calculation, that even if the victim, who had turned 20 after frequent runaways, appeared on YouTube while captive, no one would suspect or say anything. "You saved someone's life," the voice exclaimed, asking how on earth he knew, but Shin Woo-jin's first, hopeful question was, did the victim return home safely? "Of course, they got home safely," the man exclaimed, thanking Woo-jin for solving the case and offering to treat him to a thank you meal, sparking a victorious and opportunistic gleam in Shin Woo-jin's eyes. An opportunity had been created, unfolding exactly as planned, and Shin Woo-jin, with strategic calm, asked, "Is it okay if we have meat instead of a regular meal?" The man cheerfully agreed, stating, "Sure, that's fine. What would you like to eat?" his thought echoing, "Anything you want." "All right." Shin Woo-jin declared with decisive confidence, "Two-horned Hanwoo number 9, please." Shin Woo-jin made his precise demand, wondering if a simple meal could be upgraded, and the man on the other end readily agreed to his preference. With an almost tactical determination, Woo-jin declared his target, Hanwoo Two-horn number 9. The man on the phone, however, was utterly baffled, struggling to understand the specific, unheard-of order. Woo-jin cut through the confusion, adamantly correcting him and specifying the exact, expensive cut, Hanwoo A++ grade number 9 salchisao. His desire for the supreme cut burned with an almost terrifying intensity. The man, slightly exasperated but acknowledging Woo-jin's recent, great achievement, reluctantly agreed to the exotic request. Woo-jin then coolly proposed a meeting for that Saturday, securing his reward. The man, committed to their arrangement, confirmed he would clear his schedule without question. Later, the city's pulse thrummed as Shin Woo-jin navigated the busy streets. He walked, anticipation building for his extraordinary meal, dreaming of a taste of pure heaven. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling Woo-jin from his thoughts. Two individuals, an office worker among them, excitedly declared that Woo-jin possessed an abundance of good fortune. They insisted his auspicious aura had compelled them to stop him. Confused, Woo-jin sought clarification on this fortune, as the office worker claimed they were students eager to share good words. As the office worker began to explain their study, Woo-jin, ever analytical, probed for more details. A spark of scientific curiosity ignited in Woo-jin's eyes as he wondered if their principles of all things were akin to physics. His scientific interpretation, however, completely bewildered the two office workers. The female office worker tried to reframe her explanation, quoting a saying about mountains and water, and how people assign meaning to them. Woo-jin countered with an immediate, purely scientific breakdown of mountains and water, reducing them to their physical and chemical components. He challenged their understanding, and the office workers, thrown off, quickly praised his bright energy, and even complimented his looks, grasping for a new angle. The other investigator then claimed an ancestor watched over him, perched on his shoulder, eerily similar to Woo-jin himself. Woo-jin recoiled, genuinely shocked, demanding to know if they could actually see ghosts. The female office worker, flustered, quickly clarified they referred to them as ancestral spirits, not ghosts. Woo-jin, now deeply intrigued, produced his phone to question the biological mechanisms behind perceiving non-organic entities. He pressed on, querying if they possessed some unique organ, an iris, a pupil, a lens, for such sight. He then speculated if their abilities were a result of evolution or a mutation, causing the two office workers to hesitate. As Woo-jin continued to probe about energy wavelengths, the investigators exchanged panicked glances, realizing they needed to escape. The female office worker nervously fabricated an excuse, attempting to end the encounter, leaving Woo-jin confused. As she fidgeted away, Woo-jin, startled by their sudden retreat, awkwardly tried to assure them he was not scary. The other investigator, pulling her away, hastily offered a flimsy excuse about an urgent matter and promised a future meeting. Woo-jin, undeterred and excited to delve deeper into ancestral spirits, pursued them, but the terrified investigators screamed their goodbyes and fled. He watched as the two office workers scurried away, leaving him alone on the street. Meanwhile, someone secretly recorded the entire interaction on a smartphone. A reporter, laughing maniacally at his footage, suddenly materialized, startling Woo-jin. The reporter introduced himself as Kirit TV, an active YouTube personality, which only confused Woo-jin further. He explained he had been filming to expose potential scams, but found Woo-jin's reaction uniquely hilarious. Woo-jin, annoyed, remained silent as the reporter awkwardly asked for permission to use the footage. Woo-jin flatly refused, stating his situation was anything but ordinary, while the reporter, surprised, quickly offered to blur his face. Woo-jin insisted on the video's deletion, but the reporter argued for its public good. As Woo-jin walked away, the reporter desperately shouted after him, promising to alter his voice and ensure complete anonymity. Woo-jin calmly reiterated his demand for deletion, but the reporter, in his mind, was already offering a substantial sum to change his mind. Woo-jin remained firm, and the reporter internally doubled his offer. Suddenly, Woo-jin turned, revealing his bank details on his phone, catching the reporter completely off guard. The reporter gasped, astonished by Woo-jin's swift change in demeanor as a notification confirmed $1,000,000 had just been deposited into his account. Later, the detective walked through a traditional restaurant, calling out for Woo-jin. Sitting across from him, Woo-jin calmly repeated his extravagant order, 2 horn number 9 salchisal. The detective, nervously clutching the menu, watched as Woo-jin, seeing his trepidation, hesitantly suggested a cheaper alternative. But the detective, determined to honor his promise, insisted on treating Woo-jin to the expensive cut. Trembling slightly, the detective nervously ordered 3 portions of the premium meat from the waiter. He then laughed, genuinely relieved, thanking Woo-jin for averting a potentially terrible situation. The female office worker's recollection was vivid. They arrived to chaos, nearly escaping through a window screen in terror. The waiter, serving their meal, simply observed that the resolution was fortunate. He then turned to Woo-jin, realizing he'd forgotten his manners, and inquired about his well-being. Woo-jin replied that he was simply trying to live an ordinary life, prompting the detective's curious inquiry. Woo-jin, observing the waiter, instinctively sensed a desperate plea for help, seeing a reflection of his own past confinement and inferring a life burdened by expectations. The detective, meanwhile, mused that Woo-jin's peculiar interests might be a trauma response from his past. The waiter proudly presented the glistening salchisal, the prized beef. Both Woo-jin and the detective stared down at the meat, wide-eyed with awe. As the meat sizzled on the grill, Woo-jin's chibi form stood by, eyes sparkling and drooling in anticipation. The detective instructed Woo-jin to taste it first with just salt. Woo-jin, trembling, brought the meat to his mouth, his eyes widening in pure ecstasy. He screamed as the overwhelming sensation of the A++ number 9 salchisal hit him, convulsing with pure delight. The detective, concerned by Woo-jin's dramatic reaction, asked if he had bitten his tongue. He then took a bite himself, his eyes widening in similar surprise. The detective's face exploded in a burst of sensation, overcome by the profound taste. Dizzy with pleasure, he praised the meat, amazed by its melting texture and incredible juices. The detective playfully teased Woo-jin, asking if he should eat it all, but Woo-jin, snapping from his daze, eagerly demanded another piece. The detective passed him another piece of meat, which Woo-jin gratefully accepted. Woo-jin declared the meat incredibly delicious, and the detective, pleased, thanked him as they continued to eat. The detective then suggested cold noodles, but Woo-jin, still focused on the meat, offered to order more, which the detective nervously declined. The passage of time unfolded, from night to the clear light of day. Shin Woo-jin sat at his desk, engrossed in computer work. In the cozy living room, his mother entered with cakes, joining Woo-jin and his sister. His sister diligently studied at her desk, with Woo-jin observing her. Outside, two young people crossed a busy city street amidst the daily hustle. They later sat at a cafe counter, observing the city below. In the quiet of the library, a young man carried books past a woman absorbed in her studies. Two young men walked together along a city sidewalk. Shin Woo-jin sat in a classroom, looking to his left, surrounded by other students. Outside the window, vibrant yellow autumn leaves glowed. Fallen leaves blanketed the ground, marking the season's change. Messages of good luck for the seniors and all students were displayed as snow fell across the schoolyard. Woo-jin looked up at the falling snow, walking alongside another student. He approached the school, joining other students gathering beneath a banner wishing success to all exam takers. Woo-jin walked through a school hallway, heading towards his destination. Students settled into their desks in the classroom, preparing for the day. A teacher addressed the classroom, full of students. From his desk, Woo-jin looked towards the front where a teacher distributed papers. He held a paper, glancing around the busy classroom. With a determined gaze, Woo-jin prepared to begin his exam. Amidst the hopeful cheers for the seniors, Shin Woo-jin made his way towards the school on a snowy morning. He walked through the quiet hallways, just another student among many. Inside the classroom, he calmly took off his jacket, preparing for the upcoming exam. A teacher stood at the front, overseeing the rows of students settling into their desks. Two teachers prepared to distribute the papers, the air thick with anticipation. Shin Woo-jin sat at his desk, alert, holding his paper, ready to begin. His hand poised over the Korean language section as the test began. With a determined gaze, he held his pen, ready to conquer the exam. Outside, the city continued its busy rhythm. But Shin Woo-jin walked away from the school, a heavy sigh escaping him, a stark contrast to the banner's bright promise of success. The crushing weight of an irreversible mistake forced him to cover his face in despair. He walked away, unable to face the cheerful questions from his parents, dreading their eager expectations. His mind drifted to the past, recalling his parents' gentle reminders that health and an ordinary life were all that truly mattered. An idealized vision of his family welcomed him home, a cheerful tableau he desperately longed for. As the sun set over the city, a heavy question lingered in his mind: what could he possibly tell them? He hesitated at the partially open door, his uncertainty palpable. The latch clicked, and he stepped inside, immediately greeted by his sister's excited call. Her bright smile belied the tension in the air as she eagerly asked about his test. His somber expression and reddened eyes spoke volumes, alarming his sister. A worried frown creased her brow as she silently wondered if he had truly failed the CSAT. His mind raced, pens flying, an almost superhuman blur of writing. There was no way he could have messed up, his hand moved with an impossible speed, an almost automatic response. Her anxiety mounted as she pressed him, sensing that something far worse than a bad test result might have happened. He conceded he'd overestimated himself, leaving his sister to wonder if nerves had truly sabotaged his performance. His sister gently tried to comfort him, insisting that one test wasn't the end of the world and other opportunities would surely come. With a non-committal, "yeah," he turned to wash up, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, hinting at emotions he still kept hidden. He walked into his room, the soft click of the door leaving his sister to ponder his strange behavior. His phone vibrated in his jacket pocket, a new interruption. He glanced at the screen, a message from Lee Hiram asking about the test adding to his internal burden. He silently placed his phone face down, avoiding further questions. He adjusted his scarf, a troubling realization dawning on him: he'd solved too many practice problems, perhaps sealing his own fate. He cautiously peeked into the living room, where his sister sat absorbed on the sofa. He slowly, almost reluctantly, entered the living room. As he reached for the light switch, his sister's thoughts echoed: she had never seen him so unlike himself. His internal turmoil manifested in a flurry of anxious thoughts and expressions. Worried, she called someone, her mind racing for a way to comfort him. Meanwhile, his parents, completely unaware of the depth of his distress, shopped for groceries, his mother checking if he was home, his father already planning dinner. His sister hesitantly reported that he hadn't done as well as expected, adding that he seemed truly dejected. His mother expressed immediate concern, thinking he was simply upset about a poor test result, while his father listened gravely. His father reacted with a shocked gasp, demanding to speak to Woo-jin directly. His mother, sitting on the sofa, pressed her daughter for more details, confirming Woo-jin's deep disappointment from his facial expressions. His father, desperate to reassure his son, pleaded for his wife to tell Woo-jin that it was just one test, promising to bring home something delicious. Shin Woo-jin stood silently in the doorway, watching his sister, still immersed in her phone. His sister tried to normalize the situation, asking if he was upset about getting a lot wrong, reminding him that mistakes happen. He covered his face, overwhelmed by a different kind of burden, even as his sister reassured him of their parents' affection. He finally spoke, his declaration that it wasn't ordinary, catching his sister completely by surprise. In a dramatic internal monologue, he revealed the shocking truth: he believed he got everything right, and that perfection was far from the ordinary life he craved. Her eye widened in profound shock, the truth of his words echoing in her mind. He explained, with a frustrated sigh, that his perfect answers had come unconsciously, a realization that only struck him after the exam was over. His sister was so utterly shocked, her very spirit seemed to abandon her body. Still reeling, she stammered, demanding confirmation that he truly believed he'd gotten everything right, and he simply confirmed it. The profound realization hit her: his distress wasn't from failure, but from the horrifying truth that his perfection made him anything but ordinary. He pondered the uncomfortable truth: his hand had moved purely out of reflex, like an instinct honed by endless practice. It was like eating, he mused, where the jaw moved without conscious thought, just as his hand had moved, solving problems with uncanny speed. He confessed, holding his sister's hand, that he solved problems as naturally and unconsciously as he breathed. The realization was terrifying: his hand had moved, completing the impossible test, entirely without his conscious intent. His sister's eye widened in sheer terror and shock. "You absolutely can't tell anyone about this," she panicked, grabbing his arm, a desperate warning in her voice. Both siblings silently grappled with the curse of ordinariness, or rather, the lack thereof. How nice it would be, she wished, if he had simply gotten a few questions wrong. She tried to encourage him, suggesting they check his answers, but he responded with a defeated tone, stating he remembered every single one. Her face contorted in utter bewilderment: how could he remember every answer for every single question? Shin Woo-jin expressed surprise at her question, while his sister realized, with a chill, that his ability was undeniably not normal. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, she insisted they check, convinced he must have made at least a few mistakes. The tablet screen decisively opened to the official CSAT results website. His sister triumphantly found the answer key, and as she called out the first question, Shin Woo-jin, dreading the outcome, instantly provided the answer. A small gasp of surprise escaped her lips as she confirmed the first answer was correct, then moved to the next. His sister rapidly read out the answers, each one flawlessly matching, as Shin Woo-jin sank deeper into despair. Her eye, reflecting a cascade of numbers and symbols, widened in utter disbelief as the terrifying truth fully settled: every single answer was correct. The relentless procession of correct answers continued, each one hammering another nail into Shin Woo-jin's hopes for a normal life. Anxiously, he peeked through his fingers, demanding if his sister was still listening, desperate to hear if there was even one mistake. He pleaded for news of any errors, but his sister, utterly shocked, could only confirm his perfect score, suggesting they frantically check other subjects instead. The same pattern repeated for math, each answer confirming the impossible. Clutching his head, he begged, "Please, just one wrong," a desperate plea for a shred of imperfection. His sister turned to him, her silent, worried expression confirming his worst fears. Amidst a dramatic crackle, his sister tried to console him, but he already knew: his perfect score was confirmed, sealing his fate in a storm of unwanted brilliance. "This is something to celebrate," his sister insisted, animatedly trying to convince him that his perfection was a joyous victory, not a personal tragedy. "No, this isn't ordinary," he sighed, the irony of his parents' wish for a normal life twisting in his mind. His sister enthusiastically imagined their parents' surprise, to which Shin Woo-jin gloomily agreed, knowing their shock would stem from his impossible perfection. His sister peered at his reflection, the distance between their realities suddenly vast, realizing his mind operated on an entirely different plane. With a sigh, Shin Woo-jin resigned himself to his abnormal fate, annoying his sister just as their parents' arrival signal sounded. His sister bolted toward the door, excitedly calling for their parents, leaving Shin Woo-jin to reach out in a futile attempt to stop her. "Appa got a perfect score on the CSAT," his sister triumphantly announced, the word striking Shin Woo-jin with the force of an explosion. His parents arrived home, dropping their groceries in shock, demanding answers as they reeled from the sudden reversal of news. His mother pressed him for the truth, his sister excitedly confirmed it, and his father could only utter the unbelievable words: "perfect score." His father had a sudden, dramatic realization, dropping his grocery bags as he declared he now knew exactly who Woo-jin took after. His father proudly embraced Shin Woo-jin, claiming his son's brilliance came from him, only for his mother to indignantly protest, insisting he clearly took after her. As light-hearted laughter filled the air, his sister playfully demanded to know where she fit into the equation. An off-panel voice broke the quiet of the snowy night, calling for everyone to gather tomorrow for a treat. Shin Woo-jin's father, unable to contain his joy, excitedly shared his son's perfect CSAT score over the phone. He proudly claimed Shin Woo-jin's brilliance came from him, only for his mother to humorously insist it was from her, drawing a soft chuckle from his sister. As his father ended the call, making plans for Jae-seok to join, Shin Woo-jin found himself internally annoyed at being deemed not normal. His father then began to muse on Shin Woo-jin's potential, catching him by surprise. His father envisioned Shin Woo-jin as a distinguished doctor. Or perhaps a formidable prosecutor. Even a successful lawyer, shaping the legal landscape. His father happily murmured a longer list of impressive careers, from appraiser to accountant or tax officer. His mother sharply scolded his father for pressuring him, delivering a quick smack that made his father wince and his sister nod in agreement. She offered him food, reassuring him that he could be whoever he truly wanted, then gently asked which university he had in mind. Shin Woo-jin calmly replied that he wished to attend a normal university. His family stared, shocked and confused by his unexpected answer. His father tried to make sense of it, repeating the phrase in utter bewilderment. His mother leaned forward, asking about his intended major, and Shin Woo-jin pondered his answer, still crunching his food. He simply replied that he hadn't decided yet. Alone in his room, Shin Woo-jin silently considered his father's suggestions, the list of professions echoing in his mind as he looked at his phone. His fingers tapped across the screen. A judicial scrivener was defined as one who drafts legal documents for courts and prosecutors. A tax officer managed and handled tax affairs. An architect designed and supervised construction. Even doctors and prosecutors were listed, fitting the same formal pattern. Shin Woo-jin's sharp eye quickly discerned a pattern among all the jobs his father mentioned. They all operated strictly within the legal framework of society. More profiles appeared, his fingers tapping through the search results. He continued to tap, exploring the data further. Most of these successful professionals had graduated from S University, leading him to wonder if that was what normal truly meant. As Shin Woo-jin entered the living room, his family reacted with a collective, fumbling surprise. He declared his decision to attend S University, aspiring to live like a normal person. His family was speechless, his parents privately wondering how S University, a top institution, could possibly be considered normal. His father, beaming, enthusiastically agreed, declaring that compared to Harvard, S University was indeed normal. A cheerful off-panel voice encouraged Shin Woo-jin to aim for that normal university. The months passed quickly, marking the completion of his academic journey from CSAT to graduation. Outside, snow fell softly on the silent train tracks. Inside the train, Shin Woo-jin shifted restlessly in his seat. A soft chuckle escaped him as he fulfilled a simple desire he had always held, eating on a train. In a playful moment, he comically cracked a hard-boiled egg on his head. The eggshell cracked open cleanly. He munched on the egg, gazing out the window at the passing scenery. He gulped down his drink, finding it wonderfully refreshing. He marveled at the simple, amazing combination of eating and traveling by train. Snow fell steadily outside. The high-speed rail announcement wished passengers a safe journey as they arrived at the snowy station. Shin Woo-jin and an old man boarded the waiting bus. The bus rumbled onward through the snowy, mountainous landscape. At a rural stop, the old man thanked the driver as he disembarked. Shin Woo-jin's footsteps crunched in the snow as he walked towards the distant school building. He signed the document as instructed, his pen scratching against the paper. As Shin Woo-jin walked down the empty hallway, a door creaked open, revealing P. P asked him to wait a moment, and Shin Woo-jin politely agreed. He looked through the glass panel into an empty waiting room, waiting for what came next. The plain, closed door offered no clues. A furious voice roared from beyond the door, demanding to know if they needed to resort to violence to be understood. The aggressive shouting continued, insults thrown and heavy impacts heard from within. P escorted a struggling, handcuffed perpetrator from the room, revealing the source of the commotion. Shin Woo-jin watched with an intense, unwavering focus. The perpetrator, behind the glass, questioned Shin Woo-jin's presence, wondering if he had come to see him in such a state. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, simply observing the man through the glass. The perpetrator mockingly asked if Shin Woo-jin couldn't hear him, suggesting he could read lips instead. The man then chillingly greeted Shin Woo-jin, calling him "our bastard" with a malicious snicker. Shin Woo-jin's rage erupted as he demanded to know if the perpetrator was the one who had killed his family. He repeated his accusation, fueling the perpetrator's agitation until a man intervened, but Shin Woo-jin felt no more fear or emotion towards this person. Bathed in a bright light amidst piles of books, Shin Woo-jin questioned if this was indeed complete freedom. His footsteps echoed as he walked out of the room, leaving the books behind. The perpetrator cried out in desperation, shouting for Shin Woo-jin to stop and go back inside. Shin Woo-jin menacingly asked if the perpetrator was afraid, confirming that the roles had now reversed, causing the man to gasp in fear. The perpetrator, distressed, accused Shin Woo-jin, asserting that his sister-in-law had no interest in medicinal herbs, implying a deeper connection. A pained gasp escaped a bloodied figure lying on the ground. He remembered the abuse, the stick often used to beat him, the scars on his body serving as a permanent reminder. With a malicious smirk, Shin Woo-jin told the perpetrator that his prison uniform suited him well. The perpetrator, utterly confused by Shin Woo-jin's speaking voice and trembling words, was calmly addressed by his inmate number. Shin Woo-jin calmly detailed the perpetrator's family members dying one by one each year from heart attacks or poisoning, sending the man into an enraged fit that rattled the glass. Shin Woo-jin observed the agitated perpetrator, knowing people only see and believe what validates their own thoughts, even as the guard demanded the inmate remove his hands from the glass. Shin Woo-jin pressed further, revealing that the perpetrator had also beaten two acquaintances who later died of heart attacks, leaving the man utterly horrified. Goosebumps rose on the perpetrator's skin as he desperately tried to block out Shin Woo-jin's words. His heart pounded, blood pooling in his chest, and his face turned stark white with terror. Shin Woo-jin calmly wondered if he should push the perpetrator even further. Shin Woo-jin's father reeled in shock as the masked figure, P, appeared in the glass, his voice ominously declaring a dilemma. As inmate 2038, P's chilling question hung in the cold air: should he carve the other man's release date onto his body, just to remember? Shin Woo-jin's father's fury erupted, his hand pressing against the glass as he demanded to know if P was threatening him. P, unmoved, calmly denied any threats, claiming instead a feigned concern for the other man's well-being. With an unsettling curiosity, P pressed his hand to the glass, inquiring about the autobiography he suspected Shin Woo-jin's father was writing. Shin Woo-jin's father's fury boiled over as he screamed, demanding to know how P knew about his writing, a secret that felt exposed. P's sinister smirk remained as he offered chilling, paradoxical advice, suggesting Shin Woo-jin's father eat for his health but never to satisfaction. He continued his unsettling health regime, advising moderate exercise, avoiding sunlight, and a constant focus on staying healthy, all while the other man's face contorted in distress. With a malevolent smirk, P revealed he had even deposited money into Shin Woo-jin's father's prison account, promising more from time to time, a chilling gesture of control. Shin Woo-jin's father slumped in despair, realizing P's actions, even the prison funds, were all part of a calculated plan to keep him trapped in a constant state of torment. Shin Woo-jin's father thrashed and recoiled, violently struggling against the glass in a desperate, panicked outburst, while P watched on, unmoved. With a choked cry, Shin Woo-jin's father collapsed to the floor, defeated and spent, as P remained an impassive observer. From the floor, Shin Woo-jin's father screamed, his voice raw with accusations that P was a murderer, responsible for the deaths of his family and neighbors. As P's reflection watched with chilling calm, Shin Woo-jin's father struggled desperately against the investigator, screaming accusations and labeling him a lackey of the true culprit. P, with an eerie, knowing gaze, found his subject still interesting and calmly promised another encounter. P walked away, his steps echoing softly as he ascended the stairs into the cold, falling snow. A couple passed by, embracing the cold with warmth, while Shin Woo-jin stood silently, lost in thought. As a snowflake touched his outstretched hand, Shin Woo-jin quietly observed the falling snow, deep in thought. Microscopic ice particles, formed around debris, drifted down to the ground, but depending on one's environment, this falling snow could bring joy. Or, for others, the snow could be a source of profound stress, a chilling reminder of oppressive isolation. This was why one's environment held such incredible importance. Yet even in this cold weather, Shin Woo-jin knew the warmth of people could not truly be taken away. A burst of laughter echoed, and Shin Woo-jin called out, "Bomi." With a surprised gasp, his sister answered, "Yeah, Appa," as he asked where she was headed. She told him she was heading home, then asked him in return, "Where are you, Appa?" He simply replied, "In front." His sister looked around, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Then, a little chibi Shin Woo-jin popped up, giving a cheerful wave. His sister cried out, "Appa," and ran toward him with eager, quick steps. Like falling snowflakes, Bomi ran toward him with a huge smile, not even noticing the slippery ground, her gaze fixed only on him. This was exactly why the environment people lived in mattered so much. So, in this bright environment, he wondered, was he truly enjoying himself? Or, as they embraced warmly, was he truly happy? His sister looked up, still smiling, and asked where he had been. He calmly replied that he had gone to see someone he knew. His sister asked, "Someone you know?" as her friends whispered about Bomi's brother, but Shin Woo-jin simply stated it was someone he used to know, someone he no longer needed to see. His sister responded thoughtfully with a soft, "Ah," while Shin Woo-jin rummaged in his bag, letting out a surprised, "Huh?" Shin Woo-jin offered a wrapped box, telling Bomi to try it, and she asked with curiosity, "Takoyaki?" He revealed it was takoyaki, saying he had wrapped it to keep it warm because it was so good, and she gasped with delight. She asked if he had saved some just for her, and he confirmed, urging her to try the delicious treat. The sky cleared, hinting at the arrival of spring. Vibrant forsythia burst into bloom, signaling the lively arrival of spring. A bus hissed to a stop, its doors opening to welcome passengers onto the bustling city street. The city teemed with daily activity, vibrant under the clear sky. Shin Woo-jin walked down the academic pathway, his steps purposeful. He paused, his gaze fixed on a poster on the bulletin board. Shin Woo-jin mused on the real purpose of the event, discerning that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The university building stood grand beneath the bright sky. Shin Woo-jin marveled at the sheer scale of the lecture hall as he entered. As he made his way down the aisle, knowing the middle was the most normal place to sit, another student waved, calling out a cheerful greeting. A man named Park Jong-wook enthusiastically greeted a surprised Shin Woo-jin, confirming his identity. Shin Woo-jin's phone screen displayed the freshman chat, revealing Park Jong-wook's presence amidst a flurry of welcoming messages, making Shin Woo-jin question if this truly was the business administration department. Shin Woo-jin formally greeted Park Jong-wook, suggesting they get along and avoid fighting, a sentiment that made Park Jong-wook wonder why he sounded like a textbook. Park Jong-wook asked if he knew about the after-class gathering, to which Shin Woo-jin calmly confirmed that he did. Park Jong-wook turned, surprised to see Song-hee in the lecture hall. The lecture hall buzzed with students seeking seats, calling out to each other, all anticipating what would come after today's class. This was it, his first university lecture, an experience he had always yearned for. The professor's steps echoed as he walked onto the stage. "Welcome, everyone," the professor announced. Shin Woo-jin listened with intense focus as the business administration professor introduced himself. The professor began his introduction to business by asking the class a fundamental question: what do you think business is? Shin Woo-jin remained silent, thinking that raising his hand would definitely not be normal behavior. The professor then called on a student in a blue shirt, who reacted with a startled jolt. The student in the blue shirt hesitated, then suggested business was about leading a company, and the professor nodded in acknowledgement. The professor then asked a student in a white shirt, who offered that business was about managing and operating. Acknowledging the answer, the professor then challenged the class further, asking what a business leader should be good at, before calling on a student in the back. A female student shyly answered that leaders should be good at planning and giving directions, and the professor approved before turning to the student next to her. A chibi Shin Woo-jin pouted, annoyed, wondering if he was called on because he sat in the middle, but conceded he might as well answer now that he was picked. Shin Woo-jin confidently declared that business leaders should be skilled in persuasion, a response that surprised the professor. Persuasion? The professor questioned, prompting Shin Woo-jin to elaborate, and he thought this would be a fitting example. He recalled seeing an advertisement for a stock trading competition hosted by a securities firm. People imagined the prize money and felt the urge to take on the challenge, he thought, but it was also an enticement skillfully designed by the securities company itself. It was merely a clever method to identify individuals who displayed an early skill for stock trading. He deduced that if someone placed first or second, the securities company would then provide support to recruit them into their firm. The companies created connections with top winners through scholarships and incentives, Shin Woo-jin explained, then added that business leaders knew how to exploit the hypnotic state our brains entered when we watched advertisements. I want to buy it, he thought, I want to have it. I want to go there, or, I want to own it, perhaps even, I want to give it as a gift. Or they make people crave something, Shin Woo-jin concluded, as students whispered in surprise, and the professor clarified that this was marketing, but from a much broader perspective. This massive, civilized society, he realized, was fundamentally built on persuasion. A profound silence fell over the lecture hall, students and professor alike rendered speechless by his insights. Shin Woo-jin raised his hand, an annoyed expression on his face, asking the professor, so, when does the actual lecture start? He just wanted to take a normal class. A profound quiet settled over the large lecture hall as the professor began. Shin Woo-jin's voice cut through the silence, demanding to know when the actual lecture would finally begin. The professor reeled in surprise as other students murmured about how much had already been covered, some realizing why they'd bought so many unnecessary things. The professor clapped, exclaiming that it was an excellent answer, while a student wondered if he was the one who'd aced the entrance exam. The auditorium filled with applause, but Shin Woo-jin simply looked down, embarrassed by the attention. Shin Woo-jin pouted, thinking that being normal was harder than he thought, even though he felt his answer was perfectly ordinary. The professor clicked the remote and officially began the first class, posing the question, what is Introduction to Business Administration? Finally, the long-awaited first lecture was underway, and Shin Woo-jin's pen twirled as he immersed himself in the material. The professor explained that business administration was the study of how to efficiently and effectively manage an organization. He nodded, confirming the basic principle. With another click, the professor identified the core of business management as planning, organizing, leadership, and control. The professor began with planning, but Shin Woo-jin already mentally completed the definition, setting goals and creating strategies to achieve them. A wave of boredom washed over him, he already knew all of this. The slides clicked on rapidly, each one echoing the material Shin Woo-jin already understood. All of it felt crushingly familiar, he had seen everything before. He flinched, startled by an unseen trigger. He wondered if the professor had noticed his inattention, he couldn't afford to let his guard down again. The professor concluded the lecture as the clock read 10:58. Students thanked the professor as they began to spill out of the hall, ready for lunch. Finally, it was time to eat the legendary campus meal, a thought that filled him with kinetic excitement. Shin Woo-jin called out his goodbyes and wished everyone an enjoyable meal as he left the lecture hall. Students streamed out into the bright campus courtyard. Shin Woo-jin looked around in silent awe at the bustling university cafeteria. A faint beeping filled the air as students waited in line at the self-service kiosk. Shin Woo-jin shuffled through the crowded cafeteria, searching for an empty seat. The cafeteria buzzed with the sounds of clattering trays and eager chewing. He reached for his spoon, the tray now empty. He pondered the meal's lack of MSG, wondering if it was an intentional choice for school food, especially since it was safer than salt. His phone vibrated with an incoming message from Detective Kim Tae-hyun. "Woo-jin, are you busy?" the detective texted, and Shin Woo-jin quickly replied he was busy, having just finished his meal. His phone vibrated again, drawing a surprised reaction from him. "Hello." Shin Woo-jin answered, only for the detective to exclaim about a tricky new case, offering him 100,000 won for his help. Shin Woo-jin had helped Detective Kim Tae-hyun solve a few cases over time, often asked for his opinion on an alibi. The detective smiled, asking Shin Woo-jin if he agreed that the person in the video looked exactly like the culprit. Detective Kim Tae-hyun always bought him good meals, praising him loudly for solving another case and urging him to eat as much as he wanted as the meat sizzled on the grill. Other times, Detective Kim Tae-hyun simply gave him money, thanking him profusely while a young Shin Woo-jin exclaimed his gratitude for the unexpected sum. Considering it an easy way to make money, Shin Woo-jin told the detective to send over the case details. The detective suggested they talk in person and asked when he finished, which made Shin Woo-jin wonder why, his phone still humming. Shin Woo-jin checked his phone and saw a message announcing the cancellation of his 2 p.m. lecture due to the professor's circumstances. He realized he was free right now, but the detective cut off his question of where to go, insisting he would come pick him up instead. The sunny campus awaited. Detective Kim Tae-hyun leaned against his car, scrolling on his phone as he waited. "Are you here?" the detective asked, and Shin Woo-jin confirmed his arrival. The detective enthusiastically complimented Shin Woo-jin, noting how well he looked as a college student at such a prestigious university. Shin Woo-jin immediately asked about the case, and the detective suggested they discuss it inside the car. The car door closed with a heavy thud. "Hold on," the detective said, as he rummaged under the seat. Shin Woo-jin, determined, asked if they could visit the crime scene instead of merely reviewing videos or pictures. "The scene," the detective exclaimed, his face etched with surprise. People, Shin Woo-jin knew, lived based on experience. The more experience one accumulated, the more useful it became. Each moment of interaction added to a person's unique perspective. Shin Woo-jin simply stated his desire to experience it firsthand, prompting a thoughtful hum from the detective. "If you insist," the detective conceded, a note of reluctance in his voice. "Let's go," the detective declared, as the gears shifted with a decisive click. The city stretched out below them. "It's on the 3rd floor, shall we go?" the detective asked, and Shin Woo-jin readily agreed as they began their heavy climb. Their footsteps echoed softly in the dimly lit hallway. The detective thanked the police officer for their hard work, who responded that it was no problem. The police officer tore away the caution tape, as the detective asked if Shin Woo-jin was truly okay with entering, and he firmly replied, yes. The interior of the apartment was a grim sight, revealing the blood-stained floor and a stark chalk outline. Shin Woo-jin's gaze swept across the scene, every detail locking into his mind. His eyes widened, a sudden, sharp image forming in his mind. The victim stood in a dimly lit hallway, waiting, a faint ringing sound accompanying the silence. The door creaked open, revealing a fleeting reflection of someone else. The victim barely registered a question before an attacker burst through the door, the sound of a lock snapping. A knife swished through the air, swung aggressively. The blade found its mark with a sickening thrust, and the victim gasped in pain. A scream tore through the air, followed by the wet splattering and heavy thud of a brutal assault. The attacker stood over the injured victim, who clutched his throat, letting out pained groans. Another heavy blow struck the victim, sending him sprawling to the ground. A final slicing sound, followed by the victim's choked gasps, signaled the end. From his perspective, Shin Woo-jin saw the victim's last desperate struggles on the blood-soaked floor. The attacker knelt, pressing a hand firmly over the victim's mouth, muffling his cries. The victim's eyes were wide with terror as he gurgled and gagged, trying to breathe. The victim's eye, still wide with terror, faded as his life ebbed away. He watched in silence as the last breath left the victim's body. The throat had been the first target. There was excessive bleeding from a stab wound on the right side of the neck, inflicted by a knife. This was no impulsive crime with a kitchen knife, it was a premeditated act, the perpetrator's singular goal nothing less than murder. The detective praised Shin Woo-jin, calling him his little brother, for figuring things out just by looking at the scene, but Shin Woo-jin only asked if anything else had been found. Nothing so far, the detective admitted, then presented the suspect's CCTV footage, asking if he wanted to take a look. Shin Woo-jin asked about fingerprints, but the detective replied there were none, swiping across the tablet to display the footage. His gaze was fixed intently on the tablet. The tablet displayed grainy CCTV footage of the suspect walking down a hallway. The footage clearly showed the suspect knew the victim. The suspect was a male, estimated to be 180 centimeters tall, with blonde hair, and had left no fingerprints, carrying a plastic bag with a soju bottle, and wearing size 270mm shoes. Shin Woo-jin confirmed the details without hesitation. This guy was caught, right? Shin Woo-jin asked, then declared, but I don't think he's the real culprit. Surveillance footage showed the suspect, in a tense sprint, a fleeting glimpse of escape. The blurry reflection hinted at a deeper mystery, the suspect had a personal connection to the scene. Every detail about the suspect was logged, 180 centimeters tall, blonde hair, no fingerprints, a soju bottle in his plastic bag, and size 270mm shoes. The investigator confirmed it, his surprise evident. Shin Woo-jin questioned the arrest, stating his profound doubt that the man was the true culprit. The investigator, visibly flustered by the young man's insight, confirmed the suspect had indeed been apprehended. But why do you think that, the investigator pressed, because all circumstantial evidence seemed to point directly to the suspect. Shin Woo-jin challenged him directly, asking why he had been called if the case was already considered closed. The investigator admitted defeat, confessing that the suspect would not confess and something felt deeply wrong, leading Shin Woo-jin to deduce his alibi was ambiguous. The investigator confirmed the suspect's claim of staying at a motel that night, and Shin Woo-jin immediately asked if he had paid in cash, receiving a tense affirmative. The motel's CCTV had been conveniently broken, and the owner, too drunk to remember anything, couldn't even recall which room the suspect had occupied. Shin Woo-jin pointed to a hair strand, suggesting the murder weapon had likely been a long, sharp sashimi knife. He reasoned that assuming the culprit was proficient with such a knife made the investigation much easier. Criminals tended to use tools they were already familiar with, relying on practiced movements. The attacker moved with harsh efficiency, binding his struggling victim. A perpetrator familiar with water could reduce unexpected variables, explaining the complete absence of fingerprints despite ringing the doorbell barehanded. That makes sense, the investigator murmured, and Shin Woo-jin affirmed his dawning realization. Frequent exposure to water could lead to severe eczema, a condition known to erase fingerprint patterns. Shin Woo-jin considered the hair found at the scene, suggesting it might be animal fur, belong to someone else entirely, or even be synthetic. The investigator's confusion turned to shock as Shin Woo-jin dropped the bombshell, the culprit wore a wig. Disguised themselves before the murder, the investigator asked, as Shin Woo-jin confirmed it was an act to create confusion. He clarified that the disguise was not merely for confusion, but for precise manipulation, urging the investigator to look closer at the model. Shin Woo-jin explained that the suspect's footprints showed weight mostly on the heels, which accounted for the faint toe area. When attacking, most of the body's weight shifted to the toes, a fundamental principle of kinetic force. A brutal struggle ensued, each strike landing with a heavy impact. What does that mean? The investigator stuttered, as Shin Woo-jin revealed the culprit had deliberately worn shoes that were too large. The oversized shoes created extra space, ensuring the toe area of the footprint would remain faint. The investigator pointed out a strange imprint from the side of a shoe, wondering if it meant a struggle had taken place. Shin Woo-jin shook his head, insisting the victim was killed instantly, adding that even if a struggle had occurred, the implications were far more severe. He elaborated that such a severe foot twist would have resulted in strained ligaments at minimum, and a fracture was highly probable. Shin Woo-jin suggested the culprit might have worn insoles, then directed attention to another crucial piece of evidence. The figure in the footage walked away without a limp, which Shin Woo-jin found impossible, even with extreme adrenaline. Shin Woo-jin instructed them to observe the hair strand again, noting it had slightly shifted from the initial recording. He definitively stated that hair could not grow asymmetrically within minutes, making the shift structurally impossible. The investigator's eyes widened in utter amazement. The investigator put the pieces together, realizing the culprit had deliberately worn oversized shoes and a wig to mislead them. A hand tore away the blonde wig with violent force. The true culprit, Shin Woo-jin explained, had needed to deal with both the victim and the framed suspect in custody. Both had to be handled almost simultaneously, and the victim, with a small physique, was likely considered an easy target. However, the suspect currently in custody was taller and more muscular, likely posing a harder challenge to eliminate. The suspect in custody was 184 centimeters tall, with a shoe size of 270 millimeters. At the time of his forceful arrest, a police officer informed him of his rights, but the suspect's hair was black, not blonde. Wow, the investigator gasped, utterly staggered by the revelation. The interrogator slammed his hand down, aggressively demanding where the suspect had dyed his hair, scoffing at the idea he could evade capture. Shin Woo-jin refocused, revealing the real culprit's actual shoe size was 255 to 260 millimeters. The true culprit had a personal connection to the victim and a powerful motive to frame the suspect. Why eliminate both at once, disguising themselves and framing one while killing the other, demanded a deeper motive. Shin Woo-jin mused on the possibility of money as a motive, perhaps even a specific amount like 50,000 won. Or was it revenge, a cold, calculated act observed by unseen eyes? Could a woman be the central motive, driving such complex manipulation? His conclusion: the culprit was highly skilled with sashimi knives and suffered from chronic eczema, erasing their fingerprints. Shin Woo-jin conjectured the culprit likely held at least a college degree, a thought that seemed to exasperate the investigator with a frustrated yell. While lower education levels often correlated with impulsive crimes, higher education frequently indicated more systematic and premeditated acts. The detailed notes on the whiteboard reflected the systematic nature of the crime. The investigator called out to Jikyol, urgently asking if any new findings had emerged. Jikyol confirmed the hair sample was not human, but synthetic. Oh, really? The investigator exclaimed in surprise, while Shin Woo-jin considered that both the victim and suspect, living in a studio apartment and a motel respectively, had poor financial situations. Shin Woo-jin concluded the real culprit's shoe size of 255 to 260 millimeters statistically put their height between 166 to 170 centimeters, likely in their 30s. The investigator pressed Park Jong-wook about the last time he saw them, and the man, washing dishes, suddenly remembered a key detail. The investigator, now highly agitated, realized the culprit was the one who worked at the sushi restaurant and frantically ordered his team to catch him immediately. The campus bustled with the usual flow of students. Shin Woo-jin walked along, lost deep in thought. A voice on the phone enthusiastically proclaimed his love for Woo-jin, but Shin Woo-jin coolly replied he wasn't interested, though grateful for the 100,000 won. The caller explained the motive: the culprit had borrowed money from both victims, killing one because of rumors about unpaid debts. The caller thanked him and encouraged him to study, but as Shin Woo-jin walked away, another voice called his name. "See you later," a student called, leaving Shin Woo-jin perplexed. Kim Man-soo introduced himself as a 20-year-old, revealing an uncanny knowledge of Woo-jin's exact height, hair, physique, and even a thicker eyebrow. Shin Woo-jin instantly deduced from his wrinkles that Kim Man-soo was in his late 20s, despite claiming to be the same age. "You were amazing back there," another student exclaimed, praising his sharp insights, which made Shin Woo-jin realize he needed to be more careful about being observed. A student asked Shin Woo-jin if he would join the stock trading competition, noting that many from their department were participating. Shin Woo-jin pondered if he should join, realizing that not participating might actually make him stand out more. If he joined, he wondered what his strategy should be, likening the predatory competition to an antlion's hunt. The antlion devoured its prey, sucking out the fluids and discarding the empty husk. Such predatory behavior, it seemed, was not confined to the insect world. The market pulsed with volatile energy, charting swift gains and brutal losses. "Should I buy now? Is it the right time?" a man anxiously questioned, hovering on the brink of decision. He pressed the buy button with a frantic urgency, convinced he needed to act now. Kneeling before the glowing screen, he desperately pleaded with every deity for a win, just this one time. Suddenly, the market shattered, a brutal, crushing blow. "Ah, no," he cried, his face a mask of utter shock and dismay. "Damn it, seriously," he roared, punching the monitor and shattering the screen in a fit of rage. "Let go of me," the man screamed, struggling violently as police officers tried to calm and restrain him. Even in the stock market, those referred to as ants often found their money systematically drained away. If most ordinary people were destined to be ants in this world, then he decided he should be one too. But if he lost money, his mother, father, and Bomiai would all be deeply saddened. So instead of being drained himself, he declared, he would be the one doing the draining, gripping his chopsticks like a weapon. He rationalized it as simply sucking honey, believing such self-rationalization was just a part of being normal. Even in the predatory world of the stock market, those referred to as ants often found their money systematically drained away. If most ordinary people were destined to be ants in this world, then he decided he, too, should be an ant that gets drained. But if he lost money, his mother, father, and Bomiai would all be deeply saddened, a heavy thought that escaped as a quiet sigh. Instead of being drained, he declared with a resolute movement, he would be the one doing the draining. He rationalized it as simply sucking honey, a violent gush of resources, believing such self-rationalization was just a part of being normal. A classmate confirmed their 10 a.m. class, a simple exchange in the bright university air. "All right then," a voice chirped, full of cheerful energy, "let's go." But in his mind, Shin Woo-jin was already counting a 3% profit. A fellow student, amazed, heard Shin Woo-jin sighing, admitting he was down 7%. Classmates casually discussed the perils of putting all your eggs in one basket, but Shin Woo-jin remained silently detached. With a determined glint in his red eyes, Shin Woo-jin decided he would start his own investment journey the very next morning. The teacher, with a warm smile, waved a greeting to the assembling students. As the students affirmed it was indeed their third lecture, the teacher cheerfully announced they would begin. The lecture hall hushed, bathed in the soft glow of the presentation screen. Shin Woo-jin murmured key terms, talent acquisition, market share, and brand image, his focus sharp. A soft click marked the teacher's next slide. Elsewhere in the hall, a student fought a losing battle against sleep. The teacher, mid-sentence about competitive advantage, suddenly paused, a surprised expression on his face. Several students, including Shin Woo-jin, were already nodding off, succumbed to the lecture's lull. Just last class, the teacher had asked for questions, and an eager student cartoonishly sprang forward. Again, the teacher asked if anyone was struggling, and another enthusiastic student eagerly raised their hand. Shin Woo-jin's thought echoed with exasperation as the same student began to ramble, effectively taking over the lecture from the professor. While Shin Woo-jin snored softly, another student told him to just sleep, noting that the lecture had devolved into a one-on-one debate. Shin Woo-jin, weary, internally acknowledged his inability to truly rest and his deep-seated need to exert more effort. Narration suggested that sleeping in class was, in fact, a normal thing. As Shin Woo-jin watched a simulated classroom scene on TV, an off-panel voice snapped at a sleeping student, making him wistfully realize how difficult it was to truly experience normalcy. But then his ear twitched as the teacher announced an assignment. Shin Woo-jin looked up, a jolt of surprise striking him. "Professor, what kind of assignment?" Shin Woo-jin boomed with crackling excitement, as other students also eagerly raised their hands. The teacher, with a knowing smile, asked when Shin Woo-jin had woken up, then assigned The Wealth of Nations, by Adam Smith. Shin Woo-jin listened intently, nodding as the teacher detailed the assignment, discuss perfect competition, diminishing marginal utility, ethical management, and the role of a business manager in four-person groups. "Professor." Shin Woo-jin interjected, passionately challenging the conventional understanding of the law of diminishing marginal utility and proposing a modern reinterpretation. Shin Woo-jin's friends and other students exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if his question was, in fact, a full-blown debate. He continued, proposing to explain his point using mukbang, questioning if the law of diminishing marginal utility truly applied to those who ate excessively yet found satisfaction. Shin Woo-jin further argued that mukbang creators earning revenue through views, and the potential for addiction, might present an exception to the economic law. The teacher, with a slight smile and crossed arms, conceded that it was possible, noting that gambling and gaming addiction were also considered exceptions. But Shin Woo-jin pushed further, explaining that feelings of fullness were not merely about stomach capacity but hormone regulation, specifically leptin. Two students exchanged confused glances, utterly lost by the mention of leptin and hormones. Other students, bewildered, questioned their understanding of fullness and wondered what kind of class they had signed up for. The teacher, a subtle smile playing on his lips, explained the link between low leptin and obesity, while internally expressing surprise at Shin Woo-jin's depth of knowledge. Shin Woo-jin continued, detailing ghrelin's role in stimulating the brain to maintain addiction, as the teacher, with his back turned, silently wondered how Shin Woo-jin knew all of this. Yet, the teacher realized, judging by Shin Woo-jin's wide, genuinely curious eyes, he was not challenging, but truly seeking understanding. Overwhelmed, the teacher abruptly cut off the discussion, declaring an end to class and frantically urging students to form their groups. "See you all next lecture," the teacher called as he left, while several students immediately started calling out for Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin found himself swarmed by eager classmates, all clamoring to be in his group or invite him out for a drink, much to his friends' exasperated amusement. The teacher, reflecting, silently considered bringing Shin Woo-jin to the lab. But then, looking distressed, the teacher dismissed the thought, concluding that Shin Woo-jin would ultimately be more trouble than help. The calm, everyday residential area gave no hint of the internal turmoil brewing. A decisive click affirmed a buy order on the stock market. "Your buy order has been executed," the screen confirmed for the man seated at his desk. The stock surged, a dramatic, violent upward jolt that broke free from the chart's confines. Despite the rising stock, Shin Woo-jin stared blankly, feeling nothing, contemplating how difficult it was to achieve normalcy. A sudden plunge on the stock chart drew his blank gaze, but he dismissed it as nothing. The chart plummeted violently, a chaotic visual of severe financial loss. Shin Woo-jin's eye widened with panic, yet he desperately tried to reassure himself that this was merely a simulation, not reality. He pondered how his subconscious self, if it were to awaken, would react to everything he had seen and heard. An overwhelming cacophony of fragmented voices and ignored memories swelled, revealing that his unconscious self knew everything he had repressed. Shin Woo-jin stood, observing his own reflection or an alter ego, wondering if it might not be a bad idea to truly observe himself. With eyes closed and a calm, resolute expression, Shin Woo-jin issued a command for something to come forth. A sinister grin spread across a face in the darkness. A hand ran through dark hair, marking a subtle shift. His alter ego, the other Shin Woo-jin, stood before a mirror, surveying his reflection. Long time no see, the alter ego chuckled, admiring his own handsome reflection and idly contemplating a celebrity career. Then, with a whoosh, the alter ego pulled off his shirt. But standing shirtless, his body was covered in a multitude of scars, a stark reason to dismiss the idea of acting. The scarred alter ego sat down at a desk, his gaze intense and determined. Multiple computer screens lit up with search results for AI, bio, robot, and semiconductor, a flurry of research. A hand rapidly clicked and scrolled, information rushing across the screen in a fast-paced digital frenzy. Shin Woo-jin, his profile sharp with determination, affirmed that this was something he absolutely had to do. While he was locked away, the narration revealed, his other self had maintained control over this body. But now, the symbolic image showed one Shin Woo-jin pulling a cart burdened with books, while the other sat atop, indicating a gradual shift in power. Dark, swirling energy emanated from Shin Woo-jin's eye, hinting at a profound internal transformation. Driven by the fear of disappearing entirely, the scarred Shin Woo-jin clicked his mouse, needing to prove his worth. Shin Woo-jin observed the market with a sinister smile, discerning the movements of big investors and signs of accumulation. The menacing alter ego confronted him, declaring that simulations were pointless, that life offered only reality, not practice. A rapid click confirmed that another buy order had been executed. Multiple buy orders were executed in quick succession, each accompanied by the decisive click of a mouse. Scarred and shirtless, Shin Woo-jin sat intently at his desk, continuing to execute buy orders. Red, upward-pointing arrows erupted from the floor, signaling a powerful surge. Woo-jin, the menacing alter ego called out, as red arrows surged powerfully behind him. The alter ego, surrounded by a multitude of surging red arrows, asserted that money was not earned, but created by others. He observed the market with a sly smile, aware that big investors were moving and signs of accumulation were clearly visible. A decisive click confirmed another buy order had been executed. More buy orders were executed in rapid succession, each with a sharp, quick click. Scarred and focused, Shin Woo-jin continued to execute orders from his desk. The menacing alter ego asserted that money was not truly earned, but created by others for you. He adjusted his tie, the implication clear, unless one printed money oneself, value had to be provided to receive it. This applied whether one was an employee or a CEO. Even a CEO, like a golfer, needed to generate revenue to pay employees. To generate that revenue, they had to relentlessly pursue business opportunities. Shin Woo-jin bowed as the chairman departed, promising to trust his leadership. A faint hum faded into the night. Exhausted, Shin Woo-jin felt the day's fatigue settle heavily upon him. The quiet street stretched before him. Observing a car dealership, he noted how a company owner hired employees to make money. And so, money continuously flowed in and out, a repeating cycle of profit. For those who wanted to avoid big risks, a stable life was the sensible choice. But seeking wealth meant accepting the grave risk of falling, as desperate hands tried to drag him down. Yet, even without running a business, everyone had workers making money for them. Money itself was the employee. Money allowed people to enjoy hobbies, triggering endorphins and serotonin for happiness, all while reducing stress. It regulated motivation, activity, and reward responses, driving action and engagement. Money improved both mental and physical well-being, like a personal massage therapist tending to one's inner state. Yet, most people didn't consciously realize this profound truth. After enjoying hobbies and self-care, the remaining money could be put to work like an employee. The question became where to send these employees, especially when a gold mine was discovered and a call went out to dig for gold. A money-covered mannequin asked if they should go dig for gold, a proposition Shin Woo-jin considered deeply. No, Shin Woo-jin declared shrewdly, sell pickaxes in front of the gold mine. The money-covered mannequin strained, wondering if there was even gold to be found. Another pickaxe broke, and the voice instructed them to buy a new one. A money-covered mannequin paid 10,000 won for a new pickaxe. Money was exchanged with crisp precision. Another pickaxe shattered, and the mannequin angrily pointed at the broken pieces. Shin Woo-jin cautioned against greed, urging them to take their profits from selling pickaxes and move on to the next opportunity. His money, his employees, what mattered most was where and how he strategically deployed them. Now, his investment targeted Trinity Corporation, a company that once developed its own cosmetics. Its stock had been stable until the CEO changed 2 years prior, plummeting and stagnating ever since. Those signs of strategic accumulation were now visible for the company with an 80 billion won market cap. With enough capital, manipulation became possible, as articles flooded in about Trinity's collaboration on hair growth, clinical trials, and connections to politicians, making it foolish not to buy now. Now, all that remained was the grand reveal, poised for an explosive surge. Reporters announced the world's first drug development by a domestic company, a cure for baldness, sparking both excitement and skepticism. Who cares? A man roared, celebrating the surging price and national pride with frantic cymbal crashes. The man struggled, unable to resist a short-term trade, pulled by conflicting commands to buy and sell. Shin Woo-jin knew humans were not rational. They followed trends and herd mentality, rather than making independent decisions, excitedly discussing the latest, must-go, places and experiences. The excitement turned to a confused clamor as everyone surged forward, swept up in the collective momentum. Panic rose as voices screamed about the direction, questioning if they had to jump now, if it was too late. But it was too late. The blue arrows plunged into the turbulent water, and Shin Woo-jin was submerged in the chaos. Amidst the drowning cries for help, Shin Woo-jin pushed through the churning water, refusing to sell, as the smug reflection of his alter ego observed. Desperate hands reached out, pleading for escape from the tumultuous depths. One hand reached, another grasped it. Yet Shin Woo-jin walked calmly on the dark, turbulent surface, leaving the desperate hands submerged below him. He continued his serene walk across the luminous water, small figures trailing in his wake. The digital currents pulsed. He smiled slyly, finding it all so terribly boring. The scarred strategist looked out, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. So, how did that feel? Shin Woo-jin looked up as a powerful red beam of light shot into the starry night sky. For now, that was all. He announced his departure, his sister calling out about lunch. I'm already full, he replied, smiling, as he headed up the stairs. Content could be found on an external site for better quality. As Shin Woo-jin walked towards the school, a heavy realization settled in, there was no turning back now. Laughter echoed in the hallway as a voice commented on the futility of starting, then called out to Jong-hun. A proud declaration of a 19% profit immediately drew the students in, one eagerly asking for lessons. With a smug chuckle, the man instructed them to follow his exact guidance, prompting questions about trading volume and quick trades. As the man detailed market indicators, Shin Woo-jin confidently interjected, stating he had already read everything and could handle it, a claim the man affirmed as the core of observation and analysis. The other students reacted with astonished whispers when Shin Woo-jin revealed he had read The Wealth of Nations, then eagerly accepted his offer to summarize it for them. Shin Woo-jin found himself blushing as eager voices called out, vying for him to join their groups and offering their services to earn his favor. The man paused in the aisle, asking another student to wait a second. With a friendly wave, the man asked if the students were managing well with stocks, drawing a confused response from Shin Woo-jin. When asked if he meant the stock simulation competition, another student sheepishly admitted he wasn't participating, claiming he lacked the intelligence for it. Another female student confessed her ignorance of stocks with a soft groan, catching the attention of those around her. The man confidently dismissed their concerns, claiming that stocks weren't complicated at all, one just had to do it. Shin Woo-jin remained silently thoughtful, his eyes reflecting the other students as he processed their words. The man turned to Shin Woo-jin, expressing surprise that he might not be participating, as it seemed so characteristic of him. Shin Woo-jin's sharp gaze noted the man's crescent-eyed smile, frozen cheek muscles, and asymmetrical mouth, instantly revealing it as utterly fake. Only moments before, a chill had run through Oh Young-hoon, a subtle fear he felt emanating from Manhwa. It was a subconscious reaction, a subtle unease that permeated the dimly lit street as they walked. A student glanced warily sideways, his gaze catching on another's tattooed arm with a sense of guarded caution. Men, being more visually driven than women, might openly stare at attractive individuals. Yet, their gaze would quickly dart away the moment eye contact was made, leaving a question hanging in the air. When a man's eyes met someone he found attractive, it wasn't just nervousness that struck him, but an unexpected, primal fear. This peculiar reaction was an ancient evolutionary trait, a deep-seated remnant. It was DNA that feared the leader of a social group, instinctively knowing that attractive women were typically at the leader's side. To even touch such a woman could, in ancient times, lead to immediate death. That primal, imagined fear of expulsion or worse still echoed within Oh Young-hoon, causing an instinctive, apologetic terror. Oh Young-hoon, his fake smile stretched taut, mockingly asked if the situation was causing any losses. His expensive watch and meticulously chosen shoes hinted at a desire to impress. The man boasted again of his 19% profit, drawing gasps of admiration and demands for lessons, to which he simply commanded absolute obedience. Shin Woo-jin's eyes narrowed, a glint of steel reflecting the knowledge that Oh Jung-hoon's showboating had a deeper, more dangerous purpose. Perhaps it was all a dramatic, calculating performance, an elaborate attempt to appeal to him now. A sharp, painful realization settled in, he was being used as a target, manipulated in a dangerous game. Shin Woo-jin uttered a dejected, "I'm doomed," drawing a bewildered reaction from the man. With a wide, malicious grin, the man mockingly questioned why, asking if Shin Woo-jin hadn't made the profit he expected. Shin Woo-jin's distressed eyes, tinged with a flush of red, revealed the shocking truth: he had accidentally made a real cash purchase instead of a simulation. The man reacted with a stunned gasp, quickly followed by a loud, derisive burst of laughter from another student. The man roared with laughter, disbelief coloring his voice, as he questioned how such a mistake could be made, while another student, clutching his stomach, asked if he had lost a fortune. Lying was not in his nature, so when Shin Woo-jin finally spoke, looking sheepish, he revealed he had made a 30% profit. The man's jaw dropped in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as he could only stammer, 30. Shin Woo-jin simply offered his phone as proof, turning the man's skepticism into a stunned, "Wait, it's real?" An impressed student exclaimed in amazement, while the man, still reeling, asked if Shin Woo-jin had accidentally made money, and if he had always been so skilled. As Shin Woo-jin sat calmly, the man's wide, shocked eyes seemed to confirm a growing realization: he was truly not ordinary, this Shin Woo-jin. An internal monologue dissected every visible detail: the cheapest denim, big eyes, an outdated phone, long fingers, budget shoes, long legs, all juxtaposed against the impossibility of reaching the daily trading limit with such a profit, leaving a desperate question of what he had bought. Shin Woo-jin's gaze sharpened, his mind now fixed directly on Oh Jung-hoon. He realized the student above him was actively searching for something within him, perhaps a weakness, something to establish his own superiority. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, demanding to know the stock and eagerly reaching out, grasping for Shin Woo-jin's phone. With a sudden clatter, the phone slipped, tumbling downwards. The man gasped in surprise as the phone continued its descent. In an instant, Shin Woo-jin's mind raced, calculating every variable of the plummeting device: its height, weight, speed, angle, and the material of the unforgiving stairs below. All calculations pointed to an undeniable conclusion: it would shatter on impact. A sharp internal alarm blared, Shin Woo-jin's eyes widened with intense determination: he had to save it. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, a swift whistle cutting through the air as he lunged for the falling phone. Gasps and exclamations of "whoa" filled the room as Shin Woo-jin miraculously snatched the phone from the air, his insane reflexes earning him cries of "nice catch." Shin Woo-jin offered a quick apology, which the man casually dismissed, telling him simply to be more careful next time. Then, a sudden gasp, the man's eyes widened, spotting an unexpected wound on Shin Woo-jin's waist. Shin Woo-jin flinched in shock, while the other students reacted with stunned gasps and worried murmurs at the sight of the wound. The man, with a mocking laugh, probed further, questioning if Shin Woo-jin had been living like a gangster, as female students whispered in surprised awe about his scars. Shin Woo-jin explained that even tattooed gangsters avoided him in bathhouses, that foes would flee upon seeing his scars, before the man, laughing, told the others to treat him well, prompting confused questions from the female students about how bad simple scars could be. Shin Woo-jin delivered a menacing warning about slacking off, a chilling, "so scary" remark, while internally questioning if this new, intimidating reality was truly happening to him. Two male students mockingly taunted a third, crying student, one even prodding his head with a condescending touch. As two female students snickered and mocked a passing male, pointing out his walk, the narration revealed that people subconsciously felt superior when criticizing others. This act of criticism activated the brain's reward system, releasing a rush of dopamine. Two students aggressively shouted at a crying classmate, demanding he get up, while the narration explained that emotions like hatred, anger, envy, and jealousy temporarily focused energy, leading to the secretion of cortisol, revealing that such negativity was far from simple emotion. Two female students grinned maliciously, asking with a cruel laugh if anyone would say goodbye to someone who was leaving. This was merely a biologically pleasure-related action, as Oh Jung-hoon displayed his watch and grinned without hesitation, lost in his self-display. Oh Jung-hoon aggressively cornered and judged Shin Woo-jin, sarcastically questioning if his injuries came from a 17-1 fight, and if he had been the one, or merely the 17th. Even now, Oh Jung-hoon remained addicted to his self-display, and Shin Woo-jin knew, with a weary certainty, that this addiction would cause him frequent trouble. Blows landed hard and fast in a chaotic fight, a stark reminder that most often, those who caused harm were the overwhelming majority. With red-eyed intensity, Shin Woo-jin delivered a powerful flurry of punches. The victims, however, were always the minority, and those who suffered were, by cruel definition, never considered ordinary. Four students stood in the somber darkness, a quiet tableau. With a decisive turn, Shin Woo-jin knew, to achieve a semblance of normalcy, he had to align himself with the majority. With a friendly smile, Shin Woo-jin suggested they go for a bonding drink before tackling their assignment, offering to pay with their recent profits. A female student eagerly accepted, and in that moment, Lee Mina unwittingly led the bait right into Shin Woo-jin's trap. Shin Woo-jin then extended his invitation to Young-hoon, casually mentioning his accidental profit as a lure. A female student then subtly flattered Shin Woo-jin about his stock skills, professing a desire to learn, a calculated move in itself. The man confidently agreed, exclaiming it wasn't hard, and with an eager, "Let's go," Oh Young-hoon stepped directly into the carefully designed area of Shin Woo-jin's trap. A burning, crackling energy consumed Oh Jung-hoon's face as he entered a new, unsettling space. In this chilling, sterile space, beneath a blinding operating lamp, Oh Young-hoon lay, utterly unconscious. His eyes widened in a silent, muffled gasp of terror, knowing he was about to witness what truly lay inside him. Footsteps echoed softly as a doctor questioned if the patient was still conscious, but the grim reality was that, like an anatomy practice, he would be meticulously dissected piece by piece. With a chilling smile and glowing red eyes, the doctor declared, "It doesn't matter," then demanded a scalpel, ensuring everyone would soon witness Oh Jung-hoon's true nature. The man, later identified as Oh Young-hoon, extended a seemingly innocent invitation, offering to pay for drinks with their recent profits before starting their assignment. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically agreed to the suggestion, a crucial step in his unfolding plan. Shin Woo-jin then extended the invitation to Oh Young-hoon, who casually brushed off his recent profit as pure luck. Oh Young-hoon, intrigued, expressed a desire to learn more about stocks, acknowledging Shin Woo-jin's apparent expertise. Oh Young-hoon, brimming with newfound confidence, declared that stocks were not difficult and eagerly urged everyone to join them. Amidst the bustling city night, the group made their way towards the lively establishment, a welcoming din of voices and laughter greeting them. Meanwhile, Shin Woo-jin's sister, Lee Hyram, reached out, asking if she could stop by later if her schedule permitted. Lee Hyram expressed an interest in meeting his new friends, and Shin Woo-jin, ever the strategist, agreed to pave the way. A soft bell rang as Shin Woo-jin stepped inside, sealing their entry. Settling in, the group remarked on the cozy atmosphere, while Oh Young-hoon explained that Mansu, who couldn't make it, was helping his cousin and joked about his wages. Shin Woo-jin inquired about the orders, and Lee Mina excitedly outlined her ambitious plan for their meal, a claim Oh Young-hoon playfully disputed, leaving Shin Woo-jin silently observant. Oh Young-hoon teasingly questioned Shin Woo-jin about his recent drowsiness in class, speculating it was due to late-night stock market research. As the waiter delivered their feast, the table erupted in cheerful anticipation, while Oh Young-hoon continued to press Shin Woo-jin about his supposed late-night stock research. Shin Woo-jin was lost in the pure delight of the insanely delicious food, his contented munching infuriating Oh Young-hoon, who demanded to know if he was even listening. Shin Woo-jin insisted he was listening, casually reiterating his claim of accidental profit, his munching a stubborn counterpoint. Oh Young-hoon vehemently warned Shin Woo-jin to sell the stock, accusing him of falling for a pump-and-dump scheme and questioning his choice with a strained, swift motion. His supposed mistake was, in fact, a meticulous process, scanning 19 different indexes, cross-referencing commodities and foreign exchange rates, all while sifting through news and rumors. Oh Jung-hoon's face twisted in stunned disbelief, demanding to know the true basis of Shin Woo-jin's decision. Shin Woo-jin humbly dismissed his success as a lucky mistake, even as Lee Mina and the others expressed their utter amazement at his 30% profit. Oh Young-hoon silently seethed, his frustration palpable, a crinkling sound reflecting the tension he struggled to suppress. A hand tapped against a bottle. Then, feigning acceptance, Oh Young-hoon declared Shin Woo-jin's accidental success impressive, and poured drinks around the table. Oh Young-hoon, adopting a posture meant to inflate his presence, offered a drink to Shin Woo-jin. His stance was like a cobra puffing up its body, an unconscious defensive display against perceived threats, a primal instinct. Lee Mina found Shin Woo-jin's mistake even more amazing, her laughter unknowingly fueling Oh Jung-hoon's suppressed need to defend his ego against her words. Oh Jung-hoon's defensive body language betrayed his true nature, addicted to self-display and inherently aggressive, he was poised to show off again. Oh Young-hoon chuckled, rattling his wrist as he hinted at buying his own watch if he kept making mistakes, a deliberate move to shift the group's attention onto himself and emphasize his presence. A wave of excitement swept through the patrons as a toast was proposed, shouts of "raise it" and "bottoms up" filling the air. A celebratory clang echoed as glasses met, exclamations of anticipation rising from those finally tasting alcohol. Shin Woo-jin took a long gulp, then his eyes snapped open in sudden shock. As spectral versions of himself commented on the alcohol's sweetness, Shin Woo-jin stood utterly bewildered. They said alcohol tasted amazing once you became an adult, but as his vision swirled, Shin Woo-jin questioned if he was still just a kid trapped in a grown-up body. This was a big deal. Then, his phone vibrated. Lee Hiram, his friend, was nearby and wanted to know if she could stop by. Shin Woo-jin feigned surprise at the mention of a friend joining, knowing that even if others opposed, she would still come. A determined smile flashed, certain that Hiram would be brought there, no matter what. Shin Woo-jin extended the invitation to Hiram, sparking an excited inquiry from a patron about her gender. His eyes glowing red, Shin Woo-jin looked down at his phone with a sharp, precise attention. Nearby, other patrons filled the air with their loud laughter and casual jokes, blissfully unaware. A soft bell chimed, announcing an arrival. Shin Woo-jin's eye narrowed, sharply focusing on something unseen. Lee Hiram strode confidently into the wine bar, her sharp steps echoing as she remarked on Shin Woo-jin's unusual choice of venue. Lee Hiram introduced herself to the group, identifying herself as Shin Woo-jin's friend. Lee Mina and Choi Gol warmly greeted Lee Hiram, complimenting her beauty, while Lee Jo-won also introduced himself. Lee Hiram questioned Shin Woo-jin's presence in a wine bar, but he casually dismissed it, suggesting soju and directing her to a seat. Oh Young-hoon greeted Lee Hiram with an eager compliment, then immediately probed about her relationship with Shin Woo-jin. Lee Hiram silently conveyed her annoyance as her gaze, and then the scene's focus, subtly shifted to Oh Jung-hoon's watch. Lee Hiram definitively clarified they were just friends, then settled into her seat with a decisive thud. Lee Hiram's annoyance was palpable, as Shin Woo-jin knew she despised anyone who presented themselves falsely, her irritation subtly flaring. Oh Jung-hoon's gaze lingered on Lee Hiram's sparkling, expensive bracelet, his surprise evident. Oh Jung-hoon's hand subtly shifted, his mind silently processing the implications of his discovery. Oh Young-hoon met Shin Woo-jin's gaze, the exorbitant price of Lee Hiram's watch, far beyond an average person's means, now clear in his mind. Still, Oh Young-hoon vocalized his lingering doubt, questioning if Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hiram were truly just friends. Lee Jo-won innocently remarked that Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hiram looked great together. Shin Woo-jin attempted to deny any romantic implications, but Oh Young-hoon quickly dismissed it, finding the situation only more suspicious. Oh Young-hoon rose, complimenting Lee Jo-won's physique, offering a drink, then directly asked if he swam as a hobby. Lee Jo-won reacted with wide-eyed shock and a gasp of surprise, while Oh Young-hoon simply claimed to have had a feeling. Oh Young-hoon and Lee Jo-won enthusiastically discussed freediving and snorkeling, then Oh Young-hoon pointedly asked Shin Woo-jin if he was interested as well. Lee Jo-won's humorous swimming lesson captured the female student's eager attention, who clamored for wakeboarding lessons, all while Oh Young-hoon simmered in growing frustration. Shin Woo-jin asked Lee Mina about her hobby, and she replied she enjoyed watching movies, a quick glance revealing the deeper intent of the question. Lee Mina highly recommended a crime thriller, and Shin Woo-jin lightheartedly added it to his list, his engaging responses demonstrating how a slight shift in conversation could bring genuine enjoyment, even from Oh Jung-hoon's distant chuckle. While everyone else joyfully shared personal details and made plans, Shin Woo-jin recognized a growing isolation in Oh Young-hoon, the tension palpable. Oh Young-hoon quietly sipped his drink, his flushed face reflecting a deepening despondency. Isolated and ignored, Oh Young-hoon tapped restlessly, the narration predicting his imminent withdrawal symptoms and his desperate need to regain attention through self-display. Flustered, Oh Young-hoon abruptly gulped, then demanded to know which stock Lee Jo-won had purchased. Lee Jo-won scratched his head in confusion, struggling to recall the name of the stock he had bought. Oh Young-hoon aggressively lectured Lee Jo-won, condemning his forgetfulness and lack of seriousness, and declaring that a man should focus on whatever he starts. Shin Woo-jin calmly retorted, suggesting one might mistakenly profit even while highly focused, a subtle jab at Oh Jung-hoon's self-righteous lecture. Alcohol, suppressing his rational thought, fueled Oh Jung-hoon's rage as he lashed out, dismissing Shin Woo-jin's success as mere luck and questioning his presence there. Alcohol, it explained, made the limbic system and brainstem dominate, weakening rationality and amplifying raw emotions and primal instincts. Social masks clicked into place, one after another, until, with a soft thump, Oh Jung-hoon's own facade dropped away. As each individual expressed their emotions differently, a masked student showed off a Hakuna Matata bracelet, claiming it brought good luck. Oh Young-hoon erupted in a wild, snorting laugh, deriding the very concept of luck, his true nature fully exposed as the alcohol stripped away his mask. Oh Young-hoon loudly lectured the masked students, vehemently arguing against relying on a mere bracelet for luck, insisting that opportunity only came to those who chased it with effort. Oh Young-hoon continued his mocking laughter, deriding the very idea of luck as Shin Woo-jin subtly covered his face. Oh Young-hoon, accustomed to dominating conversations through teasing, failed to see he was misreading the room entirely. In this intricate game, Lee Hiram was undeniably in control. With a knowing smirk, Lee Hiram posed an intriguing question: what truly happened if one chased luck? With a quick, sharp movement, Lee Hiram displayed her balsam-dyed nails, explaining the superstition about first love coming true, then subtly challenged the group, asking if that made her an idiot too. She genuinely believed the world revolved around her. Lee Hiram addressed Oh Young-hoon by name, her self-centeredness leaving no room to consider his feelings or reactions. Then, Lee Hiram turned her gaze to Oh Young-hoon, her question chillingly precise. She was curious about the fake watch, clothes, and shoes he was wearing. Her words cut, asking if he wore them merely to uphold his shallow pride. Now, as a raw defense mechanism, Oh Young-hoon suddenly stood up, his angry "what" echoing through the tense silence. With the rustling of unseen strings, everything unfolded according to Shin Woo-jin's plan, meticulously designed to appear utterly ordinary. An unseen thought rippled with a wry amusement and disbelief, observing the quiet, somber street. Shin Woo-jin's sister's quiet moment was interrupted by a message, revealing that people were talking about her brother once more. Her friend's messages escalated from wanting to meet him to offering food, then outright demanding tutoring, even boasting about their own tutors, leaving her surprised. She felt a flicker of thought that her brother might actually want to try, imagining a student marveling at his lessons sticking, and declaring him talented. He watched a memory or an imagined scene of his family at the zoo, his younger self and sister excitedly pointing at giraffes. His sister reflected on his missed experiences, wishing he could try more things, even imagining them laughing on a beach together. But a shadow crossed her mind, a distressed thought about her brother potentially being bullied, seeing images of students ganging up. She vowed that if anyone dared touch her brother, she would not let it slide, furiously chopping at her pillow in a surge of protective anger. Sudden sharp sounds cut through the night as an off-panel voice called out, asking if something was wrong. Lee Hiram's voice sliced through the tension, coolly questioning someone off-panel about their fake watch, clothes, and shoes. She continued, asking if he wore them to boost his shallow self-esteem, prompting a furious and surprised "what" from Oh Jong-hun. Lee Hiram remained unfazed as Oh Jong-hun, flustered and shouting, defensively rejected her accusations, demanding to know what she could possibly know about him. She coolly asserted her knowledge, mentioning her sister's obsession with luxury brands, while Park Jong-wook, confused, asked Shin Woo-jin who she was. Lee Hiram cast a slight look of disdain, criticizing someone for being childish and finding amusement in putting others down. With a sharp crack of glass, Oh Jong-hun furiously confronted Lee Hiram, demanding to know how she could call his things fake and lamenting the ruined mood. Lee Hiram dismissed his concern, stating he had already ruined the mood by devouring the side dishes, then calmly placed money on the table. With an intense glare, she defiantly offered to pay for the ruined mood, then mockingly told Oh Jong-hun he looked like he desperately needed money. Lee Hiram announced her departure, telling Shin Woo-jin she could not stay there any longer. Her heels clicked softly as she confidently walked away from the table, leaving the others watching in silence. Oh Jong-hun, flushed and frustrated, shouted at Shin Woo-jin, demanding to know who she was, finding the entire situation ridiculous. As Lee Hiram walked away, she revealed her identity as the daughter of the SH Sinhwa General Trading CEO, surprising Shin Woo-jin's friend, which he quietly confirmed. The other students reacted with palpable astonishment upon learning Lee Hiram's identity, a fact Shin Woo-jin merely affirmed. The students expressed a mix of disbelief and awe at Shin Woo-jin knowing such an influential person, with Park Jong-wook pressing for confirmation, to which Shin Woo-jin vaguely replied they just got to know each other. Oh Jong-hun looked down, flushed and utterly speechless after the revelation. The other students began to whisper, realizing Oh Jong-hun's fake behavior and questioning the authenticity of his wealth, including his stock claims. Park Jong-wook quietly ate, while everyone could now easily read Oh Jong-hun like an open book. Oh Jong-hun, furious, declared he was stepping out, but Park Jong-wook grabbed his arm, trying to stop him and urging him to calm down. Oh Jong-hun broke free from Park Jong-wook's grip, who was baffled by his behavior, as Shin Woo-jin internally noted that Oh Jong-hun could no longer attack him now that the majority was on his side. Oh Jong-hun, his face flushed and furious, shouted a demand to know what had just been said. He ran after Lee Hiram, angrily questioning her claim of being the CEO's daughter, with Park Jong-wook following close behind. Lee Hiram turned her head, coldly dismissing his question and insulting him, asking if he used fake perfume too. Oh Jong-hun's face flushed a deep red as he expressed his extreme anger and frustration at her words. He loudly demanded her identity, while Shin Woo-jin, off-panel, tried to retract his earlier words, realizing they were being misinterpreted. Shin Woo-jin's urgent voice echoed across the city, desperate to clarify his meaning. Students ascended the grand steps to the school building under a clear blue sky. Shin Woo-jin placed his hands on a desk, next to stacks of interim reports. His groupmates questioned if he had researched everything himself, to which he replied, "No. When am I supposed to read all this?" then told them to just read it. A cartoonish Shin Woo-jin was comically overwhelmed, surrounded by a whirlwind of flying papers, expressing his frustration. Multiple cartoon versions of Shin Woo-jin appeared in rapid succession, seemingly processing information at an incredible speed, as a saving message flashed. His groupmates reacted with confusion and concern, questioning if he had actually read everything and how they were supposed to process it. Shin Woo-jin instructed them to use it as a reference and to summarize it, then announced he was going to the bathroom, earning a casual, "take your time," from a female student. Shin Woo-jin thought about finishing for the day, feeling nauseous, but was confused when his friend misinterpreted his internal thought and asked if Mansu felt nauseous. He remained confused as his friend laughed, still misinterpreting his internal thoughts. A male student opened a glass door and entered the hallway. Shin Woo-jin walked down a wide hallway, observing other students departing. Another male student greeted Shin Woo-jin, asking if he was there for the group project, which Shin Woo-jin confirmed and reciprocated. Shin Woo-jin pointed towards a closed door, telling another student that their group mates were inside, then reacted with surprise. He recalled the chaotic bar scene, Lee Hyerim's insults, Oh Jeonghan's anger, and the shocked reactions of his friends. Shin Woo-jin, frustrated, realized he had left his laptop in the lecture hall. A male student wished Shin Woo-jin good luck as he walked silently away. Shin Woo-jin reflected that Oh Jeonghan would no longer bother him, that his normal daily life had returned, and that the situation was now resolved. Two students discussed dinner plans, with one suggesting jjajangmyeon. A voice exclaimed, "Jjajangmyeon," as a steaming bowl of the delicious dish appeared. A cartoonish Shin Woo-jin drooled at the thought of jjajangmyeon, while another student swept nearby. Shin Woo-jin's cartoon self looked electrified, as if having a sudden, intense realization. A man laughed darkly, asking if someone wanted to eat jjajangmyeon at the police station. The translucent man jovially offered to order tangsuyuk as well. Park Jong-wook, looking tired, smoked a cigarette, stating he wanted one more before going inside. Park Jong-wook and another police officer stood outside, the officer asking, "What now?" Park Jong-wook questioned the other officer about his pale face and gloomy expression, guessing his blind date had not gone well. The other officer laughed, asking if Park Jong-wook was imitating Yujin, to which Park Jong-wook retorted, "Am I wrong?" The officer explained his appearance, mentioning he had skipped breakfast, eaten Sunday soup, and his blind date was delayed by a gangster. Park Jong-wook laughed as he misquoted a proverb, which the other officer quickly corrected before suggesting they go inside. Walking into the police station, Park Jong-wook questioned his own competence, laughing at himself for being a detective who got everything wrong. The police station stood empty, its doors open, after the officers had entered. Park Jong-wook and another officer ran out of the police station in frustration. Park Jong-wook complained about the non-stop cases, wondering if a god of death had moved into town, while the other officer noted their constant outdoor presence. Furious, Park Jong-wook vowed to shred and jail the culprits as their car sped off, ready to go to the crime scene. The cityscape lay under a dark, cloudy sky. Sirens wailed as police officers and vehicles swarmed a narrow, dark alleyway, indicating a crime scene. Park Jong-wook showed his ID to a police officer directing people at the crime scene. Park Jong-wook and another officer ascended a dimly lit staircase, their footsteps clicking softly. Park Jong-wook greeted a fellow police officer, who acknowledged him with surprise. He questioned the officer about the numerous pictures being taken, who grimly replied not to ask. Park Jong-wook's eyes widened in shock and horror. He cursed, reacting to the disturbing, pixelated contents of two boxes. Park Jong-wook asked for information on the victim's identity, cursing the perpetrator, while a masked officer revealed the victim was a 21-year-old young man, prompting a gasp from another officer. An officer provided grim details about the victim, Park Jong-hyuk, a 21-year-old son of the household, as others surveyed the scene. Park Jong-wook speculated about a grudge and asked about the parents, and another officer directed him inside to the living room. Two police officers investigated a dimly lit room, one kneeling to examine the floor near the door, and the other observing. The investigator observed the distressed parents, acknowledging the heartbreak but prioritizing the quick collection of information to catch the culprit, as the only comfort he could offer. He addressed the grieving couple, expressing his reluctance but necessity to ask questions despite their profound sorrow. Shin Woo-jin's father cried out, grabbing the investigator and pleading for him to quickly catch the murderer. The investigator tried to calm Shin Woo-jin's distraught father, who was overcome with grief for his son. The investigator noted that Shin Woo-jin's father looked about to collapse, while his mother asked about the ambulance, which an officer confirmed was on the way. Police officers struggled to carefully move a body or person, while the investigator urgently demanded forensic results by morning, no matter what. The investigator asked if anything else had been found, to which the kneeling officer replied, "Nothing significant yet." The investigator grimly commented on the nature of the crime, concluding that such a perpetrator was a seasoned psycho, and this was likely not their first time. He contemplated the gruesome act of dismembering the body and sending it off, then instructed his team to check nearby black box footage immediately. The investigator stood on a balcony, observing the crime scene below under the dark, foreboding sky. He looked surprised as his phone displayed an incoming call from Shin Woo-jin mobile phone. Shin Woo-jin's voice, coming from the phone, playfully asked what the investigator felt like eating, offering to buy everything. Urgent commands filled the dark alley as unseen figures struggled to move something heavy and precarious. Park Jong-wook pressed for updates, but another officer reported no significant findings yet. Shaken, Park Jong-wook pulled down his mask, grimly certain that such a brutal crime could not be the killer's first offense. The grisly details of a dismembered body spurred his resolve. They needed to check nearby black box recordings immediately. The wail of approaching sirens cut through the somber night as Park Jong-wook stared down into the alley. Then, a jolt of surprise struck him as his phone displayed an incoming call from Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin's voice came through, light-hearted and generous, offering to buy him anything he wanted to eat. Park Jong-wook, descending the school stairs, answered, mildly surprised by the late call from Shin Woo-jin. He asked if Shin Woo-jin had eaten, only to be met with a dramatic account of exhaustion and a request for a taxi. Park Jong-wook realized dinner was out of the question for him, then asked, a serious edge to his voice, if Shin Woo-jin was at the crime scene. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his presence and, with earnest hope, offered to help, even if only a little. Park Jong-wook's excitement erupted, causing a commotion as he dramatically welcomed the idea of Shin Woo-jin joining the investigation. He quickly apologized, embarrassed by his own outburst, while another officer observed his amusement. Still, Park Jong-wook cautioned Shin Woo-jin about the brutal nature of the case, a dismembered body, before reluctantly agreeing to his presence and hinting at a potential future reward. Shin Woo-jin, ever analytical, declined the bribe of tour number 9, explaining his decision through the economic principle of diminishing marginal utility. Utterly confused by such intellectual jargon, Park Jong-wook could only wonder if Shin Woo-jin was secretly talking about food again. Park Jong-wook chuckled in disbelief, picturing Shin Woo-jin coming to a murder scene just for the complimentary noodles and fried dumplings. Another officer approached, asking if he was speaking to the team leader, but Park Jong-wook clarified it was Shin Woo-jin and confirmed his arrival was approved. The other officer eagerly offered to pick up Shin Woo-jin, and Park Jong-wook urged him to hurry before the crime scene food menu changed. Park Jong-wook informed Shin Woo-jin that someone was coming for him, but Shin Woo-jin, preferring to be direct, decided to go himself and asked for the address. The distant wail of emergency sirens pierced the somber residential neighborhood. Alone, Shin Woo-jin walked purposefully down the dark, eerie street towards the grim scene. An officer waved, calling out to guide Shin Woo-jin as he approached the police presence. The officer expressed surprise that Shin Woo-jin found the place, musing that his presence at a crime scene wasn't exactly normal. As they walked, another officer instructed Shin Woo-jin to leave his bag, playfully remarking that he looked like a student, to which Shin Woo-jin simply stated, "I am a student." The officer challenged Shin Woo-jin to guess what he had eaten that day, and without hesitation, Shin Woo-jin declared, "Sunday soup." Amazed by the accurate guess, the officer's surprise turned to deflation when Shin Woo-jin revealed his deduction came from the officer's unbrushed teeth. Park Jong-wook motioned for Shin Woo-jin to follow, guiding him deeper into the crime scene. "Hyung, Woo-jin's here." Park Jong-wook called out as Shin Woo-jin descended the outdoor stairs into the house. Park Jong-wook greeted Shin Woo-jin, gave an instruction to Kicheol about the victim's father, and then Shin Woo-jin immediately asked about the body. Park Jong-wook explained the body was already en route to the National Forensic Service, and Shin Woo-jin quickly shifted his questions to the first witness and crime scene photos. Park Jong-wook confirmed he had all the photos, revealing the first witness was the victim's mother, and that the culprit remained at large. Shin Woo-jin's thoughts lingered on the unknown culprit, as an off-panel voice noted, "A face I haven't seen before." Smiling awkwardly, Park Jong-wook introduced Shin Woo-jin as his younger sibling to an unseen person. Another officer, P., expressed surprise and skepticism, questioning the appropriateness of allowing a civilian with crazy profiling skills onto a crime scene. Park Jong-wook tried to appease P., assuring him it would be brief and asking him to keep Shin Woo-jin's presence a secret, to P's exasperated response. When another officer grumbled about his presence, Shin Woo-jin calmly dismissed the criticism, stating his status as a regular civilian was irrelevant, and simply demanded the photos. Park Jong-wook, visibly disturbed, warned Shin Woo-jin of the unprecedented gruesomeness of the mutilated corpse photos. Shin Woo-jin calmly insisted he would be fine, while Park Jong-wook repeatedly urged him not to force himself to look if he felt unwell. Park Jong-wook awkwardly instructed Shin Woo-jin on how to swipe through the photos, earning a subtly sarcastic remark about his basic phone knowledge. Shin Woo-jin zoomed in on the disturbing, pixelated images. The horror reflected deep within Shin Woo-jin's eyes as shadowy hands seemed to reach from the darkness. His mind immediately began to analyze the cut surface on the arms or legs. He methodically dismissed various cutting tools, mentally excluding them from the possibilities. His hand moved over an angle grinder, another potential weapon quickly ruled out. He considered a bandsaw, but the cut surfaces were not clean enough for a machine-made wound. Instead, Shin Woo-jin deduced, with chilling clarity, that the weapon was highly likely a rope-like tool. Park Jong-wook was startled as Shin Woo-jin's gaze sharpened on something on the table. Shin Woo-jin presented a plastic bag containing bloodied fibers found from the body, stating that further tests were necessary. Park Jong-wook observed the contents, agreeing they appeared to be merely threads and fuzz. Cotton gloves are often used when handling meat. Crouching down, Shin Woo-jin focused his attention on a floral icebox. He noted its peculiar cleanliness, questioning if it was truly an icebox. Shin Woo-jin then inquired about the locked main gate, leading Park Jong-wook to conclude the criminal knew the area well. His keen eye spotted a section of the wall where dust had been brushed off, indicating the suspect climbed over it. Shin Woo-jin internally noted the wide dust distribution meant the culprit had crawled over belly down, not just with hands and feet. Because of that, a key detail emerged. He deduced the suspect was likely around 170 centimeters tall with lower than average athletic ability. This physical profile suggested a higher age range for the perpetrator. Park Jong-wook, initially hesitant, quickly recognized the profound accuracy of Shin Woo-jin's deduction. Shin Woo-jin then asked who was inside the house, learning that only the victim's father remained, the mother having been taken to the hospital. He requested to examine the house's interior, and after a moment of hesitation, Park Jong-wook reluctantly agreed. As Park Jong-wook reminded him not to touch anything, Shin Woo-jin impatiently urged him to open the door quickly. An off-panel voice observed Shin Woo-jin's unusual actions, expressing concern about him being too conspicuous. Inside the dimly lit living room, Shin Woo-jin began to question the victim's father, who responded with visible hesitation. Park Jong-wook offered Shin Woo-jin the chance to look around, and he readily accepted. As he walked, Shin Woo-jin asked the victim's father about his physical well-being, his gaze assessing. His eyes swept across the living room, pausing on a shelf laden with trophies. Trophies and a golf photo revealed a man's past glories prominently displayed. Shin Woo-jin noted the absence of family photos, deducing the father's strong narcissistic tendencies and inability to move past his past glory. He then meticulously observed the kitchen and dining area, cataloging the large refrigerator, ceramic dining table, and dishwasher. Though the second floor appeared modest, the living room felt out of place, leading Shin Woo-jin to speculate whether the father's business had recently gone bankrupt. Silently, Shin Woo-jin approached the victim's father, who sat with his back turned. He pressed the father directly, asking about potential grudges or even a younger lover. The father vehemently denied everything, but Shin Woo-jin observed his manner of speaking, as if trying to hypnotize his listener. Shin Woo-jin analyzed the father's defensive body language, a direct, convincing gaze combined with a defensive posture, a clear, freeze response. Woo-jin calmly delivered a single, chilling word, butcher shop. The name hit the man like a physical blow, leaving him reeling in shock. Park Jong-wook, stunned, demanded to know what he'd said, and the young man repeated it, a calm, deliberate echo, butcher shop. The words barely formed on Park Jong-wook's lips as fury seized him. He erupted from the couch, shouting a furious curse, scattering everything in his path as it fell and shattered around him. The friend gasped, caught in the sudden chaos. A name emerged in Shin Woo-jin's mind, a dark question forming, Lee Song-byum. Trembling with desperate fury, Park Jong-wook demanded if this bastard was his son's killer. As Shin Woo-jin sought the identity of Lee Song-byum, his friend, still trembling, wondered if he worked at the butcher shop. With every possibility weighed, the pieces of the grim puzzle slowly began to align. The man chose to hide his face. Overwhelmed by emotions, or perhaps a reality too painful to confront, he retreated, shielding what he truly felt in a natural defense. With a heavy heart, Park Jong-wook recounted a past rumor, a damaging accusation against his son. He raged, convinced the butcher who cut the meat was undeniably connected to the incident. He screamed, recalling an agreement, a past settlement that now seemed to twist in his gut. He surged to his feet, demanding an immediate arrest and swearing bloody vengeance, as a police officer moved to hold him back. Calm down. Park Jong-wook roared back, rejecting the officer's plea with furious disbelief. Park Jong-wook's desperate shouts ordered them to bring in Lee Song-byum, and a police officer acknowledged, preparing to move. As the officer tried to soothe Park Jong-wook, who refused to back down, Shin Woo-jin remained silent, observing the unfolding drama, as a door creaked open nearby. The officer, utterly baffled, asked how Shin Woo-jin could have possibly known about the butcher shop, wondering if he possessed a sixth sense. Shin Woo-jin simply stated it was too obvious. How? The officer pressed, and Shin Woo-jin began to explain, starting with the killer's audacious act of leaving a dismembered body at the victim's door. The killer's audacity was surprising, Shin Woo-jin noted, explaining that such boldness implied meticulous planning and a deep confidence, allowing them to escape unseen. Yet, the meticulous killer had left behind threads and lint, potential evidence from his gloves. The contradiction was perplexing, a meticulous killer, yet he left evidence behind. While the officer suggested an oversight, Shin Woo-jin explained how criminals could exhibit both systematic and disorganized traits, then self-corrected, fearing he'd made it too complicated. He reiterated that the criminal, despite systematic tendencies, also displayed disorganized behavior. The criminal, Shin Woo-jin concluded, was a highly systematic individual who knew the daily routines of the house's inhabitants intimately. It was highly likely, he deduced, that the killer was someone known to them, an older individual who might often lack quick reflexes. Examining the cross-section of the dismembered body, Shin Woo-jin explained its resemblance to cuts made by a bone saw, commonly found in butcher shops. But the cutting surface was rougher than a machine's, Shin Woo-jin clarified, suggesting the killer used a saw to mimic a butcher's work, staging the scene rather than actually using the industrial tool. He then questioned the likelihood of a meticulous butcher, whose job demanded absolute cleanliness, leaving behind threads and lint. A chilling theory emerged: what if the killer intentionally used a butcher-style saw and deliberately left the lint to frame someone? Exactly, he confirmed, then listed the grim stages of decomposition: fresh, bloated, active decay, advanced decay, and skeletal. The killer even used ice packs, Shin Woo-jin revealed, a deliberate attempt to confuse the timeline of death. Even the calculated elements were staged, Shin Woo-jin concluded, designed to show only what the killer wanted them to see, like the machine and the conveniently placed lint. The officer gasped in surprise, admitting he hadn't considered it, but Shin Woo-jin calmly replied that people often saw and believed only what they desired. That just makes you normal, the officer said, thinking how nice it must be to instantly see the truth, leaving Shin Woo-jin puzzled by the word nice. He declared Shin Woo-jin a genius, then quickly corrected himself, comparing the young man to an ordinary person like himself. What a weird kid, his friend thought, nodding. So the real killer tried to frame the butcher, Lee Songbyum, the officer clarified, finding the theory highly plausible. CCTV footage would likely lead them straight to Songbyum's butcher shop, the officer explained, precisely as the killer had planned. Shin Woo-jin's friend reflected on a past case, then re-evaluated, sensing this one carried a distinctly different, unsettling vibe. The officer requested a closer look at the cooler, and Shin Woo-jin immediately agreed. The officer crouched, scrutinizing the glowing cooler for any overlooked clues. The officer found nothing special, but Shin Woo-jin pointed out its pristine condition, not a single scratch. You're right, the officer acknowledged, understanding it was likely bought specifically for the crime. So what's wrong with that? Shin Woo-jin pondered, wondering if there was a hidden meaning he was missing. The officer then asked how the cooler was moved after the crime, to which Shin Woo-jin assumed forensics had handled it. Down the dark stairs, officers strained under the cooler's weight, barking warnings and demanding help. But if it was so heavy, how had the killer gotten that large cooler into the house alone? Shin Woo-jin realized the heavy cooler, without a single scratch, pointed to a method of entry far easier than anticipated, a method that didn't involve the front door. Exactly, he affirmed, a quiet "geez" echoing in his mind at the implications. The officer pressed about the cooler's clean movement, leading Shin Woo-jin to re-emphasize the framing theory and question the elaborate motive behind such a brutal murder. A police officer quickly reported a call from Detective Go. A suspicious car had appeared on CCTV near a convenience store. The officer described a man dressed as a delivery worker, wearing a cap and mask, who briefly exited the car and then disappeared. It's just for show, Shin Woo-jin dismissed, certain Lee Songbyum's alibi would be flawless, then sharply commanded them to trace the car through every CCTV camera. An officer hurried to comply, while Shin Woo-jin's friend watched him with concern. If it wasn't Songbyum, his friend wondered if Shin Woo-jin could identify the real killer, quickly retracting the question, yet secretly holding on to hope for his unique abilities. I can, Shin Woo-jin declared, prompting a surprised and eager demand for the killer's identity from his friend. The killer was either someone who disliked Songbyum, he stated, or someone who deeply hated the victim, Park Jong-hyuk. A distinct click echoed, capturing their attention. Shin Woo-jin announced that the killer's identity would be revealed by the victim's own grieving father, a revelation that startled the other officer. A police car waited silently on the dark urban street below. Park Jong-wook once again surged to his feet in a renewed fit of rage, an officer moving to restrain him as Shin Woo-jin watched. Shin Woo-jin's friend desperately tried to calm Park Jong-wook, expressing empathy for his turmoil but pleading for composure. Let go of me. Park Jong-wook yelled, struggling to break free, his foot noticeably swollen. His eyes slightly yellowed, lips dry, and swallowing constantly, Park Jong-wook desperately begged for water, showing clear signs of severe thirst. An officer, annoyed, dismissed the request for water as a trivial matter. A hand swiftly intercepted another reaching for the water pitcher. Shin Woo-jin, holding Park Jong-wook's hand, noted its coldness and asked about recent frequent urination, surprising the man. He continued, detailing Park Jong-wook's unsteady walk and swollen fingertips, explaining it was more than just dehydration. These were symptoms of diabetic complications and a kidney issue, Shin Woo-jin gravely warned, explaining that drinking water could actually worsen his condition, leaving Park Jong-wook stunned by his knowledge. Who cares about that right now? Park Jong-wook exploded, furiously pushing Shin Woo-jin's hand away, demanding they catch the killer immediately. Shin Woo-jin observed that Park Jong-wook's once successful business must have recently failed, prompting a furious accusation of mockery from the man. The officer, worried Shin Woo-jin's bluntness would get him fired, gently urged him to be kinder, but Shin Woo-jin simply stated a cold, hard fact: "Your son has a contusion on his head." It was a laceration, he clarified. His son had died from a blow with something blunt but sharp, before his body was brutally cut into pieces. Shin Woo-jin explained that such gruesome acts rarely occurred without a relationship filled with deep resentment, questioning if a man like the butcher could truly harbor such a grudge. Even when his daughter was assaulted, he chose to settle, Shin Woo-jin pressed, arguing that a father who sought peace would not commit such a gruesome murder or leave such a scene. Most fathers would never agree to a settlement, Shin Woo-jin asserted, a sentiment another officer vehemently agreed with, declaring he would rip a culprit to pieces. They had to consider every possibility, Shin Woo-jin concluded, explaining that the killer likely harbored a deeply personal grudge against Park Jong-wook himself. A grudge? Park Jong-wook roared, furiously denying he had ever wronged anyone in his life. Shin Woo-jin pressed him intensely, urging him to remember, to think, warning that time was running out. Your son had a contusion on his head, a laceration that proved fatal. He had died from a blow with something blunt yet sharp, before his body was brutally cut into pieces. While individual cases varied, Shin Woo-jin stated that such a murder usually implied intense hatred, which led him to question if a man like the butcher could truly harbor such a grudge. Shin Woo-jin pressed further, questioning how the butcher, a man who chose peace even after his daughter's assault, could commit such a gruesome murder against Park Jong-hyuk, or harbor such intense hatred. He then proposed that the killer likely held a very personal grudge directly against Park Jong-wook. A grudge? Park Jong-wook roared, vehemently denying he had ever wronged anyone in his life. Think carefully, Shin Woo-jin insisted, we don't have much time. Park Jong-wook strained to recall anyone who might hold a grudge against him, apart from Songbyum. The clock relentlessly ticked away. Time was running out. Park Jong-wook grumbled, wondering what kind of bastard this was, as the clock continued its insistent ticking. As Shin Woo-jin urged him to think, Park Jong-wook suddenly realized something, hunched in thought. He remembered an incident from 4 years ago. It involved H-World Dream Solution. The world has become so convenient, Shin Woo-jin noted, as his phone vibrated with information. It's become so easy to figure out what others are doing. Back then, he explained, Jong-hyuk had been involved in a sexual assault. Park Jong-wook confirmed a similar incident 4 years prior, which Shin Woo-jin revealed had been dismissed as just kids playing around, a pattern hinting at a history of sexual assault. From that day, the narration explained, Park Jong-wook's way of referring to Jong-hyuk changed, from son to just Jong-hyuk. Calling him by his first name had felt distant, an unconscious way to separate him from himself. Shin Woo-jin confirmed that the other party had admitted to the sexual assault, and soon after, Park Jong-wook's business began to collapse. All of it, the narration revealed, was due to his son's sexual pranks from 4 years prior, which had devastated a victim. When Shin Woo-jin asked who it was, Park Jong-wook revealed it was the daughter of one of his employees, and he had settled the incident with a promotion. Park Jong-wook still believed that all kids make mistakes and that his generous compensation, including money, should have been enough. He was agitated, convinced the compensation he provided should have been sufficient. He never expected things to turn out like this, angered by those who kept spreading articles about it. In the end, the employee's daughter tragically took her own life. Park Jong-wook furiously blamed those bastards for killing her, as an ominous voice seemed to ask if he wanted a guess as to who killed her. Park Jong-wook then speculated that the employee was likely seeking revenge for his dead daughter, referring to the entire situation as, this kind of thing, a word choice Shin Woo-jin noted was strangely unharsh compared to, this kind of act. Shin Woo-jin asked if he remembered the employee's name, or at least his daughter's. Park Jong-wook dismissively claimed he couldn't remember after 4 years, a response Shin Woo-jin simply acknowledged. The narration pondered how individuals with high self-esteem indulged themselves even when their businesses were on the brink of collapse, holding on to their hobbies. Shin Woo-jin then asked Park Jong-wook if he enjoyed walks, which he confirmed were a routine for staying healthy. Park Jong-wook questioned the relevance, but Shin Woo-jin insisted it was related, asking if he had seen anyone suspicious during his walks after moving there a year ago. Park Jong-wook strained to remember, concluding he hadn't seen anyone suspicious or any new residents in the past year. Shin Woo-jin then proposed a theory: what if the employee, whose name Park Jong-wook didn't even remember, harbored a grudge and framed the butcher? All the evidence had been carefully manipulated to point toward the butcher as the murderer. Park Jong-wook was shocked, realizing with dawning horror that if true, the entire situation had been a meticulously planned act of revenge since his daughter's suicide. This damned bastard. Park Jong-wook cursed, but Shin Woo-jin remained silent, and the narration revealed that the former employee was already excluded from the list of suspects. Park Jong-wook reacted with utter disbelief, questioning what that could possibly mean. The culprit knew the neighborhood layout intimately, requiring either residency or dozens of prior trips. Shin Woo-jin asserted that Park Jong-wook's earlier statements, that he never encountered the employee during his walks and saw no suspicious new residents, contradicted the theory. Even if a culprit tried to hide their identity, the narration explained, humans instinctively sense malicious intent. The limbic system, the brain's primal part, would trigger subconscious recognition, making it impossible for a past employee to go unrecognized, Shin Woo-jin concluded. Park Jong-wook hesitated, unsure if he had simply overlooked someone, while Shin Woo-jin and another officer observed his confusion. Shin Woo-jin, speaking on the phone, heard that the unregistered car had been found near the butcher shop Park Jong-wook mentioned. Really? Shin Woo-jin demanded, urgently ordering them to secure the butcher shop owner's alibi, fast. He then looked at the other police officer's phone, his expression resolute. Cartoon Shin Woo-jin pouted about someone's insensitivity, while Cartoon Park Jong-wook dismissed it, saying, he's an AI. Cartoon Shin Woo-jin mused that Jikyol must be even more frustrated, while Cartoon Park Jong-wook gasped in surprise about the butcher shop. Park Jong-wook angrily insisted it was Songbyeom, to which another officer confirmed they had at least located him. A mysterious glow appeared on the table. Glowing lines mapped the floor, signaling the presence of a very perceptive person at work. Park Jong-wook peered into the next room, while Shin Woo-jin watched intently. Startled, Park Jong-wook flailed slightly as something slipped. A hand reached out to catch falling trophies as objects crashed from a shelf. As Park Jong-wook knelt to pick up the fallen items, visibly embarrassed, Shin Woo-jin observed that despite his efforts, they were still out of place, proving how hard it was to be ordinary. Shin Woo-jin sternly told Park Jong-wook that if he wanted the culprit caught quickly, he needed to answer his questions properly. Park Jong-wook, his expression determined, challenged Shin Woo-jin to go ahead and ask. Shin Woo-jin asked if he wiped the dining table every day, to which Park Jong-wook responded that his wife usually did, before protesting the line of questioning. Furious, Park Jong-wook demanded what Shin Woo-jin was getting at, indignant that he was joking around after his son's death. Shin Woo-jin calmly connected Park Jong-wook's diabetes, his son's troubles, and the eventual failure of his business. As Park Jong-wook angrily demanded what he thought he was doing, Shin Woo-jin pointed out that he had slimmed down and his physical capabilities had significantly declined since his healthier golfing days. Another officer pondered the culprit's profile, around 170 centimeters, possibly with poor athletic ability or elderly, and made a surprised connection. Shin Woo-jin provocatively asked Park Jong-wook if he had ever aspired to be an actor, enraging Park Jong-wook into a furious outburst. Are you even a police officer? Park Jong-wook demanded, pointing an accusing finger, to which Shin Woo-jin calmly confirmed he was, before expressing confusion at the outburst. As another officer tried to calm an enraged Park Jong-wook, Shin Woo-jin calmly identified himself as a detective and asked to borrow the luminol spray. The officer reacted with surprise but quickly complied when Shin Woo-jin emphasized the urgency. Another officer urgently called out, "Chief," grabbing the man's arm. "Woo-jin, here," another officer said, handing Shin Woo-jin the spray, who then asked what was happening. A hand tapped a button, sending sparks flying. Park Jong-wook and another officer reacted with confusion and anger as Shin Woo-jin held the luminol spray. A fine mist sprayed into the air. Shin Woo-jin sprayed luminol onto the dining table, surprising Park Jong-wook. Park Jong-wook's eyes widened in profound shock as the spray revealed something. "Huh? What's this?" Park Jong-wook exclaimed, utterly confused by what the luminol was revealing. "What's this doing here?" the perpetrator gasped, shocked at the glowing table. "Oh my god, this," an officer exclaimed, running off to get others as Park Jong-wook watched in horror and Shin Woo-jin observed calmly. Shin Woo-jin, his gaze intense and accusing, asked Park Jong-wook if the substance looked like his son's blood. Park Jong-wook's eyes were wide with terror, his face trembling. "It looks like there's more than enough evidence," Shin Woo-jin coldly stated. "Do I need to spell it out any further? You killed your own son." A silent question hung in the dim light, illuminated by a shocking discovery. "This seems to be your son's blood," Shin Woo-jin declared, the question hanging heavy in the grim air. A visceral jolt of fury and shock contorted Park Jong-wook's face. "This house is overflowing with evidence," Shin Woo-jin stated, his words a thunderscan of truth. "Do I need to spell it out for you? You killed him." Park Jong-wook raised his hands in furious denial, shouting it was all a misunderstanding. Shin Woo-jin's gaze remained unyielding, he confirmed it was Jong-hyuk's blood, tightening the noose of truth. Park Jong-wook, agitated, claimed it was only a minor argument where emotions ran high, and he merely pushed his son. He insisted no serious injury could have occurred, because, if he had been, blood would have splattered everywhere. Park Jong-wook even challenged them to spray the floor, certain nothing would show. Of course there won't be, Shin Woo-jin calmly agreed, knowing the man spoke 99% truth and 1% lie. Shin Woo-jin stood calmly, a bottle in hand, as Park Jong-wook watched him with dawning horror. The bleeding might not have been severe, Shin Woo-jin conceded, but what came after was the real problem. A hand firmly grasped the black trophy, spotlighted in the dim room. Woo-jin! Park Jong-wook cried, his voice laced with disbelief and a chilling realization, why do you have that, don't tell me. There are some fine scratches, Shin Woo-jin pointed out, but the upper left part is very polished. Park Jong-wook meticulously cleaned a dark object with a white cloth, scrubbing away any trace. No! No! Park Jong-wook shrieked, furiously denying the implication, insisting the trophy was, of course, clean. Park Jong-wook defiantly questioned Shin Woo-jin, demanding to know if he understood the effort required for such an award. Why are you doing this? Park Jong-wook demanded, a searing sound echoing his torment. His distressed face reflected in the trophy, Park Jong-wook furiously questioned the unfolding events. His face contorted in tears and anger, he cried out, why would you do that to someone else's award? Completely overwhelmed, Park Jong-wook could only weep, asking why. Shin Woo-jin stood with clenched fists, the grim reality stirring a dark memory. Before, a sharp series of beeps cut through the silence, followed by a decisive click. The door creaked open, and Shin Woo-jin's father stepped into a room strangely covered in plastic, uttering a confused gasp. His face etched with confusion, he questioned the unsettling sight before him. Shin Woo-jin simply addressed his father, unaware of the lurking danger. His father reacted with a disconcerting surprise at finding his son there. Shin Woo-jin innocently questioned his father about the plastic sheeting covering the entire room. His father reached out, and a heavy impact echoed through the room. Trophies clattered to the floor, and Shin Woo-jin cried out, reaching to catch them. Dad, are you okay? Shin Woo-jin asked, concerned, as his father awkwardly picked up the scattered items. Kneeling on the plastic, Shin Woo-jin wondered if his mother was making kimchi, then realized she was on night duty. No, that's not it, his father stated, his hand gripping the black trophy, it's time for you to show some filial duty. Confused and reluctant, Shin Woo-jin protested, mentioning his plans to go out with friends that night. A sickening thud, a choked gasp, as his father violently struck Shin Woo-jin with the trophy. Shin Woo-jin crumpled to the ground as his enraged father raised the trophy again, a grunt of fury escaping him. Injured and reeling, Shin Woo-jin looked up at his father in terror, whispering, "D-Dad." As his father swung the bloody trophy, screaming about all the trouble he'd caused, Shin Woo-jin cried out in pure terror. You call yourself a son, his father roared, striking again with a sharp crack, accusing him of tarnishing his honor. Are you insane, Dad? Shin Woo-jin gasped through his pain, as his blood-soaked father began to dictate his chilling terms. His father demanded filial piety, threatening to benefit from his son, as Shin Woo-jin, covered in blood, desperately begged him to stop. No. You don't have to be sorry, his father roared, delivering another squelching, powerful blow. With a sharp clang, his father stumbled backward, dropping the trophy, leaving both of them in stunned silence. From now on, his father declared with chilling resolve, I won't live with guilt anymore. As his father limped menacingly closer, questioning if he had ever been neglected, Shin Woo-jin could only whimper in terror. Shin Woo-jin's vision blurred, a dizzying ring in his ears, as he questioned what kind of person his father truly was. He staggered backward, his world spinning, before collapsing to the floor. Then, a sickening, crushing blow struck his head, and everything went dark. Park Jong-wook shuddered, eyes wide with terror, cowering as the trophy lay accusingly on the floor before him. His face was a mask of utter horror, eyes wide and jaw slack. Shin Woo-jin calmly pointed out that most criminals hide their weapon, but Park Jong-wook was the opposite. Perhaps he valued the trophy more than his own son, a case where narcissism triumphed over paternal love. He was a person with a strong desire to show off, and that showing off, in other words, meant a lack, a thirst for material things. Hey! Park Jong-wook screamed, enraged, what kind of father would chop up and kill his own son? Shin Woo-jin countered that while paternal love might sound plausible for some, Park Jong-wook was not that kind of parent, he acted to reduce his own business risks, not for his son's future. Standing over Park Jong-wook, Shin Woo-jin echoed his earlier question, you say, what kind of parent would cut up their child? Park Jong-wook gasped, a sudden, horrifying realization dawning on him. As the sound of dragging echoed, the grim truth emerged, there are parents who starve their children to death. His face twisted in distress as the narrative spoke of parents who abuse their children for catharsis. Park Jong-wook sat defeated, the unspoken question hanging heavy, did he need more examples? What nonsense is this? Park Jong-wook protested loudly, surrounded, demanding to know why they were accusing him when he reported the crime himself. I never accused you, Shin Woo-jin said calmly, his gaze piercing, but I do have a question, when did you start planning this? Shin Woo-jin relentlessly detailed Park Jong-wook's premeditation, scouting for a house without CCTV, and the precise amount of insurance taken out under Jong-hyuk's name. As police officers tried to calm him, Park Jong-wook struggled against their grip, vehemently denying his guilt and refusing to be taken away. Why me? Park Jong-wook screamed, desperately accusing Lee Song-geometry of the crime. Shin Woo-jin calmly addressed Officer Ji-cheol. As an officer read his rights, Park Jong-wook struggled against restraint, frantically trying to name an employee as the true culprit. Anything you say may be used against you in court, the words echoed, as Park Jong-wook protested his arrest under a dark, stormy sky. The house stood silently under the dark, ominous night sky. A chemical solution hissed onto the trophy shelf, revealing more hidden truths. The world's gone mad, Shin Woo-jin mused, explaining the lack of blood on the floor by suggesting plastic sheeting, preventing any trace on the wooden floors. The same meticulous planning applied to the bathroom, where evidence of splatters and reactions in the bathtub confirmed where the grim work was done. The question of why he climbed over the wall was answered with chilling simplicity, it was all a performance. This performance carried multiple meanings, to confuse the investigation, create false witnesses, and firmly plant the idea that the perpetrator was an outsider. Knowing that eyewitness testimony was harder to refute than scientific evidence, he aimed to be perceived as an intruder, a master of psychological manipulation. The icebox was moved without leaving scratches because he filled it with the body's weight, allowing it to float. Two investigators whispered, wondering if Shin Woo-jin was a profiler, unaware he was just an ordinary civilian. A sharp click and tick jolted Shin Woo-jin, his eyes widening in surprise. The clicks and ticks intensified, a fractured pattern behind his startled eyes. Trapped and distressed, Shin Woo-jin felt the relentless tick of a clock, a chain around his fate. The grandfather clock ticked on, his distressed face faintly visible within its depths. Shin Woo-jin stood motionless, fists clenched, consumed by a new, urgent realization. Detective, an investigator called out, concerned, snapping Shin Woo-jin back to reality with a startled, "Huh? We need to head to the station immediately, quickly." Shin Woo-jin declared with sudden, heavy urgency, startling the confused investigator. Shin Woo-jin decisively pulled the confused investigator along, who demanded to know what was wrong now. "Yes. It's dangerous." Shin Woo-jin insisted, promising to explain everything on the way as they raced into the night. A sharp tug, a desperate urgency as the investigator pulled Shin Woo-jin, demanding they get to the police station, right now. Shin Woo-jin, still reeling, demanded to know what was happening. The investigator pulled him along through the dark hall, a desperate plea to just come, but Shin Woo-jin's own questions sharpened with every step, what now? What had gone wrong, The investigator's frantic, yes, confirmed the danger, which now felt vast and shadowed beneath the ominous city skyline. As police activity bustled around them, the investigator peppered Shin Woo-jin with questions about an accomplice or another victim, while Shin Woo-jin frantically sought answers to who or where the threat was. Shin Woo-jin's fingers flew across his phone, a rapid tap-tap-tap, declaring there wasn't a moment to spare. But then, an abrupt shift, the investigator, calm behind the wheel, asked how many bowls of jjajangmyeon they should order, leaving Shin Woo-jin utterly bewildered. Our hero's inner child emerged, cartoonishly eager, asking if they could also get tangsuyuk, his stomach rumbling loudly. Oh Jong-hun, equally cartoonish and excited, enthusiastically urged a large, premium order, while Shin Woo-jin, exasperated, wondered how many people they were feeding. The investigator's concern lingered, however, questioning if ordering food was appropriate when an accomplice might still be on the loose. Shin Woo-jin, serious as he looked at his phone, dismissed the idea of an accomplice, revealing the food order was successful, and hinting at something far scarier. What is it? The investigator pressed, but Shin Woo-jin calmly redirected, asking about the Chinese restaurant across from the police station. With a jolt, the investigator gripped the steering wheel, alarm flashing in his eyes as Shin Woo-jin confirmed that indeed, that was the place. He trembled, calculating the restaurant's early closing time, realizing how quickly their ingredients must run out, how fast they burned through materials. The investigator lamented how close they had come to missing out, especially on the rare chance to enjoy such food at the police station. Two cartoonish figures huddled in exaggerated fear at the thought of missing the meal, while Shin Woo-jin simply acknowledged their profound distress. A wide, relieved smile spread across the investigator's face. He laughed, remarking that Shin Woo-jin's intensity for food reminded him exactly of his little brother. It's truly a scary thing. Oh Jong-hun exclaimed, his hand urgently shifting gears as the car roared, determined to beat the clock before the jjajangmyeon got cold. As the car sped away, Park Jong-wook called out, wondering if Shin Woo-jin had paid, regretting not treating him. Shin Woo-jin reassured them he had paid by card, then deflected Oh Jeong-hun's suggestion for kanpungi, insisting it wasn't ordinary enough, a statement he then slightly backtracked on. Then, our hero devoured his jjajangmyeon, chopsticks flying, a relentless gulping and chopping. Park Jong-wook watched, surprised, as Shin Woo-jin continued to eat with an almost otherworldly intensity. Shin Woo-jin, eyes glowing with cartoonish motion, slurped down the noodles with supernatural speed, startling the other investigators. The others observed his vigorous eating, speculating if he had missed breakfast or even lunch with such ravenous hunger. The investigator could only stare at the few remaining pieces of tangsuyuk, lamenting he hadn't even had a bite. Taehyun. Kim Taehyun. Park Jong-wook called out, as Oh Jong-hun expressed surprise, and Shin Woo-jin questioned why their team leader was back. An investigator asked if Kim Taehyun had caught the culprit, not just a suspect, and Kim Taehyun proudly confirmed it, offering tangsuyuk to everyone. Another investigator, curious, questioned who Shin Woo-jin was, and Kim Taehyun introduced him, explaining his name as Shin Woo-jin calmly greeted them while eating. The investigator's eyes widened in surprise as he finally put a face to the name. So, this is Shin Woo-jin. He wondered if it had already been a year since the last time he had seen him, as several officers gathered around a police car in a muted outdoor scene. Shin Woo-jin stood with his bowl, listening as the investigator mused about him, the kid in prison for 12 years, now so changed as to be unrecognizable, yet in a good place, 5 stars. Kim Taehyun excitedly explained that Shin Woo-jin had come to the station the day before, reporting a kidnapped YouTuber, which turned out to be true, stunning his colleagues who realized the victim of the confinement case was now a YouTuber. The investigator warmly greeted Shin Woo-jin, asking what brought him back and if he was there to report another incident. Shin Woo-jin calmly replied that he came to eat jjajangmyeon, which surprised Park Jong-wook. Kim Taehyun jovially explained that he had simply run into Shin Woo-jin and brought him for dinner, emphasizing their connection to a confused Park Jong-wook. Park Jong-wook, his eyes blazing, cartoonishly scolded Kim Taehyun for bringing a civilian to a crime scene, while Kim Taehyun cowered, fearing punishment if he told the full truth. The investigator, smiling, asked if Shin Woo-jin had enjoyed the meal, and Shin Woo-jin confirmed it was incredibly good, a top-tier deliciousness at the police station. The investigator, surprised by such high praise, then beamed, proclaiming the police station's location selection truly top-notch for such a nearby restaurant. Park Jong-wook looked on, confused, as Shin Woo-jin thanked them for the meal and announced his mission accomplished, ready to leave. Park Jong-wook offered to drive Shin Woo-jin home, but our hero declined, prepared to leave on his own. The other investigator and Oh Jong-hun protested loudly, reminding Park Jong-wook of the mountain of work still awaiting them. Park Jong-wook, in a cartoonish display of seriousness, declared it their responsibility to ensure Shin Woo-jin's safe return, baffling the investigator. Then, a dawning realization, Park Jong-wook wondered, with a hint of dread, if Shin Woo-jin had paid for the jjajangmyeon himself. The scene shifted to a bright classroom where students, including Shin Woo-jin, prepared for a presentation in 3 days. 2 days remained until the assignment presentation, as a teacher led a lesson in the bright classroom. With just 1 day left, students studied and relaxed in a lounge area, the calm before the storm. D-Day arrived, and a bustling city street outside the school came alive with ordinary activity. Woo-jin-ah, a friend called out, waving to Shin Woo-jin as he walked. Shin Woo-jin returned the greeting, acknowledging his friend. His friend, looking utterly exhausted with his head down and eyes closed, admitted he hadn't slept a wink. Man-soo, Shin Woo-jin's friend, cartoonishly expressed extreme nervousness, lamenting his turn to present on business ethics and management ethics, blaming a past rock-paper-scissors loss. Another student declared the loser of rock-paper-scissors would present, with no takebacks, while Man-soo pondered his move, and a female student teasingly called it a psychological game. 2 female students declared they would choose rock, while Shin Woo-jin remained silent, observing them intently. Shin Woo-jin asked Man-soo what he would pick, and Man-soo, cartoonishly thinking a lie, declared he'd pick paper. Hands flew, a flurry of rock, paper, scissors. Man-soo cried out in dramatic anguish, chosen for the presentation, while his laughing friends joked about his bad luck, telling him to buy a lottery ticket. Man-soo, in a state of extreme panic, covered his eyes, asking if he should drink soju before the presentation and exclaiming his heart might explode. Observing his friend's anxiety, Shin Woo-jin internally decided he needed to change the presentation topic, knowing that worry consumed too much energy. Shin Woo-jin turned to Man-soo, asking if his cousin's toast shop was struggling, surprising Man-soo who confirmed it was true. A female student invited Man-soo for drinks, but he apologetically rushed off, his backpack indicating his cousin's work must be demanding. Again, Man-soo declined an invitation for dinner, indicating his cousin's business was keeping him exceptionally busy. But gradually, Man-soo started spending more time with his friends, as students gathered around the toast shop. Considering the change in frequency, our hero observed his friends eating together in a cafeteria. The toast shop now appeared empty, suggesting the initial rush of its opening had faded. Man-soo questioned how Shin Woo-jin knew about his cousin's shop, and Shin Woo-jin simply replied that he used to faintly smell of bread. Mansu sniffed himself in surprise, and Shin Woo-jin clarified that the smell was now gone and hadn't been a bad one. Shin Woo-jin then asked if Mansu's parents were farmers, eliciting a shocked, "Whoa, what?" Mansu, cartoonishly terrified, wondered if Shin Woo-jin was possessed, to which our hero calmly replied that something was indeed attached to him. Shin Woo-jin reassured him it wasn't possession, explaining that understanding came not from seeing, but from observation. The scene transitioned to a clear, starry night sky over a tranquil landscape. The police car's tires thumped along a dirt road, kicking up dust in the dark. The police car sped down a winding country road, its headlights cutting through the darkness under a starry sky. Voices from inside the car excitedly discussed gamjatang as the police car drove through fields at night. Park Jong-wook yelled at someone for eating first, asking if they had paid alone, as rustling sounds echoed from the tall grass outside the speeding police car. Shin Woo-jin worried about the food getting cold, while Park Jong-wook reminded him he had offered to separate their portions. Rustling sounds continued in the grass as the police car's headlights appeared in the distance. "Turn here," Park Jong-wook directed, urging Shin Woo-jin, who was driving, to make the turn, sensing the food was near. Park Jong-wook peered suspiciously out the window, convinced the others had already started eating, urging Shin Woo-jin to check. Then, Shin Woo-jin, disheveled and standing directly in the harsh beam of the headlights, abruptly stopped the car. "Brake!" Park Jong-wook screamed, terrified, as both men in the car recoiled in sheer horror. The car screeched to a halt, tires skidding just inches from Shin Woo-jin's bare feet. Park Jong-wook shouted in fear and confusion, wondering if the figure in their headlights was a ghost or insane, vehemently denying it was either. "Hey, you punk! Who are you?" Park Jong-wook demanded, but Shin Woo-jin, his eyes red and distressed, simply stated, "That's enough." Park Jong-wook stammered, pointing at Shin Woo-jin, while the investigator nervously confirmed his identity, Shin Woo-jin's single eye visible and unsettling. Park Jong-wook asked if Shin Woo-jin was okay, a strange and never-before-seen facial expression now unsettling him. "That's enough," Park Jong-wook repeated, as he urged Shin Woo-jin into the car. The police car drove away into the night, leaving a lingering sense of worry and fear in its wake. Shin Woo-jin sat silently in the back seat, staring forward as the car sped on. In the rearview mirror, Park Jong-wook's serious reflection suggested a sudden understanding. That's what it all meant. A heavy realization settled upon Shin Woo-jin and the subdued officers in the quiet car. Through the quiet darkness of the rural night, a police car's engine rumbled, pushing through the silence. Inside, the driver's eyes, reflected in the mirror, scanned the unseen ahead, the car's mechanical rhythm pushing them forward. The patrol car sped on, its emergency lights painting brief flashes against the vast, star-filled sky. The engine hummed, carrying them deeper into the isolated countryside. Just moments before, an unexpected blow snapped across Shin Woo-jin's face. He hit the ground with a heavy thud, gasping in pain as his attacker stood menacingly above him. "This bastard actually ran away," the attacker snarled, raining down heavy blows as Shin Woo-jin grunted, oblivious to the officer approaching. "After we fed and sheltered you," the unseen attacker roared, blows continuing to land, while an officer nearby casually suggested, "Nah, it's nothing, keep eating." "Take it easy," another officer commanded, pulling the still furious attacker away, who shrieked, "You can't leave empty-handed." The attacker slammed Shin Woo-jin into the vehicle, barking, "Get inside, you little shit," as a pained cry escaped him. Now, a final click sealed the door, leaving Shin Woo-jin silhouetted in a dark room, his defiance a whisper, "You can't go back with nothing. Stop by home first. What have you got?" He remembered a different time, imprisoned, when he learned to see past the obvious, watching as P swept his rake through the sunlit fields. He saw two men sitting in quiet conversation. P observed intently, his gaze sharp and focused beneath his hat. A pleased expression formed as the corners of P's mouth rose symmetrically. That subtle, pleased expression was a crucial tell. When meeting someone happy, P would often lean his torso forward while observing the landscape. Wrinkles around the eyes, a mouth stretching, rapid speech, pooled saliva, a protruding jaw, increased hand gestures, and frequent scratching were all subtle cues to learn. Every trivial detail, even the splashing mud as P worked the fields, demanded observation. He needed to know everything, his eyes intense and all-consuming. Long before that, as a child, his friend Mansu had taught him the secret, "Don't just see," Mansu explained, "observe. Observation reveals truth." Shin Woo-jin had wondered about observing, without just seeing, but Mansu insisted, "Observe, then you can read them." What does that even mean? Mansu pondered as another student urged them to hurry to class, though Mansu still didn't quite grasp it. The bright, empty lecture hall awaited its next act. "Mansu, fighting," two female students cheered energetically, "You'll do great, right? You got this. I believe in you. Let's go. You can do it," a male student cheered for a visibly trembling peer behind a desk. Okay then. Let's begin presentation starting with Team 1, the teacher announced, causing a student to panic as another encouraged him not to freeze up. Shin Woo-jin watched with Man-soo, both silent and nervous, as the peer-evaluated presentation began. The teacher explained how the division of labor improved productivity, but noted some inaccuracies in the production costs. Shin Woo-jin calmly took notes while Man-soo sighed in exasperation, recognizing the lecture reflected industrial society's development. The student concluded his presentation with a bow, receiving applause. Next team, the teacher called, and Shin Woo-jin cheered, Young-hoon, fighting, as Man-soo confidently reassured him, just trust me. The teacher announced the start of his team's prepared presentation, with some students still wondering about Young-hoon. Therefore, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations advocates minimizing government economic intervention, the teacher confidently presented, thoroughly impressing Man-soo. The presentation concluded, and the teacher opened for questions, prompting one eager student to shoot his hand up. The abstract image of 4 students on a subway bench highlighted the normal manipulation of votes in peer evaluations. Shin Woo-jin raised his hand, and the teacher acknowledged him, inviting his question. Shin Woo-jin stood, his eyes glowing with intensity, and challenged, please explain how individuals acting for selfish motives can impact the market as a whole. Ah, that's. Man-soo reacted, wide-eyed and surprised by the sudden, intense question. In Shin Woo-jin's mind, a confident version of himself walked towards a defensive student, asserting, I believe personal selfish motives can actually benefit the entire market, wouldn't you agree? What? That seems unrelated to Wealth of Nations, the imagined student stammered, as the imagined Shin Woo-jin declared, gotcha. It's literally from Wealth of Nations. The so-called invisible hand, the imagined Shin Woo-jin proclaimed, a glowing hand materializing from his words, symbolizing his intellectual power. Just as Woo-jin Nim said, the imagined Shin Woo-jin declared, explaining that the pursuit of personal gain naturally promotes societal benefit. WL. I apologize. I hadn't researched that far, the imagined student stammered, seemingly struck by an invisible force, as Shin Woo-jin watched, questioning. Then let's proceed to the next question, the imagined Shin Woo-jin pressed aggressively, glowing with intent, specialization. Increased efficiency. He launched a 3-combo attack, questioning economic growth, with powerful, imagined blows. The push attack continued, demanding evidence and context. An aerial blow landed as he questioned, driving force. Delivering a critical strike, Shin Woo-jin demanded, the core principle. Flaws. Solutions, utterly defeating the imagined student. After the devastating question barrage, Shin Woo-jin stood triumphantly over his fragmented opponent, challenging, care to answer? I'm already shredded to rags, the imagined student pleaded, have mercy, I beg you. Our faction's reputation will. Cartoon Man-soo and another student watched, shocked and distressed by the intellectual onslaught. Even the cartoon teacher, weary, expressed, now you see my suffering. A tattered and defeated cartoon Man-soo concluded his presentation. Man-soo bowed, exhausted, as KO flashed on the screen, fading into a shadowy figure, while Shin Woo-jin quietly offered, good job, and the teacher called for Team 3. Cartoon Shin Woo-jin cheered, Man-soo fighting. I took down the enemy general, giving a confident thumbs up, to which cartoon Man-soo replied, yeah. Leave it to me. Hello everyone. I'm Kim Man-soo from Team 3, he confidently announced, beginning his presentation to enthusiastic cheers and light sticks from his female classmates. Off-panel voices exclaimed, amazing, as students walked away from the school building. Man-soo. Your presentation rocked. Even the professor clapped, his friends praised, Man-soo attributing his success to Woo-jin and the team. Man-soo confidently declared they'd all get straight A*S, humorously threatening legal action if they didn't. Man-soo, could we visit your cousin's place together? Shin Woo-jin asked, surprising Man-soo, to try their toast. Suddenly. Shin Woo-jin explained, thought it might help if I tasted and get ideas. More data samples never hurt, Shin Woo-jin reasoned, prompting Man-soo to wonder if he could diagnose his cousin's business struggles. Man-soo sheepishly apologized, of all days, the shop's closed today. Maybe tomorrow. Sure, works for me, Shin Woo-jin agreed as Man-soo pointed out, bus is here. I'll head out first. Shin Woo-jin called, waving goodbye as Man-soo, surprised, asked, you have plans? Wasn't there an after-party? From inside the bus, Shin Woo-jin waved, reflecting playfully, really wanted to boss him around. Bye then. See you next time. The bus carried Shin Woo-jin away, another day passing where helping friends was simply normal. Shin Woo-jin sat thoughtfully, gazing out the bus window as the city blurred past. The city grew quiet as dusk painted the sky in gradients of orange and pink. Shin Woo-jin stepped off the bus onto the city street. He walked towards a restaurant, noticing a student pushing an old man in a wheelchair along the sidewalk. Now's the time. Shin Woo-jin thought, determined to practice his meddling in advance. Hello, Shin Woo-jin greeted, startling the student. First, I pray for the patient's speedy recovery, which only confused them. He explained that elders often drink bone broth as a health tonic, then asked the old man, do you know him, grandfather, to which the old man firmly replied, no. But Shin Woo-jin went on to explain that phosphorus in slow-boiled broth actually leaches calcium from bones, making it not ideal for fractures. Cartoon Woo-jin even questioned if the student was the old man's friend, which the student denied. Shin Woo-jin helpfully offered, calcium-rich foods are better. Here's a bone-healthy food list, as the old man, annoyed, warned the student, don't engage him. Cartoon Shin Woo-jin celebrated his organic meddling as a resounding success, much to the exasperation of the student and the old man. Shin Woo-jin walked down the busy street amidst the city's symphony of horns and footsteps. He walked, an annoyed expression on his face, internally wishing he could move faster. Sorry, a man stammered an apology as Shin Woo-jin passed, observing the scene silently. Hey, what are you staring at? Two men challenged, looking aggressively at Shin Woo-jin as he continued walking. Should I drag that punk over? One man asked, while the other calmly replied, chill, man, as Shin Woo-jin walked away, deep in thought. A foot in white sneakers stepped onto the tiled pavement. The foot landed decisively. An aggressive, imagined Shin Woo-jin leaned into his ear, whispering, wanna try meddling too? Want to try being nosy too? To which Shin Woo-jin internally responded, I'm totally down. It was perfect. Shin Woo-jin walked an inverted city street, ready for whatever came next. Shin Woo-jin stepped forward with a deliberate, echoing stride. Then, he stopped, planting his feet firmly in the dark. Hey, Shin Woo-jin challenged, a glint in his eye, wanna try also being nosy? From off-panel, Mansu's voice responded instantly, I'd like that. I would too, Shin Woo-jin murmured, walking away with a new purpose forming in his mind. The city settled into a dusk-filled hush, concealing what was to come. Modern facades loomed, silent and watchful in the fading light. Shin Woo-jin surveyed the street, a smirk playing on his lips, noting the complete absence of CCTV. He wondered if this secluded spot had been chosen deliberately. Kids these days are quite smart, Shin Woo-jin mused as he descended, or should I say cunning. He concluded that no cameras meant the situation was all the better for him. Hey, what are you staring at? The aggressive man, Park Jong-wook, demanded, offering Shin Woo-jin a cigarette with a sneer. No, Shin Woo-jin calmly dismissed, walking past them, minors smoking cigarettes is nothing special. But then his tone shifted, hinting at something more. However, he added, his leg already raised, it pisses me off to see guys like you do these kinds of things. Stop this bullshit and just go your way, man, Oh Jong-hun, interjected, laughing aggressively, or do you want to get your ass kicked too? Shin Woo-jin continued walking, seemingly unbothered by the threat. A sudden grip on his shoulder jolted Shin Woo-jin as Mansu's confused voice demanded, what the hell is this bastard's problem? Do you know him? Hey, Shin Woo-jin growled, his grip on Man, Oh Jong-hun's collar tightening, why do you choose to live like this? Man, Oh Jong-hun, looked confused, while Man, Park Jong-wook's injured face registered pure shock. Shin Woo-jin's eyes flared red with rage as he unleashed a brutal flurry of attacks, screaming, you live a fucking useless life as rubbish. Why you live like a fucking idiot? Man, Park Jong-wook, watched in wide-eyed terror as the chaotic violence erupted around him. When I see guys who live getting pushed around and beaten up, Shin Woo-jin declared, standing calm amidst the chaos, I can't stand it. Mansu, meanwhile, scolded the men, asking why they hadn't left when they had the chance. Then go on, Shin Woo-jin dismissed, a smirk on his face, I have no business with you guys. Man, Oh Jong-hun, exploded, you're fucking laughing. Cheap bastards, Shin Woo-jin hissed, his eyes blazing red with contained fury. The alley erupted in shattering glass and bone-jarring impacts as Shin Woo-jin continued his furious assault, kicking one man brutally. Another powerful kick sent a man flying, collapsing down the stairs with sickening force. Man, Oh Jong-hun, screamed in agony as another man was thrown, slamming to the ground. Shit. My arm. Man, Oh Jong-hun, shrieked, his limb visibly twisted, while Man, Park Jong-wook, could only stammer in distress. Broken? Shin Woo-jin mocked with a dismissive smirk. What do you mean? Is your hand a straw? Hey you son of a bitch. Man, Park Jong-wook, screamed from the ground, enraged by the casual cruelty, you're so fucking annoying. Shin Woo-jin delivered a devastating series of punches, each blow reverberating with sickening force against a man's face. Two men were sent flying through the air, their bodies arcing violently amidst splintering debris. Man, Park Jong-wook, cried out in horror, recognizing the sheer brutality of Shin Woo-jin's ongoing assault. Shin Woo-jin continued his merciless attack, kicking another man with bone-shattering force as Man, Oh Jong-hun, stared in disbelief. Man, Oh Jong-hun's eyes widened in pain and fear as a hand violently squeezed and twisted his face. Shin Woo-jin pressed his assault, choking one man while another was savagely stomped underfoot. He ruthlessly dragged a man up by his hair, the violent action making the man cry out. "Oh no, Man, Oh Jong-hun," whimpered from the ground, reaching frantically for his now absent hair, "My hair." Shin Woo-jin, still smirking and holding the wig, advised, "You shouldn't involve yourself in such things." "Hey," Shin Woo-jin commanded, "don't just sit there, get up." Man, Park Jong-wook, groaned, clutching his head, wondering if the order was for him. "Come with me for a bit," Shin Woo-jin ordered, yanking Man, Park Jong-wook, away, who stammered, "Where? And who are you?" Man, Oh Jong-hun, continued to lament his lost wig, bewildered by their departure. The harsh alley gave way to the quiet glow of a city park, as Shin Woo-jin's voice implicitly ordered, "Sit down." Man, Park Jong-wook, questioned the command, and Shin Woo-jin repeated, "I said, sit down." Shin Woo-jin sat on the bench, his gaze intense, preparing for his interrogation. Man, Park Jong-wook, settled nervously beside him, offering a meek response. "Hurt," Shin Woo-jin probed, his eyes fixed on Man, Park Jong-wook, "what is that for you?" Man, Park Jong-wook, looked surprised, clarifying, "Ah, you mean when I'm hurt?" "Alright," Shin Woo-jin continued, "where do you go when you are hurt?" Man, Park Jong-wook, hesitated, then offered, "Well, the hospital." "Yeah, so you know," Shin Woo-jin affirmed, "you go to the hospital for help." "So what about you?" Shin Woo-jin pressed, "You just take those beatings without any thought of getting help." He implied that Man, Park Jong-wook, allowed himself to be victimized helplessly, never fighting back. "It's because I can't fight back," Man, Park Jong-wook, admitted, shrinking under the metaphorical Shin Woo-jin's menacing gaze. "I'm also weaker." "The thing is," Shin Woo-jin's implied voice lectured, "in a fight, the one who takes things to another level, wins." As Man, Park Jong-wook, angrily splashed dirty water with a mop, Shin Woo-jin's voice echoed, "You don't win with just pure strength alone." The metaphorical Shin Woo-jin leaned on his mop, taunting, "You're scared of them, aren't you? Since you just let yourself be bullied and do nothing about it." Shin Woo-jin's voice urged Man, Park Jong-wook, to fight in any way he could and to improve his environment. He told him to do for himself, as Man, Park Jong-wook, stood before a truck in the rain. Shin Woo-jin warned against making rash choices that would cause others to suffer, as Man, Park Jong-wook, observed a somber funeral. He told Man, Park Jong-wook, not to run away just because he was scared, envisioning him confronted by intimidating figures. Shin Woo-jin explained that there was no true paradise to run to, as people acted unconsciously according to the environments that shaped them. "That's what we call personal growth," Shin Woo-jin's voice defined, illustrating Man, Park Jong-wook's inner mechanisms as complex gears. Those who realized this truth, he continued, tried to move forward, showing Man, Park Jong-wook, facing a maze with resolve. But those who hadn't yet, he lamented, tried to avoid it, as Man, Park Jong-wook, turned away from the path ahead. "Change your mindset," Shin Woo-jin insisted, "do it now, because next time will be too late." Man, Park Jong-wook, agitatedly retorted, "What? You make it sound so easy. How do you even know? Already judging me without even trying to be in my shoes, huh?" Man, Park Jong-wook, accused, tears welling in his angry eyes, but Shin Woo-jin remained impassive. Shin Woo-jin smirked, a rustling sound accompanying his subtle movement, unsettling Man, Park Jong-wook. A hand tapped Man, Park Jong-wook's phone, causing him to look up in surprise. Shin Woo-jin dropped something onto Man, Park Jong-wook's phone with a soft plop, maintaining his smirk. "Take a good look," Shin Woo-jin instructed, while Man, Park Jong-wook, stared at his phone, utterly confused. Man, Park Jong-wook, stared at his screen, recognizing the horrific headlines of a minor confined and assaulted for years in a warehouse. Mr. A, who was confined and assaulted for 12 years. Shin Woo-jin began, his voice flat, observing Man, Park Jong-wook's shock. "Is me," Shin Woo-jin revealed, leaning back with a cold bitterness, "all because of some pathetic bastard." Man, Park Jong-wook, gasped, completely stunned. "So don't think you're all that miserable," Shin Woo-jin declared, lightly kicking Man, Park Jong-wook, who was now on the ground, "fight until you feel like you're going to die. You have far more options than I did." "Ew, dandruff," a cartoonish Shin Woo-jin said with disgust, as a cartoonish Man, Park Jong-wook, retorted, "You're the one who touched my hair." Shin Woo-jin gave Man, Park Jong-wook's some bizarre hair care advice before walking away, prompting Man, Park Jong-wook, to ask if he was leaving. His footsteps echoed, resolute, as he continued his departure. Think of this as a bit of advice from someone who was confined and assaulted for 12 years, so listen up, Shin Woo-jin instructed, don't lose to the things that hold you back. He urged Man, Park Jong-wook, to confront helplessness, to fight and win, no matter what. Shin Woo-jin advised Man, Park Jong-wook, to discard any concern for his opponent and just fight, because society, his true opponent, wouldn't worry about him either. Well, that's it for this old fart's advice, Shin Woo-jin announced, glancing back as he walked away, the choice is yours now. Man, Park Jong-wook, remained silent, watching Shin Woo-jin's retreating figure. Wait. You left your phone. Man, Park Jong-wook, called out frantically, and Shin Woo-jin's voice responded, yes. So this is the place. Your uncle's shop. Shin Woo-jin asked as Man-soo, hungry and eager, urged, yeah, hungry, right? Let's go in. It's my treat, Man-soo offered, as Shin Woo-jin, confident, mused, alright, time for some practical application. Shall I try being nosy again? The quiet hum of the computer filled the dimly lit room late at night, broken only by the sharp clicks and taps of the keyboard. His fingers moved with practiced precision across the keys and mouse. A fragmented message, Hell0.I, appeared on the screen as his cursor selected a menu option. The stark revelation burned, he had been imprisoned for 12 years. Then, an off-panel voice cut through the evening calm, piercing the mystery, excuse me, are you Shin Woo-jin? Shin Woo-jin walked away through the dim alley, but a figure rapidly approached him from behind. He turned, his gaze wary, as he asked the approaching man, are you a reporter? Reporter Kim Dong-sik confirmed his identity, directly asking if Shin Woo-jin was the one who had emailed him. After a pause, Shin Woo-jin calmly stated he would reach out once prepared, if the reporter provided his contact information. The reporter's confusion mounted as he realized Shin Woo-jin had tracked his house despite saying he would make contact. Internally, the reporter acknowledged Shin Woo-jin's impressive tracking skills, seeing it as proof that his story was still in high demand. Shin Woo-jin then offered a surprising admission, he had gathered the courage to reach out, but wasn't mentally prepared for an interview just yet. His sudden fear and desire to hide as old memories resurfaced caught the reporter off guard, prompting a flustered apology. With a determined but weary gaze, Shin Woo-jin asked if the reporter could simply wait until he was mentally ready. The reporter hesitantly conceded, and Shin Woo-jin quietly thanked him. Shin Woo-jin politely bid farewell and turned to leave, but the reporter frantically tried to stop him for just one more question. I'll tell you everything next time, Shin Woo-jin stated with firm resolve, walking away and simply saying, goodbye. The reporter let out a weak, resigned laugh as Shin Woo-jin disappeared into the distance. I'm home, Shin Woo-jin announced, stepping into the warm embrace of his family, but the cozy scene was jarringly broken by a news report of a murder 5 days ago. His mother asked if he had eaten, and he confirmed he already had. The chilling news reported Mr. A had been charged with killing his own son, and Shin Woo-jin listened, silently processing the horror. His family reacted with shock and outrage to the grim details, especially the CCTV footage of the icebox used in the crime. The disturbing nature of real-life events, even when observed from afar, deeply unsettled his family. The pervasive exposure to tragedy on glowing screens created a subconscious, empathetic stress, forcing viewers to imagine themselves in the victim's shoes. Even without direct involvement, the accumulation of emotional damage from such grim news fostered a pervasive sense of fear. A creaking sound echoed, though scientifically it was merely the expansion and contraction of air. His mother's alarmed cry about the recurring sound highlighted how individual experiences shaped differing perceptions of reality. Her growing conviction of a ghost, fueled by fear, showcased how differently people perceived the same events. With the grim motive of insurance money now revealed, Shin Woo-jin wished his family could be shielded from such darkness, only seeing good things. His father's sudden, alarmed cry about the late hour startled his mother and sister, sparking confused questions. A bizarrely titled drama about adopted siblings instantly captivated his family, who wondered if such a show truly existed. His sister eagerly darted off to join the drama, while his mother warned against changing the channel, and his father reluctantly mentioned homework. A persistent buzzing echoed through his room, signaling an incoming call from Kim Man-soo. Shin Woo-jin listened as Man-soo excitedly reported that his Hyung thought his idea was brilliant and was immediately converting the shop to ciabatta. Shin Woo-jin's internal satisfaction solidified, Phase 1 meddling was a success, and Phase 2 could now be executed precisely as planned. Shin Woo-jin inquired about the reopening, amazed by the swift execution of his Hyung, noting they would only replace the sign and menu for now. Shin Woo-jin's precise deduction of Man-soo's hurried motivation left his friend utterly dumbfounded. Dismissing the immediate surprise, Shin Woo-jin shifted the conversation with a stern directive to Man-soo. The vibrant city street bustled with life. A bright new sign now proudly proclaimed brain food, advertising ciabatta sandwiches and toast. A satisfied Shin Woo-jin surveyed the transformed storefront, pleased that his further meddling had helped his friend. Mansu and another friend enthusiastically greeted Shin Woo-jin upon his arrival at the shop. Shin Woo-jin entered to a warm welcome, with Mansu commenting on his energy, and his friend confirming they had waited for his advice before opening. Mansu absorbed the advice, readily agreeing to implement the careful calculations for an ideal 30 to 25% profit margin. Mansu voiced his confusion, questioning why Shin Woo-jin went to such extraordinary lengths to help him. Shin Woo-jin's simple declaration, "We're friends," brought Mansu to cartoonish tears. A brief moment. Mansu, deeply grateful, firmly shook Shin Woo-jin's hand and vowed to repay the favor. A playful squabble erupted over who should repay Shin Woo-jin, with Mansu comically demanding double the hourly wage, much to Shin Woo-jin's amusement. Leaving his friends to their bickering, Shin Woo-jin simply requested a new ciabatta menu item. Mansu, proud of his week-long training, eagerly promised Shin Woo-jin a disgustingly delicious ciabatta. Mansu's curiosity about Shin Woo-jin's connections to broadcast people was met with a cryptic assurance that he would soon find out. Mansu playfully wondered if Shin Woo-jin came from a chaebol family before proudly serving the ciabatta. Shin Woo-jin was genuinely impressed by the 3-minute turnaround time. The speed test was passed. The moment of truth arrived, the taste test, with every detail under intense scrutiny. He took a crisp, resounding bite. Judge Shin Woo-jin contemplated the flavors, chewing slowly and methodically. Their hearts pounded with nervous anticipation. He continued to chew slowly, lost in deep contemplation, leaving everyone to wonder what the final verdict would be. A deliberate swallow marked the end of his evaluation. Approved, Shin Woo-jin declared, igniting an explosive celebration from Mansu and his friend as their efforts had finally passed the test. Amidst the jubilant shouts of gratitude from his friends, Shin Woo-jin noticed a man approaching, wondering about the sudden noise. Mansu was startled by a new arrival, quickly apologizing that the shop was still preparing. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated the man was his guest, prompting Mansu to instruct him to handle the new arrival. The reporter greeted Shin Woo-jin, questioning if their interview would truly be held in the chaotic new shop, to which Shin Woo-jin simply invited him to sit. As the reporter probed Shin Woo-jin's readiness, another man entered the shop, asking if this was the correct location. The new arrival directly asked for the person who reported the confinement case, catching Shin Woo-jin off guard. "That's me," Shin Woo-jin calmly stated, startling the man with his unexpected self-identification. Reporter Han Junsu introduced himself from OO News, followed by another from Weekly OO, all seemingly searching for the informant. The initial reporter watched with growing confusion as more and more journalists, including reporter Young and reporter Junsu, arrived. The shop entrance exploded into a frantic, bewildered chorus of reporters, each realizing their exclusive scoop had been massively leaked, sparking furious accusations. His sister, passing by, noticed the insane line outside Brain Food, wondering if it was now a famous restaurant. As a frantic scramble erupted for seats and interviews, his sister tried to impose order, declaring she was first and bewildered by the intensity before the interview even began. With a silent agreement, the decision was made to reset and restart the interview from the very beginning. He had reluctantly agreed to a press conference, only to be immediately bombarded with aggressive demands from the reporters. Despite the onslaught, Shin Woo-jin remained remarkably calm, simply enduring the barrage. The pervasive exposure to real cases built a subconscious empathetic stress, causing viewers to unconsciously imagine themselves as the victims. Wishing his family only saw good things, Shin Woo-jin internally affirmed his true self, "I'm Tae-hyun," a resolve made for their sake. With a primal grunt, he declared his ruthless intent, to crush criminals at their very roots. Standing over the defeated figures, he realized his past carelessness had cost him. From that moment forward, he resolved to design his own surroundings, shaping his world. With multiple recording devices ready, a voice suggested they begin again, right from the start. The students leaned in, captivated, as the speaker began recounting the past, so, at that time. Shin Woo-jin sat quietly, lost in thought as he held his phone. The voice spoke his name, revealing a harsh truth, "Shin Woo-jin. I heard you lived in a warehouse from age 6, for 12 years. He confirmed it calmly, simply adding that the warehouse had been filled with many books. His captor suffered from a hoarding disorder, a compulsive accumulation tendency. More precisely, it was an obsession, a desire-driven hoarding where emotional meaning was compulsively attached to possessions. Another man raged about his life's unfulfilled ambitions, believing he could have been a congressman or even president if he'd only focused on his studies. He desired social climbing but lacked the follow-through, leaving only the hollow desire for status. Later, a kind man crouched on a quiet street, gently asking a black cat if it had eaten. He invited the cat back to his place, gently stroking its fur. He promised the cat friends, though another figure lingered in the shadows. Inside, he announced his arrival to his kids, introducing the new friend as other cats watched. This was the reality of an animal hoarder, keeping uncontrollable numbers of cats, but ultimately neglecting them. It was the same pattern of desire-driven accumulation, followed by neglect and repetition. Yes, the culprit had hoarding disorder, which explained the excessive number of books. Desire, he explained, was universal, and if one knew another's desires, manipulating them became terrifyingly easy. The students craved his story, and he merely used that desire. An off-panel voice then pressed him, "What exactly did you go through?" He grew rice fields, plowed farms, managed greenhouses. He even did cleaning. It seemed there was nothing he hadn't done. And there was more, though he downplayed it, drawing sighs and worried exclamations from the listeners. But then came the crucial question, how did the police find you, Woo-jin? He began to answer, then hesitated. A heavy silence fell. In a grim memory, he stated firmly that he could not disclose the information. He worried others might still be trapped like he was. If the culprits learned how he involved detectives, they might adapt, endangering more lives. He explained that he didn't report it, the police simply came to him, drawing a surprised reaction from a student. What a relief, one student exclaimed, recognizing the story from last year's news. He maintained his denial, focusing on his phone when asked if he knew about the informant. Suddenly, Shin Woo-jin announced their 30-minute interview slot was over, leaving the students in stunned disbelief. As students pleaded for just one more question, a cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin apologized, citing an emergency, and swiftly rustled away. He thanked them for his time, leaping over students who tried to hold him back. With a double gold dribble, he cried goodbye, leaving a bewildered chorus of students wondering if it was truly over. Two female students discussed his unexpected social success, amazed he was doing so well and comparing the interview to meeting an idol. Mansu, Shin Woo-jin's friend, expressed frustration at being unable to contact him, but soon turned his thoughts to lunch. Mansu suddenly reeled back in shock, urgently warning against something called Mansu drink. On the phone, Mansu gasped, asking Shin Woo-jin what the hell he had gone through. His surprise quickly turned to excited agreement as Shin Woo-jin asked him to meet in the right alley. Mansu rushed off, momentarily surprised by the insane line at brain food, as he was called away. Mansu called out his name as Shin Woo-jin's feet landed firmly in the alley. Mansu finally put it together, confronting Shin Woo-jin with raw disbelief. "You survived that incident, the news story, that was you?" Shin Woo-jin calmly asked if he looked different, further confusing his friend. He clarified, explaining that he was simply Woo-jin, just as before. He was just the guy who ate lunch with him and studied alongside him. The one who always hung out after class. That was all he was, a normal friend. Mansu worried he was pushing himself too hard, risking his own privacy for his friend. "We're friends," Shin Woo-jin stated, gently patting his shoulder, asserting that helping friends was simply normal. He told Mansu not to worry about his privacy. Even if his information got exposed, he knew his cheat key, Lee Hiram, would ensure any damaging article would be taken down fast, despite her annoyance at only being called when needed. Mansu joyfully hugged Shin Woo-jin, who then gave him specific instructions: distribute coupons only to S University students. The coupon offered a 1001 discount for brain food to S University students who wore their university hoodies. This simple trick would make it seem as though S University students frequented the establishment. Mansu agreed to handle the coupons, then solemnly swore to keep Shin Woo-jin's past a top secret, Mansu classified truth. Mansu's loud gratitude was cut short when Shin Woo-jin, claiming another emergency, quickly departed. Mansu called out, promising to call and wishing him to be safe as Shin Woo-jin walked away. With a quiet sense of triumph, Shin Woo-jin walked away, his fist raised in a confident gesture. He finally had a shared secret with a friend, just like normal people, another item checked off his bucket list. Mansu, looking for something simple, noted the crowded brain food shop, concluding it must be good. A sudden realization dawned on Mansu. Mansu's suspicions mounted. "Woo-jin, don't tell me you even timed this for lunch hour to gather reporters?" The city skyline stretched, overseeing a quiet tennis court. Here, on the tablet, was the scene footage. Mansu, with a guilty sigh, suggested they eat first, while a cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin cleared his throat, annoyed. Shin Woo-jin, unfazed, simply directed them to start viewing the footage at a specific point. The interrogator, surprised, instructed them to check the footage from today's date. Shin Woo-jin's strategy was clear: promote Detective Kim Tae-hyun and level up his connections to ultimately benefit his family. To achieve his goals, he knew he must listen carefully to the grim scene unfolding on the tablet. A man stood over a woman lying motionless on a bathroom floor. The living, it was said, lied. Only the dead spoke the truth, and the scene trembled with an unseen violence. Now was the time to truly listen to the language of the dead. The purple light of the bathroom cast long shadows over the woman, still on the tiled floor. The living, it was said, lied, their truth hidden beneath layers of deceit. Only the dead spoke the truth, their final statements echoing in the eerie silence. Now was the time to truly listen to the silent language of the dead. He observed her with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. He noted the stark absence of makeup on her face, a detail that spoke volumes. His fingers brushed her neck, confirming only a single, peculiar bruise. The detective's insight suggested a discrepancy. If they used the living room curtain, why was there only one bruise, when strangulation usually left two? A silent, violent act replayed in his mind. Forensic knowledge explained the grim logic. An initial bruise formed during live strangulation, then a second was added to simulate suicide by hanging. Shin Woo-jin considered that double bruises were rarely found in genuine suicide cases, a crucial detail. Yet, convulsions could cause the rope to shift, creating a similar double bruise, complicating the truth. "Do you suspect murder, regardless of the bruising?" the investigator pressed. As his colleague admitted, something feels off. The investigator confessed a deeper unease. The incident felt wrong, especially having happened so recently. He considered the investigator's point. She had been taking sleep medication and antidepressants. He knew that suicides rarely left bruises on the back of the neck. The rope stretched due to body weight prevented it. The investigator pondered whether a sudden mood swing had led to her choice, especially since she had just invited a friend over to sleep, but Shin Woo-jin interrupted. The investigator urged him to use the more familiar kyung, a small shift that instantly deepened their bond. With a determined confidence, Shin Woo-jin simply stated, "It's suicide." "It looks like suicide, doesn't it?" the investigators mused, grappling with the tragedy of someone so young, especially considering her psychiatric medication. The investigator reacted with surprise, asking if Shin Woo-jin truly agreed, to which he admitted he had almost said the very same thing. The investigator's confusion was evident, his thoughts momentarily tangled. Shin Woo-jin clarified, emphasizing that only on the surface did it appear to be a suicide. All the physical evidence aligned, the single bruise, no marks on the back, even the blood pooling. It was an almost perfectly staged suicide. He considered the possibility of a struggle. Perhaps she had scratched her neck, desperate to remove the curtain as consciousness slipped away. Scratches indeed marked her neck, and some nail art was missing, yet the remaining pattern felt profoundly odd, a subtle inconsistency. Shin Woo-jin's keen observation noted the freshly done nails, yet not a single scratch marred their surface, implying a very recent manicure. The investigator's voice held dawning understanding. "That's why it felt off, isn't it?" Shin Woo-jin continued to unravel the inconsistencies, pointing out how strange it was for her to commit suicide so suddenly after her friend had just gone to sleep. The other investigator anxiously wondered if he had made yet another mistake, earning only a silent stare from Shin Woo-jin. Getting nails done, he deduced, was often a nonverbal sign of wanting to live, a personal satisfaction intertwined with presenting well to the world. Shin Woo-jin corrected himself, addressing his colleague as Hyung, as he acknowledged that even with antidepressants, certain indicators remained. He explained that despite the antidepressants, genuine signs of her intending to end her life were conspicuously absent. Her flawless skin, a subtle yet compelling detail, proved her dedication to self-care. But then, two peculiarities emerged: bruises on both shoulders, a curious detail. The bruises, a seemingly solved puzzle, were explained by a shared massage. The investigator confirmed the massage detail, then swiftly moved to another unsettling question: what about the missing necklace? Both men echoed the question, the missing necklace adding a fresh layer of confusion to the perplexing case. She wore earrings, a bracelet, and a ring, each piece a small statement. She clearly loved accessorizing, even with her nail art, yet one crucial piece was absent: her necklace. The investigator speculated she might have simply taken it off, but Shin Woo-jin knew better. She wasn't the type to remove her jewelry at home. They needed to delve deeper into the deceased's life, especially given she had been drinking with a friend that night. A door creaked, marking the moment the friend, already drunk, had left the living room to sleep first. The next morning, the grim discovery awaited them: she was hanging in the bathroom. The scene of discovery was etched into their minds, a silent horror. Shin Woo-jin's precise questions continued, and the investigator, anticipating his next move, confidently declared he had all the details. The investigator pointed to her sitting spot, but Shin Woo-jin found it strange, leaving his colleague bewildered. The other investigator praised Hyung's amazing instincts, prompting a brief, self-satisfied chuckle from Shin Woo-jin before he pressed for the strange detail. Her name, Park Hye-wa, was finally revealed, alongside the array of medications she had been taking. When inviting guests, one usually strives for their comfort, yet the scene told a different story. All the snacks were skewed towards Park Hye-wa, a clear sign the host had little regard for her guests' feelings. The investigator's aha moment came as he realized the prized open window view was positioned solely for Park Hye-wa's enjoyment. From the food's placement to the path to the bathroom, every detail was selfishly adjusted to suit only her, revealing a profound lack of consideration. Even in the bathroom, only a single toothbrush was present. No extra toothbrush, a small but clear absence for a supposed guest. Park Hae-won, who worked in the entertainment industry and loved accessorizing, was ultimately someone who did not care about others. Her phone was filled with an overwhelming abundance of glamorous selfies, each one a testament to her profound self-absorption. In summary, Park Hae-won possessed a sense of superiority, lacked empathy, and was prone to a victim complex, seeing the world as revolving solely around herself. Unsettling creaks accompanied the intensity in her eye, hinting at a deep disturbance. This led to an inability to maintain deep relationships. Rather than seeking solutions, she would meet conflicting opinions with annoyance and anger, then simply avoid the situation. Shin Woo-jin surmised she likely suffered from a complex personality disorder, displaying traits of histrionic, narcissistic, and avoidant tendencies. An idea sparked in Shin Woo-jin's mind as he surveyed the living room. "She used this curtain?" Shin Woo-jin asked, confirming the locked window with the investigator. A sudden, stark silence. 3 distinct puzzle pieces now lay before them, awaiting their connection. Shin Woo-jin called out to his Hyung, proposing they approach the scene from an entirely different perspective. Ominous footsteps crossed over the prone figure. A hand rustled, reaching. Thudding sounds punctuated the grim act of attaching a rope to the curtain rod. A piece of cloth rustled, held by a figure poised over the silent legs on the floor. A sudden, stark silence. Shin Woo-jin watched silently as the figure loomed, the victim's open eyes reflecting terror. The cloth pulled tight, a desperate struggle beginning. Her breath hitched, a choking sound, as the cloth tightened, drawing a stunned, from Shin Woo-jin. A guttural gasp escaped her, raw and terrifying. She gagged and writhed, a desperate struggle against the tightening cloth. Her last coughs and gurgles punctuated the horrific silence. Her struggles intensified, a futile thrashing in the face of the assault. The hyoid bone, he knew with chilling certainty, had to be broken. A silent struggle unfolded in the gloom, a killer's grip tightening around a life. A flicker of awareness returned, a fragmented question escaping her lips. Only cold, red eyes watched from the oppressive darkness. A choked gasp, a silent scream of pure terror, struggled against the tightening cloth. Her struggles grew desperate, each ragged breath a painful fight for survival. A final, guttural sound escaped her as the pressure intensified. Shin Woo-jin watched the chilling tableau unfold, the struggle vivid as if it were happening before him. The grim reality settled in his mind, the hyoid bone, a key indicator of violent strangulation, must have been broken. A chilling realization dawned on Shin Woo-jin, the fractured hyoid bone confirmed the brutal truth. The mechanics of the murder clicked into place, stepping on her shoulders, from that angle, would have snapped her neck. "This is why you felt something was off, right?" Shin Woo-jin probed, his thoughts confirming his suspicion as Oh Jong-hun stumbled for a response. Kim Tae-hyun's exaggerated praise for the detective was met with a clear, if subtle, irritation from Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin deflected the compliment, playfully insisting Kim Tae-hyun deserved it more, much to his flustered protest. Shin Woo-jin doubled down, declaring Kim Tae-hyun the new intuitive detective, despite his humble rejections. The compliments continued, though Shin Woo-jin admitted calling Kim Tae-hyun had been the right move. Every investigation began with questions, trying to piece together the victim's life and last moments. Investigators dug deeper, questioning if the deceased had debts, seeking to understand her life and the true cause of her death. The questions turned to her temperament, a witness-implied arguments were simply a daily occurrence for her. To truly understand, one had to delve into every detail of the victim's existence. Shin Woo-jin, however, approached cases with a different, almost intuitive power. He could simply connect to belongings, the home's layout, or even the body itself to glean unspoken truths. From these fragments, Shin Woo-jin could instantly reconstruct their entire life, their routines, and who they truly were. To the others, Shin Woo-jin's insights were so uncanny, he might as well have been a gifted shaman or a psychic movie hero. Kim Tae-hyun's mumbled thought that Shin Woo-jin was far from ordinary was quickly, awkwardly, retracted when questioned. Investigators carefully catalogued every detail, a fallen piece of nail art, a plastic stool, a fabric chair. Yet, Shin Woo-jin found a crucial piece missing from the scattered scene. As the crime scene was processed, the estimated time of death was determined, 3:20 a.m. Shin Woo-jin asserted that Park Hae-won's friend, acting alone, likely couldn't have committed the strangulation murder. The friend collapsed beside the body, overwhelmed by a despair that made chilling sense. Shin Woo-jin pressed his forensic argument, lifting a body of that weight was difficult, and standard livor mortis patterns contradicted the initial theory, leaving the friend to despair. Had the body simply been left there, the blood would have settled in different areas. Yet, the evidence showed livor mortis concentrated on the victim's hands and feet. This indicated she was killed, then immediately hung, a task most likely accomplished by a strong man. There's more. Oh Jong-hun asked, as Shin Woo-jin unveiled another strange detail, a missing receipt. Oh Jong-hun's confusion was palpable. What could a receipt mean in a murder case? Shin Woo-jin pressed the point. Despite ordering delivery, there was no receipt for the chicken and tteokbokki. The receipt, typically accompanying delivery, was nowhere to be found, not in the trash, not anywhere in the house. Oh Jong-hun reeled in shock at the missing receipt, but Shin Woo-jin revealed the unsettling truth. There were many more inconsistencies. Beyond the officer's marks, only mop streaks and a woman's footprints remained, seemingly consistent with the friend's story of a spilled drink. The friend had been cleaning up a spill, so she mopped the living room too, which explained the marks. Then, with a sudden, profane clarity, Oh Jong-hun finally grasped the true implications. The footprints, Shin Woo-jin observed, were not just similar, they were identical. The unsettling question arose, why would the friend mop around Park Hae-woo, who remained utterly motionless? It simply didn't add up, the scenario made no logical sense. A more chilling possibility emerged, the friend might have mopped after Park Hae-woo's murder. The mopping, then, was to erase traces, either the killer's, or an accomplice's. Oh Jong-hun asked if anyone harbored a grudge against Park Hae-woo, but her friend flatly denied it. Shin Woo-jin painted a picture of Park Hae-woo as fiery and sensitive, a person who rarely maintained deep connections. Her personality, Shin Woo-jin mused, would preclude any deep, lasting relationships, a thought Oh Jong-hun pondered. Only her loving family would truly accept Park Hae-woo's difficult nature, but what if someone else had, Shin Woo-jin wondered. Such a relationship would be exhausting, leaving the other person feeling like an emotional dumping ground, a dynamic that offered a new perspective. Because Park Hae-woo believed the world revolved around her, she expected others to naturally listen to her every word. Shin Woo-jin clarified that Park Hae-woo wasn't inherently bad or physically harmful, a point Oh Jong-hun conceded. What's the name of Park Hae-woo's friend? Oh Jong-hun asked, as Shin Woo-jin revealed it, Lee Soo-young. Shin Woo-jin began to reconstruct the scene, imagining how Lee Soo-young might have conspired in Park Hae-woo's murder. Lee Soo-young leaned against the bathroom door, a silent prelude to betrayal. She's drunk and asleep now, read the clandestine message, a chilling signal. The masked accomplice confirmed his arrival, his phone displaying a terse, I'm here. Lee Soo-young's anxious gaze peered through the crack, a soft creak echoing the impending danger. As Park Hae-woo slept soundly, Lee Soo-young crept silently into the living room. The apartment door clanked shut, sealing the fate within. He couldn't have entered immediately, Shin Woo-jin explained, as the masked man's reflection lingered in the creaked-open door. A sudden, startled cry of, who is it, broke the silence. The culprit, Shin Woo-jin deduced, must have only delivered the food and left, as traces were found where Park Hae-woo sat. The critical moment, Park Hae-woo had woken during the delivery, forcing the masked man to pretend to be a delivery driver. A tense, wordless exchange passed between the masked man and Lee Soo-young through the creaking door. The accomplice walked away, the door clicking shut behind him. As the accomplice retreated, Lee Soo-young murmured about dozing off and Park Hae-woo's persistent drinking. The man had likely been an unofficial delivery driver, Shin Woo-jin deduced, an acquaintance. The missing receipt, it became clear, was a deliberate attempt to obscure his movements. Oh Jong-hun marveled at the deduction from a single missing receipt, as Shin Woo-jin revealed the culprit had then waited for Park Hae-woo to fall asleep once more. Profiling the direct killer, Shin Woo-jin surmised he was likely highly educated but possibly a dropout. The primary motive was murder, but the impulsive theft of a necklace revealed a volatile streak. His poor emotional control, despite his intelligence, likely led to impulsive decisions, even dropping out of prestigious institutions. Anticipating bruises, the culprit might have even instructed Lee Soo-young to give Park Hae-woo a massage beforehand, to create a plausible alibi. The accomplice was agile, likely in his late 20s, and possibly had a history of violence. The final piece of the puzzle, he was an acquaintance or lover of Lee Soo-young, a realization that made Oh Jong-hun curse his oversight. Oh Jong-hun's unexpected recall of the specific food brands, Waririk chicken and Saeku tteokbokki, genuinely surprised Shin Woo-jin. Oh Jong-hun challenged him, you knew all this right away, didn't you? To which Shin Woo-jin, with a knowing smirk, simply replied, that's a secret. The food had to come from one of these nearby places, not far from Park Hae-woo's house. The two restaurants were in the same building, with last calls at 1 o'clock and 1:30 a.m. With the time of death at 3:20 a.m., the killer, after his brief disguise as a delivery driver, had merely handed over the food. He then waited, hidden within the complex, until the victim fell back into a deep sleep. It was then he committed the crime, the timing aligning perfectly with the estimated time of death. The culprit was a mastermind, Shin Woo-jin concluded, meticulously staging the scene, even moving a small piece of fallen nail art. He planted the victim's fingerprints on the chairs, creating a meticulous illusion of suicide. Oh Jong-hun realized the killer's cunning meant they had to act quickly, before he could cause more harm. With a chilling resolve, Shin Woo-jin declared, "That's not how you set up a murder, kid, it's hunting time." The culprit was a true mastermind, meticulously designing the entire scene, even moving a fallen piece of nail art from the living room to the bathroom. He even placed the victim's fingerprints on chairs used to take down the curtain and then again on the bathroom chair, staging a meticulous illusion of suicide. This killer was brilliant, a true strategist. They had to act now, before he could disappear and cause more harm. "That's not how you set up a murder, kid," Shin Woo-jin declared, his gaze sharp. "Now then, it's hunting time." Indeed, all the circumstances pointed to a meticulously planned act. The killer even managed to avoid leaving ligature marks. He had predicted the process would leave bruises on her shoulders, making sure the victim received a massage beforehand to provide a convenient alibi. This was no ordinary perp, the planning was far too meticulous. Oh Jong-hun knew if they could identify him, CCTV would be their best bet, and Jikyol was already checking footage within the complex. "The place where that guy bought chicken and tteokbokki," Oh Jong-hun stated, looking at Shin Woo-jin. "We just need to check the CCTV there. Right, Woo-jin?" Shin Woo-jin simply agreed, ready to move. Oh Jong-hun flinched, startled, questioning Shin Woo-jin's sudden eagerness to go. Shin Woo-jin, checking his phone, explained his desire to confirm his deductions, noting the current time was precisely 5 o'clock. "See if you're right." Oh Jong-hun scoffed, confidently asserting that Shin Woo-jin was always right. The missing receipt for a delivery was undeniable proof, it was 100% certain. "Still, I want to see this through myself," Shin Woo-jin insisted, needing to experience the heat and smell of the scene. Oh Jong-hun reacted with cartoonish surprise at Shin Woo-jin's words, then reluctantly agreed to a little canvassing, though he cautioned against disappointment. Shin Woo-jin buckled his seatbelt, thinking if Lee Soo-young and the culprit were truly accomplices, their bond had to be profoundly deep. "I suppose that's likely, huh?" Park Jong-wook mused from the driver's seat. "I don't see any other way." "Yes," Shin Woo-jin confirmed, watching the city lights blur by. "The two must have a very twisted bond, a relationship built on trust. An intense level of closeness was required for two people to commit murder together." The bustling city street, a canvas of blurred faces and neon glow, felt oblivious to the darkness unfolding. A man led a group of women down a warmly lit hallway towards a VIP room. Lee Soo-jung's profession, like the victim's, was in the nightlife industry, meaning she was always chosen by her clients. An older man pressed too close, asking invasive questions, making Lee Soo-young uncomfortable, suggesting she needed someone who could truly understand her difficult line of work. "Ugh, what a total creep," Lee Soo-young mumbled in distress, as a concerned waiter checked on her, creating a moment where she yearned for a deep, understanding bond. "A waiter?" Shin Woo-jin pondered, dismissing the idea as highly improbable. The owner's probability was also low. A man gave instructions to his polite staff, but genuine care would lead to different actions. If a man truly cared for her and shared a deep bond, he would have helped her leave the nightlife industry entirely. Therefore, the accomplice had to be a man who genuinely understood Lee Soo-jung's difficult job, someone trustworthy enough to commit murder alongside her. Yet, the culprit's impulsive act of taking the glowing necklace suggested he was either financially struggling or prone to reckless spending. It was a profession where secrets were shared, allowing two people to understand each other on a level no one else could. The endless stress of being chosen, of being subjected to the whims of others, fueled Lee Soo-jung's desire to be the one choosing for once. The narration concluded the accomplice was likely a male host at a host bar, a place where Lee Soo-jung's desires could be unleashed. Their twisted bond, one built on a mutual, unspoken understanding, became terrifyingly clear. "Aegu, you worked hard today, huh?" a man asked, comforting a tired Lee Soo-young. She complained about a terrible client, and he offered to teach her how to deal with such men, confirming their bond as lovers. The culprit who personally murdered Park Hae-wha likely worked, or used to work, at a host bar, Shin Woo-jin mused aloud. "A host bar? You mean he was a male escort?" Shin Woo-jin clarified, and the high probability of that became apparent. A phone order came in around 1 a.m., the next logical step was to confirm if this was the person they sought. "Look here," Park Jong-wook pointed at the CCTV footage, explaining that the helmeted individual who took the takeout order was not a delivery driver. "And he paid back with cash?" Park Jong-wook asked the employee, who confirmed it was exact change. Park Jong-wook then asked for a copy of the footage, causing the employee to nervously wonder if their food had caused illness, to which the detective quickly reassured him. The employee confirmed the suspect was their last customer yesterday, as fresh chicken sizzled loudly in the fryer. "But why are you asking about this guy? Did he cause trouble?" the employee probed, but Park Jong-wook gave a calm, non-committal reply. The man had strategically called in an order at the tteokbokki place next door first, then ordered from the chicken shop immediately after, timing it perfectly to pick up both at once. And he didn't take the receipt, Park Jong-wook noted, thoughtfully. I think this is our guy. Right, Woo-jin? Park Jong-wook called out to Shin Woo-jin again, perplexed by his silence. Shin Woo-jin's mouth was agape, mesmerized by the intense sizzling in the kitchen. The aroma of freshly fried chicken, a truly divine scent, made Shin Woo-jin drool uncontrollably. Woo-jin. Park Jong-wook exclaimed, but Shin Woo-jin was lost in a world of drool and fried chicken. Outside the police station, Park Jong-wook made a call, announcing they had identified the culprit. Yes, an investigator on the other end responded, surprised. So was it really a homicide? Park Jong-wook angrily chastised him. Yeah, you punk. Didn't I tell you it was strange? Then, his voice sharp, he demanded, who's the culprit? It was that bastard disguised as a delivery driver. Park Jong-wook declared, but the investigator, surprised, questioned how he was identified among the many delivery drivers on camera. That's right. Park Jong-wook insisted, giving a detailed description, he's in all black. Even his shoes are black. And his gloves. The helmet is light gray. Got it? Find him, quick. Are you sure? The investigator asked, to which Park Jong-wook confidently scoffed, who do you think I am, punk? No, who do you think Woo-jin is? The investigator gasped in cartoonish surprise. Woo-jin said so. That he's the culprit. Park Jong-wook confirmed, immediately ordering, get Lee Soo-young down to the station, now. They're accomplices. Oh, the investigator exclaimed, completely convinced. If Woo-jin said he's the culprit, then he must be the culprit. He quickly mobilized his team, instructing them to call Lee Soo-young immediately and track the CCTV. A hand gripped a phone, signifying the quick pace of the unfolding investigation. Thanks, Woo-jin. That's my boy. Park Jong-wook praised, but Shin Woo-jin humbly dismissed it. It's all thanks to you and your incredible intuition anyway, Park Jong-wook insisted, offering Shin Woo-jin a bag of chicken. I'll treat you to something really good soon. For today, just take this. Shin Woo-jin accepted the chicken, more than satisfied. A pixelated knight swung his sword in a triumphant, game-like display. The God Chicken Hunt quest was complete, the knight stood victorious over a defeated chicken monster, yielding plentiful fried chicken, pickled radish, chopsticks, and soda, bringing immense satisfaction. Now, let's go. Next quest. Park Jong-wook exclaimed, already walking away, leaving a surprised Shin Woo-jin still clutching his chicken. Woo-jin, stop, Park Jong-wook commanded, hands raised behind the caution tape. You really can't come past here. Leave the rest to me. This is my specialty. With the suspect identified, his arrest was inevitable, but Shin Woo-jin's intense gaze suggested the real challenge lay in what would happen next. What a shame, Park Jong-wook playfully remarked before telling Shin Woo-jin to go eat his hard-earned chicken before it got cold. And sorry. Park Jong-wook added, offering money. I don't think I can give you a ride. This is for your bus fare. Shin Woo-jin tried to decline, but Park Jong-wook insisted. Well then, Woo-jin, get home safe. Park Jong-wook waved from his car, but Shin Woo-jin called out to him. When you'll be interrogating Lee Soo-young and her accomplice, Shin Woo-jin asked, his gaze serious, may I watch? Park Jong-wook looked over his shoulder, confused by the unexpected request. After a moment, Park Jong-wook agreed, promising to call him. The city hummed with traffic as horns blared in the night. A blue city bus rumbled through the darkened streets. Inside the bus, the irresistible aroma of fried chicken wafted from Shin Woo-jin's bag. Passengers around him began to sniff the air, noticing the enticing scent of his chicken. An imagined man on the bus was already planning to get chicken for himself. Ah, I'm going crazy, a passenger groaned, audibly gulping, as the delicious chicken smell became an overwhelming temptation, effectively promoting the food to everyone on the bus. Shin Woo-jin sat impassively on the bus, holding his phone, oblivious to the sensory chaos he had created. His phone vibrated with an incoming call from Lee Hiram, signaling an unexpected new development. I'm not going to study abroad, Lee Hiram declared with a resolute, downward gaze. Why should I even go? Lee Hiram questioned adamantly, asserting she was absolutely not going. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, his focused eye intensely observing, processing the information. A finger pressed the red stop button on the bus. Apart from the detective, Lee Hiram was also a target for promotion, answering her phone at a bus stop. Hello, she said. In fact, she was the target that needed to be leveled the most, a colossal, imagined Lee Hiram loomed over Shin Woo-jin as he calmly answered, yeah, Hiram. A quiet tension settled between Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hiram in the formal cafe setting. Lee Hyerim's voice carried an unwavering resolve as she declared her refusal to study abroad. Shin Woo-jin's simple why prompted Hyerim to explain the expected path for children of large corporation owners. But Hyerim's frustration boiled over, questioning why she should ever go if it only served her older siblings' interests. Shin Woo-jin silently pondered if Lee Hyerim truly held no shares in the family business. Within his mind, Shin Woo-jin challenged the unseen powers, questioning if they had ever truly run a business themselves. He dismissed her concerns, a cynical inner voice suggesting marriage was the ultimate business deal and she should just stop overthinking and study abroad. The imagined strategist even offered to arrange a meeting with the eldest son of GHY Construction upon her return, a clear play for influence. Hyerim understood the stakes, her absence abroad would only allow her siblings to slowly but surely increase their shares. She feared returning to find her few remaining shares utterly meaningless, dwarfed by the corporate giants around her. A chilling vision of being swallowed whole, lost and powerless, underscored her deepening despair. Ultimately, she saw herself as just another tool for her grandfather's corporate machine, a cog in the system, no different than a corporate MBA. Then, a quick press of the stop button jolted the bus to attention. As the bus hissed to a halt, Shin Woo-jin stepped out, answering his phone with a simple, hello. He casually asked what she was doing, explaining he had simply been food hunting. On the other end, Lee Hyerim voiced her confusion, taken aback by his hunting talk once more. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated his plan to eat chicken alone by the Han River, prompting a shocked inquiry from Hyerim about his companion. His phone displayed a live stream, its chat box alight with excited comments about chicken and interview requests from strangers. Inspired by the stream, Shin Woo-jin declared today was the day he would fulfill his natural and ordinary desire to eat chicken by the Han River. Back in her lavish closet, Hyerim couldn't help but find the idea of an impromptu chicken picnic so romantic. With newfound confidence, she assured him she knew the spot and would meet him there. The sprawling urban expanse of Seoul unfolded below, the Han River a gleaming artery through the nocturnal city. Under the vast night sky, the park stretched along the river, a quiet oasis awaiting its visitors. Shin Woo-jin sat alone, patiently waiting by the river, lost in contemplation. A sudden splash erupted from the dark river, startling Shin Woo-jin. The splash instantly brought to mind news reports of a strange creature in the Han River, sparking a profound curiosity in him. The park remained quiet, distant figures moving like shadows in the periphery. Spotting a figure approaching, Shin Woo-jin mistakenly took her for a vendor, dismissively calling out that he wasn't buying any cold drinks. A distinct clinking sound made him look up in genuine surprise. Hyerim stood over him, a knowing smirk on her face, proudly revealing she'd anticipated his oversight and brought beer. A cartoon Shin Woo-jin erupted in pure, unadulterated excitement at the sight of the beer. His cartoon self glowed with enthusiasm, praising Hyerim for her romantic touch, but her cartoon counterpart quickly retorted, suggesting he was happier to see the beer than her. His swift denial was met with her playful, yeah, as the peaceful night unfolded above them. With a satisfied sound, Shin Woo-jin eagerly tore into the fried chicken box, ready to check off another item from his list, eat chicken by the Han River. While a cartoon Shin Woo-jin marveled at the chicken, a nonchalant Hyerim hissed open a beer can, dismissing his amazement. Their cartoon selves shared a cheerful cheers, clinking their cans together in simple celebration. Hyerim playfully divided the spoils, one leg, one wing each, while Shin Woo-jin eagerly, and definitively, claimed the neck. He devoured his chicken leg with an enthusiastic munch and crunch, lost in the simple joy of it. Hyerim munched her own, but a strange crunch from him sparked her cartoon curiosity. A perplexed Hyerim asked if he was actually eating the bone, to which Shin Woo-jin calmly explained that cartilage was rich in collagen, good for the joints. Shin Woo-jin then proudly highlighted the park's unexpected cleanliness, prompting Hyerim to quietly, perhaps ironically, muse, how romantic. The remnants of their feast, open cans and an empty chicken box, lay undisturbed on the blanket. She thoughtfully sipped her beer, lost in quiet contemplation. Shin Woo-jin then cut through the quiet, directly asking Hyerim if her ambition was to go into business. Hyerim was visibly taken aback, demanding to know how he could possibly have known her secret ambition. Lee Hyerim, despite her family's legacy, was kept from any real power, denied even a single subsidiary company to manage. Even her own father remained emotionally distant, his indifference a cold constant in her life. His gaze serious, Shin Woo-jin shifted the conversation, asking Hyerim about products with historically high demand. A bewildered Hyerim questioned his sudden topic, tentatively offering money as an answer. Shin Woo-jin affirmed her initial thought, then expanded, delving into the classic products and services people would always pay for, those consistently supplied due to unwavering demand. Hyerim, feeling the alcohol's hazy effects, groaned for a simpler explanation, and a cartoon Shin Woo-jin readily agreed. He began with exercise, a fundamental and perennial human need. Then came studies, symbolizing the constant quest for knowledge and self-improvement. And then, the most elemental, water. Finally, food, the universal requirement for sustenance and pleasure. Hiram chuckled softly, a flash of enlightenment crossing her face, but she quickly questioned why they were discussing such a random topic. Ignoring her complaints, Shin Woo-jin pressed on, challenging her to guess which of those items yielded the highest profit margin. He revealed the answer, water, stressing that water sales generated the highest profits among them all. With a quiet collapse, Hiram sank onto the blanket, utterly unimpressed, her single word, "So what," dripping with boredom. Lying beside him, she wryly concluded he was suggesting she enter the alcohol business. He thoughtfully clarified, cosmetics, explaining that maintenance and adornment held equally consistent demand. Shin Woo-jin emphasized that both cosmetics and water commanded high profit margins, prompting Hiram to trail off in thoughtful consideration. Shin Woo-jin then turned to a deeper truth. Her grandfather, the chairman, was driven by a powerful need to keep his legacy alive. He clarified that even after death, the chairman desired his meticulously built group to endure forever, etched in the founder's name. Hiram expressed her genuine surprise at his extensive knowledge, prompting Shin Woo-jin to then reveal her grandfather sought one crucial thing. He emphasized it wasn't eloquence or academic prowess, but an innate aptitude for management, the ability to make his empire even greater. Hiram echoed, aptitude. With a touch of resignation, admitting that even if she possessed it, the opportunity to prove herself was non-existent. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, already formulating his next strategic move in the quiet night. With a soft collapse, both Shin Woo-jin and Hiram lay quietly on the blanket, the weight of their discussion settling over the peaceful night. Shin Woo-jin probed, asking Hiram if she knew what provoked an unconditional, visceral reaction in people, a raw feeling they simply couldn't ignore, before asserting that they simply had to use that power. Hiram echoed his words, clearly puzzled, wanting to know what he meant by visceral. A deep breath was drawn as Shin Woo-jin's intense gaze hinted at the raw, primal fear he was about to unleash. Fear, Shin Woo-jin declared, his eyes glowing with a dark resolve. Engines roared and horns blared through the busy city night. A dark car sped through the urban landscape. Shin Woo-jin continued, explaining that people reacted on instinct only when they felt true fear. The digital clock glowed an urgent red, marking the time as 10. A man jolted awake with a panicked gulp and a sharp tick, screaming as if his life depended on it, much like any office worker or student who awoke late to face anxiety and fear. With a mumbled sigh and a rustle, the cartoon Shin Woo-jin declared he was screwed, but when Hiram asked what he meant, he simply told her to keep listening. The isolating feeling was the same as that inflicted by bullying. To have one's existence denied and trampled upon was another form of fear, an environment that made a person shrink and break internally. A female student hummed thoughtfully, admitting she was starting to understand his complex meaning. Shin Woo-jin insisted that understanding this fundamental concept was crucial for success in business, while an imagined Hiram, like a little match girl, simply offered to sell matches. He added that the feeling of alienation itself was also a profound type of fear. Everyone, he explained, left subtle hints about who they truly were. He observed that these hints revealed their current states and interests, all offered up in a desperate bid to be noticed by others. Amidst the endless chatter, most people were too busy talking about themselves to truly listen to what others had to say, much to one man's exasperation. In contrast, a monk who understood the secular world would train to erase themselves and inspect the world by practicing profound silence. After a series of knocks, Hiram asked if he frequented temples, but Shin Woo-jin quickly clarified he did not, simply finding the practice of silence truly amazing. A single isolated house, accompanied by the steady drip of water, symbolized those who willingly chose isolation. But unlike those who chose solitude, ordinary people, like ants drawn to trends, clamored to buy new things and visit popular places, asking if they should go there too. With a collective murmur and a cry of "open run," they believed they absolutely had to try or possess anything others had. Hiram surmised it was because they feared being left out, to which Shin Woo-jin agreed, defining alienation as the fear of being erased from the world itself. A shudder of dread ran through the air, as he revealed they would use this fear of alienation, akin to death itself, to make people feel profoundly left out if they didn't buy their product. Hiram then asked how, suggesting conventional methods like better ingredients or a massive advertising campaign featuring a celebrity. Shin Woo-jin rejected her ideas, stating that for now, an influencer would suffice, tapping on the phone to show how they would become objects of envy who could speak directly to the public. The sense of importance people gain from influencer interactions, much like receiving a reply from a celebrity, would be powerful. Hiram agreed it sounded good, prompting Shin Woo-jin to declare the first step was creating cosmetics that satisfied consumers, then asking about the next branding stage. With a confident snap of his fingers, Shin Woo-jin explained that after the first level of consumer satisfaction was achieved, the branding had to fulfill a secondary, deeper desire. The air was filled with unsettling squeaks and thumps as a coffin stood eerily upright. He explained the secondary desire was to make customers want to become that elegant, alluring figure, as she stepped into view with a soft rustle and a confident click. Whether delusion or illusion, people constantly confused imagination and reality, and the goal was simply to make them dream of immortal skin by planting the idea directly into their minds. Shin Woo-jin then proposed vampire for the branding, as the imagined figure's menacing smile and the sharp click suggested a predatory allure. With a sharp gasp, Hiram repeated vampire, confused, before Shin Woo-jin clarified, a vampire. He clarified that while the products were for immortal skin and branded vampire cosmetics, they didn't need to be explicitly called vampire, they only needed to paint that secondary, aspirational image. Hiram exclaimed her approval, finding the idea great, but Shin Woo-jin cautioned her not to try to instill direct fear. He warned against mentioning skin elasticity or aging directly, as people easily saw through such classic tricks, like the ones still used by funeral homes and insurance companies, as an imagined old man desperately regretted not knowing about vampire sooner. Shin Woo-jin then gave Hiram direct instructions. She needed to base her marketing strategy on the pervasive fear of being left out. It was marketing that quietly crept into the subconscious, making people react instinctively based on their deepest desires, and if done right, they could even be made to feel like they were breaking free. A child called to Hiram, inviting her to play, offering a momentary reprieve from the gnawing feeling of alienation. The young Hiram, surprised, asked the child his name, to which he replied, Shin Woo-jin, leading her to exclaim, "What, you're a boy?" The professional man stated his true purpose. He had come to see Detective Kim Tae-hyun, a man renowned for catching criminals as easily as swatting flies. Shin Woo-jin, completely bewildered, could only stammer in disbelief, questioning if he was the detective in question. The professional man stepped closer, proposing they collaborate on a case that demanded a mind as sharp as any profiler's. Though the man called it ordinary, Shin Woo-jin's mind raced, wondering what kind of responsible work this mysterious figure could possibly be offering. With a swift, serious gesture, Shin Woo-jin decided to move forward, questioning if they should still adhere to ordinary procedures. The city slept under a blanket of stars, its silence holding unseen secrets. The expedition team had arrived at a 20-year-old traditional roasted duck restaurant, its tantalizing sizzle already driving everyone to a frenzy. A forlorn Shin Woo-jin sat, watching a food video and drooling at the sizzling dish he had never tasted. As a user thanked him, Shin Woo-jin, surprised, eagerly planned what he wanted to eat next. In the stark hallway, Shin Woo-jin stood frozen, unable to believe he had just heard about a special promotion. With phone reservations complete, Shin Woo-jin focused intently, knowing everything sizzled perfectly according to his intricate plan. The brain food business bustled, rapidly expanding into a franchise. Lee Hiram, proving her business acumen, promised Shin Woo-jin shares if her cosmetics flourished, to which he, surprised, eagerly asked if he could record her words. It was a moment of true advancement, where everyone could level up to their maximum potential. Shin Woo-jin's gaze sharpened, his next step for leveling up entirely focused on building a system to benefit his family. A finger decisively tapped down. Why was eating lunch in class so difficult now? The screen blared with the rushing, absurd spectacle of a human racing a cheetah. The dolphin-human incident exploded online, as did the dramatic results of carelessly opening a toilet lid. He had to watch short-form content diligently, without laziness, letting it all tumble by, to become even more ordinary. The city slept, quietly holding its breath under the watchful stars. Under the warm glow of the street, voices echoed thanks for a meal and orders for another bottle, creating a comforting yet deceptive normalcy. The employee, serving as dishes rattled, asked Park Jong-wook if Woo-jin was doing well, having not seen him since episode 6, and Park Jong-wook confirmed he was fine. Offering another drink, the employee expressed a quiet hope that Woo-jin had finally overcome his past trauma. Park Jong-wook chuckled, affirming that Woo-jin now laughed quite easily. A sharp creak echoed. A soft rustle filled the eerie silence around the door. Shin Woo-jin's parents stirred in the dark, startled awake by an unsettling sound, his mother's worried voice calling out to his father. His father discovered Shin Woo-jin crawling on the floor, cleaning, and demanded to know why he was doing so at such an ungodly hour. Park Jong-wook, with a wistful smile, mused that the dizzying feeling felt just like yesterday. Park Jong-wook drank deeply, praising Woo-jin's perfect score on the entrance exam and wishing his own son would follow even half of Woo-jin's path. As the two men playfully debated whether Woo-jin's intelligence came from his father or mother, Park Jong-wook confirmed his son seemed to be doing well at school. Though Woo-jin outwardly seemed to be settling in ordinarily, a deep unease stirred within Park Jong-wook. He felt something was wrong. The employee, puzzled, pressed him to explain what he truly meant. Park Jong-wook solemnly explained that Woo-jin was a gem, an all-in-a-bag, whose abilities would inevitably pierce through, drawing attention no matter how hard he tried to hide, as an imagined Woo-jin climbed with cries of effort. The employee conceded it was true. Park Jong-wook, as his father, knew his son's potential and simply wished for Woo-jin to A bare foot pressed against rough ground, a hand reaching out into the darkness. He wished for Woo-jin to tumble down safely, free from others' attention, and live an ordinary, healthy life. Park Jong-wook's sole wish was for Woo-jin to find happiness doing what he wanted, but then an off-panel voice broke the quiet sentiment. A finger flicked across the screen, searching for a new video. Shin Woo-jin flinched, pausing as something on his phone caught his full attention. The screen blared a warning about health problems, a classic example of fear marketing. Shin Woo-jin lay in bed, lost in the quiet contemplation of his thoughts. Four glowing, stylized figures stood in silent power against the dark, a mystical vision of heroic strength. The composition was lacking, he thought, as a taunting internal voice hissed, "Game noob." A sinister version of himself leaned over the bed, his voice a mocking whisper, questioning how Shin Woo-jin could be so complacent, no better than his inner demon. Shin Woo-jin rustled, snapping back that he knew, even as the sinister presence merely chuckled. His phone buzzed softly on the bed. Lee Hyram, glowing with an inner warmth, answered the phone, immediately asking if he had arrived home safely. She assured him she was fine, then asked if he was home, receiving a simple, "yeah." Shin Woo-jin unexpectedly asked Lee Hyram for tutoring work, stunning her into questioning if he desperately needed money. Shin Woo-jin's father clutched his back, and an imagined Shin Woo-jin wondered if it would rain, as his hidden motivation to get his parents more attentive medical examinations came to light. Hyram intensely questioned if he needed money, even hinting at a detective's call, but Shin Woo-jin calmly denied it, stating he simply wanted to tutor a doctor's child. A doctor? Why the sudden change of topic? The city stretched out, bathed in the fading light of sunset. Lee Hyram asked if he liked what she sent, and they discussed the reasonable 2-week schedule for upcoming samples. Shin Woo-jin shuffled and trudged down the street, telling Lee Hyram he was on his way to a tutoring interview. Shin Woo-jin trudged along, thanking Lee Hyram for the introduction after confirming he'd been contacted. Shin Woo-jin watched the man, noting the unsteady thumps of his awkward walk, and felt a growing sense of unease. He crashed down, scattering papers as he gasped and wailed, his fall strangely clumsy, then crunched onto the pavement. Shin Woo-jin, glancing around with a serious expression, addressed Hyram directly. Walking away, Shin Woo-jin ended the call, promising to contact her again. The security camera whirred softly, silently observing everything. The injured man cried out in pain on the ground, while a female student stood over him, coldly filming with her phone. The video, captioned with hashtags about K-children's behavior and K-etiquette, captured the disturbing sight of a YouTuber filming a collapsed man. The injured man begged for help, but one student merely stared as another fled, whistling in fear. As the female student pattered away, he noted the man was still limping. The injury wasn't chronic or serious, but something else lingered. With a serious gaze, Shin Woo-jin spoke directly to the surprised student, calling her kid. She pointed to herself, bewildered, asking if he was speaking to her. Shin Woo-jin confirmed he was speaking to her, and she hesitated, asking why. Her dilated pupils, covered forearms, and hesitant steps all betrayed a primal fear, a desperate attempt at self-protection and avoidance. Her instinctive fear of adults resonated deeply with Shin Woo-jin, he had seen this fear before. The wailing cry of a child who hurt his pelvis and feared adults had startled the girl. Shin Woo-jin swiftly set down his bag, telling them to wait just a brief moment. The notepad rustled as Shin Woo-jin wrote, the female student watching him intently. His hand ripped a piece of paper from the pad. Shin Woo-jin knelt, offering the surprised student a piece of paper and asking her to look at it. She hesitated, then nodded, looking at the paper with utter shock. The paper read a promise of help, offering a direct line to police uncles for contact anytime. Her scared grip tightened around the paper. Shin Woo-jin, with a knowing smile, asked if she understood. The female student bowed deeply, clutching the paper. Their footsteps pattered away in separate directions. As Shin Woo-jin walked by, another student pointed out the injured uncle. Other students offered to help the injured man pick up his scattered papers, and he thanked them, all while Shin Woo-jin silently observed. A student diligently picked up the scattered papers. Hands tapped the papers straight. The student looked up, startled, uttering a confused, huh. Shin Woo-jin addressed the children, asking how they truly perceived adults. Grim statistics flashed across the screen, 71,854 annual cases of runaway and missing children, with a poster for a 6-year-old boy still lost. As he held the papers, Shin Woo-jin gravely stated that adults, with 1,118 missing children cases remaining unsolved for over a year, never asked children for help. The man thanked them as Shin Woo-jin swiftly moved, snapping up papers alongside the other students. Light flashed brightly around Shin Woo-jin as he raised the papers above the surprised man. His hand crushed the paper with intense force. Shin Woo-jin violently kicked the man, who cried out in agony as he fell back. Shin Woo-jin lashed out, calling the man crazy, while the others could only stare in shock and confusion at the sudden, brutal outburst. The man roared, demanding to know what Shin Woo-jin was doing and what was wrong with him. Shin Woo-jin's voice was cold, menacing as he vowed to reveal exactly what kind of deception the man was up to. As children gathered to help, Shin Woo-jin knew the situation felt off, a silent alarm ringing. He declared the simple truth: a true adult would never ask small children for help. Park Jong-wook, the man feigning injury, tried to maintain his act, meekly thanking the children for picking up papers. But Shin Woo-jin's hand shot out, snatching a paper high into the air, a decisive move. The paper crumpled, crushed in his grip, a silent statement of intent. Then, a visceral kick connected, and Park Jong-wook cried out, clutching his leg as he fell. "What the, you crazy?" Shin Woo-jin lashed out, his words echoing the children's startled gasps. Park Jong-wook, now truly enraged, roared, demanding to know what was wrong with him. Shin Woo-jin's voice was cold, menacing, as he vowed to reveal exactly what kind of deception Park Jong-wook was truly up to. "What did I do to deserve this?" Park Jong-wook protested, gesturing at his injured leg, but Shin Woo-jin simply dismissed it as an act. "Those videos you film and upload," Shin Woo-jin began, his voice edged with steel, "what will you do if kids see them and try to do the same?" The screen filled with comments praising the kindness of children, unwittingly encouraging dangerous imitations. "Don't even think about farming views with your sob story," Shin Woo-jin warned, his words slicing through Park Jong-wook's pretense. "Do you have any idea how kidnappings happen?" he continued, as a child walked alone in the rearview mirror, lost in thought. The scene shifted to a lurking predator, a suspicious man crouching behind a van, his gaze fixed on a passing child. He orchestrated a staged fall, scattering his blocks with a clatter, a deliberate trap. "Sir, do you need some help?" the innocent child asked, as the perpetrator feigned kindness, asking their grade. The child answered, then innocently questioned the empty box, unaware of the lurking danger. "Could you please put the boxes in the car for me?" the man asked, his voice a honeyed lure. As the child reached for the car, the man grabbed their arm, pulling them into the vehicle with a cry of pain. The van's door slammed shut, and the vehicle sped away, swallowing the child whole. A pedestrian light counted down, indifferent to the silent tragedy. Then, a new scene unfolded. A child paused on a crosswalk, startled by an old woman in a wheelchair complaining of wrist pain. "Grandma," the child offered, "do you want me to push this for you?" The old woman feigned reluctance, then asked for a small favor. "Could you take me just to the back of that alley?" she requested, her voice deceptively gentle, and the child readily agreed. The narrow alley ahead beckoned, dark and full of unknown shadows. "You can stop right there," the old woman said, pointing to a house as her supposed destination. The child, believing their good deed done, waved goodbye and turned to leave. "Sweetie," the old woman's voice cut through the silence, making the child pause, surprised. "From today onward, how about you and I live together?" she declared, suddenly standing, her form looming menacingly over the terrified child. A loud impact echoed in the alley, and the wheelchair sat empty, a chilling testament to another child's disappearance. In the present, a menacing Shin Woo-jin loomed over Park Jong-wook, his voice chilling as he stated that kidnappings could happen anywhere. He continued, his eyes intense, explaining that Park Jong-wook's videos didn't just give criminals ideas. They also encouraged children to do dangerous things, luring them with the false promise of heroism. Grim statistics flashed, showing the staggering number of missing children, many of whom remained unsolved cases for over a year. "Children don't need to help adults," Shin Woo-jin declared, prompting Park Jong-wook to angrily demand his identity. "Just shut up," Shin Woo-jin snapped, then issued his ultimatum: take down all those videos, or face a financial reckoning. With a curt, dismissed, he turned and walked away, leaving a stunned Park Jong-wook behind. Park Jong-wook could only stare in wide-eyed confusion, utterly bewildered by the encounter. "That crazy bastard," he muttered, as the cityscape offered no answers. A new path emerged for Shin Woo-jin as he walked, contemplating his first tutoring interview. He found it strange not to be nervous, musing on the unexpected difficulty of simply being ordinary. Despite the challenge, he resolved to work hard and get it right, walking with a renewed sense of purpose. He arrived at a bright, clean reception area, where an employee kindly guided him forward. He knocked on a door, receiving an affirmative response from within. The door creaked open, and Shin Woo-jin stepped hesitantly into the room. Inside, he greeted the doctor, who was already on an urgent phone call. The doctor, recognizing Shin Woo-jin, asked him to wait due to the urgency of his call. Shin Woo-jin agreed, taking the opportunity to quietly observe his surroundings. A bookshelf filled with numerous, meticulously organized books caught his eye. A small kitchen area, complete with a refrigerator and coffee equipment, spoke of long hours. He stood by the window, silently observing the various potted plants. Among them, one particular plant stood out, drawing his intense focus. His red-irised eyes narrowed, keenly observing every detail. He deduced that the orchid was meticulously cared for, an object of great affection. The doctor, still on the phone, registered a flicker of surprise as Shin Woo-jin's hand moved, pointing at something off-panel. The doctor stammered a flustered response into the phone, while Shin Woo-jin continued his silent observations. Shin Woo-jin concluded the doctor had a strong attachment to that orchid, a realization he found unsettling. His fingers deftly clicked a button on his phone, securing the information he'd gathered. The doctor finally hung up, apologizing for the delay, explaining his upcoming surgery, and thanking Shin Woo-jin for coming to the hospital. Shin Woo-jin acknowledged his apology and moved towards the table, ready to begin. The doctor offered him a drink, which Shin Woo-jin politely accepted. The doctor's ring, polished and unscratched despite its habitual touch, offered Shin Woo-jin another subtle clue about the man. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the doctor, piecing together the subtle details. The doctor reviewed Shin Woo-jin's impressive qualifications, from his qualification exam to his perfect CSAI score at S University. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his achievements, and the doctor then probed, asking why he had taken the qualification exam. After a brief pause, Shin Woo-jin cryptically replied that he had his reasons. The doctor hummed, his thoughts turning to Shin Woo-jin's self-soothing gestures and a deep-seated attachment. The doctor's mind replayed images, sounds, and feelings, analyzing Shin Woo-jin's every nuance. He then apologized for his intrusive question, acknowledging that everyone had their own story. Shin Woo-jin's unconscious gaze at the orchid led him to deduce it was highly likely a gift from a family member. This insight, combined with the knowledge of the professor's deceased wife, deepened the tragic meaning behind the orchid. Shin Woo-jin's internal monologue shifted to the historical human desire to spread genes, a cold, analytical perspective. He identified the professor as one such individual, driven by this primal desire, given his prestige and wealth. This led him to speculate that the professor might have more than one child, identifying the tutoring assignment as his high school freshman son. Given the doctor's age in his late 50s, Shin Woo-jin further deduced that the son could have an older sister or brother. The doctor warned Shin Woo-jin that his son would be difficult to teach, prompting Shin Woo-jin to ask for clarification. The doctor revealed that Shin Woo-jin was already the seventh tutor, highlighting the difficulty in finding a fitting match. Shin Woo-jin, with a detached amusement, internally celebrated being lucky number 7 as if hitting a jackpot. The doctor explained that all previous tutors found his son difficult to communicate with, prone to hiding in his room. The narration underscored that the doctor heard these complaints directly from the tutors, not through other family members. Despite his incredibly busy surgical schedule, the doctor made time to hear these reports, indicating the depth of his concern. This led to Shin Woo-jin's crucial deduction: no other family member besides the professor was caring for the son in their household. The fact that the interview was at the hospital, not his home, served as further proof, prompting Shin Woo-jin to accuse, there was an accident, wasn't there? He decided to conduct his own interview. The doctor was visibly shocked by Shin Woo-jin's sudden insight, questioning how he knew. Shin Woo-jin resolved to inspect the situation himself, treating the professor's youngest son like an assembly manual. He metaphorically flipped through the manual, preparing to delve into the complexities of the doctor's son. Holding a photo of the boy, Shin Woo-jin began his own interrogation, asking the obvious question about his son. A fragile, symbolic figure of the boy teetered precariously on an edge, representing his delicate state. Shin Woo-jin directly asked the doctor, when and what kind of accident was it? The doctor's face contorted in shock, as shattered fragments of a boy figure appeared, mirroring his son's broken state. The narration concluded that the son was in a state difficult to reassemble, perhaps irrevocably broken. Shin Woo-jin, papers rustling with a chilling precision, proposed he read the assembly instructions for the professor's son. His intense gaze fixed on a small photograph, he began with an obvious question about the son. The precarious, doll-like figure of the son groaned, teetering on the edge before it fell. The doctor, his face strained, demanded to know when and what kind of accident had happened. Worry etched deep lines on the doctor's face, his wide eyes reflecting the symbolic fall of the broken figure. With a series of sharp, shattering sounds, the pieces scattered, revealing a state so broken it might be impossible to reassemble. The city at dusk seemed to hold its breath as the narration shifted to the person who introduced the tutoring gig. The doctor, visibly agitated, asked if they had revealed his family's situation, but Shin Woo-jin remained silently unresponsive. A female office worker admitted to an indirect introduction, knowing no details, which confirmed Shin Woo-jin had been told nothing. Shin Woo-jin, a slight smile playing on his lips, admitted he had heard a little, prompting a thoughtful hum from the doctor. The doctor, his face scarred by memory, recounted a car accident that had occurred 5 years prior on their way home. Shin Woo-jin pressed for more details, his curiosity piqued, asking where they had been returning from. With a flash of surprise, the doctor revealed it was an amusement park, then questioned Shin Woo-jin's motives. Shin Woo-jin apologized for his directness, explaining his question stemmed from a desire to understand the situation with the son to avoid overstepping. The doctor accepted his explanation with a nod, appreciating the consideration from someone so young. He cautioned Shin Woo-jin against discussing family matters, though offering no other specific points of care. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his understanding, eagerly offering to begin tutoring immediately if the student, Woo-jin, was amenable. The city unfolded below, bathed in the dramatic hues of a sunset. Residential roads wound through the evening, drawing Shin Woo-jin closer to his destination. His footsteps echoed steadily as Shin Woo-jin walked down the street, backpack slung over his shoulder. He continued through the quiet neighborhood, each step bringing him closer to the unknown. As Shin Woo-jin stood before a modern house, a chilling narration revealed the doctor had lost his wife and eldest son in that very accident. Dark silhouettes of a man and a woman appeared against the sunset, a somber representation of the lost family. A finger pressed the doorbell, a soft chime announcing Shin Woo-jin's arrival. "Who is it?" an off-panel voice called out, and Shin Woo-jin introduced himself as the new tutor. With a clank and a creak, the gate opened, inviting Shin Woo-jin inside. He walked across the patio, approaching the house with measured steps. Inside the modern house, Park Jong-wook greeted Shin Woo-jin, having been informed by the professor. Park Jong-wook gestured towards the staircase, directing Shin Woo-jin to Dong-min's room on the second floor. Shin Woo-jin followed Park Jong-wook up the creaking stairs, ascending into the unknown. Park Jong-wook knocked on a closed door, his voice announcing the new tutor to Dong-min. Both Shin Woo-jin and Park Jong-wook waited outside the silent door, concerned by Dong-min's lack of response. Park Jong-wook chuckled, suggesting Dong-min was absorbed in a game, then opened the door with a click. Dong-min sat, completely engrossed, at his gaming computer. Shin Woo-jin watched him, a hint of confusion in his expression. Shin Woo-jin's sharp mind immediately registered that the boy was thin. His observations flowed, Dong-min ate little, seemed unwary, played an old game, cared about his appearance, and moved minimally. Park Jong-wook offered to get a drink, but Shin Woo-jin politely declined, preferring to get straight to the task. Park Jong-wook promised to be available if needed, then closed the door, leaving Shin Woo-jin alone with Dong-min. With a decisive thump, Shin Woo-jin introduced himself, explaining his purpose as Dong-min remained absorbed in his game. Dong-min finally acknowledged him, simply telling him where to sit. Shin Woo-jin moved to take his seat, while Dong-min's attention quickly returned to his game. The narration reflected on human nature, how desires and tastes are often kept close. Yet, in Dong-min's room, not a single trace of personal taste or desire could be found. Shin Woo-jin, settling onto the floor, asked when they should begin their studies. Dong-min, finally pulling his headset off, confirmed he was listening and ready whenever Shin Woo-jin wanted to start. The situation largely matched the professor's instructions, but Shin Woo-jin sensed an unstated complexity. Shin Woo-jin suggested they gauge Dong-min's level by checking his basic knowledge. He presented a complex mathematical problem, seemingly oblivious to Dong-min's continued gaming. Dong-min, startled, looked up in the mirror, admitting he didn't know the answer and asking for it directly. Shin Woo-jin watched his reflection, pondering what Dong-min truly thought about when looking in the mirror. The mirror reflected only a dark, featureless silhouette, an unsettling emptiness. Fragments of Dong-min's face, reflecting confusion and fear, left Shin Woo-jin questioning whether he focused on the past, present, or future. With a decisive standing motion, Shin Woo-jin declared their session ended for the day. He bid Dong-min good evening, who looked back with a hint of surprise. Dong-min stuttered a goodbye, his game screen flashing with a stark, "You have failed to achieve victory," message. Park Jong-wook exclaimed in surprise, questioning why Shin Woo-jin had finished so quickly. Shin Woo-jin clarified that they had only introduced themselves, then inquired about any specific cautions for future visits. Park Jong-wook hesitated, then pointed, preparing to reveal something sensitive. He indicated a specific room, located next to the stairs. Park Jong-wook issued a stern warning, Shin Woo-jin must never enter that room, prompting Shin Woo-jin to deduce it was his older brother's. Park Jong-wook confirmed it was the older brother's room, admitting even he couldn't clean it due to Dong-min's intense aversion. Shin Woo-jin's intense gaze shifted to Dong-min, realizing he had now uncovered two crucial desires beyond the initial instructions. The narration declared that understanding others' desires made them easy to control, and Shin Woo-jin aimed to make Dong-min reliant on him. Night descended upon the city, casting it in a dramatic, cloud-filled glow. Shin Woo-jin walked confidently through the streets, narrating his mental infiltration and securing the entrance. A cartoon version of Shin Woo-jin, playing a strategy game on his phone, celebrated cutting off his opponents before their drops. He continued walking, gleefully recounting his 20 Dark Templar kills, confident in his unstoppable strategy. Shin Woo-jin described snatching workers and making a run for it, only to find his opponent had rage quit. An internet cafe hummed with the glow of computer screens, filled with other gamers. Shin Woo-jin entered, planning a cautious, noob strategy to turtle up and space out his game. He exclaimed with delight, realizing he had always wanted to play this game, which was older than himself, cleverly killing two birds with one stone. Shin Woo-jin expressed relief at the availability of beginner match options. His finger moved to select a race, questioning his choice of Protoss. With determination, Shin Woo-jin internalized the game instructions, focusing on building depots and expanding strategically. His game unfolded with fierce combat, units pulling back from hits, and Kitak upgrades leading to swift two-shot kills. Shin Woo-jin's strategy continued with a flying unit attacking worker units, causing them to explode. His hand continued to command the mouse, while his phone rang beside him, a symbol of his relentless multitasking. Shin Woo-jin answered, identifying himself to the caller as the elementary school student they had met that afternoon. Shin Woo-jin, startled, turned to face a girl who had called him kid, questioning if she meant him. His sister asked him to examine a note, which he took with a questioning expression. The note offered help and police connections, along with a phone number. A cartoon Shin Woo-jin typed enthusiastically, revealing personal details like his name, university, and age, playfully calling it TMI. He explained his strategy of forming alliances by sharing information, illustrated by a game chat where two players allied to secure a win. His sister's voice, tinged with anxiety, asked if he could truly help her. Shin Woo-jin, still engrossed in his game, asked if she didn't have a cell phone. She confirmed she didn't, which was met by a chaotic game chat, while the narration praised the ability to separate oneself from false information without a phone. The narration continued, stating that without a phone, one could also distance themselves from comparison culture, prompting Shin Woo-jin to ask about friends. Shin Woo-jin's voice, surprisingly calm, confessed he had no friends either. The narration chillingly deemed this an even better outcome, shown against a solitary tree. Without friends, it became easier to control his environment and dismiss those who turned their backs, the narration concluded as his sister walked surrounded by shadowy figures. Shin Woo-jin asked his sister for her location, and she cleverly affirmed she knew where to see everything from. The desperate plea echoed, asking if he could truly help, a request for assistance he now pondered. Shin Woo-jin, engrossed in his game, asked if she even had a cell phone, but she confirmed she didn't. He paused, then pressed further, asking about friends. Hyuna quietly admitted she had no friends either. The quiet voice declared it good, even better, in fact. Without friends, the environment became easier to arrange, ensuring no one could turn their back on her again. Shin Woo-jin, confirming her location, acknowledged Hyuna's cleverness for setting their meeting point. A familiar place made dealing with unexpected situations far simpler. She chose this high-patrolled street corner, deeming it the safest of all the places she frequented. Everywhere, security cameras watched. Emergency safety bells stood ready. These streets buzzed late into the night with busking performances. Countless phones filmed, capturing the surroundings from every angle. This convergence of countless lines of sight eliminated blind spots, preventing any unexpected situations. She also created a situation where someone had to watch over her, like by wandering near expensive instruments. Shin Woo-jin's friend warned her away from the equipment, and Hyuna's quiet "okay" confirmed her plan to fix adult attention upon herself. Shin Woo-jin approached, calling out a greeting. Hyuna sharply turned, startled. Flustered, Hyuna offered a faint hello. Shin Woo-jin confirmed her identity as Lee Hyuna, a third grader, and she quietly assented. Shin Woo-jin innocently asked if she was preparing to perform, but Hyuna quickly denied it, a child afraid of adults who chose this meeting spot in case anything went wrong. Despite her fear of adults, Hyuna sought help because her world was likely on the brink of drastic change. Shin Woo-jin calmly asked how he could help, but Hyuna hesitated to speak. He reassured her he would keep any secret, even as the heavy smell of cigarette smoke clung to her clothes. Hyuna revealed her mother hit her and forced her to skip school, always telling her to pretend to be sick. Shin Woo-jin pressed, asking about her father. Hyuna remembered her father, recalling a few years ago when a doorbell rang. A man claiming to be her father's friend asked young Hyuna where he was, making her question his identity. He insisted he was a friend, urgently needing to tell her father something important. Young Hyuna began to answer about her father, as the man pressed for his location. She pointed upwards, simply stating, "Here." A sharp recoil of surprise. A police officer apprehended Lee Jingyu for drug trafficking and illegal gambling, as the man cursed and vehemently denied the charges amidst calls for him to surrender. Young Hyuna watched in silent horror, only a whisper for her father escaping her lips. Hyuna's mother screamed, blaming her for the arrest, the sharp blows echoing as she demanded Hyuna earn money. The alleyway remained quiet. Her mother instructed her to clean everything and take out the trash before leaving. A sharp crack echoed as her mother's angry voice demanded to know why she struggled because of Hyuna. Her mother screamed about her father's absence, accusing Hyuna of handing him over to the police. Her mother threatened another beating, screaming that Hyuna was the reason she had to work late and return to such a life. Hyuna sobbed that she might have done something wrong, but the pain was simply too much to bear. Shin Woo-jin firmly told her she had done nothing wrong, the adults were the ones at fault. Her brain, unable to fully distinguish reality from imagination, endured extreme stress recalling those memories, yet she still wasn't crying. She was hit, again and again. It was highly likely she had been stopped from crying. She didn't trust the police, instead asking a stranger like him for help. A man struggled violently against his captors. Shin Woo-jin asked if her mother was close with a police officer, and Hyuna confirmed it. A police officer came to their house to play with her mother, and Hyuna sought his help because she knew. Even if she went to the police station, she knew they would simply leave her back home, just as the officer instructed her to call him next time. Shin Woo-jin knelt, asking if she had other family, and Hyuna confirmed her grandmother, then he asked if she was treated well. Hyuna confirmed her grandmother treated her well, her tense body visibly relaxing as she nodded, letting down her guard. Recalling her grandmother brought Hyuna an unconscious sense of stability. Shin Woo-jin gently asked if she was hurting somewhere, encouraging her to tell him. Hyuna hesitantly clasped her hands, a self-soothing behavior, as she processed the question of her pain. Hyuna revealed injuries to her left hip and waist, explaining her limp. As Shin Woo-jin prompted, she listed more, her thighs and back also hurt. Her injuries were mostly in places not easily visible. Hyuna might still have the chance to experience the life he never could. The room creaked softly. He knew he had to intervene again. He desired her to reclaim the time that had been stolen from him. He resolved to help her. An investigator reassured Hyuna that everything was okay, telling her to trust him and the other man. The investigator kindly offered Hyuna juice or milk, while another officer joked about being the Mr., trying to make her comfortable. The investigator questioned Hyuna about her mother's work, frustrated that her unregistered phone number made tracking her difficult. Hyuna stated she didn't know her mother's number, prompting Shin Woo-jin's confusion. The investigator apologized, but another officer frantically told him he was scaring Hyuna and urged him to deal with other matters. The investigator, on the phone, assented to the other officer's request. The investigator called Jikyol, asking if Hyuna's mother was home. An off-panel police officer reported that Hyuna's mother was not home, describing the alarming state of the house. The officer reported a poisonous cigarette smell, struggling to speak, and noted signs that someone had searched through the house. The investigator ordered his officers to find Hyuna's mother quickly, declaring it a more serious case than others. The investigator declared the urgency was due to Shin Woo-jin's report, and the officer confirmed he would be contacted. A faint scribbling sound broke the silence. Her footsteps echoed as Hyuna's mother frantically demanded if the person on the phone was lying. Hyuna's mother shouted into her phone, demanding to know why the police were looking for her. The man on the phone accused her of drug involvement, explaining the precinct was in a frenzy searching for her, as she panicked, asking what to do. The man on the phone cursed, regretting ever getting involved with her, to which Hyuna's mother screamed back, calling him a bastard. The man instructed her to lay low for a week, then contact him. The man advised her to avoid CCTV and smash her phone, leaving her confused about the lack of cameras in her immediate vicinity. He declared he was hanging up, leaving Hyuna's mother frantically calling out for him to wait. Hyuna's mother screamed in utter frustration about what was happening. Panicked, Hyuna's mother cursed the man's instructions, wondering if he knew the phone's cost, then frantically tried to turn it off. She gasped in sharp terror. Hyuna's mother, startled, cried out that the figure in the doorway had scared her. Hyuna's mother questioned the masked man, but he simply advanced, asking her destination and calling her a heartless cuckoo mother. Terrified, she demanded to know who he was and if he knew her. Shin Woo-jin took another step, declaring, criminal bastard, suited her better, especially after seeing how she vented her stress on Hyuna. Hyuna's mother stumbled backward, dropping her phone, cursing as she demanded his identity, wondering if he was a detective. Shin Woo-jin mockingly asked why detectives were scary, given the policeman who colluded with her was so friendly. He revealed the policeman had even told her to use this very path to avoid the CCTV, shocking her. Shin Woo-jin's footsteps clicked closer as he asked if this was that path, her face etched with terror and dawning realization. He declared he had been waiting, wanting to catch her alone, as she stumbled backward, demanding to know what he meant. Hyuna's mother screamed for him to stop and get lost, recoiling in terror as his hand reached out. Shin Woo-jin simply shushed her. Shin Woo-jin wondered if the person confronting him was a detective, mockingly thinking that real detectives shouldn't be scary, unlike the very friendly policeman who had colluded with her. He then revealed the policeman had even advised her to use this very path to avoid the CCTV, asking if this was, by any chance, that specific route. As footsteps closed in, Hyuna's mother gasped, utterly horrified by his words. His heavy footsteps advanced, and Shin Woo-jin revealed his chilling truth. He had been waiting, wanting to face her alone, leaving Hyuna's mother to frantically demand an explanation. Her arm extended in desperation, Hyuna's mother screamed at him to stop talking nonsense and get lost, her defiance catching Shin Woo-jin by surprise. With a cold, calculated move, Shin Woo-jin simply silenced her. Hyuna's mother defiantly screamed back, threatening to call for help, but Shin Woo-jin just mockingly invited her to do so. Panic-stricken, Hyuna's mother desperately tried to deflect, frantically questioning if he was there about her drug use, immediately blaming her manager for supplying them. With a cold, knowing tone, Shin Woo-jin simply asked if that was so, remarking that she had certainly been up to quite a lot, as he wiped something clean. Then, a sickening impact as Shin Woo-jin struck, sending her sprawling. A wave of raw shock and pain washed over her. Shin Woo-jin let out a low grunt, a mix of exertion and something darker. He hoisted her unconscious form over his shoulder, moving deeper into the dark alley. His heavy footsteps echoed as he carried her away through the gloomy, deserted alley. Disorienting blurs of red and blue indicated rapid movement. The world outside flashed by, a dark, confusing blur. Shin Woo-jin's vision swam, his mind slowly grasping he was in a car, a disturbing realization. A terrifying thought rumbled through him, he had been kidnapped. A voice cut through the darkness, asking if he was finally awake. P's voice was disturbingly calm as he told Shin Woo-jin he seemed to have drunk a lot and urged him to sleep more. Shin Woo-jin tried to move, but found his body wouldn't obey, a terrifying realization. A crushing weight settled over Shin Woo-jin as P calmly stated their destination was still far away. His consciousness slipped away with a soft groan as he slumped, utterly helpless. The car sped through the sprawling, indifferent city. The city hummed on, oblivious. The taxi approached a brightly lit police station. P calmly exited the taxi in front of the police station's guard booth. The taxi settled into the orderly lot. A firm step landed on the concrete. From the taxi, P then casually pulled Hyuna's unconscious mother. With deliberate, heavy steps, Shin Woo-jin carried her unconscious form into the police station through an unseen side entrance. A sinister sizzle emanated as a lit cigarette was held to Hyuna's mother's mouth. He forced the smoke into her lungs, then let the cigarette drop to the ground. Standing over her, Shin Woo-jin declared the motive was now entirely sufficient. He held up a small bottle, a quiet clink sealing her fate, then added that the means were also entirely understandable. A definitive crunch sounded as the cigarette but was crushed underfoot. Shin Woo-jin hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, as his inner self questioned his actions. Frustrated, Shin Woo-jin retorted that his other self had no right to talk, reminding him this wasn't what he had been summoned for. His other self calmly challenged him, dismissing warnings or threats as temporary solutions that wouldn't even last a month. P asserted that people don't easily change, and that trash like this needed to be incinerated. His shadowy self continued, suggesting that only by making Hyuna's mother weaker than her daughter would Shin Woo-jin be truly free from worry. Shin Woo-jin, pained, firmly ordered him to shut up, arguing that such a path would only leave Hyuna with another scar. After a moment of silence, his other self twisted the bottle, then critically dismissed Shin Woo-jin as too soft. His other self cruelly poured liquid over Hyuna's mother, declaring Shin Woo-jin's softness was precisely why it took him 12 years to escape his personal hell. A professional-looking man recoiled in shock and disgust, assailed by the overpowering smell of alcohol. The exasperated colleague asked if it was drunk person delivery again, demanding to know why Shin Woo-jin kept bringing people to the office, while Shin Woo-jin just sighed under his heavy burden. Exhausted, Shin Woo-jin denied drinking, explaining it was Hyuna's mother, much to the colleague's stunned disbelief. Shin Woo-jin spun a tale of finding Hyuna's mother simply lying drunk on the street during his morning run, a story that shocked his colleague, who knew others had been searching for her everywhere. Maintaining his poker face, Shin Woo-jin insisted it was purely coincidental, pleading with his colleague to believe him. His colleague hesitated, not quite believing, but Shin Woo-jin pressed on, asking him to take Hyuna's mother, to which the man quickly agreed, calling out for De Jung. A police officer, aghast at the overpowering smell of alcohol, wondered how Hyuna's mother could possibly have consumed so much, as others helped Shin Woo-jin. The officer ordered Hyuna's mother to be held in a cell until she sobered up, and another officer confirmed the directive. Shin Woo-jin contemplated if this was truly enough, his shadowy other self looming as he thought she would simply be released to repeat her patterns. Shin Woo-jin revealed his deeper strategy to prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, to ensure Hyuna's mother lived long enough to truly reflect on her actions, a thought that brought a sinister smirk to the prosecutor's face. P, his other self, scoffed at Shin Woo-jin's fairy tale nonsense, but conceded he had handled the troublesome part, then assertively demanded to be let out more often. A police officer stood exasperated by Hyuna's mother's apparent level of intoxication, yet still commended Shin Woo-jin for a job well done. The officer then inquired about Hyuna, and Shin Woo-jin calmly explained he had sent her to her grandmother's house. The officer reported Hyuna had no serious injuries, but Shin Woo-jin's thoughts turned to Hyuna, now separated from her mother, wondering about the emotional toll. Shin Woo-jin gently asked Hyuna about her dreams, and the young girl pondered her answer. With earnest determination, Hyuna revealed her dream was to earn a lot of money. Hyuna explained her dream was to buy delicious food for her grandmother and help her live in a nice house. Shin Woo-jin listened, then softly affirmed he understood. The police officer, still suspicious, pressed Shin Woo-jin again about where he really found Hyuna's mother. A startled gasp escaped the officer as Shin Woo-jin suddenly exclaimed how late it had become. Shin Woo-jin panicked, flailing dramatically as he declared something was terribly wrong. It was time for his update for My Flex original series when after repressing and becoming rich, Gangnam Land was still out of reach, then quickly bid farewell. The room was left in a chaotic mess, furniture overturned, still trembling from his exit. The night enveloped the quiet police station. A flicker of consciousness stirred within Hyuna's mother, her eyes staring blankly into the dimly lit emptiness. Shin Woo-jin's eye twitched, sharp and alert. His eyes widened in a tense realization that the true destination was still far away. A metallic clang echoed as Hyuna's mother desperately gripped the cold cell bars. Desperately, she pleaded for someone to save her, the clang of the bars punctuating her cries. Her face distorted by terror and anger, she screamed through the bars, accusing unseen forces, claiming she had only used what was given to her. She swore she wouldn't do it again, but another prisoner, annoyed by the incessant clanging and screaming, cursed her and told her to sleep. With a grimace, Shin Woo-jin observed the prison scene, thinking how arrogant a rookie like her could be. Hyuna's mother looked confused, peering uncertainly through the bars. Under a bright blue sky, a quiet residential area stretched out. A narrow street meandered through the calm neighborhood. Sweat dripped down Shin Woo-jin's neck, a sign of his exertion in the heat. Shin Woo-jin trudged up the long, steep staircase, muttering a weary sigh. His heavy footsteps continued their laborious climb up the stairs. With a tired exhale, Shin Woo-jin grumbled to himself about the stifling heat as he neared the top. Stopping to fan himself, he loudly complained about the oppressive weather. His steps resumed, carrying him deeper into the quiet residential alley. He continued his walk down the sunny street. With a final step, he stopped before a green gate. He called out, asking if anyone was home. A child's voice asked who it was, and Shin Woo-jin replied it was Hyuna. Her voice sounded much calmer than before, and Shin Woo-jin then identified himself as Uncle Woo-jin. Footsteps approached, and the door creaked open as Hyuna cheerfully greeted her uncle, asking how he had been. Shin Woo-jin returned her greeting, and Hyuna thanked him, beaming that she was doing well. Shin Woo-jin expressed his relief, and Hyuna then informed him that the police officers had promised to help her live separately from her mother. Hyuna showered him with thanks, attributing everything to him, and Shin Woo-jin swallowed, a gentle smile gracing his face at her heartfelt words. Hyuna enthusiastically recounted her hospital visit and how the community center would explore subsidies for her grandmother, her newfound brightness evident to Shin Woo-jin. Hyuna, recalling her manners, eagerly invited him inside, warning him there was only yogurt to offer, while Shin Woo-jin mused he might never leave if he entered. More importantly, Shin Woo-jin asked, offering Hyuna a paper bag. Hyuna looked up, surprised, asking what was inside. He told her it was something that would help her achieve her dream in the future, a creaking vessel for new thoughts, meant to discard the past. It was something powerful enough to encompass her entire world. With a gentle smile, Shin Woo-jin asked Hyuna if she could take what he held. Surprised, Hyuna asked what it was. Shin Woo-jin explained it was something that could make her dream come true from that moment forward. Hyuna repeated the powerful words, leave behind your past thoughts, and with a new way of thinking, it is something that can overturn your world. Really? Hyuna exclaimed, her curiosity bubbling, while Shin Woo-jin playfully insisted, oh, you shouldn't have. The mystery package, it turned out, contained comic books for her to read. Hyuna, barely believing it, asked if they were truly for her, and Shin Woo-jin confirmed they were hers. Overjoyed, Hyuna expressed her immense gratitude, offering a deep bow as he gave a proud thumbs up. Hyuna recounted how bored she had been without anything to read, how she had read her few books countless times, and how a library book had once been ruined by her mother. Shin Woo-jin, overwhelmed by the excessive information, groaned inwardly, yet Hyuna's sincere thanks cut through his thoughts. I'll go get the yogurt drinks. Hyuna excitedly offered, inviting him in, but he quickly declined. As Hyuna quickly slipped inside, Shin Woo-jin silently pleaded for a chance to go home. Hyuna instructed him to sit outside, explaining the humidity indoors, and he asked about her grandmother's whereabouts. Left alone in the scorching sun, Shin Woo-jin learned her grandmother had just stepped out for a moment. He strained to drag a table towards the meager shade, his energy visibly draining. They finally settled on a bench, each with a yogurt drink in hand. Hyuna humbly offered her yogurt, assuring him it was all she had to give. Shin Woo-jin echoed her words, surprised by her simple sentiment. He then launched into a detailed explanation of yogurt drink's health benefits, from gut health to bone strength. As Shin Woo-jin rattled on about the virtues of yogurt, Hyuna grew visibly scared, while he then declared it was his turn. In short, thank you for this, Shin Woo-jin concluded, suggesting Hyuna read her new books while he drank his yogurt, which she eagerly accepted. Hyuna gasped, wide-eyed, marveling at the comic book's full-color illustrations as he sipped his drink. She read about how we are rooted in the Hongekingen ideology. Shin Woo-jin then gave Hyuna's mother another bag for the kids, who thanked him, illustrating the idea of sharing with each other. He was asked if his walking had improved, and Shin Woo-jin, now using leg braces and crutches, confirmed he felt much better, highlighting how his actions helped people. The narrator described how good things spread widely throughout the world. He reminded Hyuna of her desire to be rich, and she explained her wish to buy her grandmother delicious food and a nice house. Shin Woo-jin, in a stylized vision, outlined his plan. She would help others and solve their inconveniences through the Hongekingen ideology, and he would help her earn money. Hyuna enthusiastically patted the comic book, declaring how much fun it was. Noticing how quickly she read, Shin Woo-jin offered her another book, which she eagerly accepted. He watched Hyuna intently as she became absorbed in the new comic. Shin Woo-jin asked Hyuna if primitive people thought of making airplanes, and after a moment's thought, she changed her answer to no. He pressed her, asking why they couldn't have conceived of such a thing. Hyuna ventured that they couldn't even imagine it, and Shin Woo-jin confirmed she was correct. The narrator explained that as time passed, they eventually made them because they finally started to imagine. The desire stemmed from wanting to run faster than beasts or fly like a bird. Shin Woo-jin asked Hyuna if she understood imitation, and she confidently affirmed it. To earn a lot of money, the narrator explained, one needed to imitate, fulfilling people's imaginations or making things convenient. Solving inconveniences was revealed to be a key element. Shin Woo-jin instructed Hyuna to repeat after him, believe in imagination or the virtual as if it were real. He clarified that innovation came from imitating existing things, then using virtual concepts and imagination to create anew. Shin Woo-jin advised Hyuna to cultivate suitable hobbies like reading comics, watching dramas, movies, games, or sports. Hyuna gasped in amazement at the profound information, while the narration explained that hobbies relieve stress, aid psychological growth, and improve quality of life. Shin Woo-jin announced his departure, promising to return soon, and Hyuna expressed her disappointment. He told her to make sure she finished reading the books, and Hyuna, beaming, agreed enthusiastically, her transformation beginning then. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of a bustling modern city skyline. People moved about the grand entrance of an elegant building, hinting at an important event. Lee Hiram, sipping champagne, looked surprised and annoyed by a sudden request for her to sponsor someone. She questioned the abruptness of the demand, wondering why it should fall to her. Walking casually on a city street, Shin Woo-jin suggested she should try it, simply because she hadn't before. On a grand staircase, Lee Hiram expressed her frustration, reminding him of their group's donations and questioning why she specifically needed to sponsor anyone. Shin Woo-jin, playing a game, relentlessly spammed, "Show me the money," until Lee Hiram, overwhelmed, yelled in exasperation, conceding the point. The narrator noted Hiram's good thinking, as she asked about a collaboration event between celebrities and influencers, amidst party laughter. Shin Woo-jin dismissed the collaboration as mere ego-boosting, while Lee Hiram, watching the superficial mingling from above, pondered why she was even there. Lee Hiram abruptly declared she had to go for tutoring and would hang up, leaving Shin Woo-jin stammering about dinner plans. She was left frustrated, holding the phone in a hazy room, wondering if he had hung up on her. Lee Hiram thought to herself, this kid, really? Am I a private investigator or what? Annoyed by Shin Woo-jin's random eccentricities, she sighed, feeling her lifespan shorten, as another person exclaimed in surprise. A man mistakenly identified Lee Hiram as the granddaughter of S Group's chairman, and she curtly corrected him, stating she was an actress. Lee Hiram gave a silent, intensely serious look. Shin Woo-jin once told Lee Hiram that people unconsciously use the desires of others. He gave an example, trying to gain the affection of someone of the opposite sex. This involved finding out their favorite food or gifts and buying them. He explained that while people might not consciously realize they're using others' desires, Lee Hiram's very existence was openly desired, boosting others' prestige simply by association. Another man approached, showering her with compliments, amazed by her beauty. Shin Woo-jin instructed Lee Hiram to use that pervasive desire in reverse. Even merely mentioning the cosmetics she was making, as demonstrated by the chat messages, could subtly promote them. The newly launched cosmetics were seriously amazing, the narrator insisted, definitely not an ad, with their quality evident upon use. The narrator explained how people would scramble to advertise her cosmetics, proclaiming their refreshing feel and non-sticky texture, all to gain reflected benefits from her. Another man enthusiastically praised the concept of vampire cosmetics as he viewed its commercial on his phone. The narrator clarified that people's actions, whether to land a commercial or climb socially, were driven by desire, and that discarding pride was crucial. Lee Hiram was advised not to hate or find greedy desires disgusting, but to discard her judgment and use them. Lee Hiram subtly smirked as Shin Woo-jin's name was mentioned. She acknowledged Shin Woo-jin's remarkable ability to summarize ambiguous things, then confidently introduced herself to another woman, while internally questioning her own infallibility. When someone complimented a movie Lee Hiram supposedly starred in, she clarified that she hadn't yet made her screen debut. The scene shifted to an upscale suburban neighborhood at dusk. Lee Hiram greeted Dongmin's mother, who welcomed her as the teacher. Dongmin's mother informed Lee Hiram that her son was upstairs, playing games, and invited her to go up. Shin Woo-jin stood at the bottom of the creaking stairs, looking up with a neutral expression. The narrator warned that a specific room must not be entered, as even the mother couldn't clean it, and Dongmin hated it. Shin Woo-jin stood before the closed door, his hand near the knob, as narration hinted at the secret to reassembling the broken Dongmin. A hand turned the doorknob with a clunk and a creak, and the narrator revealed the secret was inside. Shin Woo-jin opened the door, stepping into the dimly lit room, utter shock widening his eyes as he breathed, "Wow." The room must never be entered, a place even the mother couldn't clean, which Dongmin really hated, yet it held the secret to realizing his broken self. A hand reached for the doorknob with a heavy thud, confirming the secret lay within. Shin Woo-jin grimaced, peeking out from the slightly ajar door, a silent struggle. A soft, rhythmic thumping echoed from the shadowed interior. His inner child exclaimed with cartoon-like wonder, "Wow, so thrilling." Yet, Shin Woo-jin clutched his chest, a nervous thumping from his own mouth belying his brave declaration that his heart wasn't racing. His inner self cautiously peered through the narrow opening. The rapid clicks and taps of a keyboard and mouse filled the tense silence. Shin Woo-jin understood, Dongmin was completely engrossed in his games. A light switch clicked. The door shut with a heavy thud, sealing them inside. Shin Woo-jin surveyed the meticulously kept room. Traces of how his brother used the room remained, preserved exactly as he had left them. His brother had a profound passion for gaming and computers. It was enough to warrant a dedicated, separate desk. Shin Woo-jin observed the array of awards and certificates. "You were good at math," he mused. He glanced down at the framed family photos, a pensive cloud settling over him. Before the accident, at the amusement park, only Dongmin had souvenirs from such places. Dongmin looked the happiest in that photo, suggesting the visit was entirely for him, as amusement parks often were for children. Compared to Dongmin's joy, the others seemed less enthusiastic. The narration then revealed the grim reality: a traffic accident had occurred on the way home. Shin Woo-jin wondered aloud, "Where were you coming back from?" Park Jong-wook replied, his voice heavy, "Amusement park." Dongmin changed dramatically from that point on, illuminated by the stark flash of realization. His brother cleaned the room today, honoring both his mother and Dongmin. He was wiping the surface gently, the reason he forbade the housekeeper from entering. He cleaned it meticulously himself, burdened by immense guilt. Shin Woo-jin entered a room, switching on the light. He turned the doorknob with a creak and peered inside. Shin Woo-jin paused, surprised, then fell silent as realization dawned. Dongmin confronted him, demanding to know what he was doing in his brother's room, a claim Shin Woo-jin calmly confirmed. Shin Woo-jin then pointed to the adjacent door, noting the foot mat, suggesting it was the bathroom, but Dongmin frantically intervened, insisting he use the one downstairs. This particular bathroom, shared with his brother, was a space Dongmin guarded with unusual wariness. Dongmin angrily declared that only he used that bathroom and emphatically forbade entry into the room. Yet, it was open, leaving Shin Woo-jin to wonder why, if it was so important, the door was left ajar for anyone to enter. He considered the possibilities: was it in case his brother felt stifled, or couldn't escape the room? A quiet click accompanied Shin Woo-jin's words, "Dongmin, brother already left," as the profound realization of claustrophobia fluttered into his mind. Dongmin flinched, turning sharply. "What did you just say?" Dongmin demanded, wide-eyed and startled. Shin Woo-jin, having made a deduction, declared he would enter the room first, realizing he no longer needed the bathroom, his inner, grumble Buddha, affirming his decision. Dongmin watched silently, suspicion etched onto his face. Shin Woo-jin subtly sniffed and walked away from the closed door. The doorknob rattled forcefully, confirming the brother's claustrophobia. Dongmin's brother, who excelled at math, stood in the doorway. He must have influenced Dongmin in some profound way. Shall we check Dongmin's basics? Shin Woo-jin began, launching into a math problem, when, find the sum of constants A, B, C, D. Dongmin, visibly confused, admitted he didn't know and asked to be taught, a stark contrast to his past self who had ignored other tutors. Dongmin was playing an old, folk-like game like an addict, a game no high schooler would typically enjoy. You were influenced, Shin Woo-jin stated, a quiet certainty in his voice. The image of empty Dongmin materialized, and Shin Woo-jin believed he could fill that void with other things. What are you doing? Dongmin asked, startled. Shin Woo-jin tapped the desk decisively, announcing, I'm thinking of teaching differently. Dongmin silently questioned if this was a game, while Shin Woo-jin confirmed it was, proposing they learn with it today, leaving Dongmin confused, unable to believe this wasn't a pro game. The reason you lost to hacks last time is because you don't know math, Shin Woo-jin declared, as Dongmin's internal cartoon self groaned about game radiation. The core of this folk game-like game is math, Shin Woo-jin emphasized, eliciting a frustrated cry from a cartoon-like figure. You need to understand this game from the base, Shin Woo-jin explained, as Dongmin listened in silent confusion. Dongmin, you need to be good at math for this game, Shin Woo-jin insisted. Math? Dongmin questioned, surprise coloring his face. This game is based on math, Shin Woo-jin reaffirmed, pondering the lack of it, then suggested they begin the Protoss vs Terran match. The game began with identical conditions for both players, but Shin Woo-jin's race had a faster money accumulation rate. His workers could build and immediately mine, generating a static hum, while the opponent's workers were tied up until building completion, signifying his race started with a clear economic advantage. Dongmin watched, his eye intensely focused. Mathematically organizing the game, Shin Woo-jin explained how worker production increased at the same rate, making the growth rate of F.T. appear similar. Dongmin's eyes widened dramatically, his mouth falling open unconsciously, his neck and shoulders pulling back in profound surprise. Shin Woo-jin observed the reaction, then continued, F.T. is some value when time T has passed. You know that, right? Dongmin remained speechless. He continued, outlining the mathematical income disparity, while his own race's mining always maintained income, the opponents consistently suffered losses. Shin Woo-jin realized he had found it, something that could truly influence Dongmin. Dongmin's surprised and concerned face reflected on the screen. As expected, Dongmin played this game due to his brother's influence. Shin Woo-jin explained how the opponent's mining speed dropped to zero at specific intervals, while his own race's function maintained a constantly positive slope. Dongmin admitted he didn't understand, but Shin Woo-jin reassured him that understanding wasn't necessary yet, only the act of learning. Dongmin remained silent, prompting Shin Woo-jin to offer, shall I explain it more easily? He clarified that the opponent's worker spent 30 seconds building, incurring a direct financial cost, generating a crackling sound. These building moments repeated several times in the early game, creating a system of free economic gain for Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin conceded that his race was, so to speak, overpowered, but clarified to Dongmin that the situation would reverse the longer the game was drawn out. His race increased linearly, accompanied by a soft hum. Conversely, the opponent's race featured an exponential growth structure, their strength not fixed but gradually increasing, with explosive sound effects. To counter this, Shin Woo-jin explained, advanced unit magic skills and a mana recovery speed of 0.75 per second were needed, electricity crackling in the air. He detailed the strategy. A wait of over 33 seconds after production was required to cast the first skill, leaving Dongmin silently stunned. The opponent took over 10 seconds each time to form battle lines, making it crucial to delay their advance as much as possible to secure more time. Dongmin hesitantly began, excuse me. Perhaps. Shin Woo-jin, his face reflected on the screen, encouraged him, yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead. Well. Perhaps. Dongmin stammered, while Shin Woo-jin observed, knowing a question was coming. Asking a question means you're curious about me as a person, Shin Woo-jin declared, his eye intense. Go ahead and ask, Shin Woo-jin invited, whether it's a lie or truth. He would only reflect the answer Dongmin wanted to hear. Shin Woo-jin's hand pulsed with a faint, unsettling energy. He tried to ask his question, a tentative, excuse me, perhaps, but Dongmin remained lost in his game. Without looking up, Dongmin claimed he was listening, telling him to go ahead. Shin Woo-jin, visibly weary, acknowledged the question forming in his mind. Dongmin's gaze held a sharp edge as he declared that a question signified personal curiosity. With a predatory glint in his red eye, Dongmin invited the question, promising to reflect whatever answer Shin Woo-jin wanted. He then chillingly assured Shin Woo-jin that he would only deliver the answer he wished to hear. A peaceful sunset painted the residential sky. Inside, warm light filled a modern home. Shin Woo-jin explained that Dongmin, like most people, yearned for his own thoughts to be validated, then asked, almost desperately, if the teacher knew his brother. Agitated, he demanded to know if the teacher had entered his brother's room, the possessive pronoun a stark shift. He then seemed to offer a manipulative reassurance, claiming to know the brother intimately and promising to validate the teacher's thoughts as correct. Dong-min, with a soft groan, confessed he had been hurt, catching Shin Woo-jin completely off guard. Dong-min claimed they had met at the funeral home, a memory Shin Woo-jin immediately refuted internally, knowing he had neither attended nor even known Dong-min's brother. Dong-min was confabulating, fabricating false memories as he questioned if Shin Woo-jin had truly been there back then. Confabulation, the fabrication of missing memories as real, was a symptom often seen in patients with dementia or amnesia. At the funeral, Dong-min had been physically and mentally exhausted by the shock and despair of his brother's loss, making it highly probable he couldn't recall anyone in detail. Shin Woo-jin saw the blank space in Dong-min's memory, and he intended to fill it. He crafted the memory of an imagined Shin Woo-jin gently patting young Dong-min's head, urging him to be strong, reminding him his brother wouldn't want to see him so sad. It was a form of gaslighting, as Shin Woo-jin asked if Dong-min truly didn't remember him, then pinpointed the funeral location to Owa University Hospital. A new detail, the hospital where Dong-min's father had been, startled Shin Woo-jin, who quickly rationalized that Dong-min had been too young to remember details from so long ago. Shin Woo-jin's mind worked furiously, piecing together fragments of information like a complex puzzle. He combined memory with imagination, systematically filling the blank gaps in Dong-min's mind. With a quiet slither, Dong-min's own brain began to fill in the story, his eyes widening in surprise as the fabricated memory took hold. The imagined Shin Woo-jin gently repeated, "Dong-min, stay strong," a scene now vividly present in Dong-min's mind. The fabricated image of Shin Woo-jin continued to console him, reminding him that his brother wouldn't want to see him distressed. A gentle pat on the head and a light tap on the puzzle pieces solidified the planted memory. With a dramatic gasp, Shin Woo-jin exclaimed that he suddenly remembered. Dong-min recalled the comforting words, seeking confirmation from Shin Woo-jin, who seamlessly flowed with his thoughts, for the speaker's identity was irrelevant to his strategy. Dong-min, confused, asked why Shin Woo-jin hadn't revealed his connection to his brother sooner, to which Shin Woo-jin smugly replied he had hoped for recognition. Apologetic, Dong-min excused his past oversight, admitting he hadn't been in his right mind, a stark contrast to his previous disinterest in Shin Woo-jin. The dynamic had decisively shifted. Dong-min, who once ignored him, now acknowledged his existence, a power reversal symbolized by scattered, overturned cards. Shin Woo-jin reveled in the successful manipulation. He, once desperate for attention, now received apologies, having skillfully made Dong-min feel indebted to him. Shin Woo-jin probed deeper, asking if Dong-min played games often with his brother, then offered false commiseration, claiming the brother was pretty sad. A flicker of doubt crossed Dong-min's face as he suddenly realized a discrepancy, questioning if his teacher had repeated a year, given his brother's military age. Shin Woo-jin quickly pivoted, claiming he was Dongjuan's academy junior, a PC cafe friend they skipped class with, which Dong-min accepted with a soft gasp of understanding. Shin Woo-jin claimed to have learned much from Dong-jun, and Dong-min, listening to the rapid tapping of keys, eagerly asked if his brother had taught him math through game analogies. Confirming the guess, Shin Woo-jin placed a hand on Dong-min's shoulder, adding that watching him lose now made Dongjuan's old words seem even more accurate. Dong-min, now completely engrossed, urgently asked what his brother had told him. Shin Woo-jin, his eye glinting with pixelated intensity, explained that games were ultimately about gathering small, frequent choices to outmaneuver one's opponent. When Dong-min questioned the concept of gathering choices, Shin Woo-jin gently corrected him, implying it was more nuanced than merely gathering units. Every building constructed, every unit summoned within crucial seconds, contributed to the strategic flow. Each judgment, made within moments, steadily accumulated, thumping into place. And with each choice, the game's outcome was altered. Until, with a sudden release, the board cleared. Shin Woo-jin detailed complex game mechanics, but Dong-min confessed his brother had never shared such insights, only talking about math or simple game strategies. Shin Woo-jin subtly agreed, claiming Dong-jun had told him these very details, but specifically mentioned he hadn't yet shared them with Dong-min. When Dong-min asked why, Shin Woo-jin simply stated he was too young to understand at the time. Shin Woo-jin, his eye glowing with a faint red, claimed Dong-jun had told him he would share those insights once Dong-min entered middle school. Dong-min, contemplative, mused that he believed he could have understood those complex ideas even back then. Shin Woo-jin sharply dismissed his claim, stating Dong-min still didn't understand, then redefined winning as simply making good choices, moment by moment. Shin Woo-jin addressed Dong-min directly, emphasizing the crucial act of making good choices, moment by moment. As the clock ticked, Shin Woo-jin declared that, right now, was already the past. Dong-min responded with baffled confusion, asking what that could possibly mean. Shin Woo-jin, a hand on Dong-min's shoulder, pressed him, asking if he didn't notice how, right now, quickly became the past, the clock ticking incessantly. He continued, claiming he saw Dongmin's present, while Dongmin only saw Shin Woo-jin's past, the distinction a ticking reminder of their differing perspectives. Dongmin gasped, a sudden realization washing over him. The continuous flow of time meant the present was constantly slipping into the past. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his understanding, relaying Dongjuan's fabricated advice to value the recent past, be it seconds or hours ago. He promised to share the words his brother supposedly wanted to impart when Dongmin reached middle school, truths he couldn't tell him when he was younger. Dongmin, wide-eyed and eager, begged Shin Woo-jin to tell him. Shin Woo-jin began, telling Dongmin that just like in games, life demanded choices and judgments every minute, every second. As Dongmin nodded intently, Shin Woo-jin expressed his hope that he would apply the same focused immersion to making good choices in real life, navigating its small, frequent moments. Dongmin listened, wide-eyed, captivated by the words. Shin Woo-jin finalized his tale, asserting these were Dongjuan's true words, meant for a more mature Dongmin. Dongmin played not for enjoyment, but to desperately seek and feel his lost brother's presence within the digital world, a tragic coping mechanism. Shin Woo-jin's pained expression and a single tear betrayed his deep regret, wishing he hadn't made a choice that led to his brother's reluctance. In the past, a young Shin Woo-jin protested going anywhere, stating that if his brother didn't go, neither would he, and he had a friend's birthday to attend. His mother gently cajoled him, mentioning it was his father's rare day off, and the young Shin Woo-jin reluctantly agreed. A silent scream of anguish escaped him, wishing he had never. If only he hadn't made that one decision. That single choice, made in the past, haunted him still. The suggestion, let's go to the amusement park, seemed so innocent at the time. If only he hadn't insisted. A panicked yell, a desperate grip on the wheel, then a horrific screech and crash as glass shattered. Smoke billowed from the wreckage of the multi-car pileup, a disaster unfolding on the street. Through shattered glass, a young Shin Woo-jin's horrified, distorted reflection bore witness to the trauma. All of it, he felt, was because of him. Tears streaming down his face, Shin Woo-jin sobbed, blaming himself for the deaths of his mother and brother. With a red glint in his thoughtful eye, Shin Woo-jin internally offered Dongmin comfort, telling him the accident had not been his choice. He continued to internally reassure Dongmin that he had no choice in the accident, and his mother and brother would never blame him for it. Shin Woo-jin gently patted the sobbing Dongmin's head, addressing the absent Dongjun, you see, Dongjun. With a serious expression, he asserted that Dongjun merely wanted to know if Dongmin was making proper judgments, the right choices to overcome his present. Overwhelmed and sobbing, Dongmin confessed he didn't know what the right choice was and felt scared of everything. Shin Woo-jin reassured him he didn't need to answer now, claiming his brother would patiently wait. He uttered a profound truth, stating that true death arrived when one was forgotten, then paused, a weighty, but hanging in the air. Shin Woo-jin embraced the sobbing Dongmin, assuring him that as long as he cherished his brother's words, his brother lived on, urging him to take his time, even as Dongmin cried that he truly didn't know what to do. Shin Woo-jin continued to console him, even as 5 long years had passed since the tragedy. Dongmin, still sobbing, despaired that he didn't know how to move forward regarding his brother, while Shin Woo-jin internally knew there was plenty of time for him to guide Dongmin to choose slowly. Behind the closed door, Dongmin wrestled with the agonizing pursuit of his right choice. And that, Shin Woo-jin declared internally, was precisely why he had come to help Dongmin. Dongmin's mother, worried, called out his name softly from the partially open doorway. Today's tutoring session had concluded, the murmuring sounds fading into the night. With polite goodbyes exchanged, Shin Woo-jin left Dongmin's home, telling him to get home safely. The family peace quest, aimed at helping the healer's youngest son overcome past pain and improve academically, was progressing smoothly. Comforting a crying child, Shin Woo-jin mused, consumed far more energy than simply controlling or teaching a group. Feeling hungry, he considered finding part-time work that included meals next time, but then a different thought struck him. Elsewhere, a sophisticated Lee Hiram, a suspicious glint in her eye, spoke on the phone, questioning his tutoring and suggesting dinner afterward. She had her own intentions, something she planned to secretly plant deep within his unconscious. Shin Woo-jin prepared to leave, answering his own internal question about whether he was done being a teacher, wondering how long it had truly been since he could step outside freely. A deep groan rumbled through him as Shin Woo-jin considered that calming a crying child took far more energy than controlling an entire group. A sudden hunger pang struck Shin Woo-jin, his next part-time job, he thought, definitely needed to include meals. Lee Hiram's voice, cool and calculated over the phone, questioned the tutoring, then smoothly suggested dinner afterward. An early-stage leveling check was due, and with it, the quiet planting of certain ideas deep within an unconscious mind. A sharp, internal voice demanded to know why he was so late, and who dared to wake him from his sleep. Shin Woo-jin's sister pressed about an event, but Lee Hiram casually dismissed it as long over. Her voice sharp, Shin Woo-jin's sister confronted Lee Hiram about frequenting places with entertainers, complaining that she was losing face because of it. She demanded to know how long Lee Hiram would associate with such people, only for Lee Hiram to dismissively tell her to stop gossiping and study abroad. With a forced smile, Shin Woo-jin's sister presented the signature appetizer, assuring Lee Hiram that all preparations were being handled. After a moment of silence, Lee Hiram's question about the hotel keeping animals left both Shin Woo-jin's sister and the professional staff member bewildered. Shin Woo-jin's sister, visibly irritated, insisted Lee Hiram sit closer, then asked why she kept hearing unsettling dog noises. Her eyes widened in a mixture of anger and disbelief, demanding to know what Lee Hiram had just said. Shin Woo-jin's sister coolly asked the staff to handle the barking, which Lee Hiram, hearing from off-panel, immediately recognized as a direct attack. Lee Hiram responded with a sarcastic chuckle, questioning if such remarks were appropriate for Anthony, then openly mocked the nice resonance of a large dog, further infuriating Shin Woo-jin's sister. Her irritation evident, Shin Woo-jin's sister demanded to know if Lee Hiram was even listening. A disembodied voice uttered Shin Woo-jin's name, a subtle whirring sound accompanying it. Shin Woo-jin's sister, shaking with anger, confronted Lee Hiram for laughing at her, only to be met with a cold, dismissive command, "Doggy, sit." 3 distinct thumps echoed across the dark cityscape. Outside the brightly lit, brain food shop, several figures gathered on the tiled urban street. Food sizzled vigorously in 2 large pans. Shin Woo-jin's friend, Man-soo, explained he was meticulously keeping the taste consistent, exactly as he had been taught. Man-soo urged him to try the food, insisting he hadn't made anything special, and Shin Woo-jin took a bite. He chewed with relish, savoring every mouthful. Shin Woo-jin's eyes widened in utter awe and surprise. As expected, Shin Woo-jin exclaimed with a thumbs up, "This is seriously crazy good." Man-soo eagerly sought confirmation, "It's just like you taught me, right?" Man-soo, beaming with gratitude, shared that his brother planned to treat Shin Woo-jin big time soon. Shin Woo-jin's eyes widened, bloodshot, as the phrase big time echoed, demanding his complete, shocked attention. Leaning forward with intense curiosity, Shin Woo-jin pressed Man-soo, "What's he going to treat you to? Is there anything you want to eat?" His mind reeled, frantically processing the idea of a big treat from Man-soo's brother. This was his one chance, he told himself, to just think normally. With a calculating chuckle, Shin Woo-jin declared he would slowly sort out his tiered plan, leaving Man-soo utterly bewildered by the mysterious list. As Shin Woo-jin mused about saving every penny, Man-soo offered a small, apologetic murmur. After thanking him for the meal, Man-soo casually mentioned a surge in inquiries for brain food. Man-soo excitedly explained they were franchise inquiries, but Shin Woo-jin, his voice cutting, simply ordered him to clear them away. His gaze intense, Shin Woo-jin sternly reminded Man-soo that it was far too early for such plans. Man-soo stammered nervously, trying to explain the current insane popularity of brain food among academies and parents. Despite a cartoonish Shin Woo-jin trying to highlight continuous delivery inquiries, a stern voice sharply reiterated the order to clear them all away. Adopting a teacher's tone, Shin Woo-jin explained that turning brain food into a franchise required a long-term strategy focused on consistently satisfying store owners. Man-soo understood, thinking they needed to grow together, but another Shin Woo-jin vehemently declared he had no intention of smash-and-grab tactics, nor did his brother. A menacing chuckle escaped another Shin Woo-jin as he asserted that chasing maximum profit and exploiting store owners meant seeing them as mere resources to be drained. Another Shin Woo-jin, clapping emphatically, declared that if Brain Food HQ only pursued its own profit, leaving store owners to pile up losses, he would expose them. Another Shin Woo-jin warned of an uncontrollable backlash, sending Man-soo into a terrified panic, frantically denying any such intentions or decisions. His fist clenched, Shin Woo-jin clarified with undeniable force, "It's not a jump, it's a threat." With glowing, intimidating eyes, Shin Woo-jin demanded Man-soo find a way to satisfy store owners, and a terrified Man-soo frantically agreed to start looking immediately. A cartoonish Shin Woo-jin granted a reprieve, and Man-soo let out an exhausted groan. Shin Woo-jin warned Man-soo that people worked harder under threat, then announced that a retest was required for today. A confident step landed on the tiled floor. Man-soo offered a cheerful welcome into the eatery. As Lee Hiram scanned the bustling eatery, Man-soo called her over. Lee Hiram offered a greeting, and Shin Woo-jin welcomed her with a visible jolt of surprise. Man-soo spoke of an SM myth, and Lee Hiram, observing the patrons, wondered if these were the same individuals from those past days. Man-soo gasped, utterly surprised that a third-generation chaebol like Lee Hiram would be in such a humble place. Man-soo mentioned hearing about her from the kids, and Lee Hiram, with a polite smile, offered a long time no see. Man-soo was utterly baffled, questioning if he and Lee Hiram had ever met before, while the underlying question lingered. Lee Hiram hesitantly asked how he had been, while Shin Woo-jin insisted she sit down with a forceful thump. With a knowing smirk, Shin Woo-jin observed that she truly hadn't cared for ordinary people before. As Man-soo comically struggled to recall a past meeting, Lee Hyram, from off-panel, believed he was simply fabricating memories in his flustered state. A cartoonish Shin Woo-jin calmly questioned Man-soo's memory, as Man-soo frantically struggled to put puzzle pieces together. The brain food sign glowed prominently against the dark wall. Lee Hyram looked around the crowded, unfamiliar brain food, questioning why Shin Woo-jin had brought her all this way just to eat. Her expression still skeptical, Lee Hyram asked what kind of place this was, and if it was truly that good. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically offered to make her something, but Lee Hyram declined, claiming she had already eaten. Shin Woo-jin revealed that the shop used his recipes, prompting a surprised Lee Hyram to question if he was the creator. A cartoonish Shin Woo-jin proudly detailed his special sauce and crispy ciabatta, leading a cartoonish Lee Hyram to acknowledge that he truly did everything. Shin Woo-jin then suggested Lee Hyram make one for him too, surprising Man-soo, who thought she had already eaten and wondered if he was being overlooked. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically placed an order for one special, urging him to do his best. The eatery buzzed with the chatter of numerous patrons. Shin Woo-jin questioned why he only received food and no shares, leaving Lee Hyram in pensive silence. Shin Woo-jin's sister, placing an order, explained she was getting food for her brother, humorously adding that she needed to fatten him up so he wouldn't wear her clothes. Shin Woo-jin's sister urged her friend to eat faster for the movie, but the friend calmly reminded her of the 10 minutes of pre-movie ads, thinking he needed to get that poster. Shin Woo-jin's sister suggested coffee as a palate cleanser, but her friend declined, worried about not sleeping if he had any more. From off-panel, Shin Woo-jin quietly instructed a pensive Lee Hyram to watch carefully. Her world, he knew, was filled only with dazzling, luminous people. But she also needed to listen to and watch the stories of ordinary people. If the images of their ordinary lives steadily accumulated in her unconscious. One day, she would then be able to gather ordinary people together. By seeing them as a group, she would understand the public, which was why her unconscious needed to be continuously filled with images of ordinary people. 100 lectures on understanding ordinary people would be slower than her naturally coming to understand them. Lee Hyram groaned in discomfort on the crowded train, asking if this was a daily commute. A heavy sigh, cold, lonely, and dull, would eventually make her feel the profound truth, that being ordinary was the hardest thing of all. With intense red eyes, another Shin Woo-jin demanded, so, after meeting and spending time with celebrities and influencers. Lee Hyram mused that what was once annoying had now become fun, a response met with another Shin Woo-jin's thoughtful, fun, huh. Another Shin Woo-jin delivered a chilling directive, never use others, but only those attempting to use you for their own desires. Another Shin Woo-jin revealed the satisfaction of having them under his will, feeling as though he could control them however he wanted. Tapping his chin, another Shin Woo-jin smirked, acknowledging that she was leveling up faster than expected, and had passed for now. Meanwhile, the supplementary investigation was heavily delayed. The investigator praised his work, but then hesitated, adding a significant, but, detective. The investigator pressed prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, asking why investigations were only slower when they worked together. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong chuckled, dismissing the complaint by claiming it wasn't slower, but simply back to normal speed. The investigator wrestled with whether to speak, as text messages on a phone revealed Shin Woo-jin's activities and the reassurance that Hyung had handled things, wishing him luck. The investigator, feigning casual concern, mentioned that even busy people like Woo-jin needed to eat well. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, his expression shifting from surprise to a smug sneer, questioned the detective's words, reminding him of a prosecutor's power and influence. The follow-up investigation had faced significant delays, its progress unnaturally slow. Despite the setbacks, the work was commendable, yet a crucial question lingered for the detective. Investigator Park Jong-wook pressed prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, asking why investigations stalled only when they collaborated, though other cases were swift. The investigator, with a mocking laugh, suggested it wasn't slower, but simply back to the prosecutor's normal speed. The investigator agonized over whether to speak about Shin Woo-jin's involvement, debating the risks of exposure. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, sensing the investigator's unease, urged him to speak. The investigator started to explain the cause of the delays, then abruptly pulled back, leaving the words unsaid. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, caught off guard, demanded to know what the investigator had been about to reveal. The investigator tried to dismiss it, but prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, with a smirk, wondered if he was merely avoiding collaboration out of wounded pride. Denying any personal slight, the investigator quickly deflected, pinning the blame on prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's perceived personality. He insisted it was not a personal matter, but rather that he himself was the one at risk if anything about Shin Woo-jin came to light. An internal struggle raged within the investigator, as Angel and Devil debated revealing Shin Woo-jin's involvement, weighing temporary embarrassment against a permanent lie. With a decisive flick, the investigator resolved his internal debate, accepting that he was simply another person who benefited from Shin Woo-jin's help. The investigator finally confessed to prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, admitting he wasn't the one responsible for the rapid case closures, leaving the prosecutor stunned. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, bewildered, pressed for a proper explanation, dismissing his initial thoughts about a physical confrontation. Dismissing the prosecutor's suspicions of corruption, the investigator reiterated the core truth: he wasn't the one who had solved those recent, lightning-fast cases. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong slowly processed the astonishing confession, confirming that the investigator was denying credit for the very cases he'd been praised for. The investigator offered only a silent, firm nod in reply. His chair scraped as Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong finally asked the burning question: who, then, was truly behind it all? The investigator stammered as Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong tried to make sense of it, wondering if he had some exceptional talent among his junior officers. The investigator admitted to the presence of outstanding talent, but Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong playfully chided him for monopolizing such a valuable resource. The investigator chuckled, denying greed, and then, his curiosity piqued, eagerly demanded to meet this hidden talent. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, his face contorted in shock, finally revealed the person was a civilian, a kid who acted like a detective. The investigator corrected himself, describing the young man as an exceptional profiler, far surpassing anyone in the professional field. The investigator described Shin Woo-jin as someone straight out of a movie, connecting him to a dramatic passage from Revelation 9 verse 1 about a star falling from heaven, given the key to the bottomless pit. The investigator simply called him an interesting one, while the other man expressed surprise at the mention of Revelation. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, still reeling from the biblical reference, dismissed it and demanded to know the identity of the civilian, questioning the very possibility of such a person solving official cases. The investigator insisted it all made perfect sense, but then suddenly clutched his stomach, claiming an urgent need for the restroom. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong comically chased the fleeing investigator, desperately demanding to know the name before he disappeared for good. The office door closed with a firm thud, leaving the lingering question of the mysterious profiler suspended like a drama cliffhanger. The quiet hum of the empty hallway emphasized the investigator's successful retreat, raising questions about his true schedule. Speaking on the phone, the investigator mused that a connection with a prosecutor could be beneficial, yet he still considered the need for privacy. From somewhere distant, the investigator calmly affirmed something to another detective. Shin Woo-jin, casually drying his hair after a shower, told Park Jong-wook to go ahead, indicating he was free. Park Jong-wook informed Shin Woo-jin that a prosecutor was highly curious about him, reminding him of their brief encounter at the station. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his clear memory of the encounter, as if recalling a specific episode. Park Jong-wook explained his intention to connect Shin Woo-jin with the prosecutor, admitting the prosecutor needed his help. Shin Woo-jin always thought several steps ahead, approaching people strategically and completing future moves before anyone else. The narration highlighted a scenario where the investigator struggled, mocked for his lost skills, realizing the irreplaceable void Shin Woo-jin left. Another Shin Woo-jin observed from a position of detached power, subtly menacing. The odds of others being compelled to seek him out rose exponentially, a natural and ordinary design. Park Jong-wook, megaphone in hand, enthusiastically asked if Shin Woo-jin would be willing to meet the prosecutor. With a thoughtful gaze, Shin Woo-jin simply declared himself hooked. A cartoon Shin Woo-jin expressed enthusiastic agreement, drooling slightly at the prospect. Park Jong-wook reacted with surprise, but another Shin Woo-jin calmly stated that there was a condition. Park Jong-wook quietly wondered what kind of condition could possibly be attached. A hand turned the doorknob, and the door swung open. Park Jong-wook returned to the office, a smug look on his face, as Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong cleared his throat, ready to resume. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, his gaze firm, immediately pressed Park Jong-wook for the identity of the person who had solved all those cases. With a sly smile, Park Jong-wook revealed the person was a close younger friend, suggesting Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong might remember him from a past visit to the station. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong inquired about the person's occupation, and Park Jong-wook casually revealed he was a busy college student. Park Jong-wook abruptly announced that, as fate would have it, the college student was free to meet the very next evening. Park Jong-wook firmly stated that tomorrow evening was the only available time, with no other options. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong questioned whether this college student truly was the one helping, to which Park Jong-wook, with a touch of embarrassment, confirmed he was. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, now intrigued, confirmed the meeting for tomorrow evening, checking his schedule. With narrowed eyes, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong insisted that Park Jong-wook arrange the meeting. Park Jong-wook agreed, but then, with a hint of cunning, added that a condition was attached to meeting the young man. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's suspicion flared at the mention of a condition, questioning if it was for some shady, illicit meeting. Park Jong-wook quickly reassured him it was nothing illicit, prompting Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong to, with a sigh, finally ask what the condition was. Park Jong-wook revealed the condition. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong had to book the dinner course menu at the 00XX restaurant for tomorrow night, or he wouldn't come. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stared in utter bewilderment, asking if the entire condition was simply to buy dinner. Another Shin Woo-jin, with an intense grip, confirmed the specific demand. It had to be the full dinner course, no other option. Grumbling about the unbelievable demand, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong began typing, wondering about this person's appetite. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong pondered if the person's mind only worked when fed, or if this complicated meal request was merely a concept. After confirming the 7 o'clock time, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong noted the staggering price for the dinner course for three. The screen displayed the exorbitant cost, 780,000 won for the dinner. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stared in utter bewilderment, his glasses askew. With a groan of exasperation, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong pressed the button to finalize the reservation. He stared blankly at the screen, dazed by the sheer cost. Later, Park Jong-wook asked for the restaurant's name to be repeated, a lingering reminder of the evening's expense. Time passed quietly under various skies. The next evening, an opulent restaurant stood illuminated against the twilight sky. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stepped inside the luxurious restaurant. At the reception, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong confirmed his reservation. The receptionist informed him that one of his party had already arrived. The receptionist led Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong through the elegant, bustling dining room. Park Jong-wook, already seated, greeted Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong warmly. Park Jong-wook thanked Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong for the opportunity, admitting he never expected to dine in such a lavish place. The narrator reflected on the slightly risky maneuver of arranging such an extravagant dinner. Shin Woo-jin calmly observed that the prosecutor had not yet arrived, though thankfully everything else was in order. Park Jong-wook told Shin Woo-jin the prosecutor was almost there, inviting him to sit. Just as they spoke, Shin Woo-jin calmly noted Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong approaching. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stopped, a sudden gasp escaping him. Park Jong-wook praised Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's appearance, then offered a formal greeting. As Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong saw the young man, a hazy memory began to surface. Shin Woo-jin formally introduced himself as Shin Woo-jin, impressing Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong with his politeness. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong invited Shin Woo-jin to sit at the table. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong remarked that he'd heard much about Shin Woo-jin from the investigator, wondering how he hadn't noticed his striking appearance before. Shin Woo-jin countered with a wry smile, admitting he had expected a more stereotypical, gaunt profiler with razor-sharp eyes, based on his reputation. Shin Woo-jin, cutting through the pleasantries, directly asked Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong why he had wanted to meet him. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong playfully chided Shin Woo-jin for his rush, then inquired about speaking casually given his age. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, his gaze unwavering. With an unnerving smile, Shin Woo-jin agreed to speak casually, then mockingly asked if he should call the prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong reacted with wide-eyed shock and discomfort at the unexpected, sarcastic jab. The prosecutor shared he had heard much about Shin Woo-jin from Detective Kim, but truly, he wondered how he hadn't noticed such a handsome student before. He had expected a profiler to be gaunt, with razor-sharp eyes and that kind of look, but Shin Woo-jin merely thought, oh, really? Cutting through the pleasantries, Shin Woo-jin asked the prosecutor directly why he wanted to meet him. The prosecutor playfully chided him for being in such a rush, then asked if he could speak casually, given Shin Woo-jin's age. Shin Woo-jin remained silent, a calculating pause. Yes, that's fine, Shin Woo-jin replied with a smirk, adding he would speak casually too, despite their recent acquaintance. Should I call you a Jushi? Shin Woo-jin mocked, leaving the prosecutor wide-eyed and shocked. The exorbitant cost of the meal, 741,000 won per person, hinted at a significant expense relative to a prosecutor's salary. This elaborate meal was not just for dining, it was a carefully orchestrated test to see if the prosecutor's psychological resistance could be broken. The true reason for his desire to meet, a first-time meeting incurring such a financial loss, clearly extended beyond mere curiosity. In a prior moment, Shin Woo-jin had formally introduced himself to the smiling prosecutor, confirming his politeness, yet the deeper motive for their meeting was already apparent. When two people shake hands, the stress hormone cortisol decreases, oxytocin is released, and cooperation and intimacy are momentarily strengthened. This handshake method was sometimes used to build rapport, but the prosecutor's grip was different, an intense squeeze pressed against Shin Woo-jin's hand. Shin Woo-jin felt a force trying to pull him into the prosecutor's own territory, a place where he held countless weapons, a psychoanalytic invitation to his domain. That forceful grip was an unconscious declaration that he wanted to dominate Shin Woo-jin's very existence. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong burst into loud, theatrical laughter, while Shin Woo-jin observed him calmly from across the opulent room. No, no, not at all, the prosecutor exclaimed, claiming he was the one in more of a rush, while Shin Woo-jin internally mused if this was a sudden acceleration leading to a rollover accident. Despite recognizing Shin Woo-jin as difficult, the prosecutor admitted he tended to get close quickly, expressing a desire for them to see each other often. The narration revealed the prosecutor's adept use of social power and his strong desire for success, allowing for a clear conclusion about his character. It became clear the prosecutor intended to use Shin Woo-jin as leverage, metaphorically climbing higher on Shin Woo-jin's back. Prosecutor, Shin Woo-jin interjected, I have something I'm curious about. May I ask? The prosecutor confidently invited him to ask, but the subtle TSK of his nonverbal cues indicated a defensive posture at the word, question. He wanted to control the situation himself, yet seemed to defend against impending questions. This was a person who intentionally tried to widen the distance between himself and others. Shin Woo-jin deduced that if he probed further, the prosecutor might have something that could be held against him. He knew exactly what kind of person this was, and planned to confuse him by seizing control. Feel free to ask, the prosecutor invited, as Shin Woo-jin specified his curiosity was about prosecutor Kim Cheo-won himself. Shin Woo-jin's gaze remained stern and direct, unwavering. Me, the prosecutor stammered, pointing to himself, this Kim Cheo-won guy. Shin Woo-jin confirmed, yes, you, prosecutor. The prosecutor laughed nervously, gesturing for him to ask, while Shin Woo-jin internally noted this must be his first such situation, preparing to offer his subjective view of the law. With a subtle smirk, Shin Woo-jin provocatively asked, the law can be a nose ring if hung on the nose, an earring if hung on the ear, what do you think, as a current prosecutor? The prosecutor paused, hand to chin, deeply contemplating Shin Woo-jin's challenging question. The law isn't made that loosely, the prosecutor countered seriously, implying Shin Woo-jin's lack of detailed legal knowledge. Shin Woo-jin, his intense eye reflecting legal text, boldly declared, I've memorized all the laws. Is that not enough? What did you say? Prosecutor Kim Cheo-won exclaimed, bursting into disbelieving laughter as Shin Woo-jin smiled, while the other man calmly acknowledged that if it was Woo-jin, he could indeed do that. Shin Woo-jin stood, playfully taunting the seated prosecutor about his legal knowledge, calling him an interesting kid, leaving the prosecutor bewildered by his sudden cockiness. Shin Woo-jin then challenged him, then go ahead and tell me one thing you know. For example, something about Article 25 of the Criminal Act. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-won, his face intense and surrounded by glowing legal code, began to recite, Criminal Act, Article 25, which covers attempted crimes, Article 25 Paragraph 1. When one commences the execution of a crime. Shin Woo-jin seamlessly finished, but fails to complete the act. Leaving the prosecutor astonished and sweating, as Shin Woo-jin continued, Paragraph 2, the punishment for an attempted crime may be reduced compared to a completed crime. Wait a moment, the prosecutor stammered, then, not that. What about Article 32? Shin Woo-jin continued, accessory, Article 32 Paragraph 1. A person who aids another's crime shall be punished as an accessory. Paragraph 2. The punishment for an accessory shall be reduced compared to the principal offender. Shin Woo-jin pressed on, then. What about Article 156? False accusation, causing another person to face criminal punishment or disciplinary. Internally dismissing it as mere rote. No, then. Shin Woo-jin continued his barrage, forcing the prosecutor to bury his face in his hands, a sight that reminded the other man of his own shock watching Woo-jin deduce criminals. As Shin Woo-jin rattled off the revision date of Article 195, Paragraph 4 as March 31, 2005, the distressed prosecutor, holding his head, exclaimed, wait, this is. Was the test leaked ahead of time? No, that can't be. With the situation now firmly under his control, Shin Woo-jin declared it was time for a reversal, stating he had made the prosecutor this way from the start. Shin Woo-jin, adjusting his glasses with focused intensity, then asked, Prosecutor, you obviously know everything too, so what was the revision date of Article 117, Paragraph 1, what year, month, and day? That. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-won exclaimed, agitated and standing abruptly, excuse me. How would I know that? I'd have to look it up. The prosecutor then shouted, demanding, when is the food coming? Why aren't you giving us anything? We're starving lions here. Ahem. I understand, Shin Woo-jin calmly uttered, as the prosecutor took a pensive sip from his glass. Woo-jin, the prosecutor asked suspiciously, hand touching his chin, by any chance, are you trying to get into law school? No, Shin Woo-jin calmly replied, a sparkling aura around him, I'm just an ordinary college student living an ordinary college life. Ordinary. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-won repeated, his expression a mix of surprise and thoughtful processing. The prosecutor questioned Shin Woo-jin's business administration major, wondering why he was not more interested in law, to which Shin Woo-jin insisted it was ordinary, while internally noting the prosecutor's understandable surprise. The prosecutor, eyes narrowed in suspicion and disbelief, questioned if Shin Woo-jin's claim of knowing all the laws was truly accurate. The prosecutor's internal bewilderment grew, a business major yet a hardcore profiler, with model-level looks, who was this kid? Life must be so enjoyable for him. What do you think? Shin Woo-jin asked about the law, then, answering himself, said, Woo-jin, I think so too. The law is. Excuse me, the waiter interrupted, and Shin Woo-jin acknowledged him with a surprised, ah. We'll prepare pre-meal bread for you, the waiter offered, causing cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin to drool with anticipation. This low-sodium butter, spread on freshly baked bread, would melt smoothly, promising an incredibly delicious experience. So what I think is this, Shin Woo-jin tried to say, the law is. But the other man, absorbed in buttering his bread, interrupted, Woo-jin, you need to spread it evenly. Focus, focus. As cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin ravenously ate the buttered bread, the prosecutor worriedly wondered, are you okay? Shin Woo-jin, his intense eye focused, asked to continue the conversation, then declared, so, the law is, the judiciary that applies and interprets the law. Prosecutor. Yes, the prosecutor hesitantly replied. With intense seriousness, Shin Woo-jin declared, now is the best timing. What? What timing? The prosecutor asked, utterly confused. Shin Woo-jin explained that, having made such an expensive reservation, this particular moment was the best timing that made the high price worth it. Shin Woo-jin, holding up a forkful of bread, insisted, the bread. You have to eat it while it's delicious, before it gets cold, calling it meaningful and symbolic of law, surprising the prosecutor. Right, Shin Woo-jin continued, eating, so. The law is. As the confused prosecutor internally muttered, what timing with bread? In the end, it's bread. The prosecutor uttered, entirely bewildered, internally asking himself what he was even saying, while narration confirmed Shin Woo-jin had completely broken the prosecutor's composure. Phew, Shin Woo-jin sighed, hinting at his piled-up work, then refocused, by the way, prosecutor. Narration claimed only 1/10, no, not even 1/100th of Shin Woo-jin's true self had been revealed, as cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin even praised the tasty forks. Shin Woo-jin, looking directly at the prosecutor, advised him to stop trying to understand his behavior, as the prosecutor was preoccupied with how much the bread cost. The narration insisted that no matter what one imagined, Shin Woo-jin would exceed it, while he internally mused that one piece of the incredible, yet greasy, bread was appropriate, and he would pass on a refill. Prosecutor, Shin Woo-jin called out, catching the prosecutor off guard. I mean, yes, the prosecutor stammered, while Shin Woo-jin internally sighed at his repeated confusion. To continue my curiosity, Shin Woo-jin said, his face intense, Mr. Lee, who stole 3 packs of ramen, received an actual prison sentence. 10 months in prison, he gravely added. Shin Woo-jin continued, another survival criminal, Mr. Kim in his 70s, got 8 months in prison. Some people get 3 years and 6 months. But, Shin Woo-jin starkly contrasted, a high-ranking military official who leaked military secrets and pocketed 2 billion won got a suspended sentence. What do you think? Prosecutor Kim Cheo-won was rendered speechless by the pointed comparison. Here's the crab ravioli, the waiter announced, briefly interrupting the tension as the other man expressed delight. The prosecutor began, attempting to justify, looking at such precedents, we always try not to deviate from fairness. Cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin noisily ate the ravioli, food flying everywhere. Cartoon-like prosecutor Kim Cheo-won asked if Shin Woo-jin was even listening, to which Shin Woo-jin, still loudly eating, replied, yes, I'm listening, internally urging him to speak. Cartoon-like prosecutor Kim Cheo-won sighed, good grief. While the other man responded with a resigned, I understand. The grand restaurant interior remained subtly charged with tension. Other diners continued their meals, unaware of the profound psychological battle unfolding. Shin Woo-jin, thoughtful, introduced another case to the prosecutor, saying, you may know this, prosecutor, but there was a case like this. There was a man and woman who met in a running crew, Shin Woo-jin began. The woman sent a message to the man confessing her intimate preference, masochism, Shin Woo-jin explained. She asked the man to beat her and even gave him her address and passcode, demanding perfect acting from him, not to stop even if she seemed to hate it, because it would all be acting. Narration hinted at hidden instigation. A door clicked open, revealing a man's silhouette, and Shin Woo-jin narrated the man's surprise, Who at this hour? The man's imposing silhouette loomed over the smaller woman's, creating a stark visual of an unsettling confrontation. Shin Woo-jin continued, and so the man committed the vile act as per the message. She is unmoved. Police were dispatched, revealing the truth. The person who sent the message was another female member of the same running crew, jealous of the victim. And she hacked the victim's phone, pretended to be the victim, and controlled the man. Shin Woo-jin concluded, the man who directly harmed the victim woman, and the female member who deceived the man and made him commit the crime. Shin Woo-jin, in the persona of a judge, dramatically asked, where should the gavel of law swing, leaving the prosecutor to internally wonder, is this a case with a verdict? Of course, Shin Woo-jin confidently declared, I'd appreciate it if you could answer quickly. Time is really tight right now. Shin Woo-jin, sitting calmly on his side of the scale, stated, the weight has been decided. I want to focus completely, as the prosecutor struggled, weighed down by the lavish meal. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong hesitated, wondering if this truly was a case where a verdict could be reached. Yet, with an urgent plea for a swift answer, the prosecutor stressed that time was critically tight. He then dramatically declared that the weight of the decision had been cast, and he intended to focus completely. But Shin Woo-jin, overwhelmed, silently refused. Shin Woo-jin felt he should at least take a moment to think, but the prosecutor pressed him, confirming an urgent matter. Both men paused internally, Shin Woo-jin requesting a moment to gather his thoughts. While Shin Woo-jin cut to the chase, demanding to know the urgent matter, the prosecutor internally fretted about the cost of the uneaten meal. Park Jong-wook, ever eager, dramatically urged the prosecutor to speak quickly, announcing the main course would soon arrive. The prosecutor's mind throbbed and grew hazy, overwhelmed by the rapid-fire conversation. Shin Woo-jin calmly laid out the initial steps for such a case. First, the arrest of the person who fabricated the evidence, then asked for their thoughts. The prosecutor confirmed his assessment, noting the perpetrator who directly harmed the victim had been acquitted in the first trial. Shin Woo-jin then posed a complex ethical question, was the individual, used as a criminal tool, truly still a victim from a moral and ethical perspective, especially with aggressive text messages appearing? Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong explained that the difficult outcome was only resolved with prison sentences for both perpetrators after public outrage forced the higher court to intervene. As Shin Woo-jin asked for the prosecutor's thoughts on the case's wildly differing interpretations, a waiter interrupted to announce the sirloin steak. Shin Woo-jin swallowed, observing the prosecutor's mood shift with the food, silently wondering if he was simply a weirdo obsessed with food. Park Jong-wook chuckled, commenting that real geniuses often possessed such eccentricities. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong eagerly decided to eat first, slicing into the steak and praising its expensive, solid appearance. With sparkling eyes, the prosecutor expressed his intense delight, claiming the steak's deliciousness came from the blood seeping out. Shin Woo-jin calmly corrected him, explaining that if blood remained, the meat would spoil, and it was cleanly removed during butchering. The red liquid was, in fact, a protein called myoglobin. Shin Woo-jin elaborated, its heme pigment turning red when exposed to oxygen, leaving the prosecutor comically confused by the scientific explanation. Shin Woo-jin simplified his explanation, concluding that the red color merely indicated a well-cooked and delicious steak, internally joking about how butchers would have been wrongly accused otherwise. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, sweating lightly, internally resolved to keep his mouth shut, feeling awkward after Shin Woo-jin's detailed explanation. Park Jong-wook's stomach rumbled, and he savored his food with extreme pleasure, proclaiming it delicious. Park Jong-wook then leaned in with concern for Shin Woo-jin, while the prosecutor reacted with shock, seemingly claiming the remaining food. Park Jong-wook quickly apologized for his outburst, then wondered at the other's reactions, reflecting on the myriad criminals he had faced in his career. He then recalled countless imagined confrontations from his past as a prosecutor, arguing with people over meals and legal principles. A waiter served an elegant cheese plate, delighting the prosecutor, as Park Jong-wook remarked on his unusual character. Another waiter served dessert, prompting the prosecutor to ponder thoughtfully, while Park Jong-wook expressed his utter confusion about the man's personality. As they exited the grand building, Park Jong-wook thanked the prosecutor for the meal, who graciously returned his appreciation. Park Jong-wook offered his thanks again as they departed, and the prosecutor invited him to return. Back at the table, Park Jong-wook expressed his contentment, noting that all the food had seemingly been consumed. Shin Woo-jin, however, turned serious, directly asking the prosecutor the true reason for their meeting. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's eye twitched as he reacted with a sudden, angry outburst, calling Shin Woo-jin a kid. He loudly accused Shin Woo-jin of constant interruptions, then quickly composed himself, explaining he wanted to talk about important matters. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong finally revealed his true purpose, asking Shin Woo-jin for help to catch increasingly intelligent criminals, assuring him there was no personal grudge involved. Shin Woo-jin questioned his motives, to which the prosecutor suggested he view it as a decent part-time job for each case. Park Jong-wook tried to persuade Shin Woo-jin, claiming that based on Detective Kim's assessment, the work would not be difficult for him. Shin Woo-jin swallowed, humbly rejecting the praise and insisting he was being overestimated. Holding a glass, Shin Woo-jin emphasized his ordinary nature, comparing himself to the simple water. Park Jong-wook enthusiastically agreed, stressing the water's necessity, then pressed Shin Woo-jin about his desired payment rate, whether hourly or daily. Shin Woo-jin then stated the cost of one meal was 741,000 won, internally noting the situation's sudden acceleration. Shin Woo-jin internally wondered if Park Jong-wook truly understood the implications of rashly discussing money after Shin Woo-jin had subtly hinted at the meal's exorbitant cost. Park Jong-wook abruptly excused himself to the restroom, leaving the table with a forced smile. As Park Jong-wook internally debated his restroom excuse, Shin Woo-jin astutely deduced that the prosecutor was trying to use him as leverage. Shin Woo-jin acknowledged the strategy, revealing that he also had his own desires and intentions he wanted to try. He then proposed an alternative approach, stating clearly that he did not need money. The prosecutor, suspicious, wondered what else Shin Woo-jin might want if not money, and Shin Woo-jin confirmed he had another request. Shin Woo-jin made a surprising request, asking if he could tour the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong reacted with utter astonishment and confusion at Shin Woo-jin's unexpected request. Shin Woo-jin confirmed his request, stating his deep curiosity about the structural workings of the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong reacted with extreme excitement and disbelief, repeatedly asking if Shin Woo-jin truly preferred a tour of the office over money and if he was serious. Shin Woo-jin sought assurance that the deal would remain unchanged, then added that he had one more condition. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong eagerly agreed to any condition other than money, pressing Shin Woo-jin to state his terms, which began with a reference to an unknown case. Shin Woo-jin then revealed his condition: all credit for any clues he provided must go to Detective Kim Tae-hyun. Park Jong-wook expressed his delight and surprise at Shin Woo-jin's loyalty to Detective Kim, enthusiastically welcoming the arrangement. Shin Woo-jin and Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong shook hands to seal their agreement, as fireworks dramatically exploded overhead. A book was placed down, revealing a stack of comic series titled, What Happened in Joseon. Hyuna excitedly reported that she had read all the recommended books and researched the Japanese occupation period and 6.25 war history at the library. Shin Woo-jin reflected internally on the rare quality of a student who learned 10 things from being taught one. He considered it even more important that a student would learn 2 things on their own from one lesson, while Hyuna excitedly planned her next trip to the History Museum. Shin Woo-jin expressed his satisfaction, noting he had chosen the right person, prompting a curious yes from Hyuna. He invited her to sit, then reminded her of her desire to earn a lot of money. Hyuna enthusiastically confirmed her desire to earn a lot quickly to take care of her grandma. Shin Woo-jin challenged Hyuna to think of an immediate way to earn money quickly, prompting her to ponder. Hyuna suddenly realized she could earn money by collecting cardboard in the neighborhood, immediately planning to start tomorrow. Shin Woo-jin observed that Hyuna's current field of vision was narrow, limited to obvious methods like collecting cardboard. He knew her perspective was constrained by a lack of information and guidance. Elsewhere, Park Jong-wook angrily complained about grease on the dishes, questioning the restaurant's hygiene. Park Jong-wook loudly protested about plastic pieces in his food, though the waiter calmly explained it was merely congealed oil from prolonged boiling. Shin Woo-jin's internal narration observed how most people were terribly afraid and careful about things going into their bodies, yet only sought quick dopamine gratification or anonymously expressed anger online. He continued, warning that this unconscious pursuit of rapid dopamine was collapsing hormonal balance, leading to depression, lethargy, and decreased concentration, all while inciting anger with videos and losing sight of moderation. He criticized people for neglecting to filter what information entered their minds, comparing it to being careless about the food they ate. As Hyuna excitedly contemplated collecting cardboard, Shin Woo-jin reflected on the time he couldn't have and her ability to utilize it. Shin Woo-jin then resolved to guide Hyuna, selectively filling her mind only with things she truly desired. His hand reached into his pocket. Shin Woo-jin introduced Hyuna to a coin, explaining that the chances of heads or tails were 50-50 each. Hyuna confirmed her understanding, and Shin Woo-jin asked her to choose between heads or tails. Hyuna enthusiastically chose heads, identifying it as Admiral Lee Sun-sin. Shin Woo-jin then explained the game's rules: landing on heads would earn Hyuna 81. But if tails came up, she would lose 21, Shin Woo-jin clarified, internally noting it wasn't gambling, as he flicked the coin and Hyuna eagerly affirmed her understanding. The coin spun in the air. With a distinct thump, Shin Woo-jin caught the coin, surprising Hyuna. He stated the coin had landed on tails and announced he would flip it 9 more times. The coin spun again. Shin Woo-jin repeatedly flipped and caught the coins, revealing various outcomes. Shin Woo-jin asked Hyuna to count how many times heads appeared, and she promptly answered, 4 times. Shin Woo-jin then asked her to evaluate the outcome: had she earned money or lost it? Hyuna meticulously calculated her earnings, 4 heads for 321, 6 tails for a 121 loss, concluding she earned an additional 201 from her initial 101. Shin Woo-jin confirmed her calculations, emphasizing that she still earned money despite more losses, and promised to help her earn more without physical labor. Hyuna, looking puzzled, confessed she didn't quite understand what he meant. Shin Woo-jin declared he would teach her step-by-step knowledge not covered in traditional school education. He would teach her things most people deliberately avoided knowing. Shin Woo-jin critiqued how difficult words and complex terminology were used to obscure understanding for the public. A male teacher gestured as if explaining a lesson to his students in a brightly lit classroom. Shin Woo-jin asserted that the core truth was simple, accessible only to a select few, and he promised to teach Hyuna these hidden insights. Shin Woo-jin then began a new lesson, asking Hyuna if she knew the meaning of the word Kyosuji. The story began with a look at the things they did not teach at school. These were the things most people did not even want to know. They used difficult words and complex terminology to obscure these truths from the public. A teacher gestured decisively in the classroom. Yet, Shin Woo-jin promised to teach the simple, essential truths that only a select few understood. He challenged Hyuna, asking if she knew the meaning of the word Kyalbaji. Hyuna thoughtfully repeated the word, wondering if it referred to someone who played around a lot. She offered another guess, asking if it meant someone who caused trouble for their parents, but Shin Woo-jin revealed it had a deeper meaning. He explained that Chio meant season, and with a small sound, clarified that Buji meant not knowing or being unaware. Hyuna made the connection, softly asking if Kyalbaji meant not knowing the seasons, which Shin Woo-jin confirmed. He then posed a stark question, asking what would happen if a Kyalbaji farmer planted seeds in winter, predicting total failure for the season-ignorant person. The seeds, he explained, should be planted in spring and harvested in fall. Then, Shin Woo-jin delivered a crucial insight: money was exactly the same as seasons, moving on its own to find the right time to be planted like a seed. That, he declared, was called investment. Hyuna pondered the concept, her thoughts drifting to her parents' investments, and Shin Woo-jin observed her lack of deep understanding, lamenting that even smart people had no one to teach them. He reassured Hyuna that she was not Kyalbaji, since she understood seasons and farming, and she enthusiastically agreed. However, he then pointed out her lack of investment knowledge, defining it as economic and financial illiteracy. Hyuna felt small for her ignorance, but Shin Woo-jin quickly reassured her it was natural, as such things were not taught in school. Labeling it economic and financial illiteracy, Hyuna questioned why something so essential for making money wasn't taught. Shin Woo-jin began to answer, then hesitated. He paused, deep in thought. He decided to postpone the full explanation until Hyuna was older, warning that it might make her feel the world was entirely pessimistic. He promised to tell her later, then acknowledged her curiosity about percentages and proposed they learn about interest rates first. Shin Woo-jin explained that interest was extra money returned when borrowing, giving an example of a milk bank offering 51 in interest for a 1,001 deposit. He then introduced a snack bank across the river, offering 101 interest, and asked Hyuna where she would deposit her money. Hyuna eagerly chose the snack bank, and Shin Woo-jin affirmed her correct choice. He then presented a scenario where the milk bank raised its rate and the snack bank lowered theirs, and Hyuna instantly adapted, declaring she would go to the milk bank. Shin Woo-jin explained this as the interest rate phenomenon, where money relentlessly moved, voluntarily or involuntarily, seeking places to grow. Stocks, he asserted, were no different, money never stayed stagnant, it always flowed. Shifting to another example, Shin Woo-jin told Hyuna that toy stores were doing well, asking her what kind of toys she thought sold best. Hyuna, phone in hand, suggested Barbie dolls. Shin Woo-jin corrected her, emphasizing the need to see the whole picture, not just a few items, and proposed they look at sales across an entire department store. He then equated the department store to the stock market, noting that despite the toy market's success, the top-selling item was a Sesung food set. A finger tapped a screen to filter the data by sector. Though the first and second places were not toys, he pointed out that toys dominated nearly half of the rankings. Shin Woo-jin further explained that the change rate showed daily movement, highlighting that a remote-control toy, though lower in rank, had a much higher change rate than the top sellers. Hyuna readily agreed, seeing the significant difference. Shin Woo-jin clarified that the remote-control toy, despite its rank, was a leading stock of the leading sector due to its dramatic 19% increase. Hyuna repeated the term, and stylized figures applauded the insightful concept. Shin Woo-jin then tasked Hyuna with finding these leading stocks, the places where money gathered. She struggled to gather money in a snow-covered landscape, illustrating a difficult and unproductive effort. He warned that constantly turning where there was no money would only lead to exhaustion. But where money concentrated was different. Shin Woo-jin explained that people's behavior mirrored stocks, seeking large corporations where wealth was concentrated. He spoke of places everyone flocked to, while internally questioning how one could possibly join such overwhelming queues. He then boldly asserted that there was no such thing as losing in investment. He elaborated on risk management, explaining that by limiting losses to 2% per trade, one could still retain 80% of assets even after 10 consecutive wrong predictions, guaranteeing a chance to recover. Therefore, investors entered a trade expecting a 2% loss, executing a sharp stop loss if the stock did not perform as expected. Conversely, if a stock moved favorably, investors would maximize profits beyond 2% through partial selling, with Shin Woo-jin appearing to conduct the rising market. To achieve this, he emphasized the need to understand the microscopic flow of money, proclaiming that economic trading meant effortlessly accumulating wealth. This meant understanding the economy like an economist, watching the trends where money flowed, not engaging in reckless speculation. Hyuna would execute actual trades like a fund manager, making a decisive move on a chessboard. Shin Woo-jin then asked Hyuna to look at something on his phone, and she responded with surprise. As Hyuna questioned what she saw, Shin Woo-jin explained they were the results of his day trading, completed in just 1 hour daily. He explained that day trading didn't care about market direction, as quick daily buying and selling created opportunities to profit in any situation. He then outlined the spectrum of strategies, from swing trading to long-term investment, as Hyuna looked confused. He compared investing to climbing tall stairs, requiring steady progress, disciplined breathing and rhythm, and letting go of greed to follow principles. This climb, he concluded, required consistent daily effort. With a flash, Shin Woo-jin, appearing like a heroic knight, declared that true investment lay in being able to clearly convince others what and why one had invested. Hyuna, though finding it difficult, promised to remember, and Shin Woo-jin expressed confidence that she would quickly understand. She then asked if a child like her could also participate in stock trading. Shin Woo-jin assured her that with her grandmother as legal guardian, and a few procedures, she absolutely could. Hyuna expressed concern about not having a computer or phone, but Shin Woo-jin quickly allayed her fears. He told her a reliable, magician older sister would sponsor her, an ethereal figure appearing in the sky above. Meanwhile, a live broadcast greeted its mukbang exploration team members. As Shin Woo-jin held his phone, displaying the live mukbang broadcast, a flurry of real-time comments criticized it as potentially scripted or fake, just as he realized the featured Chinese restaurant was closed. That night, Dongmin texted Shin Woo-jin, expressing his belief that he finally knew what to do about his brother. Shin Woo-jin, reading Dongmin's determined text about focusing on every detail to make his simulated reality true, realized Dongmin was echoing the very advice he had given him. This phenomenon, the narration explained, was cryptomnesia, mistaking unconsciously heard information as one's own thoughts. Shin Woo-jin mused that if Dongmin had come to that conclusion himself, then it was good, but advised him to keep gaming as a hobby for his brain, subtly declining Dongmin's eager request for a 2v2 game. The sky was a serene blue with soft, white clouds. A gloved hand sliced kimbap with precise movements. Shin Woo-jin observed the restaurant, noting its popularity for kimbap and how much people were eating. He challenged Hyuna to identify the leading stock within the snack food sector of that very store. Hyuna enthusiastically pointed and shouted, "Kimbap." Shin Woo-jin, smiling, quickly corrected her enthusiastic outburst with a calm order for 1 roll of kimbap. He confirmed her answer was correct, but then reminded her that a leading stock could change. Just then, several other men loudly placed diverse and large orders for tteokbokki, fried food, sundae, ramen, and rabaki. Shin Woo-jin immediately understood, the flow of money had changed. Rain pattered gently on a city street. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically noticed the latest laptop, a pro version, through a window. He asked if it would suffice, then excitedly declared it was more than sufficient, it was overflowing. A female office worker, however, expressed concern that the high-end laptop might be too much for an elementary student, playfully considering taking it for herself, prompting Shin Woo-jin to demand she hand it over. After a joke, Shin Woo-jin thanked the female office worker for preparing the laptop and phone, as she playfully suggested giving Hyuna her number and asked if he wanted to meet Hyuna with her. The female office worker declined meeting Hyuna for now, citing an imminent launch in her unpresentable appearance, but Shin Woo-jin's sudden compliment about her beauty left her momentarily stunned. Shin Woo-jin mused about the weird difficulty level, internally questioning his own capabilities. In a flashback, Shin Woo-jin's father instructed him to apply what he learned, reminding a confused young Shin Woo-jin of the term circumradius. His mother brought refreshments, and young Shin Woo-jin cheered, signaling the end of class. Shin Woo-jin's father bid farewell, promising to see them next time. In a classroom, a student eagerly raised his hand to ask a question, surprising his classmates. The teacher dismissed the class, wishing a student named Woo-jin a good lunch. Outside, students discussed the cafeteria menu, with one deciding on the spicy pork rice bowl, meticulously listed with various options. One student, speaking in an overly formal tone, praised the spicy pork rice bowl as an eternal steady seller, annoying his female classmates who urged him to speak like a human. The sun set over a peaceful cityscape. A delivery person offered a polite farewell. Back in a cluttered living room, Hyuna, annoyed by the loud snoring of sleeping men, struggled to hear the TV and wished they would go inside to sleep. A new day dawned as the sun rose over the city. An alarm clock blared, signaling morning. Shin Woo-jin's father playfully clanged pots and pans to rouse his younger sister, Bomi, who dramatically complained but eventually agreed to get up. Shin Woo-jin stood on a city street, looking up at the clear blue sky. With a peaceful smile, Shin Woo-jin welcomed spring, confident that no matter the season, his own 4 seasons would always be a time of harvest. The city's rhythm began anew amidst towering glass facades. Its sleek entrance awaited the day's professionals. Architectural precision marked its every level. Inside, spotless hallways buzzed with quiet purpose. Even the pantry reflected a functional efficiency. A focused hand rested, the decision heavy. The office hummed with the kinetic energy of diligent work. A silent query echoed, "Should I look?" With a quiet tap, the system's login screen appeared. The office worker wrestled with her anxious thoughts, the reviews definitely shouldn't be bad. A sudden HA shattered the tension, startling her into a cry of surprise, "You scared me." With a cheerful, "Yes, team leader," the office worker burst in, exclaiming, "Congratulations, CEO. This is the hot news just updated." Her mind raced, a dawning realization painting astonishment across her face, "Congratulations. Wait, then, could it be?" The CEO confirmed her suspicion, announcing the astonishing truth, even with a 50% increase, all shipped items sold out in just 3 days. Influencers and celebrities endlessly praised it, a viral cascade of adoration. Users wondered if vampires had been hoarding its secrets, their glowing faces proclaiming its undeniable power. He calmly directed her to check the collected data, but her disbelief was absolute. How did this happen, Shin Woo-jin? As public adoration for God Woo-jin erupted, reaching insane levels, Lee Hiram, captivated by his success, wondered if he would even answer her call. Then, her phone vibrated, displaying his name, and she gasped in surprise. With a bright smile, she answered, "Hey, Woo-jin. I was actually just about to call you." But a strange sound made Lee Hiram pause. "What? Hello?" Swoosh. Annoyed, Lee Hiram questioned, "Swoosh. What's with the flushing sound? Can you speak properly?" Shin Woo-jin offered no reply, only silence. Lee Hiram, persistent, told him to "treat me." And Shin Woo-jin uttered a sound of realization. Shin Woo-jin's surprise turned to exasperation, "Buy you a meal? Why are you saying it so cryptically?" Lee Hiram, concise, simply reiterated, "treat," before asking if he had seen the inventory status. Other office workers excitedly confirmed additional orders, while Shin Woo-jin, overhearing their talk of the CEO's excited boyfriend, readily agreed, "Okay, I'll treat, I'll pay. Of course I should treat you." The revelation that their CEO was only 20 years old left her colleague astonished. Shin Woo-jin, enthusiastic, asked Lee Hiram about her dinner preference and urged her to get ready for a big meal out. The dense urban landscape sprawled below, teeming with countless lives. As evening fell upon the intricate city, Lee Hiram's voice broke the quiet. Lee Hiram, exasperated, questioned the chosen location, "Is this for real? I said I'll buy you something expensive." Steam billowed from hot metal pots, promising warmth in the cool evening. Shin Woo-jin, smiling, explained to a less than impressed Lee Hiram that the local restaurant was gaining attention and he wanted to try it before it became too crowded. Despite Lee Hiram's annoyance at the queue, Shin Woo-jin insisted they stay, declaring, "You need to observe how ordinary people behave." 3 men in the crowd wondered aloud if they were witnessing celebrities. The bewildered crowd murmured, questioning the extraordinary people and their presence there. Shin Woo-jin emphasized understanding the crowd's nature, as a customer's plea for 2 portions was met with the vendor's firm 1 per person rule. A man observed the stall's enduring popularity, conceding the difficulty of acquiring more than 1 portion, while Lee Hiram took in the bustling scene. Lee Hiram explained her expectation of a 700,000 one-course meal, even revealing she had gone to the salon for the occasion. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated he had already experienced such a meal, leaving Lee Hiram shocked. Lee Hiram, wide-eyed, frantically demanded answers. "When? With whom? Who bought that for you?" Shin Woo-jin humorously explained he had sold the laptop Lee Hiram sponsored for Hyuna, using the proceeds to enjoy the expensive restaurant multiple times. Lee Hiram, exasperated, called him insane, but Shin Woo-jin quickly reassured her, "Just kidding, kidding." Dumplings steamed invitingly in large, traditional baskets. As dumplings were announced ready, and another customer expressed excitement at finally getting some, Shin Woo-jin offered a casual, "Anyway, congratulations. Shin Woo-jin, still surprised, questioned Lee Hiram on how she managed to sell such a large quantity of product in just 3 days. Lee Hiram, with a smug smile, attributed her success to her employees and the people she met, downplaying her own direct involvement. Just like you told me, Lee Hiram explained, I just used that, the desires of people who want to be associated with me. As white liquid dripped, Shin Woo-jin intently listened to Lee Hiram articulate the concept of transferred desire, because celebrities or influencers use it, I want to try it too. The narrative explained that when everyone desired a product they could not have, they became immersed in a sense of alienation. To escape that alienation, their gestures toward purchasing could only grow bigger, like a frantic swarm. Alienation, the narrative continued, was essentially akin to fear and death, as Shin Woo-jin observed a bright doorway from a room filled with towering books. When I came out into the world, Shin Woo-jin mused, observing people move like programmed ants, people were living like this and that. People were programmed. Lee Hiram, bewildered, retorted sarcastically, if someone heard you, they'd think you spent 10 years being educated in your mom's womb before coming out. Shin Woo-jin smirked, a mix of embarrassment and defensiveness in his voice, what? I wasn't trying to be funny. He simply stated he was, just saying it as it is, as the city settled into dusk. The soft evening breeze rustled through the park at sunset. Shin Woo-jin devoured his hot food with gusto, prompting Lee Hiram to warn him, eat slowly. You'll burn the roof of your mouth. Shin Woo-jin philosophized about sacrificing the roof of his mouth for such taste, then, noticing Lee Hiram's pensive silence, asked, why did you stop eating? Playfully, Shin Woo-jin offered, should I eat it for you? Just say it. I'll take care of it. Lee Hiram comically hit Shin Woo-jin with a book, declaring she would eat the rest at home and warning him, don't stare at me. Lee Hiram, smug, told a comically crying Shin Woo-jin that his tears were no use. Shin Woo-jin tried to coax the truth from Lee Hiram about her dining companion, disbelieving her claim of prosecutors and detectives. People walked dogs and strolled through the peaceful park evening. Pairs of pedestrians moved leisurely along the park paths. Lee Hiram enjoyed the refreshing breeze, and Shin Woo-jin agreed that the spot was indeed pleasant. Lee Hiram explained that she had initially planned to tell him something important in a nicer setting. Her voice grew serious as Lee Hiram turned to Shin Woo-jin, about my cosmetics brand shares. Lee Hiram stated she would give him 50% equity if things went well, a proposition that clearly surprised Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin, concerned, urged Lee Hiram, don't decline. Lee Hiram, resolute, insisted it was his turn to listen, having fulfilled his every wish. Shin Woo-jin passionately implored her not to refuse, arguing that she had helped him earn tens of thousands of niang. Shin Woo-jin's eyes glowed with intense emotion as he stressed the immense financial contribution she had made. Frustrated, Lee Hiram pulled at her hair, then clasped her hands together, begging him, just accept it. Please. Shin Woo-jin gently took her hands, his expression tender and serious, and asked her to listen. Shin Woo-jin then asked for his turn to speak, surprising Lee Hiram. Holding her hand, Shin Woo-jin called her name, and her heart pounded in anticipation. Overjoyed, Shin Woo-jin winked, cheekily asking her to repeat the offer for the recorder. Lee Hiram, exasperated yet resigned, began to formally state her name for the recording. Lee Hiram, with comical anger, threw a book at Shin Woo-jin, declaring she would only deliver leftover dumplings to him. An affluent residential area, peaceful under the bright sun, came into view. Dongmin's father, reading his paper, hummed in curiosity. The report card showed a surprising third place in math for a student who was playing around in the back. Dongmin's father, skeptical, wondered if such rapid improvement in half a semester was even possible just because the tutor changed. Dongmin's father proudly praised his son, who humbly credited teacher Woo-jin for making learning easy. Dongmin struggled to explain his tutor's unique method, likening it to being dragged toward the answer. Dongmin's father teased him about still making mistakes, to which Dongmin cheekily retorted, Dad, you get lost even with GPS. After noting Dongmin's brighter personality, his father asked him to invite the teacher for dinner sometime, and Dongmin quickly texted Shin Woo-jin. Dongmin excitedly informed his father that teacher Woo-jin was free for dinner tonight, surprising his father. A tranquil residential street embraced the warm hues of sunset. Dongmin's father generously offered the abundant Korean feast, emphasizing his wife's effort in preparing it. As they ate, Shin Woo-jin acknowledged the compliments, crediting the tutor for Dongmin's improved grades. Dongmin's father questioned Shin Woo-jin about his secret to quickly raising grades, to which Shin Woo-jin humbly replied that Dongmin was always capable. Dongmin's father, pleased, praised Shin Woo-jin's skills, jokingly adding that Dongmin also inherited his own intelligence. Dongmin's father then offered to repay Shin Woo-jin by raising the tutoring fee. Shin Woo-jin thoughtfully thanked him, then, setting down his chopsticks, asked for a different favor instead of the fee. Dongmin's father, curious and willing, assured Shin Woo-jin he would gladly help if he could. Shin Woo-jin, earnest, requested that Dongmin's father introduce his parents to a good facility for health checkups, as they hadn't had one in years. Realizing the importance, Dongmin's father readily offered to arrange VIP health checkups for Shin Woo-jin's parents through the hospital. Shin Woo-jin gratefully accepted the VIP health checkup voucher, the completion of a strategic quest. Dongmin's father reassured Shin Woo-jin that the favor was no trouble, asking him to notify them when a convenient date was chosen. Shin Woo-jin's phone vibrated, an incoming call from prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong. Shin Woo-jin politely asked to be excused from dinner, and Dongmin's father readily granted permission. Shin Woo-jin answered his phone, and the caller introduced himself as prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong. Shin Woo-jin greeted prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, who expressed concern for his well-being. Shin Woo-jin assured him he was living ordinarily well, while the prosecutor apologized for the unexpected call, noting Woo-jin hadn't contacted him as promised. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong, smirking, acknowledged his own strategic patience, waiting until everything was properly prepared. Shin Woo-jin understood, agreeing to visit the prosecutor's office tomorrow, envisioning it as cultivating a new garden. Shin Woo-jin answered the call, addressing prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong directly. The prosecutor acknowledged the call, expressing concern for Woo-jin's well-being. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong claimed he lived an ordinary, happy life, then apologized for the sudden call, noting Woo-jin hadn't contacted him as promised. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated the prosecutor was impatient, admitting he had waited until everything was perfectly ripe for his involvement. He agreed, promising to visit the prosecutor's office the following day. The imposing structure of the prosecutor's office stood as a testament to the law. A soft chime signaled the elevator's arrival on the 9th floor. The prosecutor stepped out, his pace measured, asking if the place seemed nothing special. As they walked down the hall, prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong remarked on the surprising ordinariness of such a place, questioning how different it could truly be. Suddenly, the prosecutor stopped, questioning a man who had just emerged from an office about his whereabouts. Shin Woo-jin greeted the man, who then complimented his appearance, as the prosecutor introduced Woo-jin as his close friend's nephew, aspiring to be a prosecutor. The professional-looking man offered a cynical view of the profession, lamenting the low pay and self-serving opinions. He then suggested that becoming a doctor or even a model might be a better path for Shin Woo-jin, who quietly mused about people living their ordinary lives. The man continued to comment on Woo-jin's looks, prompting an exasperated retort from prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong. With a decisive click, prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong opened a door, urging Woo-jin to ignore the man and follow him inside. The prosecutor apologized for the cluttered state of his office, to which Shin Woo-jin graciously replied it was fine. Woo-jin then pointed to a specific area, boldly claiming it as his own designated space. As the narration defined a prosecutor's crucial role in deciding indictments, Shin Woo-jin offered a brief compliment on the work being done. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong asked for Woo-jin's impressions of the office, confirming that a prosecutor's desk was no grander than any other office worker's. With 2 sharp claps, Shin Woo-jin thanked the prosecutor for the tour, then swiftly requested to see the interrogation room next. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stared in shock and disbelief, bewildered by Woo-jin's rapid completion of the tour and immediate desire to leave. He complained about his extensive preparations for Woo-jin's visit, forcing Shin Woo-jin to concede with a placating, "Fine." Outside, 2 scooters idled, their engines rumbling softly in the city air. Inside, steaming bowls of congee and side dishes awaited, and prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong urged Woo-jin to eat his fill. He continued to encourage Woo-jin, insisting he have plenty. Shin Woo-jin devoured the beef bone congee with gusto, while the prosecutor secretly wondered if Woo-jin had only come to eat. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's suspicions solidified, he was convinced Woo-jin had strategically planned his visit for lunchtime, a young, cartoon-like Woo-jin celebrating a dream fulfilled. Woo-jin announced he was full, asking if he should clear the table, and the prosecutor agreed. As Shin Woo-jin cleared the empty bowls, he remarked that eating congee in an interrogation room tasted strangely different, causing the trembling prosecutor to protest his efforts at hospitality. Shin Woo-jin dropped a plastic bag containing the empty container, assuring him the meal had been truly delicious. With a sudden, intense gaze and a sharp click, Shin Woo-jin turned to the prosecutor, asking to get straight to the point, leaving Kim Cheo-wong utterly surprised. A vibrant vision of his parents cheered him on, declaring he could do anything, as long as it wasn't illegal. Shin Woo-jin internally affirmed his parents' support as his eyes narrowed with fierce determination, revealing his long-held desire to conduct an interrogation. He instructed prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong to consider himself the criminal, then, ignoring the prosecutor's joking request for a moment, labeled him a time-stealing criminal. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong recoiled nervously from Woo-jin's intense gaze, as Shin Woo-jin directly asked what he needed. Shin Woo-jin acknowledged the immense power a prosecutor wielded, but astutely inferred that Kim Cheo-wong's true purpose for summoning him wasn't purely legal. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong conceded with a sly smirk, admitting that Shin Woo-jin was indeed a handful, just as Detective Kim had warned. The prosecutor agreed to forego coffee and continue their discussion in the interrogation room, to which Shin Woo-jin readily consented. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong began to recount a personal tragedy, his younger brother's broken engagement and the woman's sudden change of heart. He philosophized about life's unpredictable nature, illustrated by a wedding ring being slowly removed from a finger. The prosecutor then revealed that the broken engagement was only the beginning of a larger, unsettling sequence of events. He explained how his brother's once successful shop began to suffer. His brother's shop became eerily quiet, with hardly any customers entering its deserted space. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong initially believed his brother's sadness over the broken engagement was causing him to neglect the business. But then, a rival shop across the street launched an aggressive promotion, openly aiming to undercut his brother's prices. The relentless price-cutting promotions continued for an exhausting year and a half. Eventually, his brother's shop failed, and upon Shin Woo-jin's query, the prosecutor confirmed his brother had opened a new pork belly restaurant elsewhere. Shin Woo-jin's gaze sharpened as he asked if the second venture had also met the same fate. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong sadly confirmed that the second shop, too, had failed after a similar rival business opened with a year-long grand opening promotion. Shin Woo-jin questioned if the same person was targeting his brother, but the prosecutor assured him the owners of the rival businesses were distinctly different. Despite varied food types and promotional prices, the narration highlighted a singular commonality linking all the rival operations. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong declared his firm belief that these events were no mere coincidence, then turned to Shin Woo-jin for his opinion. Shin Woo-jin astutely inferred that since his brother was untraceable, the prosecutor suspected he himself might be the true target. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong confirmed Woo-jin's deduction, internally marveling at his uncanny ability to read minds. Wiping his glasses, Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong revealed his suspicion that a former prisoner he had prosecuted was responsible, yet he had no idea which one. Shin Woo-jin calmly attributed the occurrences to the observer effect, leaving Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong utterly confused. The narration introduced the observer effect as a concept derived from quantum mechanics. Shin Woo-jin explained that intense observation alters properties, suggesting that someone's close scrutiny had driven his brother's shop to ruin. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong reacted with shocked disbelief, then Shin Woo-jin firmly demanded his full cooperation to unmask the hidden orchestrator. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong stated he had already compiled a list of former convicts, hoping Shin Woo-jin could uncover even a small, crucial clue. Shin Woo-jin declared that the list was merely a starting point, adding that he would also need to speak directly with the prosecutor's brother. He explained their strategy, traced the misfortunes back to the broken engagement, as his brother might have inadvertently offended someone. One of the figures on the precarious path stumbled, losing balance and falling from its perch. Heavy rain lashed down, creating a gloomy atmosphere outside the office building. A printer noisily churned out documents as Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong revealed that even with his narrowed criteria, the list still contained 46 individuals. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong explained these were ex-convicts released before his brother's troubles began, individuals he had aggressively prosecuted, now wondering if their grudge fueled these dirty tricks. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong asked for Shin Woo-jin's assessment of the individuals on the list, to which Woo-jin thoughtfully replied they seemed pretty ordinary. As Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong rattled off a list of heinous crimes, Shin Woo-jin laughed, sarcastically questioning his definition of ordinary. The prosecutor elaborated that these individuals were repeat offenders who returned to trouble the moment they were released, as Shin Woo-jin casually discarded the documents. Shin Woo-jin suggested that for such individuals, criminal behavior was simply everyday life, making the prosecutor pause in thought. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong agreed, and Shin Woo-jin then pointed out the broad scope of his initial investigation. The prosecutor admitted he cast a wide net out of caution, convinced his brother made no enemies, but concluded that the current list of names did not seem involved. Shin Woo-jin asserted that these individuals likely held grudges against their accusers, not the prosecutor himself, and insisted on meeting his brother. The cityscape remained shrouded in a bleak, persistent rain. Shin Woo-jin recounted being advised to answer honestly, then politely asked if he could proceed with his questions. The man agreed. Shin Woo-jin asked about the timing of the broken engagement, and the brother sadly recalled his fiancée's sudden change of heart. Shin Woo-jin, narrating the unspoken pain, revealed the brother's fiancée had already been seeing someone else. He then asked the brother if he knew the man's identity, but the brother only knew he was wealthy and handsome. The brother sighed, expressing his profound desire to cease thinking about the painful past. Shin Woo-jin summarized the rapid succession of misfortunes, a broken engagement followed by 2 business failures, noting their highly coincidental appearance. The narration emphasized that despite attempts to disguise the events as coincidences, the pattern of words used in the promotions was undeniably identical. Shin Woo-jin inquired about any specific incidents, such as arguments or offending someone, that might have occurred before his girlfriend's departure. The brother struggled to remember, stating it had been 3 years and he wasn't the type to get into trouble. The narration observed that the brother's genuine inability to recall meant that even under hypnosis, he likely wouldn't remember further details. Shin Woo-jin calmly proposed opening a new shop, catching the brother completely by surprise. He clarified his offer, stating that to ensure success, he would personally manage all the preparations if he were to help. Lee Hiram strode confidently through the rainy city, her footsteps echoing amidst the urban hum. A phone screen displayed an incoming call from Shin Woo-jin. Lee Hiram answered, introducing her all-purpose errand service and directly asking Shin Woo-jin what he needed this time. Shin Woo-jin, sheltering under an umbrella in the rain, playfully acknowledged her legendary errand service, stating he had come to the right place. Lee Hiram internally questioned his antics, then directly asked his purpose after he playfully inquired about her lunch, before he explained he needed her service to help him find someone. Annoyed, Lee Hiram cut through his roleplay, directly demanding his true intentions. Shin Woo-jin clarified he wasn't roleplaying, then, surprising Lee Hiram, stated he needed to borrow some people. Lee Hiram reacted with bewildered confusion, questioning his request for people, which he simply confirmed. Shin Woo-jin's face hardened as he revealed his intention, to set a trap for a perverse stalker. The narration promised a swift arrival, emphasizing the ominous and imminent nature of what was to come. The woman's voice cracked with disbelief, asking Shin Woo-jin if he truly meant people, and he confirmed it. With chilling resolve, Shin Woo-jin revealed his target, a peeping Tom, and the woman on the other end gasped in stunned disbelief. He simply confirmed his pursuit of a peeping Tom, promising to explain the unsettling details later. The woman sighed in weary frustration, confessing she could never truly figure him out, but then resignedly asked how many people he needed. Shin Woo-jin, having gathered what he needed, then abruptly ended the call. Man-soo reaffirmed his offer to set up the shop, but Park Jong-wook started to object. Park Jong-wook's mind raced, questioning if Man-soo owed his prosecutor brother a favor, though an inner voice insisted, when helping someone, do it right. Man-soo firmly stated that he wanted to do it. He explained his plan to overwhelm them with kindness, revealing his substantial savings from day trading and equity from Lee Hiram. Man-soo then suggested a noodle soup place, explaining its great profit margins, which prompted a questioning look from Park Jong-wook. Park Jong-wook confessed his limited cooking experience, sheepishly admitting he had only ever boiled frozen noodles and assembled pre-made ingredients. Park Jong-wook worried he would be a burden, but Man-soo quickly promised his help. Park Jong-wook then cautiously asked what the person had done to anger him, as a small stone struck the ground. The unsettling question hung in the air, was he hurt by a carelessly tossed stone? Or perhaps it was something else entirely. A soft thud echoed as the man walked away. He muttered a brief apology. Or did he rage over some trivial mistake anyone could make? What made people angry varied, but one chilling truth remained certain. They ignored the silent decay of the tree, yet found a single falling leaf beautiful and satisfying. In other words, people only ever saw what they wanted, focusing entirely on satisfying their own desires. Shin Woo-jin inwardly wondered what desire the stalker was satisfying by watching Kim Young-hung, as Park Jong-wook sat dejected. He was certain he knew. Man-soo instructed Park Jong-wook to tell everyone he was opening a new shop, using every channel from group chats to social media. The vital instruction was to make certain the message got back to him. The city breathed a quiet sigh into the twilight. Shin Woo-jin stood, observing. Shin Woo-jin observed the woman, who was, as he knew, Kim Young-hung's ex-girlfriend. Shin Woo-jin's voice cut through the street noise, startling the woman. With a subtle, unsettling smile, he asked her if she had a boyfriend. She reacted with wide-eyed shock and a flustered denial. He pressed on, suggesting a chance encounter, and she, completely flustered, eagerly offered her number. Shin Woo-jin abruptly offered a blessing for her future love life, then simply walked away, leaving her staring in bewildered confusion. She was left stomping with frustrated rage as his parting words echoed. Another man chuckled to himself, wondering what Shin Woo-jin's strange performance was all about. He muttered in frustration, wondering if it had been some kind of YouTube prank. The past revealed that she had broken up with Kim Young-hung, dated someone new, and then broken up again. The chilling thought emerged, that guy might have been deliberately planted to approach her, then brutally dump her. Park Jong-wook hailed a taxi. Quiet clicks echoed in the darkness. Park Jong-wook thanked the driver. A rundown shop stood, awaiting its next chapter. Before the newly renovated, Young-hung's noodle house, Park Jong-wook knew he had taken over a failing restaurant, secured a 3-month lease, and it would open tomorrow. The female office worker instructed Park Jong-wook to lie about the lease, telling anyone who asked that she had signed a 2-year agreement, and he confirmed. Shin Woo-jin thought, that's my move. Now it's your turn, Shin Woo-jin thought, come in. The city hummed under a clear sky. Park Jong-wook sat at his desk, a disturbing chuckle mixing with his sobs. Shin Woo-jin's chilling chuckle was heard as a hand recorded the scene. A video of a sobbing woman played on the phone screen, and Shin Woo-jin's voice chillingly remarked, "Look at you crying. Beautiful." Shin Woo-jin walked away, casually stating they should have thought before running their mouth, believing their fate was already sealed. Shin Woo-jin gave a sharp command, "Shut it, just go film Kim Young-hung's shop and send it to me." Shin Woo-jin added, with chilling satisfaction, that watching his target's smiling face collapse never got old. Park Jong-wook confirmed his instructions, even pausing to take a kimchi order, promising to capture and send Kim Young-hung's best moment. The employee cheerfully served, telling customers to shout if they needed more, as patrons munched happily. As he ate, the man paused, a question forming in his mind. 5,000 won, he questioned. The employee greeted him, asking if he was alone, and the man confirmed. He looked at the employee with a suspicious gaze, asking if they had just opened and if they could really sell at such a low price. The employee explained that in tough times, prices needed to be reasonable, prompting a surprised snicker from the customer who found the cheap noodles surprisingly delicious. The employee, with a sniff, proudly explained their secret method of perfectly simmering beef bones without straining them, crediting the incredible flavor to Shin Woo-jin. The man then ordered a spicy dish, and the employee enthusiastically confirmed. The man continued to eat, scoffing internally at the idea of a secret recipe, believing all noodle soups were the same. His eyes sharpened, keenly observing. In this environment, where everyone else was elderly and nothing would normally catch a young man's interest, the man in his late 20s stood out. Yet, he was looking around as if studying the entire place. Was he secretly filming with his phone camera? The employee placed a steaming bowl of noodles before him. The man exclaimed in genuine surprise at the massive serving, jokingly worried he might explode. He slurped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The man muttered in disbelief, "Wait, why is it actually good, for only 6,000 won?" Then a thought confirmed it was indeed his recipe. He rapidly slurped down the noodles. He enthusiastically gulped down the remaining broth. He wiped his face with a tissue. A contented "phew" escaped him, feeling the warmth of the meal. He then asked for the check, and the employee quickly replied. The employee asked if the food was good as he rang up the 6,001 total, and the man replied with a feigned casualness, "It was decent." The employee chuckled, glad he liked it, and the man promised, "I'll come back." The employee thanked him and wished him safe travels, returning his credit card, and the man replied that he had enjoyed it. But then the employee suddenly exclaimed, vehemently refusing to take his money. The employee insisted he put it away, citing how much he had already done, but then added, "If you insist." As he walked away, the man in the cap confirmed he had locked on, adding that if it wasn't the target, he would check the CCTV again. He then announced, "I'll be back tomorrow." The employee heartily thanked Shin Woo-jin and wished him a safe journey home as he walked away, glancing at his phone. A steady drip broke the quiet. "It's me," the man in the cap stated, as he exchanged a credit card, and Shin Woo-jin added, "I enjoyed it too." The employee again vehemently refused to take the money, exclaiming he couldn't. The employee insisted he put it away, citing how much he had already done, but then added, "If you insist." As he walked away, Shin Woo-jin confirmed, "Locked on." He announced he would check the CCTV if needed, confirming his plan to return tomorrow. The employee thanked Shin Woo-jin and wished him safe travels home. A steady drip continued. Shin Woo-jin, the man in the cap, identified himself on the phone and asked, "See the guy smoking while on his phone?" Shin Woo-jin confirmed, "Yes, that's him." "Please handle it," then added a chilling remark, "If I'm right, you're the spy." A hand gripped the umbrella handle firmly. Shin Woo-jin, annoyance etched on his face, declared he had eaten 3 bowls while waiting, tapping his finger impatiently. He then revealed the true depth of his irritation, having even turned down his mother's bulgogi, and promised to show them just how scary that really was. Oh Jong-hun walked through the city, oblivious to the watchful eyes that had found their target. The cap-wearing man spoke into his phone with pinpoint focus, confirming his presence and the target's location. He identified Oh Jong-hun, giving a cold command for him to be handled. Oh Jong-hun continued on, his footsteps fading into the urban rhythm. His reflection lingered in a car's side mirror, still engrossed in his phone call and cigarette. From inside a waiting car, Oh Jong-hun was seen gesturing and talking on his phone. The driver waited for the signal, while Oh Jong-hun appeared lost in thought, still holding his phone. Oh Jong-hun waved a taxi down, calling out to it as an observer watched from the shadows. A white taxi pulled abruptly to the curb. Inside the dark car, the cap-wearing man issued a terse command to follow. With a roar, the car accelerated, hot on the taxi's trail. The city spread out, a maze of buildings under a vast, clear sky. The white taxi navigated the streets, a small piece in a larger game. Oh Jong-hun exited the taxi with a casual thank you, exchanging pleasantries with the driver. He whistled, looking around with a hint of disorientation after the ride. Oh Jong-hun ascended a set of outdoor stairs, heading toward an unknown destination. He walked down a cluttered hallway, his gaze fixed forward. As Oh Jong-hun reached for a door handle, a commotion from within made him freeze. He announced his arrival, only to be met with a startled cry and a flying object. Oh Jong-hun recoiled, shielding himself from the unseen assault within. A chaotic scene erupted as Oh Jong-hun cried out, only to be met by Park Jong-wook's enraged demand for an explanation, startling another man nearby. Park Jong-wook's furious face filled the space, demanding to know who authorized Oh Jong-hun's independent actions. Oh Jong-hun stammered out a terrified explanation, claiming he acted only because his boss seemed too busy, while being restrained by a henchman. Park Jong-wook's grip tightened, aggressively questioning how Oh Jong-hun obtained a client's contact information, accusing him of a backhanded deal. Oh Jong-hun desperately tried to clear his name, yelling that he was not disloyal, as a resigned henchman advised him to simply endure the inevitable beating. Blows rained down on Oh Jong-hun, each strike met with a pained grunt as he begged his boss to stop. Park Jong-wook cursed at the fallen Oh Jong-hun, who could only lay silent beneath the assault. Oh Jong-hun's screams echoed through the grim space, admitting his wrongs under further blows. Park Jong-wook continued his furious assault, reminding Oh Jong-hun of his past kindness and accusing him of trying to steal his client. Composed and unruffled, Park Jong-wook descended the stairs, leaving the violence behind him. The cap-wearing man reported his movement, noting that the beating target was only Oh Jong-hun, the detective agency guy. Shin Woo-jin, serious and analytical, confirmed that besides the boss, perhaps only one or two others were present. Someone had been using others to sabotage Kim Young-hung's business, but now the culprit was known, allowing for a strategic move, like a pawn advancing on a chessboard. A cartoonishly ecstatic Shin Woo-jin celebrated the significant time saved, his plan unfolding perfectly. The cap-wearing man relayed the crucial detail that Oh Jong-hun was caught trying to steal a client from his own boss. Shin Woo-jin's concern was palpable as he questioned whether Oh Jong-hun had been beaten for his transgression. The cap-wearing man confirmed the severe beating, then received instructions to wait and observe Oh Jong-hun's emotional aftermath. Detailed commands followed, observe how Oh Jong-hun vented his frustration, capturing every swear or muttered word. The observation was deemed crucial as twilight began to fall over the city. Park Jong-wook leaned against a truck in the dark alleyway, calmly smoking a cigarette. He coughed, his gaze intense as he watched something unseen. Oh Jong-hun stormed away in a fit of anger, unaware of his boss's watchful, expressionless eyes. He seethed, cursing his embarrassment and his boss's humiliating actions. Oh Jong-hun angrily denounced his boss for exploiting and underpaying him, threatening to leave as Park Jong-wook watched with a faint smile. While Oh Jong-hun wished death upon his boss, Park Jong-wook coolly planned his next move, instructing someone to approach the target if he showed signs of disloyalty. Oh Jong-hun called someone, his voice tinged with a terrible mood, inviting them for drinks. His hand beckoned urgently, promising to treat whoever came out. Oh Jong-hun gasped, startled and confused by an unseen presence. Park Jong-wook's calm presence startled Oh Jong-hun, who defensively demanded to know his purpose, while his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Park Jong-wook's direct words hung heavy in the air, he had been sent. Oh Jong-hun, bewildered, demanded to know who, only for Park Jong-wook to enigmatically refer to this pig. Park Jong-wook recounted how he had taken in someone with talent, offering odd jobs and good food. But that talent had curdled into laziness, described by Park Jong-wook as the pig growing fat and slow, as images of a boisterous gathering flashed. Park Jong-wook continued his disdainful description, leading Oh Jong-hun to wonder if this pig was someone connected to his sponsor. Park Jong-wook's gaze intensified, directly singling out Oh Jong-hun as someone who moved quickly. Oh Jong-hun eagerly seized the opportunity, confirming he was the one who moved fast, unaware his complacent boss was sleeping through his own downfall. Oh Jong-hun enthusiastically proclaimed himself the quick one, eager to be recognized. Park Jong-wook's quiet approval washed over Oh Jong-hun, who eagerly accepted the praise for his quick understanding. Oh Jong-hun boasted about his keen intuition, claiming to understand desires with a mere glance. Park Jong-wook's sudden, unexplained demand left Oh Jong-hun utterly confused. The demand became clear as Park Jong-wook spoke, his phone. Oh Jong-hun stammered, bewildered, trying to answer a call from a friend, as a hand reached for his device. A finger pressed down, disconnecting Oh Jong-hun's call. Oh Jong-hun hesitantly tried to reclaim his phone, as Park Jong-wook feigned innocence. Park Jong-wook quickly handed Oh Jong-hun an envelope, leaving him confused. The term rental fee further bewildered Oh Jong-hun, as the money exchanged hands. Oh Jong-hun stared at the envelope, utterly shocked by the amount within, questioning the phone's rental fee. Oh Jong-hun thanked Park Jong-wook with a hesitant gratitude, as his new contact probed for other useful skills. Oh Jong-hun frantically searched his mind for valuable abilities, desperately wanting to prove his usefulness. The hope of gaining a sponsor swelled within Oh Jong-hun, while Park Jong-wook's hand landed on his shoulder, a calculated gesture. Park Jong-wook promised to reveal Oh Jong-hun's true talents, surprising him. Park Jong-wook cut to the chase, demanding all the photos and videos Oh Jong-hun had taken, his directness shocking the man into realization. Oh Jong-hun hesitated, stammering, as Park Jong-wook impatiently pressed for an answer. A chilling realization dawned on Oh Jong-hun, his secrets were already known. Oh Jong-hun formulated a plan, realizing he could use his boss's blackmail material on the sponsor to his own advantage. In a flash of vengeful thought, Oh Jong-hun imagined his boss's enraged face, anticipating his downfall. Oh Jong-hun confidently declared his ability to retrieve the items, earning Park Jong-wook's approving praise. Park Jong-wook requested the items for tomorrow, and Oh Jong-hun's surprise was evident. Oh Jong-hun eagerly saluted, pledging to deliver, as Park Jong-wook gave instructions to call him on his phone. Oh Jong-hun confirmed their next contact, while Park Jong-wook, entering his car, issued a stern warning to keep silent. Oh Jong-hun bowed, bidding farewell as the car departed into the night. A flicker of confusion crossed Oh Jong-hun's face as the car drove away. Oh Jong-hun excitedly ran towards the car, waving, and a hand waved back from within. He eagerly leaned into the car, offering more help, as a finger pointed to his phone. Park Jong-wook, holding Oh Jong-hun's phone, directly asked for the unlock pattern, surprising him. Oh Jong-hun nervously divulged his phone's unlock pattern and password, a heart shape and Angel 1004. An aerial view captured the sprawling residential area, bathed in the twilight glow. A street lamp flickered, its harsh light cutting through the darkness, illuminating intricate spiderwebs. Shin Woo-jin's internal monologue revealed his cynical view: once money was involved, loyalty vanished, as Park Jong-wook walked under the dramatic glow of a street lamp. Shin Woo-jin calmly thanked his assistant for the help, concluding their call. Oh Jong-hun walked away, his mind replaying the heart-shaped unlock pattern, while Park Jong-wook faded into the distance. Shin Woo-jin focused on his phone screen, scrolling through a call log. Just before entering the restaurant, a call record to "Money Guy" stood out, a significant piece of the puzzle. A finger pressed decisively on the call icon. A lone street lamp cast its bright light onto the dark street. A hand held a phone, waiting as the line rang. Shin Woo-jin's voice cut through the silence, his words echoing the stillness of a spider in its web. He chastised the late-night caller, questioning their sanity before calmly affirming his position. Shin Woo-jin continued his phone conversation, walking through the dimly lit streets. A subtle smirk played on Shin Woo-jin's lips, knowing that it was always people like this who inevitably ruined his peaceful days. Rain pattered on the dark street, each drop highlighting a deeper, unsettling silence. In the suffocating darkness of a narrow alley, the phone's glow illuminated an intricate web, a silent trap in the ceaseless rain. A sharp crackle cut through the line, followed by an enraged voice demanding to know if he had lost his mind, calling so late. Oh Jong-hun's footsteps echoed softly as he continued his tense phone conversation down the quiet, shadowed street. Shin Woo-jin's smirk held a dark certainty: the ones who always ruined his normal days were consistently the scum of the earth. He sighed, a deep inhale, as the agitated voice on the other end twisted and creaked, sounding as if it wanted to consume him. Prosecutor Kim Cheo-wong's eyes widened in surprise as the truth unfurled: someone had been running a fake promotion at the shop across the street. The scam had run for an entire year, deceiving countless people who observed the shop. The very sign advertising a deep discount marked the point when a brother's business was forced to shut down. This wasn't merely about voyeurism, the motivations ran far deeper than simple observation. He truly enjoyed watching others suffer, a twisted pleasure in their pain and humiliation. This man thrived on controlling others, wealthy enough to destroy them completely. Anyone who thought he was merely a perverted stalker was wrong, and now, it was Shin Woo-jin's turn. It was schadenfreude, taking joy and pleasure in others' pain, misfortune, and failure, or perhaps Machiavellianism, deceiving and manipulating others to get what one desired. He groaned internally. When he used terms like perverted stalker, it was simply to use words people would immediately understand. All he had ever seen, everything that had passed him by, became a persistent thing trying to escape him every time his memory faltered. And using words like schadenfreude or Machiavellianism, his internal voice challenged, wasn't normal. His inner demon raged, spitting out the damn word normal over and over. His internal tormentor declared it was something he would never be, but Shin Woo-jin simply admitted that being normal was actually truly hard. Shin Woo-jin chuckled softly, a quiet, confident laugh that met his inner self-skeptical challenge of his certainty. "We'll see," Shin Woo-jin declared with a confident smirk, alluding to a past, untold challenge. He stood confidently in the bright doorway, stepping away from the shadowed internal world he inhabited. His inner demon peered from the shadows, sternly declaring that his confident assertion would not come to pass. The somber night settled over an old residential building. The persistent ringing of a phone shattered the late-night quiet. A finger tapped the screen as urgent messages appeared. "It's me," the sender wrote, explaining his phone had been taken, now contacting him through a friend, asking if he could talk now. Still surprised and half asleep, Shin Woo-jin answered the phone, trying to make sense of the unexpected call. He shot upright, excitement in his voice as he exclaimed he had retrieved the items from the safe, immediately asking for the caller's location. Shin Woo-jin looked distressed, giving his location before quickly backtracking and offering to come to them instead. A single lit window broke the darkness of the old building, a ladder leading mysteriously up to its roof. With a soft click, a cartoon-like Shin Woo-jin cautiously peeked through a slightly ajar door. He moved stealthily, sliding through the shadows, before finally declaring, "Clear." A faint sound accompanied the sliver of light peeking from the ajar door, where shoes lay scattered on the floor. The city sprawled out beneath the dark sky, a low rumble echoing through its vast, oppressive expanse. The low hum of the city drifted over the narrow, gritty streets below. Sizzling sounds and a soft exhalation filled the narrow, grimy alleyway. Oh Jong-hun nervously inhaled his smoke, quickly denying that he had stolen anyone's sponsor. He trembled violently, his voice catching as he insisted that the money guy had chosen him specifically for his speed. A soft tap, and Oh Jong-hun, startled, called out a name, his voice laced with shock. Oh Jeong-hun's eyes widened in dawning horror as he realized this was the same person from earlier. The masked man's voice was a low challenge, asking if he was right, or perhaps completely wrong. With a smooth motion, the masked man presented the phone, surprising Oh Jong-hun completely. Oh Jong-hun gasped in relief, quickly thanking the masked man as he reclaimed his phone. He remained silent, confused, unsure of what the masked man's gesture implied. Then, with a sudden jolt of realization, Oh Jong-hun remembered and quickly began to adjust himself. He eagerly offered his phone, wanting to prove his cooperation. With a soft thump, he explained the phone password, his boss's birthday, and even the safe code, revealing everything in a display of crazy stupidity for this day and age. Grinning, Oh Jong-hun declared his former boss was no longer, asserting that his true allegiance now lay elsewhere, even as the masked man turned to leave. "Huh?" Oh Jong-hun cried out, panicked, begging the masked man to wait, demanding to know what he was supposed to do now as he walked away. A sharp stop, and the masked man turned, his voice a firm command to wait. "You'll hear from me soon," the masked man declared, his words a cold, unsettling promise. Oh Jong-hun could only offer a hesitant, confused "okay," as the masked man turned and walked away. Park Jong-wook's silhouette faded into the distance, his steps echoing a final departure. Damn, Oh Jong-hun thought, unsettled by the masked man's intensity, before his thoughts spiraled into panic over what would happen to him now. A finger tapped 4 times, entering the password on the phone's lock screen. The masked man observed the call log, finding the same number saved as "Money Guy" in Park Ha-yeonyoung's phone. The harsh words echoed from the phone screen, reflecting Oh Jeong-hun's enraged face, "Calling me this late? Have you lost your mind?" As a figure walked below, the deduction was clear, since he still used the same phone tonight, the money guy likely only had one phone. The money guy was bold, the masked man mused, questioning if he truly thought he could handle getting caught. The phone displayed disturbing messages, asking if they should start, and celebrating today's huge success with embedded video thumbnails of distress. From behind the mask, Shin Woo-jin's intense, red eyes burned with chilling determination. A finger firmly pressed the phone screen, selecting a video. The video screamed with accusations and terror, depicting a man violently attacking others amidst desperate cries of "You psycho," and terrified shrieks. The masked man watched the video, the sounds of distress and desperate pleas for police clearly emanating from the building behind him. "He hasn't committed any direct crimes." "Do you really think so?" the inner voice challenged, as a shadowy figure lingered behind a broken window. The morning sun shone brightly over the tranquil campus. Shin Woo-jin began to greet his friend, "Hello, detec." Before his friend enthusiastically cut him off with a loud, "Hey, little bro." With shouts of pain and frustration, his friend Man-soo frantically asked why he was calling first, whether he had eaten lunch, and if he was at the station for jjangmyeon. Shin Woo-jin calmly replied that he had already eaten and was heading to class, then asked if he could ask his friend, Detective Kim, a favor, even as the detective yelled that his wrist was broken. Shin Woo-jin, shocked by the enraged yells of "Shut up," and "Get up, you piece of sh*t," coming from his friend, quickly offered to call back later. Man-soo, pulling someone into a car, insisted he was not busy, urging Shin Woo-jin to go ahead and tell him what he needed. Shin Woo-jin then asked if his friend, knowing it was a big request, could trace a phone number for him, to which Man-soo reacted with surprise. Man-soo, concerned, quickly asked if anything was wrong and if Shin Woo-jin was in danger, but Shin Woo-jin simply assured him he was fine, just curious. Mansu, knowing he could lose his badge for this, reluctantly agreed to the favor, trusting Shin Woo-jin completely and asking him to screenshot the number and text it over. The teacher concluded the semester, thanking the students for their hard work, while some joked about having fun, before he dismissed them. Shin Woo-jin waved goodbye to his classmates, who wished him a good break and reminded him to share his schedule and attend meetups. The sounds of pattering footsteps filled the air as students rushed out for break. With a cheerful Woo-jin, Mansu playfully ambushed him from behind. Mansu happily carried him, exclaiming that his hourly pay went up again and promising a huge meal, while Shin Woo-jin comically protested that he was crushing him. Mansu excitedly asked what he wanted to eat, but Shin Woo-jin, suddenly serious, told him to hold on as he focused on his phone. A text message from Detective Kim Tae-hyun revealed the location, the Shinhwa SNH building. Shinhwa SNH Construction. Shin Woo-jin mused, recognizing it as one of Korea's top 10 construction companies. While known for top-tier salaries and insane bonuses, the Money Guy's actions could not possibly be funded by a mere employee's salary. The implication was clear, this operation belonged to someone at an executive level, or even higher. Shin Woo-jin's red eye flared with intense focus as he realized this was all part of the vast SH Shinhwa group. He let out a soft, knowing chuckle as he remembered that Hiram's brother was an executive there. Hiram. A dark, inviting question hung in the air, wanna have some fun? Shin Woo-jin pressed for another trace on the number, revealing a location at the Shinhwa SNH building. Shinhwa SNH Construction, he mused, the name echoing with unanswered questions. It was one of Korea's top 10 construction companies, renowned for massive salaries and bonuses, yet the Money Guy's operations clearly transcended a mere employee's income. This operation had to be led by someone at an executive level, or even higher. The chilling truth settled in, this was a subsidiary of the vast SH Shinhwa group, and a dark shadow began to emerge. A sharp thought pierced his focus, Hiram's brother was an executive there, and he wondered if she wanted to make things fun. The Shinhwa SNH building loomed. Amidst the busy office, a coworker urged the female manager to check on a delivery, which she acknowledged. She stared at her monitor in disbelief, everything had sold out again, despite their recent massive restock. What was Shin Woo-jin doing, she wondered, as a hand landed on her shoulder. Shin Woo-jin calmly explained how to exploit people's desires, leaving the female office worker with a chilling sense of dread about the product's unexpected success. Just as she thought of him, the phone rang, confirming his almost supernatural ability to appear. Lee Hiram answered, feigning surprise as she claimed she was just about to call him. His voice was serious, did she know any high-ranking executives at Shinhwa SNH Construction? She blinked, a cartoonish expression of confusion crossing her face, wondering why he would ask such a thing. He concluded that a regular employee wouldn't possess such wealth and leisure, snapping back to attention to address Hiram. A sigh escaped her lips, was he playing his riddle game again, she wondered, as frustration began to build. He noted that she hadn't yet heard from her driver, prompting her to ask if something was wrong since she had given him the morning off. Something definitely happened, he confirmed, adding with a smirk that she wouldn't be interested in high-ranking executives anyway, implying she wouldn't know them. Ignoring his veiled accusations, she countered that she at least recognized the faces of executives from affiliated companies, thanks to their monthly dinners. He offered to send her an audio file, suggesting she might recognize the voice, while his companion silently puzzled over his uncanny knowledge of Hiram's workplace. She protested loudly that she only knew faces, not voices, but Shin Woo-jin simply declared he would send it first. He insisted she listen, his thoughts already pivoting to a second location that surely had to be in Gangnam. Manager Kim Mansu, the man for the Gangnam branch, came to mind. A message from Shin Woo-jin simply stated, listen. She pondered his motives, deeply suspicious of his sudden interest in her construction company. The audio file began, a disgruntled voice complaining about a late call. She listened, a puzzled expression clouding her features. The voice in the recording snapped, have you lost your mind, and Hiram felt a chilling familiarity. The voice escalated, a torrent of abusive words pouring from the recording. Park Jong-wook's smirk confirmed his voice on the recording. Dusk settled over the bustling cityscape. As disturbing evidence clicked into view, Hiram stammered, questioning if her own brother was responsible for it all. Distraught, she questioned the depths of her brother's cruelty and why he would torment people so severely. Shin Woo-jin calmly stated that everyone satisfied their desires and relieved stress in their own unique ways. Those who hurt others, criminals, differed from normal people in one critical aspect, they actually acted on their darker impulses. Her fury erupted, labeling her brother a crazy psycho, as she vowed to confront him, but Shin Woo-jin abruptly stopped her. She gasped as his hand firmly gripped her arm. He fixed his gaze on her, stating that confronting her brother right now would be a mistake. Her voice sharp with anger, she demanded if he intended to let her brother's perverse actions persist. He posed a rhetorical question, if someone were to steal his position, would that be a crime? As Hiram imagined her boyfriend, Shin Woo-jin presented an analogy, a competitor selling the same food cheaper, eventually stealing all her customers. He asked if aggressively claiming all a competitor's remaining stock, effectively ruining them, constituted a crime. Her voice filled with desperation, she pleaded that they must act, even without legal punishment, because his actions were pushing people to their deaths. He agreed, acknowledging the chilling possibility that someone had made an extreme choice due to her brother's relentless pressure. The words, extreme choice, pierced her, a sharp recognition stabbing her mind as she realized someone might have gone that far. This was all to fuel her hatred for her brother, to let that rage consume him completely. With unsettling calm, Shin Woo-jin urged Hiram to think rationally, stating they weren't yet certain of a death, and such an act would be utterly inhuman. Her expression hardened with resolve, she would not let this crazy psycho bastard escape justice. Shin Woo-jin observed Hiram's quiet transformation. Was normalcy, after all this time, finally beginning to influence her? The Hiram of a year ago would have dismissed her brother's actions as typical, psycho, behavior, completely untouched by the victim's pain. Now, with anger at violated normalcy as her guide, she would expand her territory and influence. Shin Woo-jin insisted there was something even more important than the shocking revelations, a claim Hiram met with disbelief. Her brother, Shin Woo-jin explained, seemed to revel in controlling the environments of people connected to him through a vast network. He claimed her brother derived pleasure from pushing people to their breaking point, a notion Hiram found hard to fully grasp. Yet, he added, sometimes her brother preferred not to see or hear his victims suffering, leaving Hiram perplexed. He pointed out that calls like the one in the audio, demanding to know if someone had lost their mind, were not for simple victim management. He hinted that something far more crucial occupied her brother's nights than merely observing his victims. Hiram's anxiety spiraled as she frantically speculated about her psycho bastard brother's nighttime activities. The horrifying thought broke free, was her brother on drugs? Shin Woo-jin waved off the idea as a cliché, but Hiram, despite her disgust, still pressed for a way to confirm if her brother was a drug addict. Shin Woo-jin probed for physical signs. Did her brother suddenly breathe heavily or twitch his facial muscles, like a tick? He continued, asking if her brother's expression changed every 2 seconds or if he constantly tried to escape conversations. She denied the symptoms, but conceded that her brother, despite his fiery temper, sometimes displayed an annoyingly laid-back attitude. Shin Woo-jin concluded the drug possibility was low for the moment. Hiram, with a hint of dark humor, mused that her brother's punchable face must surely be a serious drug side effect. Shin Woo-jin admitted that putting her brother in jail wouldn't be easy, but declared that scum like him belonged isolated from society. Yet, he hinted at a way to confine him behind different bars, a notion that immediately piqued Hiram's curiosity. People's gazes, he revealed. The weight of collective scrutiny began to descend. They would trap him in a prison of condemning stares, but Hiram questioned if her psycho brother would even care. Shin Woo-jin clarified that individual stares wouldn't affect her brother, but a collective gaze was an entirely different force. He warned that collective gazes could bury people more terrifyingly and cruelly than anything else, and Park Jong-wook was shown struggling, overwhelmed. Within that suffocating collective gaze, he continued, truth and lies became utterly meaningless. Truth and lies dissolved, leaving only the desperate clawing of a hand reaching out. Shin Woo-jin internally vowed to bury Hiram's brother in this hell, for the insult of making him fill his stomach with 3 bowls of noodle soup. And for making him miss his mother's bulgogi, her brother would truly pay. Yet, he concluded, her brother still held a crucial usefulness. This was the way to level up Hiram even more. He would ensure her brother received his due punishment, a veritable, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he exclaimed, much to Hiram's frustration. This might not appear normal, but then again, Shin Woo-jin was far from normal himself. He clarified his intent, they would pick her brother clean like a fish bone, all while ensuring proper compensation for the victims. Leaning forward, Hiram pressed for details. Would they catch her brother in a compromising act and blackmail him? Bingo, he confirmed with a faint smirk, then brought up the equity Hiram had entrusted to him. He proposed filling that position with something far more nutritious. Hiram's eyes widened in dawning realization, he meant to fill that position with her brother's own shares. A low hum vibrated from his phone, signaling the next step. A swift text exchange confirmed the target's location, Kim Tae-hyun jokingly threatening to hold Shin Woo-jin responsible if he lost his job. Distraught, Hiram pressed for answers. How did he know, and where was her brother now? Shin Woo-jin pondered what could possibly outweigh the pleasure of watching victims suffer, considering whether he should see it for himself. Hiram pressed Shin Woo-jin, demanding to know if he planned to catch her brother in the act and then blackmail him. With a subtle smirk, Shin Woo-jin confirmed her suspicions, reminding Hiram of the share she had already entrusted to him. He then proposed a far more lucrative plan, filling that position with something even greater. Lee Hyerim's eyes widened in shock as she finally understood. He meant to fill that spot with her psycho brother's own shares. Shin Woo-jin offered a silent confirmation, his attention now entirely on his phone. He tasked Detective Kim Tae-hyun with tracking a number, enduring the detective's joking threat about losing his job before receiving the crucial location information. The raw location data shocked him, revealing Hyerim's second older brother was right now near the base station. He pondered if he should go see for himself, questioning what could possibly outweigh the pleasure of watching his victim suffer. Lee Hyerim, unseen, pressed for answers, demanding how he knew the man's location and if he had put a tail on that crazy psycho. He gave a confident smirk, admitting it was something like that, and assured her that with the location known, everything else would fall easily into place. Then he realized something else, looking concerned as he warned her not to take the situation so lightly. Lee Hyerim frantically warned him about her brother's psychopathic nature, emphasizing that getting caught would lead to unpredictable consequences, and urged him to stop everything for his own safety. She reflected on the many times he had saved her, the debts piling up, acknowledging she already owed him so much even without this risky endeavor. She remembered offering him a different path, internally regretting that she never intended for him to embark on something so dangerous. He cut her off abruptly, insisting she sit and give him her hand as if a sudden, urgent idea had struck him. Shin Woo-jin then spoke in a strange metaphor, telling Hyerim she still didn't comprehend the true immensity of her potential, describing it as a massive vessel that would take a lifetime to fill, impossible to manage alone. Lee Hyerim reacted with confusion, a faint blush on her cheeks, unsure if his abstract words were a compliment or an insult. Shin Woo-jin clarified his intent, stating his desire to see that vessel completely filled, and his wish to help her achieve it. Lee Hyerim nervously laughed off his earnest declaration, still perplexed by his strangely serious demeanor. Her expression then shifted, a sly smirk playing on her lips as a very different interpretation of his words dawned on her. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Lee Hyerim leaned forward and teasingly asked if he liked her. She continued to press, asserting playfully that he absolutely liked her. She laughed triumphantly, declaring that he had fallen right into her massive vessel. A quick, sly glance completed her playful triumph. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically affirmed his feelings, but in a chaotic, cartoonish outburst that sent Lee Hyerim's drink spilling. Lee Hyerim was left wide-eyed and genuinely shocked, still questioning if his declaration was true. He then clarified that his deep affection was purely platonic, a bond of friendship, causing Lee Hyerim to react with anger before accepting resigned disappointment. As he continued his exaggerated ode to friendship, a visibly annoyed Lee Hyerim told him to stop it already. She was irritated by the wrong impression he had given her, silently questioning his definition of friends who helped each other. Oblivious to her internal struggle, Shin Woo-jin calmly sipped his coffee, expressing his agreement. Shin Woo-jin internally reflected on all the ways he had helped others in the past, acknowledging that his methods were always transactional, driven by money and connections. Yet, he recognized Hyerim had listened to his endless stories without demanding anything in return, even though he had never truly reciprocated, never seriously listened to her own tales. He chastised himself, realizing he had never asked about her worries, never tried to look into her vessel to understand what filled it. He branded himself an idiot, lamenting how little he truly knew about her. He wondered what kind of wisdom or experience he needed to acquire to genuinely understand her. Then he snapped out of it, mentally berating himself for such absurd thoughts and wondering if going crazy was a family trait. Lee Hyerim then declared her resolve, it was a deal, they would do it his way, and they would properly fleece her brother, confiscating even the worms. Shin Woo-jin praised her choice, eager to hit the jackpot, but then announced he had a condition. He even registered surprise at his own words, as if realizing the implication of his condition only after speaking it. Lee Hyerim, composed, simply confirmed that she also had a condition of her own. Amidst the bustling city night, Detective Kim Tae-hyun's message confirmed the target's location was finally out. The target was located near the Celestial Tower, a corporate directory revealing the many businesses housed within. One business, Youngin Kim Solutions, on the top floor, remained conspicuously unreachable and unsearchable, hinting at a shell operation. Shin Woo-jin looked up at the building, contemplating the illicit activities that must be happening there every night. He perceived a desire as massive as the towering building itself, lurking within its dark silhouette. Shin Woo-jin, after a moment of contemplation, decided to proceed with the more aggressive plan. With a confident smirk, Lee Hyerim asserted her intention to handle things her own way, using their friendship as justification. Shin Woo-jin, seemingly convinced by her logic, suggested they make their move together. Shin Woo-jin moved with confidence through the city streets, though the narration hinted that Hyerim's cinematic ideas of their mission might be a bit over the top. Suddenly, Shin Woo-jin was startled. He observed a chaotic brawl unfold before him, calmly urging the fighting men to use their words instead of their fists. He continued to observe the escalating fight, then called out to the patrol unit at the front desk to handle the situation. The fight intensified, with one man threatening to call the police just as another was struck, reacting with genuine surprise. More shouts and blows rang out as the confrontation spiraled, fueled by aggressive taunts and feigned disbelief. Shin Woo-jin smirked, realizing this entire brawl was a staged performance by bodyguards Hiram must have handpicked, though he found their acting quite cringeworthy. He strode confidently into the grand lobby. He smoothly entered an awaiting elevator. His finger pressed the button for the 21st floor. The elevator began its silent ascent. Inside, Shin Woo-jin stood calm and prepared. A subtle twitch played across his cheek. The elevator doors parted, revealing a dimly lit, luxurious hallway. Shin Woo-jin moved purposefully down the opulent corridor. A professional-looking man at the reception desk sternly questioned his presence, noting it wasn't a place one could simply walk into. Shin Woo-jin calmly claimed to be on an errand for CEO Lee Juno, but the man at the desk listened with skepticism. He then subtly challenged the man, hinting at CEO Lee's impatient nature and offering to simply take his package and leave. The man reacted with a flash of frustration, recalling his own instructions to expedite such matters. Annoyed, the man snapped, demanding to see the contents of the briefcase for verification. As the man opened the briefcase, Shin Woo-jin casually asked if it contained alcohol. He recalled asking Hiram to prepare an expensive whiskey for her brother, knowing his preference. Shin Woo-jin, with a surprised expression, revealed a bottle of whiskey from the box he carried. The professional-looking man was utterly shocked, his eyes wide as he recognized it as a 50-year-old Macallan, questioning if such a valuable item could be real. Mesmerized, the man calculated its worth, contemplating the extravagant spending habits of the rich who could casually consume thousands in a single glass. The man carefully replaced the bottle, while Shin Woo-jin appeared cartoonishly bored by the excessive caution. The man then instructed Shin Woo-jin to hand over his phone and spread his arms for a body search. He handed Shin Woo-jin a small box, instructing him to carry it carefully, and informed him his phone would be returned upon departure. Shin Woo-jin walked down the dimly lit hallway, under watchful eyes. He continued towards a lavish room. With a smirk, Shin Woo-jin confirmed his suspicions, it was indeed a private casino. A hand subtly adjusted a cuff. Then a tie clip was adjusted, perhaps concealing something. Shin Woo-jin entered the lavish private casino, observing the men gambling. A well-stocked bar counter held bottles and an unattended briefcase. A man at a poker table announced a brief pause to organize things before the next game commenced. He then revealed that CEO Lee Juno, having lost the previous game, had signed over Shinhwa Construction's convertible bonds to CEO Kim Ji-seok. An impatient man, smoking a cigarette, urged them to quickly verify and keep the game moving. Another man smiled, admiring the signature and speculating how the construction kickoff announcement would triple or quadruple the stock in 2 months. He then sarcastically remarked how, if the losses continued, he might end up holding the voting rights to the company, feigning burden at the thought. The professional-looking man, irritated, told him to shut up, dismissing the possibility entirely. Shin Woo-jin observed, noting the man's desperation, evident in his willingness to arbitrarily issue convertible bonds. He continued to observe as the man at the table outlined further significant transfers, including apartment ownership and valuable property. One man expressed profound distress, lamenting the loss of assets he had barely managed to regain. Another scoffed, suggesting he could simply win it back, as Shin Woo-jin realized that for these people, gambling with stocks and real estate was nothing more than a casual board game. The quiet shuffle of cards intensified the focus around the table. A jingle of chips broke the silence as Park Jong-wook impatiently called out a name. With a predatory smile, Park Jong-wook admired the signed papers, imagining the stock tripling or quadrupling once the construction kickoff announcement became public. He continued, half-joking, about the burden of potentially acquiring voting rights to their company if their losses persisted. The man smoking a cigarette cut him off, sharply stating that such a takeover would never happen. Shin Woo-jin observed the exchange, noting the man's palpable desperation, evident in his willingness to arbitrarily issue convertible bonds. Park Jong-wook then began listing more assets, including apartment ownership transfers for Ms. Cho Yunju and property holdings for CEO Song Young-hoon. As Park Jong-wook dismissively declared they would continue, one man lamented losing what he had barely recovered, only for Park Jong-wook to coldly suggest winning it back. Ms. Cho Yunju envisioned her own devastating future, suddenly homeless and begging to crash at her oppa's place. Cho Yunju complained to someone off-panel, wondering why she was being blamed when the one who swept everything away was right there, much to Park Jong-wook's disbelief. Her questions hinted at a deeper, more manipulative motive behind his suggestion. Back in a quiet living room, Shin Woo-jin watched TV with his sister, jokingly warning her about speaking crudely in front of their daughter, Bomi, who would be disappointed to hear such things. Park Jong-wook mocked Ms. Yunju for hurting his feelings, underscoring the inseparable, transactional nature of relationships between the wealthy and celebrities in this world. Shin Woo-jin was startled as the female office worker suddenly emerged, peering out from a partially opened door. She stepped out, immediately questioning Shin Woo-jin's presence in such an exclusive place. Shin Woo-jin, affecting a humble demeanor, ironically agreed that it was no place for an ordinary person like him. Just as Shin Woo-jin began to explain himself, the female office worker interrupted, commenting on his hairpin. Her comment revealed her immediate suspicion that the tie clip might be a hidden camera. Shin Woo-jin acknowledged her perceptiveness, recognizing her as a pro, and decided it was time for a little psychological warfare. He subtly lied, claiming another woman outside had also admired it, causing the female office worker to fall silent. Apparently reassured, she then confidently pressed him on his actual purpose and how he had bypassed their guards. Shin Woo-jin internally decided to invoke Lee Hiram's name, a move he hadn't planned until he truly understood the dynamics of this place. His initial intention was merely to observe, but the situation had shifted, opening new possibilities. He imagined himself, with a Reaper symbol looming, pressuring Lee Hiram to meet a man he would introduce her to. He envisioned telling her she could simply go study abroad with this man. Then, to simply stay quiet, behave, and not pursue her own ambitions. This, he imagined, was how she would help their group, standing over her defeated form in a lavish, oppressive room. Hiram had always been pushed into a corner, never given the chance to fight back against her own siblings. But now, Shin Woo-jin resolved, Hiram needed to gain the experience of looking her enemies straight in the eye and fighting back. Shin Woo-jin glared defiantly at the group, drawing angry, surprised reactions from the silhouetted figures. He imagined it like gaining experience points in a game, slowly leveling up. Or accumulating real-life experience to become a master craftsman, fighting back against the things that crush you, one by one. Eventually, he believed, she would reach a max level and overcome it all, acquiring a title like Archmage. Shin Woo-jin was now preparing to set that stage for her. Standing confidently, Shin Woo-jin declared that Miss Hiram had sent him, registering his presence on their roster. The female office worker, surprised, asked for clarification, confirming Lee Hiram was indeed CEO Lee Juno's younger sister. He explained that Hiram had mentioned fine liquor arriving and asked him to deliver it. She wondered if the man Shin Woo-jin mentioned had been talking about their secret meeting place. Shin Woo-jin announced his departure after making the delivery, causing the female office worker to exclaim in surprise. She quickly ran after him, urgently calling out for him to stop. Shin Woo-jin then turned to the table and directly addressed CEO Lee Juno, catching Park Jong-wook completely off guard. Park Jong-wook, surprised and irritated, demanded to know who he was. Shin Woo-jin calmly reiterated he was on an errand for Miss Hiram, profoundly shocking Park Jong-wook. Shin Woo-jin bowed and announced his departure, leaving everyone at the table utterly speechless. Park Jong-wook frantically grabbed the female office worker, asking in a panicked whisper if Lee Hiram had somehow discovered their secret. He erupted in frustrated expletives, pounding the table in disbelief that Hiram had found out about their activities. Shin Woo-jin, with a quiet thought to make lots of money, simply bowed and left the room. The female office worker, agitated and worried, desperately asked if they should truly let him go. Park Jong-wook, exasperated, told them to leave Shin Woo-jin alone for now, but couldn't shake his frustration about how Hiram had uncovered their secret. With furious urgency, the female office worker insisted they silence Shin Woo-jin, claiming he had seen everything. Park Jong-wook calmly dismissed her fears, believing an errand boy was harmless, but she frantically stressed her potential financial ruin if their activities were revealed. Park Jong-wook, utterly exasperated, told her to simply be quiet for a moment, covering his face. The female office worker, in a fit of rage and desperation, cursed loudly, stomping her foot, wondering what she could possibly do. She stumbled back in surprise as another professional-looking man suddenly entered. The man admitted she had startled him, while she, confused, asked if something was amiss. He called out to Yang-hun, surprising the female office worker, who questioned his intent. The professional-looking man then relentlessly grilled the female office worker, flustering her with questions about whether she had properly searched Shin Woo-jin. Shin Woo-jin walked down the brightly lit hallway. He then stepped into an open elevator. A finger pressed the button for the first floor. Shin Woo-jin continued walking away, a determined glint in his eye, as the female office worker ran frantically after him in the distance. A hand quickly pressed the elevator's door close button. The female office worker desperately shouted for the elevator to hold on, rushing towards it. The first floor selection was then cancelled. She cried out in despair as the elevator doors slowly closed before her. The female office worker, panting with rage, pounded furiously on the elevator doors, cursing the motherfucker who wouldn't wait. The doors creaked open slightly, revealing Shin Woo-jin peering out at the shocked female office worker. Still panting, the female office worker crouched, looking up at him with a forced, unsettling smile. Shin Woo-jin's face remained serious, asking her what she wanted, an inner voice noting how disappointed Bomi would be. She exhaled slowly, leaning against the elevator wall in a show of relief. Leaning closer, the female office worker ominously warned Shin Woo-jin about the consequences of speaking about what he had seen. With a chilling smile, she revealed the terrifying connections of the people upstairs, including police and prosecutors. Shin Woo-jin responded nonchalantly, implying he was quite similar to the terrifying individuals she described. She then explicitly threatened him with fabricated crimes and imprisonment, ordering him to forget what he saw and keep his mouth shut. Shin Woo-jin calmly asked if she understood, while internally pondering her choice of threats over favors and his desire to challenge her perceived worldly wisdom. Back watching TV, Shin Woo-jin reflected on the societal irony of an ordinary person lecturing a celebrity, considering such a feat extraordinary. He smirked, deciding to let his extraordinary self handle this situation. Another version of himself, lying on a sofa, disdainfully questioned if the matter was truly so trivial. The shirtless Shin Woo-jin complained about not being given the shirt first, as the main Shin Woo-jin presented him with a jacket. Shin Woo-jin raised a clenched fist, his reflection menacing in the glass. Shin Woo-jin looked on with critical disgust, describing someone as a piece of shit wrapped in beautiful packaging. The female office worker reacted with profound shock and offense to his scathing insult. Shin Woo-jin accused her of washing away a filthy past and covering up a secretive present with blatant lies. He imagined himself reassuring her that no one could possibly know about their secret dating, even as she worried. He envisioned her on a red carpet, soaking in the attention of flashing cameras, a testament to her obsession with recognition. The female office worker, enraged, furiously refuted his accusations about using the public for her vanity. Shin Woo-jin leaned in, whispering a chilling prophecy of future panic attacks, trembling hands, and a lost sense of self once her outer shell faded. Gripping the wall in horror, the female office worker questioned the disturbing nature of his words. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, already feeling the weight of the overwhelming depression and sleepless nights he foretold. Shin Woo-jin's feet stepped away, leaving her in despair. She raged in furious confusion, gasping as she demanded to know where this crazy bastard had come from. He suddenly grabbed the female office worker's arm, forcefully pulling her into the elevator, startling her with the abruptness. Shin Woo-jin held her inside the elevator as the doors smoothly closed. The elevator doors closed completely, plunging them into a confined, ominous darkness. He looked at her with menacing intent, asking if he should make her experience that terrifying future he had just described. The female office worker flailed, demanding to know what terrifying nonsense he was spewing and where this lunatic had come from. Her scream was choked as another Shin Woo-jin seized her arm, dragging her further into the dim, claustrophobic space. The elevator doors began their slow, ominous slide, sealing them within. She struggled, but his grip remained unyielding amidst the towering stacks of books. A cry of pain escaped her as she demanded to know why the crazy bastard was still holding her. She screamed, commanding the piece of trash to release her. Another Shin Woo-jin's hand rose, and she recoiled, tumbling backward in sudden alarm. She yelped as she landed on the scattered books, and another Shin Woo-jin's sinister laughter echoed through the dim room. He loomed over her, instructing her to stay exactly where she was, as the elevator doors slowly creaked open. As the doors hummed shut, another Shin Woo-jin declared that worthless trash like her was destined to fall flat on her back, no matter how hard she tried. From the depths of her humiliation, the female office worker vowed that their next encounter would mark the day he utterly ruined himself. A new world away, lights began to glow in a luxurious home overlooking the city. Lee Hiram mused with a sigh, sensing her life was about to become far more eventful. A memory of a playful betrayal surfaced, about Hiram sending something to someone. Even as a child, Lee Hiram was deployed before she could even tie her shoes, protesting her surprise assignment. Accepting her fate, Lee Hiram decided she needed to change, just as Woo-jin had suggested. Another Shin Woo-jin's thoughts, chilling and dark, savored the fear he had instilled. Her resolve now hardened, Lee Hiram prepared to act. On the phone, Lee Hiram's brother expressed his surprise and agitation, demanding to know how she had discovered his location and sent the alcohol. His reflection in the window shimmered with his rising agitation, still demanding answers as to how she knew where he was. Lee Hiram sternly cut through her brother's furious demands with a simple, decisive call. Her reflection calm but unyielding, Lee Hiram declared he was delusional and needed to listen. Lee Hiram's brother, initially shocked, let out a condescending laugh, admitting her audacity was, at least, entertaining. He mockingly invited her to babble, unaware that Lee Hiram was about to deliver a lesson she learned from a self-proclaimed ordinary guy. She recounted the advice: when crushed from above, one should simply step over them and climb to the very top. Her words were illustrated by the pixelated female fighter leaping skyward, ready to break all limits. And if it was too high to climb, that ordinary guy had simply said to smash them to pieces and move on. Lee Hiram's brother scoffed, dismissing her words as a tantrum over his simple suggestion for her to quietly get married. He explained, condescendingly, that he only wanted her to live a happy, stress-free life, unlike her older siblings. Lee Hiram cut him off, declaring she was done with his lies and warning him of their father's reaction if his behavior continued. Her brother dismissed the threat, believing a scolding would be the extent of his father's punishment. He challenged her, questioning if their father would believe her, and if she had even seen anything at all, only for her to retort defiantly, "Did you really think I didn't see it?" A dark suspicion began to form in his mind. Had she hired someone to spy on him? Suddenly furious, Lee Hiram's brother realized he had a rat in his house, but boasted that he had caught it, challenging her on who truly held the advantage. Changing tactics, he asked her true motive, subtly threatening to involve their older siblings. Lee Hiram's imagined reply was a stark refusal to ever again hear talk of marriage or studying abroad. He asked if his acquiescence would finally end her perceived harassment, still misunderstanding her intent. Lee Hiram's smirk widened as she turned his accusation back on him, declaring that harassing people was his specialty, and she knew absolutely everything. His confusion quickly turned to alarm as he demanded to know what she was talking about. Lee Hiram lambasted him for his thick-skinned indifference, accusing him of ruining businesses and perversely enjoying their suffering, revealing she knew it all. With a menacing glint in her eye, Lee Hiram threatened to expose his misdeeds to the press, predicting it would be quite amusing. His anger boiling over, Lee Hiram's brother demanded to know why she was suddenly so interested in his affairs. Lee Hiram's interest was driven by the knowledge that his harassment had nearly driven someone to their death. He reacted with immediate shock at the mention of a death, as two associates departed, leaving him alone with the harrowing thought. With a subtle smirk, Lee Hiram clarified that while no one had died, a girl had come agonizingly close. An impatient inner voice cursed the fucking turtles, blocking the road, demanding to know if they were walking down an aisle together. From the back seat, Lee Hiram's brother, his voice chillingly calm, ordered his driver to ram directly into the pedestrians. He fumed, thinking how commoners dared to value their time as much as his, followed by a violent impact. Our protagonist, Shin Woo-jin, picked up the dropped phone and demanded an apology from the indifferent man. His phone screen shattered. Lee Hiram's brother inwardly raged at the audacity of commoners, dismissing them as mere beneficiaries of his taxes. In a dimly lit bar, Lee Hiram's brother aggressively tried to force a struggling female office worker to sit with him. His fury mounting, he lashed out at an unseen person, demanding recognition and spewing vile insults. He continued his aggressive tirade, but the female office worker at the table, clutching her hands in shock, simply called him a complete psycho. As the woman in red walked away, he seethed, silently cursing her as a lunatic. He continued to complain about vulgar people wasting his time, while Lee Hiram angrily scoffed at him for throwing a fit over something so trivial. Incensed, Lee Hiram demanded he acknowledge their status, listen to her, and gave him 1 week to comply. She laid out her terms: compensate his victims several times over, or she would expose him to the press. He simply smirked, inviting her to try her worst, confident she was merely making a clown of herself. His defiant words hung in the air, but then a flicker of surprise and distress crossed his face as he swallowed hard. Lee Hiram's father, standing by a bright window, commanded his son to sit. Her brother meekly agreed, while Lee Hiram waved cheerfully from the sofa. Lee Hiram's father revealed he knew about her intervention, suggesting she had helped him. Her brother stammered in surprise as his father explained that Hiram had cleaned up his mess before it reached the paparazzi. His father stated he would say no more, as his son had supposedly already deeply reflected on his actions before Hiram, leaving the brother stunned. His father then fixed him with a stern gaze. As compensation for saving their family's name, his father commanded him to transfer 30% of his shares to Hiram, demanding he take responsibility as an older brother. He stammered in protest at the massive demand, only for his father to sternly ask if he objected. His father's face, etched with disappointment, questioned his very capability to make amends. Defeated, he meekly acquiesced, while Lee Hiram watched with a smug, satisfied expression. His eyes narrowed, a new suspicion dawning in his mind as he spoke her name. With a knowing smirk, Lee Hiram confirmed his dawning realization: she had planned this from the very beginning. His voice carried a tone of resigned understanding. The question lingered: had the younger brother received his due compensation? Woo-jin's associate confirmed the compensation had been received, but his voice held a clear note of hesitation. A box of over 1 billion won was left with a note accusing a specific person of ruining a business. An employee in a brown apron gasped, bewildered by the ignorant way such a massive sum of money had been delivered. Woo-jin's associate, now thoroughly surprised, angrily demanded to know the identity and occupation of this crazy bastard. The associate arranged a secret meeting with a prosecutor, hinting at confidential information he needed to share. With a stern expression, the associate instructed someone to go and wait at the provided coordinates. Voices from inside a bustling eatery called for the next customers in line. Woo-jin's associate, clearly annoyed, found himself in a waiting line for the very first time in his life. Grumbling about the inconvenience of lining up, he impatiently asked the person ahead to move up. His face suddenly lit up with surprise. He called out to Woo-jin, waving excitedly for him to come over. Proudly, the associate greeted Shin Woo-jin, boasting they were at the front of the line, and internally mused about Woo-jin's obedience and potential for future manipulation. Gesturing expansively at the long queue, the associate bragged about his journey to the front, and wondered if he should now exploit Shin Woo-jin's desires. Shin Woo-jin's friend reacted with a sudden gasp of surprise. He called out with excited waves, urging Shin Woo-jin to join him from across the busy street. His friend proudly announced their prime position, exclaiming that they were next in line. Meanwhile, Shin Woo-jin smirked, already calculating how to leverage his friend's efforts for his own strategic auto-farming. A voice from inside the restaurant called for the next patrons, while a pot of food boiled invitingly. Shin Woo-jin jokingly asked if it was time to eat, but his friend cautiously suggested letting the food boil just a little longer. As the warm restaurant atmosphere grew serious, Shin Woo-jin's friend pondered the impending important conversation, wondering about the crazy bastard Shin Woo-jin was bringing. Shin Woo-jin revealed their guest was a prosecutor, asserting that satisfying hunger always took precedence, even over important matters. For even the most profound discussions lost their weight on an empty stomach, he concluded, offering an invitation to eat. Shin Woo-jin's friend, initially confused, finally grasped the wisdom behind the statement and resignedly agreed to eat. With a quick flick of his wrist, his friend eagerly picked up a glowing piece of meat, ready to dig in. Shin Woo-jin voraciously devoured a large piece of meat, barely pausing between bites. His friend watched in stunned silence as Shin Woo-jin continued to eat quickly and loudly. With practiced ease, Shin Woo-jin stripped the meat clean from the bones, meticulously placing them aside. Shin Woo-jin's friend stared in disbelief at the expert, almost ancestral, bone-stripping technique. Shin Woo-jin prompted his friend to eat, who, still surprised, agreed that he should. His friend then inquired about the identity of their awaited guest, as Shin Woo-jin appeared slightly confused by the question. Lee Hyram stepped confidently into the warm restaurant, catching Shin Woo-jin's attention. She greeted Prosecutor Kim, revealing that Shin Woo-jin had spoken of him. Shin Woo-jin's friend, surprised by Lee Hyram's presence and her knowledge of him, wondered about her identity. Lee Hyram then bowed deeply, formally apologizing to the prosecutor on behalf of her brother, leaving him bewildered. Shin Woo-jin, casually eating, told Hyram to sit and eat first, ignoring her confusion. Lee Hyram, exasperated by Shin Woo-jin's casual approach to such an important meeting, protested, while the prosecutor politely invited her to sit. Shin Woo-jin's friend, flattered by a compliment, smoothly suggested they focus on eating before introductions. Shin Woo-jin enthusiastically urged everyone to try the food, declaring the pig that offered its backbone must have gone to heaven. He then unexpectedly served Lee Hyram, who was utterly shocked by his gesture, while a symbolic angelic pig flew overhead. Shin Woo-jin encouraged everyone to eat to their fill, joking about not being the one to pay, leaving Lee Hyram speechless. The prosecutor observed them, wondering if they were a couple and feeling a pang of youthful envy. He then began to wonder if Lee Hyram's name was familiar and if she was a public figure. Shin Woo-jin leaned over, instructing Lee Hyram on how to properly eat the gamjatang. He expertly demonstrated the true taste of gamjatang, implying she had been missing out all this time. With wild abandon, Shin Woo-jin demonstrated his messy eating technique, horrifying Lee Hyram. Lee Hyram recoiled in disgust, kicking Shin Woo-jin under the table as his friend nervously tried to mediate. Outside, as evening fell, the long line for the restaurant remained, prompting the prosecutor to mentally urge Shin Woo-jin to finish quickly. As the fried rice sizzled enticingly, Shin Woo-jin's friend expressed his eagerness for it, while Shin Woo-jin prepared it. His friend jokingly suggested Shin Woo-jin become a mukbang YouTuber, earning a sharp glare and disapproving comment from Lee Hyram. Shin Woo-jin offered a casual thank you amid the lively restaurant chatter. Suddenly, the prosecutor grew serious and revealed to Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hyram that his own older brother was responsible for the prosecutor's younger brother's plight. Shin Woo-jin looked incredulous, questioning who Lee Hyram's brother was to commit such an act. Lee Hyram revealed her brother, Lee Juno, was an executive at Shinhwa Se Construction and the grandson of the Shinhwa Group chairman. Outside, cameras flashed incessantly as a powerful man, P, ascended a grand staircase, watched by a throng of reporters. Lee Hyram bowed again, profusely apologizing for her brother, Lee Juno, much to Shin Woo-jin's friend's surprise. Shin Woo-jin chuckled in disbelief, surprised that the crazy bastard was not an ex-con, but a chaebol. Leaning forward, Shin Woo-jin, now serious, demanded to know why Lee Hyram's brother had acted so maliciously. A shadowy, menacing figure with glowing red eyes appeared before a car, ready to strike. After a minor rear-end collision on a dark road, voices expressed concern for the other driver. Inside his car, the attacker cursed, the red glow in his eyes reflecting his menacing intent to harass the other driver. Shin Woo-jin laughed nervously, then grew serious, expressing his dismay at the brother's actions and apologizing to Lee Hyram. He then dropped another bombshell, revealing that Lee Juno had also orchestrated Lee Hyram's brother's broken engagement. Lee Juno had manipulated the situation by having an actor seduce his brother's fiancée. Shin Woo-jin took a stressed gulp, overwhelmed by the shocking new information. He offered a pragmatic perspective, suggesting the broken engagement might have been for the best as the fiancé seemed opportunistic. Shin Woo-jin's friend, despite understanding the underlying truth, declared he could not let it go and intended to confront Lee Juno. Lee Hyram, with a knowing glance, recognized the prosecutor's ambition, seeing him as someone who desired power but lacked the connections to achieve it. The narration suggested the prosecutor might attempt to use the information about Lee Juno to his advantage. Lee Hyram then disclosed that Lee Juno's father was infuriated by the incident, leading to significant repercussions for Lee Juno. She revealed that approximately 30% of Lee Juno's shares were slated for transfer to her, a substantial shift in power. Shin Woo-jin's friend reacted with shock at the immense 30% share transfer, which was soon to be publicly disclosed. A metaphorical scale advised them to carefully weigh who to align with and who to pursue further talks with. The prosecutor, shocked by the share transfer, decided against further intervention, claiming he wasn't petty. Shin Woo-jin explained his true intention behind the meeting, to create a mutually beneficial alliance between Lee Hyram and the prosecutor. In a fantasy-like depiction, Lee Hyram and the prosecutor, as a witch and warrior, pledged mutual support against a horde of skeletons. Hyram, the narration continued, could strategically utilize the prosecutor in the treacherous family battle ahead. Both Lee Hyram and the prosecutor were depicted as continuously leveling up in their respective roles, their interactions relentlessly advancing their goals. This, Shin Woo-jin concluded, was the essence of auto-farming, as he was shown sleeping while his foot controlled a game. The image of a woman leading a man in a dog costume suggested Lee Juno was still a useful, albeit controlled, pawn. Lee Hyram, holding the key to his hopes with a symbolic 30% sign, held Lee Juno's leash, making him easy to manipulate. Shin Woo-jin ate his noodles, reflecting that the price for his past actions, like preventing him from eating his mother's bulgogi, was only just beginning. Despite the heavy thoughts, the noodles tasted good. Shin Woo-jin declared the meal a success and suggested they leave, prompting his friend to thank him. Shin Woo-jin proposed a second round of food, but his friend insisted on paying, playfully protesting his age. Shin Woo-jin observed Lee Hyram, musing on her destiny as the youngest daughter of Shinhwa, already embroiled in a battle for the throne. He then knelt, holding Lee Hyram's hand, and sincerely thanked her. The prosecutor's eyes revealed his calculating thoughts, contemplating how to leverage this rare opportunity. Suddenly, Shin Woo-jin's friend realized he had forgotten to ask a crucial question, how Shin Woo-jin and Lee Hyram knew each other. Shin Woo-jin casually stated they were just old friends, then playfully suggested a more dramatic, forbidden romance scenario, asking if his friend was writing a novel. His friend then presented a victim identification form, asking Shin Woo-jin if he was heading to the crime scene. Shin Woo-jin confirmed he had to go, reviewing the details of a case involving a 32-year-old named Ju Hyun. The dispute, he noted, stemmed from interfloor noise, marked by a harsh impact. A silhouetted figure shouted aggressively about walking quietly. Im Kyung-won, 35, known for frequent parking disputes, was identified as another suspect. Silhouettes depicted aggressive arguments over parking, complete with the perpetrator's enraged demands. Shin Woo-jin asked his friend about the urgent forensic request, who confirmed it but expressed concern about potential delays. Shin Woo-jin worried the murder weapon was hard to specify and that the culprit might dispose of evidence before forensic results were available. His friend enthusiastically announced that it was almost noon, time for lunch. Shin Woo-jin initially scolded his friend for prioritizing food, but then experienced a sudden, shocking realization. Exasperated by his clueless colleagues, Shin Woo-jin resignedly decided to call someone to ask about their lunch order. One colleague frantically yelled into the phone, urging Shin Woo-jin not to eat without him, while another tried to intervene in the chaotic office.